Hey everyone, this is Upasna and I welcome you all to Edureka's YouTube channel. At Edureka, we provide online training on trending technologies with the world's best instructors and 24/7 support. So today I'm here to give you a quick overview of the PMP Certification full course. PMP certification is known as the golden standard in the field of project management. It is one of the most sought after certifications by mid-level professionals who are looking for a major boost in their stagnant careers. Thus, we bring you this PMP full course, which is composed of 8 modules. Module 1 will give you a brief introduction to PMP certification, and we'll talk about the reasons why one should go for it. In Module 2, we will be talking about PMBOK Guide, which lays down the foundation of PMP Certification Exam. Moving on to Module 3. Here you will briefly be introduced to project management and its various fundamental concepts. In Module 4, you will learn about the complete project management framework along with all the stages involved in its life cycle. Module 5 will cover all the 10 knowledge areas in which 49 processes are mapped along with their inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs. In Module 6, we will focus on the various project management methodologies and the tools used to implement them. Moving ahead, Module 7 will help you in preparing for your PMP certification exam. And finally, Module number 8 will give you a complete insight into the career in the field of project management. So that was all about the agenda of this session. But before we get started with the session, do not forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated. Also, one thing I would like to mention here is this full course will not help you in gaining any PDUs. But it will definitely provide valuable information regarding project management and prepare you for your exam. Thus, in case you're looking for an online training for PMP certification examination, check out the link in the description box below. Edureka is a registered education provider of the PMI, and after the completion of the formal training, you will be awarded with 35 PDUs, which are mandatory for applying for PMP certification exam. So without much ado, let's get started.
Welcome to the PMP Certification Training Program. In today's session, we are going to talk about few agenda items here. So I welcome you all to the session. In today's session, specifically, we are going to spend time about what is PMP, what is this certification is all about, why we should be doing this certification, etc. So if you take a look at the topic that we are going to cover as a part of today's session is, first, we will understand what is PMP certification, why we should do PMP certification. I'm sure you must have these kind of questions on your mind. So we'll try and answer those questions in today's session. What are the advantages when you will do PMP certification over the people who have not done the PMP certification? Project management framework. We will talk a bit about project management framework as well. And most importantly, since you all have decided to appear for the PMP certification examination, then what is this exam is all about? What is the nature of the exam? And bit more on the PMP examination we will cover as a part of today's session as well. So let's get started with this. First, we'll talk about what is PMP certification. So if you see PMP certification, PMP is introduced by PMI, which is Project Management Institute. It's a very, very old institute and it's globally recognized institute. We will talk about PMI a bit more on the next slide. But when you appear for the PMP certification, you will definitely need to refer to one book, which is Project Management Book of Knowledge. And PMBOK, in short, we call it as PMBOK. The current edition of the PMBOK that is being used for the examination preparation is PMBOK 6th edition, which was already introduced last year. And the new examination is based on the 6th edition of the PMBOK. Now, PMBOK is basically the book of knowledge. So it comprises of various processes, best practices, terminologies, guidelines in the area of project management. So there are 49 processes. There are certain best practices when you'll perform certain processes. There are tools and techniques that are recommended. At the same time, there are certain terminologies that we need to understand as well. So what is that book which we can refer to when we come across any term within the area of project management? Or where will I find certain guidelines when I'm working in the project management area? So this is the book which we can refer to. And I have seen that when we were working on in our organization, when the project management process we're supposed to set up the project management process. One of the guide that we referred to was PMBOK. So PMBOK is very, very well recognized, and it contains standards in the area of project management. And you will find all the organizations, most of the organizations, I would say, who are into project management. And of course, I have seen that project management is there in all the organizations, because there are some projects on the other hand, and we have to undertake n number of projects and programs, and those are basically part of the portfolio under which you are working. So it's important that we need to refer to certain standards which we can refer to and create the organization specific project management process, which could be customized, but most of it will come from the project management book of knowledge. So this is the globally recognized best practices across project management industries and domains. When you appear for the PMP certification exam, I would strongly recommend you to go through the PMBOK guide at least twice if possible. If not, then at least once. And once you read this, you will understand the fundamentals in the area of project management. So starting with that, now I did mention about PMI a while ago. So Project Management Institute is basically a non-profit professional membership association. Now this is basically for all the project management professionals across different countries and continents. And therefore, you'll find Project Management Institute is globally recognized, and it's very, very active institute. You'll find PMI conducts and does lots of things in the area of project management, right from the competition into project and programs to organizing the seminars and conferences, and lots of research work that is done in the area of project management. And PMI is such institute which keeps on continuously upgrading whatever the knowledge, whatever the best practices in the area of project management. At the same time, PMI is such an institute which also conducts a lot of research and surveys in the area from the point of view of career paths. For example, if you are into project management and you want to develop a career path in this area, then how you should be going about doing that. At the same time, setting standards for the project management. All these things are done by the Project Management Institute. And PMBOK is the guide which is published by PMI, which is referred to when you appear for the PMP certification. So that's bit on PMI and the PMBOK guide, which is definitely important from the PMP certification point of view. Now you might have questions, like as I see here, John asked this question that what else could I do as a part of the certification in project management world? So let me answer John. So as you can see on the screen, this is the time, in fact, I should answer this question. So I was kind of holding on to it. As you can see, PMP is one of the certifications. But if you are keen and if you are working exclusively in this area, you can even think of doing other certification. For the people who are beginners in the project management area, you can start with the CAPM, which is Certified Associate in Project Management. Once you gain sufficient experience and knowledge, you can certainly aspire for PMP, which is Project Management Professional. And once you start working on project and when you start handling multiple projects, that means you're actually getting an experience of working on program, then you can certainly move on and complete your program management professional certification. That will definitely give you a lot of value add and weightage to your credentials as a whole. And when you are working on various programs and gain experience into working and managing various programs, then the next level would be your portfolio management professional. So you can actually get an knowledge in the area of portfolio management by completing this certification. Nowadays, we also talk about Agile a lot. And PMI is definitely not behind in this area as well. PMI has introduced PMI ACP certification a few years ago, and you will also find a lot of people are aspiring to become PMI ACP, which is Project Management Agile Certified Practitioner certification. So if you are working in Agile, again, this is certification not for the people who are freshers, but for people who have experience into project management and Agile way of working can certainly go for PMI ACP as well. Now, those of you who are interested into doing deep dive into areas like scheduling or areas like risk management, for you, there are certain additional certifications also which we can definitely aspire to get these credentials. So one of the certification is PMI Scheduling Professional, and the another one is Risk Management Professional. In fact, all of us who have been working in the project management area for quite some time, we can definitely aspire for the certifications like Scheduling Professional and Risk Management Professional, because these two areas are very, very important in the project management. So there are quite a few options here, as you see, and good that you have started your journey with PMP. And I'm sure once you complete your PMP successfully, you will also move on to the other certifications. And these certifications, how they will help you and how they will enhance your overall credential. And most importantly, the trust when you go out and look out for the job. Let's talk about more on, in fact, how this will help. We are going to specifically talk more on the PMP certification because this training is on PMP certification training. So hence, let's talk more on PMP. So PMP stands for a Project Management Professional. So PMP is globally acknowledged professional certification. Now, this is a program in the project management, I would say, because when you decide to go for PMP, first of all, you have to prove yourself that you have the relevant experience and you have the relevant education. So once you have the relevant education and experience, the professional education and experience, then only you are qualified to appear for the PMP certification examination. So that is one of the reasons also why PMP is globally recognized across industries and domains. Now, why you should be doing PMP certification? Let's just talk about few reasons here. First reason is definitely about it's crucial and prestigious for employment. So be it in the company you're working in, the moment you do PMP certification, I have seen you can actually negotiate your salary hikes. You can actually think about getting into some job where project management skills and knowledge is required. And that may be a next level, that may be an elevation for you. So it is definitely prestigious for the employment. Apart from that, it's a golden standard for project management certification. As I mentioned, this is going to be one of the most prestigious certification. So it's a golden standard. In the area of project management, if you're working, definitely I have seen many job descriptions mentioning that PMP certified. So they are looking out for project manager who is certified PMP. Apart from that, importantly, it also gives you freedom to work in any industry across the globe. Now, when you work in project management area, so even if you belong to any domain or belong to any technology, the most importantly, you get an opportunity to work across domains and across technology because we are talking about project management skills and the knowledge over here, which is irrespective of the domain knowledge and the technology knowledge. Of course, if you have the domain and technology knowledge in the respective area, that will give you more advantage. But even if it is not, definitely the project management skills and knowledge will help you in working across globe and in any industry that you aspire to work. So these are some of the benefits that I have experienced myself. At the same time, I'm sure you can look forward to some of these benefits as well of the PMP certification. Let's talk about some specific advantages that we can look out for. The first thing that I've already mentioned is definitely the salary hike. When you complete your PMP certification, first thing I have seen is many company they reimburse the cost. So anyway, that in itself is like companies investing on you. And when you complete the certification successfully, you can not only reimburse the cost of the certifications in many organizations, but also I have seen people negotiating for good salary hikes during their appraisals. It also improves performance. This is very, very important from your career point of view as well. So if you are working in project management, not necessarily as a project manager, you could be working into any of the domains within the project management, which is absolutely fine. But the moment you complete your PMP certification, it will give you width of knowledge. At the same time, depth of knowledge into specific areas and domains. As a result of which, when you start applying some of those tools and techniques that you have learned out of the study that you have done for PMP, let's take example of the estimation. So we talk about different estimation techniques as a part of PMP training and PMP certification. You will study some of those estimation techniques as well. So be it parametric estimation or bottom-up estimation. When you go back or when you complete the certification while studying even for the certification, one of the things that I would also recommend is go back and start applying some of these techniques and tools that you have learned in the PMP training on your project. So that will also improve your performance. That will also make you smarter than the other associates with whom you're working or your peers or your colleagues. And that will definitely give you edge over them as well. Apart from that, this will also give you an opportunity to expand market reach. So as I mentioned, you can actually, once you complete your PMP certification, you can go beyond your industry and domain, and location is not a constraint at the same time because this is globally recognized certification. So even if you wanted to work in a specific area, you always wanted to work or you are aspired to work in the specific area of your choice, I'm sure you can certainly try and look out for applying and trying out in that area. And I'm sure there are very high chances of you getting through the interview process, for example, when you're applying for the specific area that you want to get into. This is globally acknowledged. So as I mentioned, that there is no constraint with respect to the location. So whichever the location that you're working in, the PMP certification is always going to give you an edge over others. Better job opportunities, not only within your current organization, you can apply through the internal job postings that are usually posted, and that's usually a part of the organizational processes and the policies, the HR policies, that you can apply for the internal jobs when they are open. Usually they are announced within the organization first. Then when you complete your PMP certification, that will give you again a benefit through which you can apply for various job opportunities. And there are high chances that you can get through some of those job opportunities, and you would be able to actually move on to up in the career ladder, or it would get elevated into the same role as well. It will give you an edge over non-PMP certified professionals. So as I mentioned earlier as well, so when there are two people for the interview in project management, if somebody is PMP certified, I'm sure that person always gets an edge over somebody who is not certified. And you must have also read yourself many times that whenever you appear for the PMP certification, or when you want to really get into this area, then when you try and apply for various jobs, when you read the job description, you will find that many times they mention specifically, explicitly, that we are looking out for a project manager who is PMP certified. So you could see many advantages of PMP certification over here. Moving on to project management framework. Now let's talk a bit about project management. Of course, in the training, we will talk more about project management. As far as framework is concerned, we'll be talking about various things. But for now, as this session is more like a basic high-level introductory session, I'm just going to touch a base on the project management framework. So if you see project management, you'll find that as far as the PMI is concerned, what PMI has done is that there are various process groups that are defined as a part of the PMI's PMBOK guide. So you'll find there are 5 process groups which are there as a part of the framework. So first is, as you see, initiating process. Then we have planning process. Then we have executing process, closing process, and there is a continuous monitoring and controlling process happen. So whenever we work on any project, you take example of any project, typically what happens. So if you are into, let's say, software projects and you wanted to give customers a digital experience, okay, so you decided to digitize all the possible opportunities that you would get within your area. So essentially what you do, you actually decide to put or create multiple phases in order to complete this project. So you start right from the feasibility study, so whether it is possible to do it, first of all. And the moment you get a confirmation on that, then you get into a sort of, maybe you create a business case, you'll create a benefits management plan, etc. And all that, once it is in place and approved, then you start working with the project phases. So you may come up with various project phases, right? From initiating a project to gathering requirements or doing analysis or design, then you build it, then you test it, and then you deploy it. So there are various phases. Now, as for the project management framework, these process groups will fall under each and every phases. So when you enter a phase, like for example, when you enter a phase, let's say called analysis. So you have a list of requirements that you have gathered for digitizing the various things that you could digitize within your area. Then you enter into a phase, which is analysis phase. Then what you do, you initiate the analysis phase. That means you basically think about what I need to do as a part of analysis. What is going to be my overall approach? Okay, so you initiate that, you kind of get yourself ready. And once you do that, you start planning. Okay, so what all things are supposed to be doing within the analysis phase? So creating the high level design and the low level design, etc., could be some of my deliverables that I can think of. And then I execute the plan that I have prepared. And once the execution is completed, then you close the process. But throughout this, what I also do is during the analysis phase, I also ensure that whatever the activities that I'm performing, whether those are as per the plan that I've created or not. So that continuous monitoring has to be done. And therefore, monitoring and controlling is a part of the analysis phase in this example. Similarly, this is going to be a part of each and every phase. So even if you move on to the next phase, which is, let's say, creating design, right? So that's where we talk about the high level and the low level design, which could be done once the analysis is completed, all right? Or sometimes I have seen people combining that. You analyze and then you work on the design. So the whole point is then again you start working on initiating, getting yourself ready, create a plan, then you execute that plan, you monitor and control, and once that phase is completed, you close it. So then you exit out of that phase. And whenever you exit out of that phase, you always have certain output from that phase. So for example, high level and the low level design document could be the output of the phase that you have completed. So this is just a quick example, but when we will continue on this training, you'll find that we have actually taken the examples of the project. I have actually showed various artifacts. So the design documents or the project charter document or the business case documents of the projects which have been delivered in the past. So that will certainly give you an idea about how those artifacts look like on the project as well. So that's bit on the project management framework. So from PMBOK point of view, we have got these process groups. There are 5 of them. Then we have 49 processes, which are again part of these various process groups. And there are 10 knowledge areas. So this is what is explained in the next slide. So this slide basically talks about the knowledge areas that are part of the PMBOK guide. So as you can see here, the knowledge areas like stakeholder management or project integration management, scope management, time management, right, or schedule management, cost management, quality management, human resource management, communications management, procurement management, and risk management. So there are total 10 of them. And each of these knowledge areas, you'll find there are various processes. Let's take a quick one example. Let's say project integration management. So when you work on project, you perform various activities. So one of the important function, one of the important process should be integration. How are you going to ultimately integrate those activities so that we can show the progress of the project as one project and not different projects? So for that, what do I have to do? The first thing that is done as a part of the project integration management is creating a project charter. So when we start working on the project sponsor will hand over the project chart to the project manager, and then that's how the project manager is empowered to kickstart the project work and also authorized to use the resources on the project. The another could be develop project management plan. So once we have a project charter in place, then we start working on creating a plan. So that plan would include lots of other plans. So how are we going to do quality management? How are we going to do scope management? How are we going to do schedule management? So these are the subsidiary management plans, which then are built into the project management plan. Then we have direct and manage project work. So this is where we actually start working on the project. And then we'll have to also manage the various project activities that we are performing. While doing that, we'll also have to continuously monitor and control the project work and keep on checking whether what we are doing is it as per the plan or not. So if there are any deviations, then we always take corrective and preventive actions. So what are those actions? Again, we will cover as a part of this training. Next thing is we perform the integrated change control, because while working on the project, it's not a smooth selling experience, right? You may have experienced yourself many a times. Change comes even towards late in the project, and we need to respond to that change. Otherwise, there could be a customer dissatisfaction. So this is a bit sensitive. So how to go about really managing that change effectively? So we need to set up a change control board. So how does that work, etc., is going to be covered as a part of this. And once we do that, then we'll have to perform the project closure activities or the phase closure activities. So this is how the various processes will fall into this knowledge area, which is integration management. Similarly, all these 49 processes will be covered as a part of this training. And under each and every processes, we are actually going to talk about what are the inputs, what are the tools and techniques that I'm supposed to be using, and what outputs should I expect by the end of that process. So this training covers in a very comprehensive fashion all these processes, and we'll be doing deep dive into inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs as well. Most importantly, at the end of each of these modules, which are basically arranged by knowledge areas, we'll also be taking lots of quiz and questions. So those questions will give you an idea about what kind of questions are asked in the PMP examination. Now let's talk about PMP exam. A PMP examination, as I mentioned, we have certain things here to be considered. First is the education. Another thing is experience. So if you are a high school diploma holder or maybe any associated degree, which is global equivalent, then the expectation is you need, which is of course going to be around 60 months right? The expectation is you need to have experience of 7,500 hours into project management. Now, that could be from any of the project management domains and not necessary from the project manager as a whole. Okay, as far as the role is concerned, you could be playing any role. If you are a bachelor degree holder or any global equivalent, then with of course 36 months of total education, then you are expected to have the experience of 4,500 hours to project. So that's the experience required if in case you are the bachelor degree holder. Now, in both the cases, what is expected is 35 contact hours, and you don't have to worry about that, because since you all are attending this training, and by the end of this training program, you will be given 35 contact hours, and that certificate is given to you. And benefit of that is, even if your application is identified as a part of the PMI audit process, still you don't have to worry about that, because you'll be able to provide them with the evidence of attending the training and gaining these 35 contact hours. Through that certificate, it's very easy then for you to produce that evidence as well. There are a few things that we need to remember while filling out the application form. When you put down your experience, ensure that that experience is non-overlapping. If it is for 4,500 hours of experience that you are putting it in the application, so that experience in the project should be during last 8 years, and that should be non-overlap. That's very, very important. Approximately 20% of the applications are picked up under random audit for the random audit check. And again, even if your application is identified under this random audit, still you don't have to worry about, because you will get all the support in order to complete the audit process with PMI. Whatever the evidences that they might ask, especially from the training point of view, for that you will be also given the support. So for example, the certificate is one of the evidence that you can produce to them in order to satisfy the requirement that you have gained 35 contact hours. The another important question which comes to many people's mind is that experience of 4,500 hours, for example, should it be as a project manager or should it be from any of the project management work? The answer is that experience can be from any of the project management domain or any of the project management areas that you have worked. So if you take example of a software project, you may be a tester and you are doing only testing, but you are part of that project. So even that experience is valid. Or you may be just a developer and you're not really a project manager, but still that experience of as a developer is going to be considered, because ultimately you're part of that project. So it's fine even if you don't have experience by the title project manager, but since you participated in the project management by performing the various activities, and of course you were also part of that project and responsible for the deliveries of the project or deliverables, whatever the deliverables that you're working on, that experience is also considered under this. Now, exam fees is different for the PMI member and the non-member. I would personally recommend you to go for membership, because membership would have its own advantages. Now, again, in the exam also, there are two options. One is computer-based test and the paper-based. Again, I would advise you to go for computer-based, because then you can see the result immediately after the exam is done. So when you go for computer-based test, the member fees is 405 USD. For non-member, it is 555 USD. If you go for paper-based testing, then the fees is 250 USD. For non-member, it's 400 USD. Now, if you go for re-examination, unfortunately, if it happens that you have to go for re-examination, for computer-based, you have to pay 275 USD, and for non-member, it is 375 USD. For re-examination, if it is paper-based, then it is 150 USD, and for non-member, it is 300 USD. The advantage with membership is because membership fee is just 139. Again, there are a few countries which also get some additional discount. So if you put together the PMI membership fee and the member fees for the certification, if you put that together, then you will find that the total comes to more or less the same. But the advantage here is that you will also get a PMI membership, first of all. That means you can certainly get an access to the professional, first of all, to whatever is happening in the area of project management and the different things that Project PMI keeps doing. So you'll get access to that. At the same time, you will get the PMBOK soft copy, which is free of cost. So that is another benefit there. So that's the advantage. So therefore, the advised thing would be to go for the PMI membership. Now, as far as the PMI or number of attempts are concerned, there are only 3 to be considered within a year. So even if you have to retake exam max, you can take it within 3 years. Now, when you appear for, as I mentioned, I think the renewal part we have already covered. So you have to complete 60 PDU. So that is fine. Now, how is the exam pattern? It's a 4-hour exam. So one of the practice that you have to do is ensuring that you sit at one place for 4 hours. So I would strongly recommend you, before you go for PMP examination, at least 2 times you complete full time 200 question mock test, so that you would at least be able to practice for sitting to 4 hours, because that is something really important. Exam is conducted in a proper prometric center. There are 200 questions. Out of that, 25 are pre-test questions, so those will not be considered for the score, but 175 are the ones that are considered. However, you would not know which are those 25 questions. Hence, you will have to appear for all those 200 questions. There is no negative marking as such, and this exam is developed by a group of individuals who have been working in the project management area for quite some time, and they are of course PMP certified or credential holders as well. So once you clear the PMP examination, get the PMP certificate. Now these days a soft copy comes, so you can go to the PMI account and you can download that soft copy easily. So that's the advantage. PMBOK 6th edition. Project Management's Book of Knowledge. What are the changes that have been introduced in PMBOK 6th edition? How is it different from the PMBOK 5? So let's get started. And topic of our discussion is going to be about everything that's there in the PMBOK in terms of the major changes that have happened within the PMBOK Book of Knowledge, which is introduced sometimes in September 2017. We'll also take a look at how overall the PMBOK body of knowledge or book of knowledge have evolved over the period of time. When was it launched for the first time, and how it evolved? So a bit of a history, bit of a journey of the PMBOK is also going to be covered as a part of this webinar. We'll also take a look into the differences, some of the major differences between the 5th PMBOK edition and the 6th PMBOK edition. And we'll highlight a bit more about the 6th PMBOK edition. So let's get started. So we'll straight away jump into the first topic, which is about understanding the PMBOK. Now PMBOK, as many of you must be already aware, that PMBOK was released by the PMI. Now PMI, which is Project Management Institute, it's a global institute. It's a non-profit organization, and it offers various certifications. So Project Management's Book of Knowledge was released by the PMI, and PMBOK actually helps in preparing for these certifications like PMP. Not only that, PMBOK is also regarded as the Bible of project management, because PMBOK contains lots of information, lots of important information, which any project manager can refer to. And therefore, if you want to really learn about the foundations of the project management, you can certainly look up to the PMBOK. And as I mentioned, most importantly, PMBOK is such a book of knowledge. It contains different processes, some of the best practices, various terminologies, and guidance. So some of the guidelines provided in the PMBOK are very, very useful practically when we go back and start applying some of the concept, principles, and the best practices mentioned in PMBOK. Actually helps us in excelling in managing projects effectively. Therefore, they say that PMBOK is the golden standards in the project management. So these are some of the highlights of the project management's book of knowledge. Let's now understand a bit more about PMBOK. Now, PMBOK is nothing but a guide which is developed by the practitioners like me and the practitioners like all over the world who are been practicing project management for many years. So they all are part of the PMI, and being a PMI members and PMI active members, we always get an opportunity to participate in different surveys, the different ways through which PMI engages the practitioners. So one of the way through which PMI engages the practitioners is through the role delineation study. So in the role delineation study, PMI understand how the role of the project manager is changing over the period of time. And that actually helps PMI in making necessary changes to the PMBOK. Now, there are various people who have been practicing project management for quite some time, and many of them are already PMP certified or PMI ACP certified, or even for that matter, the program management certifications they have acquired through PMI. Now, these are the subject matter experts who are part of the PMI chapter and the PMI body who actually works in the area of the PMBOK enhancements. Not only that, PMBOK is basically a flagship of the PMI. And if you see the various publications of PMI, one of the important publication which is being referred by many project managers and many aspirants of the various certifications like PMP, which is one of the most valued and the popular certifications, which is globally recognized. For that, you need to know PMBOK. And therefore, one of the flagship publications of the PMI is definitely the PMBOK. Now, PMI, as I mentioned earlier as well, is definitely one of the non-profit organization which actually helps in putting together these guidelines, these principles, which actually helps many project management people who are working in the project management areas. As I mentioned to you about the RDS, which is nothing but the role delineation study, and this particular study, which is conducted every 5 to 7 years. And this study actually gives a lot of insights to the PMI in order to evolve the PMBOK. So PMBOK evolves every 5 to 7 years, and we'll take a look into the evolution of the PMBOK in the next slide itself. Now, if you take a look at the number of editions that were launched earlier and the latest edition, the PMBOK was first introduced in 1996. And from there, the journey of PMBOK started. And now in September 2017, the sixth edition was introduced. So if you take a look at the timeline since 96 to 2017, there are various surveys, various studies which were conducted by engaging various experts in the area of project management across the globe. And all these people who are experts into the project management, they came together. PMI engages them effectively for various studies and surveys, taking their inputs, and all that important information actually helps in the evolution of the PMBOK. So the third edition was introduced in 2004. The fourth edition was released in 2008. The fifth edition was released in 2013, and now the latest one, which is September 2017. So this is the journey of the PMBOK evolution. From 1996 to 2017, there are various editions which were released, and now the one that is referred to is the sixth edition. And I don't know how many of you really aware, but there have been recently also few changes done in the examination in March 2017. So the new examination pattern of the PMP is based on the March 2017 changes. In fact, March 2018 changes, not 17. So we can certainly refer to some of those changes that were done in March 2018 in the PMP examination, because the new exam of the PMP is based on those changes. And it also certainly refers to the latest PMBOK guide, which is the sixth edition. So that was a bit of a history, that was a bit of a background, and most importantly, bit of on the evolution of the PMBOK. Now also take a look at how PMBOK 5th edition and the PMBOK 6th edition can be compared. If you put this together, you would find there are certainly a lot of enhancements that were done. In fact, I must say that the PMBOK 6th edition is definitely one of the edition which actually contains lots of changes. And even if you take a look at the number of pages that were there in the 5th edition, there were 616 pages. But now the total number of pages have now been enhanced, now been increased to 978 pages, which of course includes the Agile Practice Guide as well. Since there is a lot of focus on Agile in the market and companies are preferring the Agile ways of working as well, so PMI has definitely noticed it, recognized it, and this insight also came from a lot of practitioners, which is appreciated, and those changes have been incorporated in the 6th edition. Not only that, PMI has also released a separate Agile Practice Guide, which is around 186 pages. So putting that together, the total number of pages in 6th edition are now 978. I'm sure this will give you an idea about the kind of changes that have been done in the 6th edition. So definitely we can say this is one of the major edition in terms of the kind of changes and the number of changes that were done. So some of the statistics and some of the specifics, if you look into, I'm just going to glance you through this and we'll take some of the specific examples as we go ahead. So PMBOK 5th edition, there were 47 processes altogether. As a part of the enhancement, there are now 2 more processes added. And now there are total 49 processes. Now, since there is also 1 more process deleted, and we'll take a look into some of these actual examples. But very quickly, if I have to just mention here, for example, manage project knowledge is something that's added, or implementing the risk responses is something which is added newly. And we'll take a look at some of the more changes that have been done in the PMBOK 6th edition. Apart from that, the another important change you will find is in number of chapters. So now number of chapters are just 10 chapters, but you'll find there are a lot of focus which have been added, especially from the role of the project manager, because role of the project manager is been added as a separate chapter altogether in the PMBOK 6th edition, which is definitely very useful. And we will also be talking about another important angle, which is PMI talent triangle, which gives a lot of insights into the importance of being aware and importance of being developed as a project manager into areas like business, like technology, like leadership. So we'll also touch upon that as one of the important changes in the PMBOK 6th edition. Moving to the another important change in terms of the change to the naming of the processes. So there are a few processes that were renamed. So for example, acquire project team now becomes acquire resources. One of the reasons is also about, it's not just about people in the team. When we talk about resources, there are a lot of other resources also which needs to be acquired. It could be machineries, it could be different licenses that are required to run the project, etc. So now PMBOK talks about acquiring the other resources apart from, of course, people. Control communication has now become monitor communication because it's about continuous monitoring, which is required once you have the communication plans in place. Control risk now becomes monitor risks. So we need to, on a regular basis, go on monitoring the risk. So once we have a risk register prepared, it's important for us to continuously monitor risks. Control stakeholder engagement now becomes monitor stakeholder engagement. Again, the same principle is applicable here. Once we identify stakeholder and create the list of stakeholders and the risk response, the stakeholder strategy, once we have that in place, it's important for us to go on monitoring that. Develop project team now becomes develop team. Now, when we talk about develop team, it's definitely beyond just the project team because we keep on interacting with a lot of teams beyond the project team just. Managed project team has now become managed team. So a lot of focus is there from the overall, the team management's point of view. Perform quality assurance has now become managed quality. Now we talk about managing the overall quality on the outcome or the product or a service or a result that we are producing. Plan human resource management has now become plan resource management. As I mentioned, when we talk about resources on the project, it's just not about the human resources. It's also about the other resources that we use on the project. It could be the machineries. It could be the other licenses that are required. It could be even the hardware and softwares that are required. So all that put together becomes the list of resources that are required on the project. So all of those needs to be a part of your resource management plan. So these are some of the specific changes in terms of the processes. Now, since there have been a changes in the number of processes, you'll find these particular processes have now been renamed accordingly. Plan stakeholder management has now become plan stakeholder engagement because we are talking about engaging the stakeholders effectively once we have a stakeholder list in place. So how can we come up with the response strategy to the stakeholders, and we can move them from one level to the another level based on the kind of engagement that we have on the project. Moving from there, let's also take a look at some more changes in terms of movements within the processes. So definitely one of the processes that have been moved from the project time management, earlier it was called as the time management in the 5th edition. Now we call it as project resource management. The new name to the time management is the schedule management, but this particular process have completely been moved from the project time management to project resource management. So when it comes to estimating activity resources, now it's going to be done as a part of the resource management because a separate attention, a separate focus is been given to managing the resource related activities and estimating the time required for that. So this is another important change that's been done. Let's move to the next topic now, understanding what's new from only the PMBOK 6th edition point of view. Let's take a look at that. From the new editions point of view, there are certainly a few new editions that are done. In terms of processes, which are those processes are now been added here. So as I mentioned earlier, the processes like control resources is now there as a new process under project resource management knowledge area, which of course fits into monitoring and controlling process group. Apart from that, implement risk response, which is now a part of the project risk management under executing process groups. Manage project knowledge is now added newly as a part of the project integration management, which is definitely a part of the executing process groups. So these are the three processes which are added completely new as a part of the sixth edition. And it definitely makes a lot of sense, as you would recognize, as you would appreciate in terms of why some of these processes are added as a part of these knowledge areas. As I mentioned earlier, one of the example of the process which is deleted, and that process is close procurement. And why does it make sense? If you really take a look, project management or project manager is not really involved heavily as a part of closing procurement, because most of these activities that are done as a part of the procurement manager or the legal team's responsibility. And this has come very clearly from all the experts as well. And if you're working in the organization, I'm sure you will also support this change very clearly, because if you see from the close procurement point of view, closing those contracts and closing the agreements that are there with various vendors, etc. So all those activities are largely managed independently by the procurement team and the legal team, compliance team, etc. So hence now here we don't need to really get into much. Once we initiate the closure, rest of the activities are done by the procurement team itself. And therefore, close procurement is now deleted from the sixth edition of the PMBOK. So that's another major change. In terms of addition of the new processes, if you see addition of the new chapter altogether, as I mentioned earlier as well, role of project manager is the new chapter which is introduced by the PMI in the PMBOK 6th edition. As I was mentioning about this PMI talent triangle, there are three different aspects of the triangle which are covered as part of this chapter, covering about the business aspects under strategic business and management, which actually make a lot of sense, because as a project manager, we need to understand the business aspects as well. That will give you a lot of insights, right, from how the business case was initiated, what is the context behind the project, etc. Technical and project management knowledge is very, very crucial for any project manager, whether it's a software project or whether it is a construction project or the research and development project. Having that technical knowledge certainly gives you an edge over others. And of course, the project management knowledge is must to have. Leadership certainly makes a lot of value add over here, because whether people are reporting into you or it's completely a metric structure, it doesn't really matter. You need to drive things by engaging all the stakeholders. And there you need those leadership skills. So leadership skills is definitely becomes one of the important aspects of the PMI's talent triangle. Moving from there, continuing the new additions, definitely there are a few changes that are done from tools and techniques point of view as well. So under tools and techniques, you'll find that totally if you put together, there are around 132 tools and techniques that are there in this particular edition. What's done differently is that they have grouped some of these tools and techniques together under the areas like communication or data analysis or decision making, etc., which is kind of the logical grouping of some of these tools and techniques that is being done, which definitely make a lot of sense. When we refer to PMBOK, when we do the study, it actually helps in relating these tools and techniques to the respective groups. So overall, there are 132 of them under these various groups. Some of these groups are mentioned on the slide as well. Apart from that, there have been changes that are done from the agile point of view. So introduction to agile was done from the point of view of covering the various aspects related to the agile ways of working. And those aspects are focused by addition of the agile and adaptive environments under each of the knowledge areas. So be it communications management, or be it risk management, be it schedule management. So if you pick up any of these knowledge areas, under these knowledge areas, very specifically, some of these agile aspects are covered. Again, from the tools and techniques and inputs and the outputs point of view as well, some of the agile ways of working and the techniques have been specifically highlighted and covered as part of the 6th edition. Agile, iterative, adaptive, and hybrid environments. There is a separate section altogether under appendix, which talks about the iterative ways of working, adaptive ways of doing the planning, etc. And a separate practice guide, as I mentioned earlier as well, which is 186 page separate practice guide is also introduced. The another important point here to note is this agile practice guide is also very useful when you are appearing for the PMI ACP examination. So if you are into Agile and you have relevant experience, and if you are aspiring to become the PMI ACP, which is Agile Certified Practitioner, for that also the Agile Practice Guide will be very, very useful. Now, continuing from there, let's also take a look at small change in terms of the notations, like ongoing processes, non-ongoing processes. You'll find this one of the small changes in terms of the notations that is done. Another good thing, in fact, from the point of view of reaching out to more people, the PMI has really taken into consideration some of the changes in terms of making the PMBOK 6th edition available into various languages. And as you can see on the screen, there are various languages into which the PMI 6th edition is now available, and which is definitely a welcome change because PMI caters to various certifications, and those can be done by people across domain and industries. So irrespective of which domain and irrespective of which industry you work in, the PMBOK knowledge can be very, very useful to refer to, from taking that guidance, taking that principles, references from the project management point of view. In PMP training program, what we're going to learn today, we're going to learn today about what is project and its importance of the project management. We will also understand the relationship between project, program, and portfolio and operations management, the key components of project management, how to go about doing tailoring, and the most importantly, some of the project management business documentation. In this training, what am I going to do? Basically, I will be taking you through various topics that are there as a part of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. At the same time, we will also be going through what it takes to get that PMP certification, get that PMP credential, why the PMP credential is important. At the same time, where all the PMP credential could help you in excel in terms of different industries that we see here. Apart from that, we will be also actually going to go through some of the documentation, some of the artifacts of the actual projects that were delivered. So those artifacts, those documents will definitely give you an idea about how you can go about writing a project charter, or how you can go about writing a project documents like business case. What we will be doing basically is that as a part of this training program, we'll be talking about the introduction first, which talks about a little bit about PMP certification. And this will kind of help us in getting our journey started as far as the PMP certification is concerned. And I'm sure some of you may have multiple questions on your mind, like why I should be going for PMP certification. I remember a lot of people asking me questions, especially people from IT as well as non-IT. Now that we also have PMI ACP and we have a PMP certification as well. So why we should go for PMP certification? I strongly believe that for those people who would like to develop their career in the area of project management, and if they want to strengthen their foundation of project management, PMP certification is definitely the one certification that we should look forward to. Apart from that, there are numerous advantages of doing the PMP certification. As you can see here on the screen, some of these advantages we have highlighted. One of the most important benefit I see of doing PMP certification is this is the most recognized certification today in the industry. And not only in a particular industry, but you go to any industry that you work for, this is definitely one certification that the companies are looking into people who are aspiring to become the project managers. This is globally recognized certification by all the industries, as I said. Apart from that, this particular certification, PMP, not only demonstrate your knowledge, but most importantly, it also ensures that you have experience before you apply for the certification. So it takes care of your experience, your education, and the competency. So all this put together makes you the PMP certified individual. And that's its strength. And that's precisely why many industries out there today look for people who are certified into PMP certification. Now, this will certainly help you increase your marketability when you go out looking out for a job, or within your organization when you look out for promotions. One of the things that I have seen certainly gives us edge over competition is this credential, which is PMP certification. And we also found typically people who are PMP certified, people who are PMP professionals, they have got 15 to 20% higher salaries over the non-certified people. So PMP certification will definitely put you on spot and give you edge over many people out there who are looking out for the job opportunities into the project management, or if you want to develop your career in this area, then you're definitely looking for a right certification. I was just talking about different industries. So we have already listed some of the industries here, but you name the industry and you will find that PMP certification could certainly be a big value add. But to name few industries, as you see on the screen, be it from the water supply to protection to mobile services, education, healthcare, apart from that, even public transportation. So many of these industries that you see today, they actually look out for professionals who are PMP certified when they come and work on any projects, be it IT, non-IT projects across domains and industries. PMP certification is definitely very well recognized. In terms of job opportunities, if you see, sometimes people keep thinking about would there be any job opportunities by doing the PMP certification. So obviously you have gained some experience into project management. On the top of that, you have done a PMP certification. That will certainly strengthen your case when you go out in the market and look out for the job. As far as the overall opportunities are concerned to the project management role by 2020, they are only going to grow. And as you see on the screen, we've got these opportunities as far as the growth is concerned, as you can see in China, in US, everywhere. Today, the project management roles are going to go up many folds by 2020. That means there is huge opportunity for you out there in the market to apply for these roles that will be created as a part of the project management. And PMP certification will certainly strengthen your case when you'll go out and apply for some of these roles. Now, when you decide to do PMP certification, first of all, I must appreciate your decision that yes, you have taken the right decision. And we have just now seen why is it so. Now, when you decide to do PMP certification and when you just commit to yourself, yes, I want to be a PMP certified person, then by when should you get started your journey? You should embark your journey approximately 1.5 to 2 months before you actually take the examination. So as you can see here, you take the examination sometimes here, all right? So from that particular date, 1.5 to 2 months before, you actually schedule your examination. And before that itself, you undertake or you undergo a training program. So you attend PMP certification training program, and I would encourage you to attend this training program, which is by Edureka. And this particular training program will certainly cover everything that it takes for you to become PMP certified. Not only the certification, but also other support you will get here. The first and most important support that you will get is once you enroll for the virtual training program by Edureka, a lot of things will be covered. And when you will embark this journey for PMP certification, I'm sure a lot of questions must be there on your mind, and you would always need somebody who can support you, who can guide you. That means you're at the right place. Once you enroll for this program will cover not only the course outline defined by PMI for the PMP certification based on the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, but also a lot of support you will get from for submitting application. I've seen many people coming to me and asking me guidance on how to write an application, a successful application, because that's also very important. Your application might get rejected if you do not fill the application properly. So that application, how to really go about writing the application, how to put your experience, how to ensure that you write properly about your project, the experience that you're showing in whichever the project that you have done in the past, how to ensure that you put down the experience which is non-overlapping within the last 80 years, right? So all these things are certainly going to be looked into. And then once the application formalities are completed, let's say before 1 to 3 weeks, then you can schedule your examination. And once the exam is scheduled, the advantage here would be that you would get a target now that after 2 to 3 weeks, my exam is going to be there, or maybe after 4 weeks, I have got my exam coming up. So that means you get a target date, and this much of time you would get certainly to prepare yourself. Now, by the time you have already attended the training program, that means you have already gone through all the basics and you had gone through various knowledge areas, process groups, as well as definitely a lot of questions which we cover as part of training as well. So all that is already covered. So it'll be then very easy for you to prepare for your examination during this period of 4 to 6 weeks. After the training is completed, after you schedule your examination. So you will get complete support from the Edureka to fill out your application. Even if your application gets selected for the audit, because approximately 20% application may get selected for the audit, and many times there could be a confusion in terms of how to face audit. There also you'll get a lot of support here and assistance to face the audit from Edureka team. Personalized guidance will be provided by the SMEs like us who actually support delivering the training program throughout this study. And most important thing is that you will have access to the course anytime. So even if you want a particular topic to be repeated, you can always go back, repeat that topic, attend that topic again. You can sharpen your skills. You can revise a particular question, for example, or maybe you want to clarify about understanding on a particular topic or in a particular area. You can always go back and do that. And that's the biggest advantage with this training, I believe, unlike the classroom training. So at times in classroom training, what happens if you're not paying attention? That means you're gone. You can't really go back and ask to repeat the same topic. And after the training's over, then there is no opportunity at all. But here, the biggest opportunity that you would get is you can always go back and play the recording, play the session as many times as you want. Over and above, there are also 1,000 mock questions. And this is the most important thing. Once you are ready for the examination, especially in the last couple of weeks, you should be only focusing on taking up those mock questions. And from where those mock questions will come, you can certainly refer to the Edureka course for the mock questions. And 1,000 is definitely a good number. And I always recommend before we appear for the final exam, once you complete your study, it's important that you should appear for the examination by taking full 200 questions, by sitting at once and taking those 200 questions at once, at least twice before you appear for the exam. That will give you confidence not only of facing questions, but most importantly, sitting at a place for 4 hours, because this exam duration is 4 hours. And all those questions will come from these mock questions that are already designed, taking into consideration various contents and, of course, the new topics, the new PMBOK guide changes that have happened. So once you clear the examination, once you are PMP certified, obviously you have to renew your certification every 3 years. And even for renewal, you need 60 PDUs, and those 60 PDUs will come from the courses that you will attend through Edureka. So Edureka definitely help there as well. You can get assistance in e-learning for earning different PDUs. There are various courses that you can undergo, and within 3 years, again, you complete 60 PDUs and you can renew your examination successfully. The most importantly, you will get support from Edureka team 24/7 when you will enroll for this course. So I would strongly encourage you all to look no further than enrolling for the PMP certification course from Edureka. So let's continue this session and let's understand more about the training approach overall. How are we going to deliver this training program for you all? So we are going to cover here the PMI's philosophy, which is basically based on the contents that are outlined as a part of the PMBOK guide. So I don't know how many of you got a chance to really see the PMBOK guide, but it's definitely the big book which covers 5 process groups. There are 10 knowledge areas and there are 49 processes. And these 49 processes will ensure that you understand various concepts from project management. For example, how to take care of communication with stakeholders, how to go about putting everything in the charter and ensure that you are authorized as a project manager to work on that project and take decisions. For example, how to do continuous monitoring and controlling of the project activities. So all these concepts are going to be covered as part of this training. And most importantly, for each of these processes, there will be inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs. There are these 4 things that we cover as a part of each and every process. So all these 49 processes will be covered and we'll be doing deep dive into inputs, tools, and techniques and output for each of these processes. And we have taken lots and lots of examples. On the top of that, I have also covered some of the actual artifacts of the project, so which gives you an idea about how a project charter actually looks like or how a business case actually looks like. So we'll of course cover as part of this module a business case, the benefit realization plan, and I'll try and also give you an idea about how the project plan typically looks like. To continue with, We have so far covered about a little bit about PMP certification, a little bit about PMI certification. Now we'll talk more about PMI as an institute. So if you see PMI, it's a very old institute, established in 1969. That means if you actually see PMI has completed more than 45 years, and it's a global organization with headquarters in USA, Pennsylvania. And it's a project management institute which is based on non-profit organization. It's a non-profit association altogether. Most importantly, this institute is there worldwide in over 171 countries, and over 5 lakh members are associated today with this institute. Now, PMI actually actively engages a lot of professionals across globe, and these professionals are engaged through conducting research in the area of project management, as well as providing access to wealth and information. So lots of wealth of information and resources are available today with PMI related to project management. Now, under project management, again, various areas. So that wealth of information you will get to access once you become the member of PMI. PMI also promotes career and professional development, and lots of other certifications also it offers. And most importantly, it offers the opportunity to network and form the communities. So you'll find there are local chapters, there are local PMI chapters where people from the local area, they come and participate and they talk about what's going on in the project management space and exchange their knowledge. They share their knowledge. So that certainly helps big time. As I mentioned, that there are certifications from PMI. So as you can see here on the screen, to begin with, people with they have just started in the project management or they would like to start, for them certified associate in project management is one of the certification for the beginners in the project management. Then they can move to the PMP certification. Now people who are working in agile or would like to have experience, again they're working in agile, they have experience in agile, they can go for PMI ACP certification. Apart from that, if you want to do a deep dive, then go for scheduling professional. So again, you are working in project management and for quite some time, if you want to strengthen your some of these areas like scheduling, so you can certainly do the deep dive into scheduling per se, and then you also complete this certification. Same is the case with risk management. So if you have been practicing project management for quite some time, if you want to get into a sort of a specialization into risk, then I would recommend you the risk management professional. Otherwise, also you can certainly jump into this because risk management is definitely one of the important processes that we talk about as a part of PMP as well. Apart from that, if you want to go for a little next level certifications, like you have been doing project management for quite some time and now you got promoted into program management, so you can certainly go for PGMP is another certification. And from there, again, from program, you can jump on to the portfolio management professional as well as you go ahead up in the ladder in your career. So as you see here, there are lots of different certifications that are available. All right, then I'm moving to the prerequisite. Now, this certification, the PMP certification requires you, and this is one of the biggest advantage with PMP, unlike some of the other institute I have seen, that it ensures that you have experience, you have completed enough education, at the same time, you have also gained the actual experience of working in the project management, right? So let's take a look at the prerequisite for appearing for the PMP certification. I'm sure some of you must have already gone through the PMP certification brochure, which is available on the PMI site. I would always recommend you to go to the pmi.org and browse the PMP certification brochure because there you will get the latest information always. But as far as the qualification criteria is concerned, for PMP certification, you are expected to be high school diploma or associated degree or anything which is global equivalent, which should be like 60 months plus. And the project experience of 7,500 hours is expected. And of course, 35 contact hours are required. Now, these experience in the project should be within last 8 years is what we need to remember. Contact hours is fine. So you can add contact hours from last, typically, they ask for 35 contact hours anyways. So this particular training will give you 35 contact hours. So that's another benefit of attending this training program. So you'll get a certificate and you can claim 35 contact hours out of that. The another way is if you are already a bachelor degree holder, then it's pretty straightforward. So in terms of you already have 36 plus months of the formal education. And if you have 4,500 hours of experience, now this experience should be non-overlapping experience. working into project, not necessarily as a project manager. You could have worked in whichever the domain, whichever the area within the project management, that should be fine. And even here also, the expectation is 35 contact hours. So you don't have to worry about 35 contact hours in this case. And that's the best part, because since you all have already enrolled for this program and you are going to get the certification of completion of the training, and 35 contact hours you can claim through that. Now, some of the things that we need to keep in mind, that this particular experience should be non-overlapping, as I explained. So if you worked on two projects, ensure that those two projects start and end date should not be overlapping. Okay, so that is one of the important things. Then project experience should be only from last 8 years and not before that. 20% applications, as I mentioned, are picked up for random audit. So don't worry, even if your application is picked for the audit, we will definitely support you there. And apart from that, once you clear the certification, if you appear for the online examination, you will definitely get the soft copy of the certification, and your score you will immediately come to know if you appear for the online examination. Apart from that, from the prereq point of view, the designation is not an issue. That would there be any specific role I should have played? So in a project, there are multiple roles, right? So if you take an example of a software project, you may be a developer, or you may be a tester, or you may be just doing the deployment of the code that is written, or deployment of the releases, okay, or deployment into other environment, etc. So you are contributing, you're definitely the team member to the project that is running, right? So it is not necessary that you need to be project manager to have that experience of 4,500 hours. Even if you have this experience of working on any project by any role, still you qualify for the PMP certification, provided that you have non-overlapping experience of 4,500 hours. And of course, the other prerequisites as we discussed. Now, let's get on to the pattern of PMP certification. This is another important thing for us to understand. As I mentioned, PMP examination is 4 hours. So it's definitely longer. And this is where sometimes I have seen people struggle if you do not practice enough. So you have to first of all practice to sit for 4 hours, right? And therefore I mentioned that you need to at least take two full 200 question mock test before you appear finally for the examination. It's conducted in the Prometric Center, so that means it's properly invigilator. At the same time, there is an environment wherein the exam is conducted. So it's an examination environment. You'll find there is a camera and everything. So this examination is conducted in a proper Prometric Center and with proper invigilation. There are 200 multiple choice questions and you'll get 4 hours. Now, out of 200 questions, what is important to notice is 175 questions are only considered for the final score. And there are 25 questions which are pre-test questions. Now, these 25 questions will not be considered for your final score, but you would not know which are those 25 questions. Hence, for you, 200 question is what you need to look for, because you won't be able to differentiate between which are those 25 questions for pre-test and which are those 175 questions. So for you, you have to attempt all the 200 questions. There is no negative marking, definitely. And the examination is developed by individuals or group of individuals. So people who have been working in the project management area for quite some time and they have acquired knowledge and skills and expertise. So these are those individuals who get to participate in the examination. I remember even PMI approached me for PMI ACP examination, but since I delivered training program, hence I didn't get to participate. But otherwise, if you don't deliver the training program and if you want to contribute actively into as a PMI, that individual or the group of people, you can certainly nominate yourself, or sometimes PMI directly approach you as well. Now, after clearing the examination, as I said, you will, if it is an online examination, then you can immediately see the result, and you should be able to then even view your soft copy of the certificate immediately after the examination. I guess there are few hours, but that should be available more or less after the examination is completed successfully. All right, so this is about the examination pattern. Now let's come to the examination fees very quickly. We'll go through the fees that you would be paying. Now there are two options. One is computer-based testing and there is a paper-based testing also available. If you are appearing for the paper-based testing, then your score will not come immediately, right? It will take time. But if it is computer-based, then your score will definitely come immediately. Now, if you see the PM experience and education, we have already covered this part. But what you need to understand is for computer-based exam, the charges are 405. And if it is, so read this as members and non-members. All right. So if you are PMI member, the charges for you will be 405. If you are not PMI members, then 555. If it is paper based, for PMI members 250, for non-PMI members is 400. Similarly, we can take a look at the re-examination, computer based and the paper based. So it's always wise, it's always, even if you do any math, you would know that it's always good to do the PMI membership, to take PMI membership and then appear for the PMP examination. So you first take the membership. Of course, you first create your account on the pmi.org site. You take the membership and then you go for the PMP certification. This way, you will land up paying more or less the same amount. But the most importantly, you will get membership for 1 year. On the top of that, you will also get a soft copy of the latest PMBOK guide. So that is the biggest advantage here, right? Now you can also go for the PMI local chapter membership. So these membership fees, you can check locally how much are they. And as I mentioned earlier, when you renew your PMP certification after 3 years, you will have to complete 60 PDUs, professional development units. And for these 60 PDUs also, you can certainly take up the courses of Edureka, and these courses will help you gain those 60 PDUs. Most important information, I remember I did mention this earlier as well, but again, I would like to emphasize that if you want to appear for PMP examination, and since you have already taken this decision, go to pmi.org and refer to the PMP handbook. Very importantly, PMP handbook will give you the latest information about everything that it takes to know about PMP examination, right? So right from the prerequisite to the examination fees to exam retakes, everything, all the information, all the questions that you may have about the exam, you'll be able to get those clarified through this PMP certification. Okay, so that was a bit at a high level about the examination and about PMI, etc. So that was just the basic information that I provided so far about the examination. I just want you to then take you through the basics of the project management. So we'll get started with the basics of the project management, and then we'll gradually get on to a bit of a deep dive into some of the areas that I've already told you about. So starting with the PMBOK guide. So PMBOK guide is project management book of knowledge. Now this particular guide, which is published by PMI, and this is considered as distilled version of project management body of knowledge. And now the 6th edition is available, which is already introduced last year. And this particular 6th edition is basically the source of information now, which is referred across. This PMP training course is based on the 6th edition. And hence, this course will cover everything in terms of your knowledge areas, your process groups, as per the 6th edition of PMBOK Guide. Now, PMBOK Guide is structured typically like this. So it will have key concepts, trends, and emerging practices, tailoring what needs to be done to tailor a process, considerations for project, adaptive environments, etc. So each knowledge area, you will find these 4 sections. So the way this course is designed is exactly based on the PMBOK Guide structure. We'll be also talking about the key concepts from each of these processes that we'll be covering. There are 49 processes that we'll have, and there are 10 knowledge areas that we'll be covering. So under each of these knowledge areas and the processes, we will touch upon key concepts, trends and emerging practices, how to tailor a process, and if you are implementing agile or if it is an adaptive environment that you're working in, then how to go about considering some of the newer concepts from agile and adaptive environments. PMBOK Guide is typically structured. It will give you the project environment, 10 knowledge areas, role of the project manager. So this is something that is introduced as a part of the 6th edition. It was not there previously, though it was there, but it was embedded into different knowledge areas. But now, role of project manager is going to be covered explicitly as a part of the separate structure, as a part of the separate structure of the PMBOK Guide itself, apart from the 10 knowledge areas. And of course, the project management foundations is also covered as a part of this. So I would strongly recommend you, after going through the training program, at least once you should go through the PMBOK Guide. It's always good to know the fundamentals of project management and read at least once. Even if it is lengthy, even if it is bigger book, but reading it once is definitely the target that you should take. Okay, let's move on. So fundamental question I'm sure you can ask to yourself is, what is a project? Now, since this particular training, PMP certification training, and this certification is basically for the project, so it's important for us then to learn about the definition of a project. So what is there? Now think from the examination point of view. Objective of this training is to make sure that you prepare for the examination. So as per the PMP certification, what is the definition of a project? So project is a temporary endeavor which is undertaken to create unique product, service, or result. So if you take any project, ultimately you'll get some outcome, and that outcome is unique. That outcome could be you will undertake a project, and at the end of the project, what you will get is a product, all right? Or at the end of the project, what you will get maybe a service, or you will get some result, but that is going to be unique. What you will create at the end of the project is unique. Apart from that, project is a temporary endeavor. So you will always find one thing, that project has a start date and the end date. So project will be ended when you achieve the objectives of the project. Or sometimes it may happen that there is no funding available, or the project objectives are obsolete, or sometimes the project is terminated. There could be various scenarios that you may come across. But definitely another attribute which is also equally true is project is unique. So you'll always find that even though two buildings that sometimes you see those are identical, but at least you'll find some attribute which is unique to each building. So that means if you see put together everything here, you'll find that projects are unique, they are temporary, and they are undertaken to create a unique product, service, or a result. You can take example of an IT project or a non-IT project. If you're developing a product and that particular product development that you have undertaken is for a year's period. So within that 1 year, you actually go through various phases of the project. You could have undertaken a feasibility phase, then you have done the analysis, then you have actually done the development, and then you have implemented it. So you have gone through various phases in order to build that product. And by the end of the 1 year, what you'll produce is that product which you will take it to the market, and then you will sell that product. So that means in this example, we have seen that what's unique is basically that product that you're producing. That product could be any product. It could be IT product. It could be a non-IT product that you're producing. And the project that we have just said has got a start date and the end date. We have got 1 year in between. And within that 1 year, we are doing all the project phases activities. And it's a unique product that you're producing at the end of the day as well, right? Which you can take it to the market. So, of course, as we go ahead, we will take multiple examples of the project as well. But from definition point of view, we need to just remember some of these keywords that from the PMBOK guide and from PMP exam point of view, projects are, of course, unique. They are temporary in nature. And what we produce at the end of the project is product, service, or some result. Now, if you take the examples of like projects drive change, you will come across project why they are initiated. You must be thinking about why projects are initiated. So sometimes projects are initiated to drive change. I have seen that organizations undertaking big transformation projects. Now, those transformation projects are basically to drive change within the organization. I was part of such a transformation project, and the transformation project was about the agile transformation within organization. So it was 18 months project, and that has a start date and the end date, and then a lot of activities were undertaken as a part of this project. And then with an objective, obviously there was objective that they want to shift from the traditional mindset or traditional way of working to the agile way of working. So that was completely a project to drive change at the organizational level, right? Now, projects could be also undertaken to enable business value creation. Now, value could be tangible or intangible. That's fine. But what is the value? How value is going to be generated in the business? It could be by launching a new product altogether or new line of business, whatever that line of business that you would like to enter into. And you are undertaking a project basically to enter into that new line of business. And that's going to add value. And then you can measure it. How can you measure that value? Obviously, value could be measured in the form of the benefits that you're going to realize once the project or that product is in the market. All right. So sometimes that value could be intangible. By launching that product, service, or a result, you'll be able to achieve the customer satisfaction. Sometimes not everything is measured in the form of value. All right. So customer satisfaction can be measured in the form of value. But definitely, when you achieve the customer satisfaction, you can generate more business out of the satisfied customers. And you can even do the cross-selling of the product. So that's the intangible benefits which is difficult to measure, but there is definitely a benefit that we can show. So sometimes projects are undertaken just so that we achieve those intangible benefits. There are also projects which are initiated sometimes to meet the regulatory requirement. I have worked on many regulatory projects. Now, some of these projects were initiated so that we can fulfill the regulatory requirements of the customers. All right. So, for example, there are certain, like if you work in the banking industry, there are certain reports which needs to be furnished, which needs to be submitted to the regulators. Now, an IT project is initiated so that those reports are produced out of the data which is gathered from all the IT systems across banks' IT organizations. It's a captive organization typically, and you get data from multiple IT systems, and then that data is ultimately used to prepare various reports which are then submitted to the regulators. So that means you initiate a project so that you can fulfill the regulatory requirement or legal or social requirements to satisfy customer request or need. As I said, that sometimes we initiate a project out of a request that we received from the customers. So sometimes product is already there and now you are getting the change requests just so that we can make enhancement to the products that we are using. We also initiate the project so that we implement or change business or sometimes technology. Technology is another change that I have seen. Suppose if you want to go for the evergreening project, so that's where you actually demise the old infrastructure and you are upgrading to the new infrastructure. So that's purely because of the technological advancements that have happened in the market. And I've seen that companies are investing a lot of money in changing their technology stack, especially with the DevOps coming in. Every company wants to make themselves DevOps ready so that they can establish the continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline, build pipeline, and then deploy more frequently to the customers so that they can capitalize on the deployments that are happening. Or they could be also created out of the, let's say you want to improve a product or release some fixes, etc. So even those could also be the reason why the project gets initiated. So projects, as you can see here, the project could get initiated due to various reasons. Now, some of the examples we can take here, which are specific to these categories that are listed down. So first could be developing a new product, service, or a result. So let's say you are working in an automobile industry and there is a strategic vision that your owner of the company has to manufacture a car which is priced least, the cheapest car. So that's the strategic vision that your owner of the company has. And with that vision, you then start working on a product. So that means you undertake a project which will produce a product to fulfill that vision, all right? And that vision is to manufacture a car with, or I would say, the cheapest car in the market. So that cheapest car in the market, to manufacture that, obviously, for that product to manufacture, you will undertake a project, and that project may run for 3 years, for 2 years, or even for 4 years, depending upon the complexity of the project, etc. But ultimately, what you get at the end of that project is that product, which is cheapest, right? You may succeed or you may fail in the project. That's a different thing. But ultimately, the outcome of the project is some product, or it could be some service. All right. So if you are launching a customer care service, let's say you are into a call center business, and then you are providing services to your customers. So there are various such services that you could introduce. And just to launch those services, you could undertake various projects. Or there could be some result ultimately that we may get as a result of the project that we have undertaken. It could be effecting a change in structure, process, staffing, or style of an organization. I have seen sometimes that projects are undertaken so that the structure of the organization may undergo a change. Or for that matter, the process improvement. You must have seen a lot of process improvement projects. So I gave you example of Lean Six Sigma project, which are undertaken so that we can make the process lean, we can enhance the productivity, etc. Or I have seen even the projects are undertaken to reduce the cost associated with staff. So maybe you undertake a project wherein the solution is to put the robotic process automation, RPAs, and through RPA, you are actually cutting down the staff cost. So that's another example of a project. So as to introduce change. Projects are also undertaken for developing or acquiring a new or modified information system. So you are procuring a new hardware or software. So sometimes those are like infrastructure projects. which are undertaken just so that you replace the old hardware, which is no longer supported by the OEMs of those hardwares whom you bought that hardware. Or for example, software. So a lot of evergreening, as I said, sometimes if the software is not supported, you would like to either upgrade that or you would like to change the solution. One of the biggest reasons for this could be the security issues. So you want to protect yourself from the security threats that these days we see coming through. The another opportunity is conducting a research efforts. So we conduct a research efforts, and obviously what we get at the end of that research effort is some outcome. Construction, I think this is pretty straightforward. You're constructing a bridge, or you're setting up an industry, or it could be a big turkey project that you're undertaking, or for that matter, if you are changing any business process. So lots of these examples that you would see here. I hope with this set of examples now, it must be very clear to you that project is a temporary endeavor with start date and end date, and what we get is unique, and that is product, result, or some service at the end that we get out of a project. So what is the importance of project management ultimately? So why we are doing whatever the efforts that we have been talking about, why we are putting in so much of efforts? So project management is all about applying the knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. But in order to apply these knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques, first of all, we need to know which are those knowledge. What is that knowledge? What are those tools and techniques? If you don't know, how would you apply? And that's what exactly we train people on. So this training actually talks about knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. Skills, of course, you acquire as you go on applying the knowledge. But for that, you need to know what kind of a skill set are required. Now, it is also required because there is a cutthroat competition that's there in the market. So if you want to prove yourself that you are different and that you are sharp, and at the same time, you have got those skills that are required to be there, so as to be effective, so that you can effectively manage the project and not the poor project manager for that matter. So how would you be able to distinguish that? So there are certain things that are required here actually. So effective managed project, which actually helps individuals, groups, public or private organizations for a few things for sure. So one is of course meeting the business objectives. So what are the business objectives that you have visualized yourself or that you have actually drawn? So those business objectives will be achieved. So as I said, manufacturing of the cheapest car, if that's the strategic vision with which you have started the project, you achieve that business objective by the end of the project. Satisfy stakeholder expectations. So you deal with n number of stakeholders on the project. Again, depending on the complexity of the project. So how would you satisfy the needs of the stakeholders, the expectations of the stakeholders, the changes that they are requesting? So you'll be able to do that if you do it effectively. And overall chances of success will go up. Most importantly, managing the constraints of project. You'll be able to manage project constraints effectively if you have those skills and if you have that knowledge. And risks is another important key area. How do you manage risks? So you'll be able to learn to manage risks through the different tools and techniques that we'll be covering as a part of this training. Delivering product on time is the key to successful project. As we always say, we have project constraints. Of course, we'll be talking about those. And those project constraints we need to keep on mind and ensure that we are delivering the project within those constraints of the project. When you begin working on the project, you will come across multiple changes from the stakeholders. So if you don't know how to manage change effectively, you will struggle to accommodate that change within the project that you're working on. And therefore, in order to effectively manage project, you need to have the skills and tools and techniques. Poorly managed project would certainly lead to multiple disadvantages here. There could be a failure in achieving the objectives, missed deadlines, cost overruns. We come across these situations, right? Whatever the project budget that is given, I have seen sometimes project manager land up paying more or land up spending more than how much is the budget given. Or there could be a compromise in the quality of the outcome that is being produced. Or they may land up in doing a lot of rework, and rework is a waste and that requires a lot of money. And all these lead to unsatisfied stakeholders for that matter. So therefore, project management is definitely very important, and hence we need to learn the associated knowledge and the skills that are required to manage project effectively. And obviously, we need to also know what are the tools and techniques that are required. And most importantly, we need to be using the right tool and right technique at right time. So that's what is going to be covered as a part of this training. So we'll be covering each and every processes, and we'll be covering each and every tool and technique that is required. Now, if you see project management as a methodology, now each organization I have seen, they have done some sort of a customization. It's not like they may follow whatever we are going to talk about as it is. So there's going to be always a customization. So templates, I have seen every organization will have their formats, will have their own templates. There will be policies around how to manage vendors. There will be policies around how to go about doing the human resource management, etc. There will be certain processes over and above what we're going to cover, which are specific to the organization as well. And there are a lot of guidelines that are available as well. But most important thing is when we talk about a methodology, we're talking about we should be able to plan project properly, monitor it properly, and control the project properly within the organization. And to do that, what is required is going to be covered as a part of this training. So PMP certification training will actually cover the project methodology as a whole, and that will give you an idea about what kind of template I should be using when I when I start working on the project charter, or when I create a business case, how I should be going about doing that, or what policies I should be, bare minimum policies I should be having, right? What kind of a guidelines I need to follow when I'm doing a particular thing. So from project management methodology point of view, these are some of the areas that are needs to be looked into. Now, let's move on to one of the most important points, which is about constraints of the project. So we call it as compensating factors or project constraints. If you ask me how the project manager's performance is reviewed or performance is judged, I would say it's based on how that project manager is overall managing the constraints of project. Because every project will have these constraints. When I'm saying constraints, what does that mean actually? So there are these 6 constraints that we talk about: scope, time, cost, quality, risk, and resources. Now, they are constraints because even if you change one, at least one other will get affected. If you increase the scope of the project, obviously cost might go up, right? If you don't increase the cost, and if you're just increasing the scope, risk might go up and quality might go down, right? At the same time, if you reduce the time, if you want something to be deployed early or finished early, then obviously we need to increase number of resources. If you don't increase number of resources, then it's going to cost you. Either you will not be able to complete all the scope, or you will not be able to achieve the quality that is expected to be there. So you have to play around with these constraints. So effective project manager would know how to deal with these constraints. And most importantly, if there is change to any of these constraints, it's important to go back and update the relevant documents that are being created. So it could be a scope management plan, risk management plan, or resource management plan. So we need to go back and update these documents as well if there is any change to the constraints, right? So from that point of view, these constraints are very, very important to manage. And these constraints needs to be managed from the point of view of the stakeholders. They should also be satisfied, because if the scope is not fulfilled, your stakeholders might not be then satisfied. So how can you deal with a scenario wherein you are behind the schedule? That means either you have to reduce the scope or you have to delay your project by maybe a couple of weeks. So you are in such a situation. Then how would you handle this situation? And that's where the project manager's skills and knowledge will come into picture. So how can you go back to the stakeholders and understand the importance? Is it scope delivering is important as it is, or is it the schedule that is important? Like when I was working on a regulatory project, so from the regulator's point of view, the most important was delivering it within the time, because that timing is most important. Otherwise your company might be fined. You will have to pay the regulatory fines. So from the scope point of view, we had to go back and reprioritize the scope items. So there were certain scope items which were just good to have, so we had to really drop them off. And whatever rest of the scope items, we have then taken them ahead within the available schedule. So what's important here is to understand how you can make use of these constraints to the best of your knowledge, and to go back and negotiate with the stakeholders. All right, so I hope now I have made it clear the most important thing, how to deal with project constraints. And we'll talk about now the project, program, portfolio, and then OPM as well. So talking about project and strategic planning. So let's get started with the project and strategic planning first. So typically what happens, if you talk about a program, it's always made up of multiple projects. And a portfolio would have projects and programs put together. And then that's how ultimately everything is aligned with the organizational goals, objectives, or whatever the strategic plan that is created. So I gave you this example of if you want to manufacture a cheapest car, if that is a vision, high level strategic plan that is created, then probably you might need to run multiple such programs and the projects, because it's a complex project altogether, right? You will have to run multiple projects, and this program would include a lot of components in it. Okay, so component would be, there could be a vendor management activities that needs to be separately handled. There could be activities wherein establishing a plant where this assembly line, for example, where this car would be manufactured. Or for that matter, there could be another component altogether in order to source the material that is required in the cost that we're looking out for. That's another component altogether. So based on these components, then you would form various projects within this itself. So setting up the assembly line could be a project in itself. All right. So procuring the material, right, or sourcing the vendors to procure the material just in time could be another project in itself. So that's how typically happens. You have some strategic guideline, you have some strategic vision or a plan for that matter that triggers various projects and programs, and then all those becomes a part of the ultimate portfolio. At that level, the overall governance is managed. So program and the project management will ensure that the programs and the projects are managed in a right way. So that is very, very important. The most important thing is you need to categorize these programs. So for example, you have the programs which are similar kind of a project should be part of that program. Of course, we'll take example as we go ahead. But portfolio management aligns with portfolios. So what we can do is that probably we can take an example and then it would be in a position, and then we can come back and also see what exactly we mean to say. So this particular example is to understand the difference between project programs and a portfolio. So at a portfolio level, what you're basically deciding is, so that's your maybe strategic plan. You're planning to put up a new line of business in the organization. So strategically, that's what you have decided. So you could run a market research project for that. Okay. So would it be really feasible to go ahead and set up a new line of business altogether? So you're doing a market research activity, which is a separate project in itself. Now, if you see the kind of programs that I might need to create under this portfolio would be marketing. Okay, so when I'm setting up a new line of business, I need to think about how am I going to market that. Then I would also need to think about the application development as a separate component altogether. Then content development would be there. So I would run these three different programs, and under these three different programs, there could be multiple projects running. Like under marketing, I would have a product launch as a separate project altogether. So all the activities that are pertaining to product launch would then be carried out under this project. Or new market development would be another project in itself. So these couple of projects, which are related projects, which are linked projects, would then be clubbed with this component, which is marketing as a program. Similarly, for the application development, I would look into various things as well. Like for example, I would think about a web application, Android, and the iOS based application as well. So then I would club these related projects under this program, which is application development. So this will actually ensure when I complete all these three projects, I'll be able to complete the application development program as a whole. Similarly, in case of content development, so I would need to look for the content. Now my project could be classified based on maybe class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 contents. Okay, so this is just one example, one representation. You could do it multiple ways as well. There are multiple ways to do that. But this is one way which will give me a better visibility, better opportunity to establish a proper governance at a portfolio level, and thereby control what's going on in each of these projects and programs. Now, if you talk about operations, so operations will focus more on the ongoing activities. So operations will come into picture once we launch. So for example, once the application is built and it is launched, then the operations will come into picture. Until then, you are actually working within the project itself or a program. So project and operations may intersect. This is very important to understand actually. So we have seen a project. Now we have seen operations as well. Operation will come into picture once you launch the product or a service into market. And then you start supporting that. Then you start making enhancements, or then you start supporting the customers, etc. So what is important here is that though operations team will take the full control once the product is in the market, but that intersection happens at multiple points. And which are those points where the intersection happens? One is, of course, when developing a new service or a product, you need to involve the operations team as well, so that they would know that something like, let's say, the web application is coming on their way for support. You could also do that when you improve the operation. So sometimes what happens when there is an existing application and then you're enhancing, so again you engage the operations team as well. Most importantly, at the end of the product lifecycle, there would be a proper handover between the project team and the operations team. So that handover has to happen properly, and we need to pass on all the relevant documents to them. And at the end of each phase closure, we need to also invite the operations team so that there is a proper handshake happening and they are not engaged only towards late in the project. So some of these things needs to be taken into consideration. So I hope this example must have given you a fair idea about program, project, and how a typical strategic plan initiate the launch of a program and a project. So project, program, and portfolio is clarified. So portfolio, which is typically at a strategic level. So this is where the collection of projects or programs happen. We have just taken one example here, and they are basically grouped together so that we can facilitate them effectively from overall governance and management point of view, which will ultimately help in achieving the strategic objective. So in earlier example, the strategic objective was to launch a new line of business. So that's how it is. Program is where we collect projects together, and they are definitely interrelated, or sometimes they are interdependent as well. But most importantly, they obtain benefits which are not available from individual components. So if you see, only the web application will not give you as much benefit as even when you add the Android app or iOS. So when they put together, then application development as a program will deliver much more benefits. Multiple interrelated projects needs to be run parallelly. So sometimes they are run parallelly, sometimes they are also dependent, right? So they could be run in series or they could also be run in parallel. Now, projects, they are generally dependent on each other and serve a common outcome. So if you see, typically is that, let's say, class 1 and class 2, there could be a bit of a dependency as well in terms of content, okay, a baselining or delivery for that matter. Or there could be a bit of a dependency between what you're developing as a web application and then Android and iOS. So generally, that's what is observed within the project. So we need to ascertain what's that dependency level, and we need to manage that dependency level effectively as well when you are working on project and programs. All right, so moving from there altogether, so we just covered up what is a project, program, and portfolio, and we have taken one good example to classify this, to differentiate this, and as we progress, we are going to take more examples as well. So organizational project management. So if you see the OPM, so this is specific to the organization now we're talking about. Now this is a framework where we talk about project, program, and portfolio management. All this is integrated so that we can achieve the organizational objectives ultimately. And for that reason, it's basically integrated. How does this work? Now, if you think from the application point of view now, so you have project, program, portfolio management knowledge, and now you're applying it, and that's where the organizational objectives will come into picture. So you have a strategy, right? So we have taken example here that we have some strategy, which is launch a new line of business, all right? And then you decide the portfolio value decisions. Okay, then we have the business impact analysis is done, program and project results are delivered, operations will start here. Okay, the value performance analysis is carried out right from identifying the strategy, because value will start coming in only once you launch that line of business. So programs and projects will be a part of this section, and then there's a portfolio here. Okay, so what we need to understand is that same example you can apply here as well. So in order to achieve the strategic objectives of launching a new line of business, then obviously you are aligning with the portfolio, whichever the portfolio that you're working in. Then there are multiple projects and programs that you're running here. Okay, and once you complete those programs, you will be able to then deploy that to the production team or to the operations and support team. And once they are out in the market, then only the value will start coming in. Then you start measuring that value. So in the beginning itself, you create a sort of the business realization plan or the business benefit management plan, and you try to measure the business benefit against that business benefit measurement plan. So this is more or less the same thing as what we covered earlier. Here we are just trying to put it in the form of OPAs. All right, so let's just move on to PMBOK Guide now. Since we are just talking about PMP certification training here, so we need to also know a bit more about PMBOK Guide and how the PMBOK Guide is structured. So we did cover the high level structure, but there are a few more things that we need to know about PMBOK Guide, especially at the component level, and at the same time, how these process groups, the knowledge areas, the processes, how they are aligned, how they are interlinked. So let's talk a bit more on these quickly. So I'm just going to take you through each and every component very quickly. So project life and phase. So what is project life cycle ultimately? Project life cycle is nothing but contains series of phases. You must have seen, for example, SDLC. So project life cycle, which is software development life cycle. All right. So when the software is built, we go through various phases. All right. So those phases, they happens in series. So we have got a phase called maybe the initial assessment, that is done feasibility, we call it as. So initiation, we can call them as. So then we have requirement, and then we have, of course, you analyze them, you create design, right? So you build, you test, you deploy. So all these are nothing but your life cycle phases. Then the project phase. So project phase is collection of logical related project activities. So you could differentiate between the project life cycle and the project phase as well. So project life cycle is a very generic at a high level. So for example, feasibility is one thing, or analysis is another phase, or implementation is another phase. So from the project lifecycle point of view, the project phase could be requirements gathering. So you have gathered requirements, which is logically based on the activities that you're performing, or design, which is again activity of designing that you're performing. So we can differentiate here, thin line difference that we see. Then these are specific to project, these are very generic. Then we have a phase gate, so which is a review that happens typically at the end of the phase. So once the requirement gathering is completed as a phase, then we produce a document called as requirement specification document, and that is reviewed. So that is my sort of a milestone that I can say that I achieved by the end of the requirements phase, and that needs to be reviewed then, which of course may get modified later if required, but that's fine. Project management process. So this is now, if it is a process, then obviously typically process has series of activities which are interdependent, and then which we perform to achieve a specific objectives. So here also, for example, if you take example of, let's say, a communication management plan. So when we work on the communication management plan, ultimately our objective is to create an approach. How are we going to communicate to all my stakeholders in the project that I'm working on? So that's how typically it happens. The project management process groups. So again, when logically the grouping of project management inputs, tools, techniques, and output happens, so that particular group, you can define it as a project management process group. So in PMP here, we have these 5 groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. So these are the 5 process groups that we have. All right. So of course they cut across all the phases of the project, and they are going to be there actually. So when you are starting right from the feasibility of the project, you would have to initiate the feasibility, you would have to do planning for the feasibility, you would have to execute the tasks within feasibility. So that means these are not phases. What I mean to communicate here is that initiating, planning, executing are not the phases of the project, but these are the process groups, and these process groups would fall in each and every phases. Now, what are the knowledge areas? Now, these are the basically ones that are identified areas of project management. And these are the areas of project management where we basically learn about the different processes, right? We understand the different inputs, outputs, tools, techniques from each of these knowledge areas. So if you talk about any knowledge area, if you pick up, okay, so you would need to then understand what are some of the tools, techniques, and the inputs and outputs. So let's take example here. So I'm also going to give you the idea about some of these examples wherever possible. So I use this as a supporting material, okay, so that we can take some examples. All right, so starting with, let's say, the plan scope management is one of the processes that we talk about here, right? So plan scope management is basically one of the knowledge areas that we talk about, and under that there are inputs, tools, techniques, and output, as you can see on the screen. So these could be the inputs for planning, right? Project charter, then various plans like quality management plan, project lifecycle description, development approach, etc. So these are my inputs to the scope management plan. What tools and techniques can I use when I do the scope management? One is, of course, I use expert judgment, as well as I'll do alternative analysis. So as a part of this training, we take a deep dive and actually come up with examples in terms of how to do the alternative analysis. So we try and cover some of these examples. We actually cover the scope management plan, and I'll be telling you guys, how the scope management plan looks like and what else should be, what are the components of the plan and what needs to be added into the plan as well. Similarly, what do we expect out of this process? So by the end of this particular process, we should get the scope management plan in itself, and we should also get requirements management plan, right? So this is just one example of the project management knowledge area. So scope management is one of the knowledge areas. So this entire training, PMP training, is based out of these knowledge areas. So we're going to cover all these 10 knowledge areas, and under each and every knowledge area, we'll be talking about tools and techniques and inputs and outputs, right? One example I just now gave you. Okay, so this covers all the components. Now talking about life cycle, as you can see here, project life cycle, it would have like you start the project, you do a bit of a planning, then you actually execute the activities, and then you end the project. Now this process group, as I said earlier, will be a part of all these phases of the project, okay? Because for planning, we'll have to again initiate the planning activity, we'll have to actually do the planning, then we have to execute that plan, etc. Right? So that means this is going to be definitely a part of this. There are 10 knowledge areas, right? So for example, communications management, stakeholder management, scope management, right? Risk management, etc. There are 10 of these. And these 10 knowledge areas, we will cover each and every of these knowledge area with many examples and actual artifacts, as I said. Okay, then there will be a phase gate, like we took one example here, project phase, etc. timeline. Okay, so this covers everything that I'm supposed to be covering as a part of PMBOK Guide. Okay, so let's proceed for now. So we have project lifecycle and product lifecycle. We'll just quickly take a look at this. So project lifecycle will have these phases as we already spoke about. So we have a feasibility, analysis, design, implementation, etc. These phases, you could name them based on the industry that you're working on. And this phases, the whole idea of working in this phases is basically that I can certainly look forward to some milestone at the end of the phase. So when I complete feasibility, I would know that whether it is possible to continue working on this project or not. For example, the product that I will be working on, whether there would be market available or not. So as a part of the feasibility study, whether the solution that I will be building, would it feasible to build the solution or not. So all this feasibility study I would do from the point of view of whether it is at all possible to make that product or not. Okay, so all that I would do, again, technical feasibility, business feasibility, so all these aspects will be covered as a part of that. As I said, that project lifecycle is based on the industry that you're working in. If it is just an example, if it is an IT software industry, then typically your project lifecycle would be like requirements gathering phase, analysis, design, development, testing, implementation. These are the phases that we go through. Okay. Similarly, in pharmaceuticals, it will be different. In construction, it will be different. In industry that you are working on, it could be different. But ultimately, at a high level, these phases will give us some framework to work through, and we go on achieving the milestones. And most importantly, these phases will help us in establishing the project governance as well. Now, these phases could be done sequentially or they could be overlapping. So it depends on the phase that you're working on. So face-to-face relationship could vary, as you can see. And if we are doing the overlapping, then it's also called as fast tracking. So there are concepts like fast tracking and crashing. So we'll be covering these concepts as part of the training. And stay tuned. I'm sure you would be happy to know that there are two different ways through which we can actually move the project a little bit faster. So by doing the fast tracking or crashing. So what is fast tracking and what is crashing? The project is what we'll be covering as we proceed. For now, you have to stay tuned for that, right? Okay, so we just covered about the project. Now let's also quickly talk about the product lifecycle and try to understand what is project and the product lifecycle very quickly. Now, understand one thing, the project lifecycle could be a multiple project lifecycle within the product lifecycle. So once you have a product, right, this is a product lifecycle. you can undertake multiple projects. But when you create a product for the first time, so you have one such project that you have undertaken, right, to launch that product, right? So the same example, if we have to continue, right? So let's say you have launched or you have kickstarted that project to come up with a cheapest car in the market. So that was your idea, right? And then you started your project. You had gone through different phases of the project, and then you introduced that car here. So you have taken up one project here, and then your outcome is, of course, the product that you're launching. And then the product lifecycle starts here. So product lifecycle typically goes through these various phases, right? So you have an introduction phase. So car is there in the market, and then since it's the cheapest car, so of course you've got a sales. Then you're in a growth phase, and then after a few years you realize that because there is a competition, a lot of other cars are also coming up, and because even others have started realizing this market, so then the maturity level is what slowly the product starts achieving. This is where you are selling at peak, and then because of the competition, etc., your sales start declining, right? And then gradually you stop enhancement on that product, and then you just sell whatever is selling, and then that's how that product ends. But during this entire product life cycle, you might do multiple projects. So for example, you are enhancing the car by doing the multiple projects. So you're doing the facelifting of the car, right? Or you're doing complete makeover, wherein you're actually doing changes you're doing in the engine. So when you're at a growth phase, you're actually undertaking a project wherein you would like that car to maybe do some sort of changes so that it will appeal to young crowd, young generation, depending on your marketing strategy, depending upon what's driving this growth. You would undertake multiple projects. So you have taken up a project, and the outcome is a cheapest car that you launched in the market, and now your product life cycle started, and within that product life cycle there are a number of phases that you are going through, and then you are undertaking multiple projects within the product life cycle in order to ensure that you keep up the sale of the product as much as possible. So that's typically the difference between the product and the project life cycle. All right, so now let's move on to the next topic, which is about understanding the types of development cycles. Now, I'm sure some of you may have already read about these life cycles. Some of you may have worked on different life cycles. So we'll just touch upon all these different types of life cycles. And I'll also try to give you some generic examples, and we'll try to also take some specific examples. So you may have come across various life cycles like predictive life cycle or adaptive life cycle. And in fact, there are combinations. So sometimes predictive and adaptive way of working is combined, and then it becomes a hybrid life cycle. Apart from that, we also built in an iterative way and incremental way. So we have iterative and incremental life cycles as well. So let's start with the predictive life cycle. Typically, what happens in a predictive life cycle? Now, you'll agree that the best example of predictive life cycle is waterfall, because in waterfall life cycle, what happens is that we do upfront planning. And waterfall life cycle, as you may be aware already, and you may have worked on waterfall way while working on software projects specifically. And if in case you're not working in software projects, then also in the traditional way of working, typically we always do the upfront planning. So we spend good amount of time in gathering requirements, in defining the scope upfront, and based on that scope that we have defined, we come up with the schedule, how much time this project would take to complete. And accordingly, we also derive the cost that is required to complete a project. So that means all these activities we do upfront, and therefore it's a predictive way of working. So the best example is the waterfall life cycle, where we do upfront planning, and then we have these different phases through which we actually go through in order to build that software product. So there are various phases that we talk about as a part of waterfall life cycle, like starting with we initiate a project, then we spend good amount of time in gathering requirements, then we do analysis of those requirements, and based on the analysis, we start working on design part. And on design, again, we create high level design, low level design, etc. And then we start actually build activities. And then we test the software, and then it is deployed for use. So that means all these activities are actually planned well in advance, because we create a upfront document for requirement specifications. Similarly, based on that, we do upfront analysis and planning, etc. So it's absolutely a predictive way of working or developing that software product. And therefore, it's predictive lifecycle, waterfall lifecycle. The another type of lifecycle that we can talk about is adaptive lifecycle. So this is going to be definitely different than the predictive way of working. So here, the detailed scope is defined, but that's defined typically for a particular iteration. Now, this iteration is nothing but a specific duration that we are talking about. The duration of iteration could be anywhere between 1 to 4 weeks. So you may define that in the beginning of your project itself. So let's say in your project, you all agreed as a team that you would like to have iteration duration of 2 weeks. So what you will do essentially is that in adaptive lifecycle, you will define the scope of the product that you're building for that 2 weeks. So whatever that you think you could complete within 2 weeks, you identify that as a scope and then you agree to that. So that means you built those features within 2 weeks in the iteration that is agreed upon. And again, the next iteration, you will pick up next set of requirements or features. So by this way, you will actually go on building the software. Now, the advantage over here is that we have got multiple feedback cycles, because by the end of every iteration, we go back to the customer and ask, what is good in it, what could be improved, etc. So that means we get to adapt as per the requirements or as per the changes that are given by the customers. And therefore, this is change driven life cycle or adaptive life cycle. And this is typically used even on the agile project as well. Now, there is also a hybrid way of working wherein we do a bit of upfront planning and we also respond to the changes that are coming on the project. So it's a combination of predictive life cycle wherein we are doing bit of a planning. Maybe for if it is 1 year project, then you're doing bit of a planning for 3 months. And then you are also building iteratively, incrementally. At the same time, we are showing the demo to the customer, taking feedback, and then building or responding to the changes that are suggested by the customers in the upcoming iteration. So this way, what is happening essentially is that you are not only doing the upfront planning, but also you're responding to the changes or suggestions given by the customer. So this is truly a hybrid way of working, and therefore it's a hybrid life cycle. Now, one of the example of hybrid life cycle could be framework, or discipline agile is one of the way wherein it actually covers about bit of a predictive planning. At the same time, we also adapt to the changes that are shared by the customer. So that could be one of the example of the frameworks or the life cycle point of view, the disciplined agile. Now, moving on to the next two life cycles. First is iterative out of those two. The iterative life cycle, again, here also, as far as the project scope is concerned, we determine the project scope early in the project life cycle itself. And what typically happens in iterative life cycle is that we have these iterations. So development happens within the iterations. And then we go on building the product in chunks, the small chunks. We pick up a small chunk of the product, we build that in iteration. And again, we move on to the next iteration. Again, we build the next set of features. So this is how we kind of go on building over the increments that are produced out of this iteration in a successive fashion. Incrementally, when we work in an incremental life cycle, what happens is basically, again, deliverables here are produced through series of iterations. So in both the cases, you'll find one thing common is iterations. So in iterative life cycle, we built it in cycles. However, in incremental life cycle, we built on the previous chunk or we built on the previous increment of the product. So of course, we'll take an example. Probably, I think I should take you to this example is very nicely explained the iterative and incremental way of working and how we combine these ways of working when we start working in an agile way. So I came across this blog and I found this very useful. And this blog, which is written by Stephen Thompson, and he has nicely explained about iterative and incremental way of working. So for example, if you have to paint Mona Lisa picture in an incremental way, if you go, so typically what happens in incremental, as we just saw, we built it in small chunks. So you just pick up a small chunk, which is in this case, let's say just a face, and then you paint it in this iteration. All right. So if there are 3 iterations, out of these 3 iterations, you have basically painted just a face. Then on the top of that, now this is my first increment that I produced out of this iteration. Now in the second iteration, I'm going to build on that increment and then I'll extend the picture. All right. And in the third iteration, I will build on my previous increment that I've created. And this is how I complete the picture. So in the third iteration, I build the remaining part of the picture. So this is how I actually go on building on the previous increment that I have created, and incrementally I complete. If it is a software product, then you just go on building the features, or depending on the kind of product that you're working on. So this is incremental way of working. Now what happens in iterations? Again, upfront you have decided that you will be building this picture in 3 iterations, and then one by one you just go on enhancing in each and every iteration. So maybe in the first iteration, you have just created a high level architecture and design. In the second iteration, you sort of try to start working on few features, and then you again enhance those features as you move ahead in the third iteration. So in iterative way, we built it cyclically. Okay. And then we just go on, of course, we go on getting the feedback, and then we go on improving upon that as well. So that's how within this 3 iteration, in an iterative way, I could complete this picture as well. So just by changing the approach, the way you work changes definitely drastically. And when you combine both these approaches, then I think this is the best way, I would say, because this is what we do in Agile. In Agile, we build incrementally and iteratively. And therefore, the biggest advantage is that at a particular iteration, we can also think of deploying that product in production, or maybe we can start using those features as well. So as you can now see, in an incremental and iterative way, we not only are talking about the features that we would like to focus upon, but also we are also considering the high level design and the architecture. And then from there, I have started. At the same time, I have also built certain features in the first iteration. In the second iteration, again, I'm going to build on the increment that I've created. At the same time, I am also able to prove my target level architecture early during this life cycle, which certainly helps me, which gives me better confidence when I move ahead through these iterations. In the third iteration, if you see, actually, I'm even better in terms of my design and architecture overall. At the same time, I could complete my feature as well. Suppose if tomorrow I decide to put this just a face paintings, then I should be able to even do that because that is ready. So this is how I go on just building it in iterative and incremental way. And with continuous feedback, it's going to only help me in responding to the changes that are coming through the customers or the stakeholders. So this is how incremental and iterative way of working helps. So if you see the predictive life cycle, if you just remove at this point in time, then rest of this life cycle you'll find we definitely use it in an agile way. Adaptive, hybrid, incremental, iterative, and some part of predictive also we use, as I mentioned, especially when we work in a hybrid way. So this is about the development life cycles. Now we're moving to the next topic, which is about phase gate. Now, if you see phase gate, what is a phase gate? We typically work in phases. We are talking about a project, right? So project will happen through various phases of the project phases. And as a part of the phase gate, what typically happens is that the project performance is always compared with what's documented in various project documents. You will come across documents like business case or project charter, the project management plan or benefits management plan. And we created certain things there. We may have put up milestones of the project over there, or we may have put up how the benefits would be realized on this project once we deploy it in production, once my customer started or start using it. So I need to then compare the performance of the project with what is mentioned in these documents. So as a part of the phase, that's what I do typically. And these things actually helps me in taking certain decisions. We'll of course take the example. But for now, what we'll do is that let's take a quick example of project charter or project management plan. So you may have put up there as a part of the project management plan that you would be completing your requirements gathering, the start date and the end date. And what you will get as an output is requirement specification document. So this is what you have agreed as a part of your project management plan under scope management activities. So when you proceed working on the project, we look back and check as a part of the project performance whether we completed the requirement phase or not. And when we completed the requirement phase, whether my requirement specification document has it been created, has it been approved by the stakeholder or not. And based on the overall progress, then we make certain decisions. Like for example, whether to continue to the next phase. So if in case, depending upon again in which phase you're working. So if it is a feasibility phase that you are at, so you just identified some project idea and then you started working on it and you're doing the feasibility whether can we convert this idea into some product which we can then sell it in the market. So at the feasibility stage itself, you've realized that this can't be materialized, maybe because of certain reasons. So then you may decide to not to continue ahead of it, right? So these decisions are taken based on the phase gates. Another decision could be continue to the next phase. So if your idea is going to work, if it is feasible to be implemented, then you might just work on a business case and then you just start working on a project. So you've just decided that let's just continue working on it and let's move on to the next phase where we actually create a business case and the benefits management plan, and then the sponsor will create that and then we'll hand it over to the project manager who will then work on the project charter. Or sometimes decision could be to end the project. So at the middle of the project, at times, if the business objective itself has changed, then at times it could also be decided to end the project then and there itself. So for example, there was some regulation due to which we started working on a project. However, we realized that that regulation itself is no more now valid, and we don't need to now work on any changes which were triggered as a part of that regulation or maybe the compliance activity. So we could just end the project then and there itself. Or we could just remain in the phase and we could extend it. So if you are in requirements and if you're behind the schedule, or if you're not able to achieve what you have put up as a part of the plan, then you might need to then extend it, or might you agree to extend that plan as well. Or you could also repeat the phase or elements of it. You could extend it, you could repeat it. So these kind of decisions are taken based on the phase gates that we agreed and that we have put up in these documents. These are the project documents, and these are definitely important. So moving on to then the project management processes. So let's try to understand first, what is a process? I'm sure you must have worked on n number of processes. And if you actually see the typical, whenever we work on a process, we always come across there are some series of activities that are mentioned in a process, and we have to perform those activities one by one. And these activities are interdependent on each other. Whenever we work on any process, there is always a predefined objective that we try to achieve. So if it is a requirements gathering process, there is a predefined objective that by the end of this process, I should be able to produce a requirement specification document, which will then be analyzed further in order to create a design of the product which I'm working on. So there is always some predefined objective. Like whenever we even start working on a project, there is some objective that you have on mind. It could be that product, service, or a result as an outcome that we talk about. So that's a process. You take any process, you would always find these characteristics of a process. So whenever we work on any process, we always have few things that we need to really take into consideration. Like there would always be some inputs to the process. When we work on a process, we need to refer to some of those inputs. Then we always use certain tools and certain techniques, which actually helps us in working through that process efficiently. And we always have some outcome, so which is certain outputs that we get at the end of the process when we complete that. Let's take a quick example. For example, you're working on a process which is the scope management. So as a part of the scope management process, for example, you would refer to certain inputs, which could be the project charter or project management plan or quality management plan or project lifecycle descriptions that are given, the development approach, etc. All this is given as a part of your project management plan. You would also refer to the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets so that you can get ready-made templates as a part of the OPA or organizational process assets. So these are the inputs that I would refer to when I will start working on the scope management. Now, what kind of tools and techniques can I use? One of the tool and technique that I can start using is the expert judgment. So I can identify those people who have gathered scope or who have worked on the scope before and who are kind of subject matter expert or who have got good number of years of experience into that. And I'll try to take their judgment. I'll try to take their views on this. I'll try to take their inputs on this. So the expert judgment could be a very simple and yet very useful and something which we can do quickly as well as a part of the technique. The another thing that we could do is the alternative analysis. So I can always look for what are the different alternatives that I have in front of me and then what I could do. All right. The another simple tool I could use is conducting meetings. So I could conduct meetings with my stakeholders to find out what are their expectations out of the product that we are building. And even I could run surveys, I could run questionnaires. So there are so many different techniques and tools I could use in order to gather requirements as a part of the scope management. And what I would get by the end of it, what output can I expect at the end of this process is, of course, the scope management plan. So I would have a scope management plan which I can refer to in order to understand the overall approach to the scope management in the project that I'm working on. What I would also get is the requirements management plan. How am I going to manage requirements overall? So it could be even the requirements which keeps coming even after we kickstart working on the project. So how am I going to manage them? What is the approach that overall I have agreed or we have agreed as a team on this project? So this is just one quick example. So whenever we come across a process, always remember you'll always find certain inputs which needs to be used in order to get started on that process. We'll always need to use certain tools and techniques which will help and make our life easier and make that process efficient. At the same time, there is always going to be something that is expected by the end of that process, which is nothing but your outputs. So what is that output that I'm expecting by the end of this process? I should be knowing that upfront. So that's about process. And of course, we are going to learn more about process as we proceed. We are going to cover 49 processes which are part of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. And as a part of the examination, we should be aware about all these 49 processes and what happens within these processes. What are the different inputs, outputs, tools, techniques that we use? And at times it might sound confusing, but once you understand the context, then you'll be able to relate it very easily. So from there, we are going to actually move on to a bit of a different topic, which is tailoring. Now, this topic has been introduced as a part of the 6th edition of PMBOK Guide. It was not there earlier, and I completely appreciate the fact that PMI has decided to put this topic as a part of the 6th edition. The reason is that as a project manager, especially, this is very, very important. This is where we get an opportunity to implement and practice the knowledge and skills that we have learned over the period of time. Tailoring, what do we do typically in this tailoring? So this is the area where we actually select an appropriate process, tools, inputs, outputs, techniques, life cycle, based on the kind of project that I'm working on. So it could also depend on the kind of project constraints I will be coming across or kind of governance expectations on the project, the culture, all right, or for that matter, the customers I'm catering to. So project manager is the one who will be ultimately doing this. And for that, project manager need to collaborate with multiple stakeholders in order to ensure that the process is tailored based on these factors that we just discussed. So every organization will have their own project management methods to suit them and provide additional tailoring guidelines for individual projects. And bigger the organization, I have seen the complexity goes up. And especially there is a lot of demand, there is a lot of need from the governance point of view. So if you do not manage or if you do not tailor your process well, you might land up getting into a trouble. So it's very important that you need to tailor the process based on the kind of project that you're working on, kind of constraints that you are handling, and kind of governance requirement that you would have on your project. So to give you an example, let's say we were working on a project wherein the complexity was very, very high because there were multiple stakeholders involved. Not only that, there were stakeholders involved from different time zones as well. So we had to use certain tools which will help us in ensuring that all the stakeholders are collaborating well, because that was our biggest challenge. And hence we started using a tool which is actually a Confluence and Jira. And that helped us in ensuring that even though our team members and the stakeholders actually are distributed, but still we were able to perform the task smoothly. And we had to make use of also the various tools, as I mentioned, from Jira and Confluence. As far as the collaboration is concerned, we had to use, of course, the video conferencing, movie, and some of these tools which actually helped us in coming together during the meetings and the discussions. At the same time, even if you are working out of some time zone wherein there is no overlap happening, but still whatever the activities that you have completed are always updated, so that when the other person start working, the other person would know what all things that person is supposed to start working on. So this kind of a tailoring really helped us ensuring that we sell smoothly, even though the complexity in the project was a bit on a high side, especially with respect to the distributed teams and distributed stakeholders. This is just a quick example, but as we go ahead in this training, we have taken some more example, and based on the context, we have actually discussed out some scenarios as well, and what we could use, what could work better, etc. We have discussed as part of this training as well. So let's move on to what we discussed some times ago about the process. Now let's understand about the project management process and its group. So as I mentioned, the project management, as far as the PMI is concerned and the PMP is concerned, so there are certain process groups that you may have read somewhere, or if in case you have already started reading about PMBOK Guide, then probably you may have already read about these 5 different process groups. And these are nothing but initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. These are the 5 process groups that we have as a part of the PMBOK guide. And this process group would encompass, there are almost 49 processes. And these are like mapped to the 49 processes, as I said. So, for example, initiating would have 2 processes, planning 24, executing 10, monitoring and controlling 12 processes, and closing has only 1 process. One important point here, which we need to really remember and understand, is these are not the phases. Sometimes it seems as if these are phases. So, for example, we initiate a project, then we do planning and we execute, and then we monitor and control and we close. But remember that these are not the phases. They are also called as domains of project management from the PMI or from the PMBOK guide point of view. But actually, these process groups will be a part of each and every phase. So for example, if you take a phase, let's say requirement gathering is a phase. So we initiate requirement gathering. Then we do planning about how are we going to do or how are we going to gather requirements. Then we execute. That means we actually go and maybe do interviews, or we run surveys, or we have focus group exercises, etc. So that's the execution part of it. And throughout this, we also monitor and control, because we have a requirements management plan, right? Or we have a scope management plan, and then we see how whether we are performing as per the plan or not. So we have a monitoring and controlling happening as well. And once we complete it, then we close, which is nothing but we actually look for what output did we get as a part of the requirement management process. So maybe you've got a requirement specification document, you got a requirement management plan, etc. So then you are good to close the process. So this is just a quick example, but you must have realized that all these process group can fit into each of these processes, each of the phases, I mean to say. So these are not phases, but these are just the domains, and this fits into various phases of the project. Apart from the process groups, we also have knowledge areas. So initially there were 9, but now we have PMBOK guide. The latest, in fact, the previous edition itself added the new knowledge area, which is stakeholder management. So now we've got 10 knowledge areas. So starting with integration management is one of the biggest, in fact, amongst these 10 knowledge areas. Then we have scope management, schedule management, cost management, quality management, resource management, communications management, risk management, procurement, and stakeholder management. So as you can see here, the various processes belong to these knowledge areas. And I'll give you another view, which will also help you in getting a fair idea about how these knowledge areas and the process groups and the different processes fit. And this will gives us a larger picture about the knowledge areas, process groups, and the various processes. So as you can see here, these are the process ones that you see here in the column. Leftmost column is nothing but the different knowledge areas, and the ones that you see at the top are nothing but the different processes that we have. So initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. And then there are these 49 processes. So just to give you one example, so for example, project integration management would cut across all the process groups, because when it comes to integration, we are integrating the activities that we are performing, right, or the processes that we are performing as a part of these various process groups. That means project integration management is definitely one of the biggest knowledge areas. Then scope management would have mainly planning part and bit of a monitoring and controlling, as I mentioned. Schedule management, however, will be mostly planning and a bit of a monitoring and controlling. But if you see, closing is the smallest one, so it has only one process in that. All right. So this is how the 49 processes are mapped across these process groups and the different knowledge areas. So I am sure this must have given you a fair idea about what all we have to study as a part of the exam. So as a part of the examination, we'll have to study how these process groups, how these 10 knowledge areas and 49 processes they are interlinked, and we need to also go through all of these processes and we need to understand them one by one. As far as this training is concerned, this training is organized by knowledge areas. So you'll find each and every module in this training is based on the knowledge area. So we'll be starting with, for example, a module on integration management, right? Then we'll be moving on to scope management. Likewise, there are various modules on this training which are based on the knowledge areas. So from there, so we've just saw a bit on process groups, then knowledge areas. Now let's talk a bit on processes. The various processes that we just saw, there are 49 of them. Now, there are a few things that I just wanted to highlight about them. So you'll find these processes, which sometimes they're used only once or at a predefined point kind of in the project. Example could be project charter or close project or a phase. So if you see the project charter, so once you create a project charter in the beginning of the project, then you just keep on referring to that. You don't have to, unless there is impact, you don't modify it. But of course, you go on modifying it if in case there is an impact. But once you have it for the whole project. And that is something which kind of empowers you as a project manager and also gives you an authority to use all the resources that are required on the project. Now, similarly, even the close project, if you see, there is only one process, that's it. So it is just used during the last phase, which is nothing but closing. Similarly, you'll find there are certain processes which are performed periodically. One of the example could be acquiring resources. Now, resources are required on the project throughout. So whenever we acquire resources, we need to refer to this process. Or for that matter, conduct procurement. We need to work on conduct procurement activities as and when we need to engage, for example, vendors, or as and when we need to procure certain machineries, or you need to buy some licenses from some OEMs or some vendors. So that means we need to keep on performing procurement related activities throughout the project. So these are periodically performed processes. On the other hand, there are certain processes which are to be performed on a continuous basis throughout the project, like define activities. So you'll find we need to keep on defining activities as a part of each and every process. You'll always have activities because if you see process will have different activities which are interlinked. So that's one example. Another one is monitoring and controlling activities. Again, these activities you'll find, if I just go back here and you'll find monitoring and controlling activities are part of almost all the knowledge areas. So these activities will need to be performed on a continuous basis. So this is a bit on the processes that we're going to cover as a part of this training anyways. All right. From there, we are going to move on to project management data and information. Because while working on project, you will be gathering lots of data. So you should be knowing, you should have some strategy in place in terms of how are you going to deal with that data? What kind of information, what kind of a metric should I be preparing? So let's take a look at this. How does this work? Most of the times I have seen that on project, unless you're a very small company, there's always some PMIS that is used, which is project management information system. It could be, for example, the one that you may be using already from Microsoft, which is MS Project, or it could be from CA Technologies, Clarity. So whichever the tool that you're using, or it could be simply Excel based PMIS tool that you are using currently in your project. So whichever the tool that you're using, typically what happens, all the work performance related data, it's captured as a part of the tool. So right from the planning activities to executing the activities and capturing the actuals and maybe completion of tasks, etc. All this information is captured through this tool, which is PMIS tool, whichever the tool that you're using actually. Now, based on that data, we'll have to actually come up with the work performance information. And for that, what's typically done is that the data is collected from various controlling processes. It's analyzed, context, and it's integrated based on the relationships across areas. So you'll find that data is gathered, let's say from cost point of view, from schedule point of view. If I have to give you quick two examples. So how are we doing in terms of cost? How are we doing in terms of schedule? So we also take into consideration the cost performance index, schedule performance index. So are we ahead of the schedule or are we behind the schedule? Are we overspending or are we underspending? So typically all this information is kind of analyzed based on the data that is gathered. And then we create different work performance reports. Now, these reports are then shared with the team, with the stakeholders, etc. Now these reports, there are certain standard report formats also. Again, the reports will have information about against the project management plan, how are we performing. So that's what typically the report information would have. So again, from the schedule point of view, from the cost point of view, from the scope point of view, risk, etc. So all these constraints typically we need to represent in a very concise and a succinct manner in report, which is then shared with the team as well as with the management. Now, if you see this particular diagram, you'll find that we gather all the data through the PMIS, then we work on the performance information, all right, so which I gave a few examples, and then we create reports. These reports are then shared with the team, all right, with team members as well as the stakeholders through the project communication management. Now, whenever there is any project change that is introduced, it goes through the project change control. Now, the project is change, whatever the change that is incorporated at any point in time in project, either it is approved or rejected. So if the change is approved, again it will go back to executing process and the same thing will happen. And all this information is again shared with the team member and the stakeholders. So this is what typically happens with respect to data and information on the project, because there is lots of data, there is lots of information that's available, and we need to analyze it. We need to ensure that we are making use of it effectively and we are communicating it to the right people at the right time. And most importantly, we are also taking certain decisions in order to take some preventive and corrective actions. So that's the most important thing from the data point of view. From there, we are now going to talk about project management documents. Now, especially from the business side, you will find a couple of documents, as I mentioned earlier as well, the project business case and the project benefits management plan. These couple of documents which are developed by the sponsor, and where the project manager's responsibility will come into picture is aligning project plan or business case or benefit management plan, charter, even for that matter, the project success measures, organizational goal, and most importantly, tailor some of these documents so as to align to the program business case. And that's where the project manager come into picture in order to establish that overall alignment to the business case. Because ultimately, that business case and the benefit management plan is the most important document from the business point of view. So whatever the activities that are performed on the project needs to be aligned to that, so that in turn it will help you achieve the ultimate objective of the business. And that's where the project manager come into picture. Now we'll also take a look at the interrelationships of how the need is assessed and some of the critical business project documents. Now, this is important from a high level point of view as a project manager. Sometimes I have seen that not everybody has this view, but it's good to have this view. So as I mentioned, some need assessment may have done based on which business case gets triggered and then business management plan is created. So if you take a simple example, let's say you are working in some service line or some line of business, and suddenly you decide strategically that you want to move digital. Okay, so there is some need assessment that must have done, that all the competitors, they are digital, and it's important that we also need to move on the digital platform. So that's the need assessment that is done. Then you create a business case. So if you have to move digital, what kind of a business case, how much, what are the options, what are the various alternatives that are available, and what is the best possible alternative, and what kind of benefits would we get once we implement the solution that we have chosen, can be then captured as part of the benefit management plan. So once this is agreed at a business side, then these two documents are prepared by business sponsor. The sponsor will work on the business case and the benefit management plan and will give it to the project manager. The project charter is also prepared and given it to the project manager, because then project manager is authorized to use different resources on the project. At the same time, he is then formally engaged on the project. So actual project activities will kickstart from once the project charter is in place onwards. So before that, whatever the activities that happen are basically categorized under pre-project work activities. So right from that idea generation or sub-need assessment to coming up with a business case, or for that matter, then writing business benefit plan, etc. All these are nothing but the pre-project work. Now, these pre-project work is important because ultimately this is the one that will trigger the project. And then once we have a project charter in place, then we kickstart the project activities. So then you will come across various the preparation part of the project. So you would also work on the project management plan based on the project charter, and then you would typically carry out your execution of the project management plan activities. And once you complete all the phases, then you will close it. So this is how typically some of the key documents would fall in through these various phases and through this project lifecycle. Now, what we'll do is, as an example, we will take some of these documents and we'll just try to learn about them, what all these documents usually contains. So starting with the project business case. So if you see project business case, what would it have? Of course, I'm going to show you the actual business case so that you will get a fair idea. Now, then moving on to the project business case. So this is what we were talking about. So business case will typically have, again, need assessment, which we just referred to. There are various evaluations criteria. It would have even some pre-project work activities. Most importantly is project success, how it's going to be measured. At the same time, how can we maintain it throughout the project? And of course, the recommendations, go, no go, various business need, what are the various problem areas, why this project is triggered or would need to be triggered ultimately, what are some of the goals or root causes, etc., and recommendations, etc. So the best thing that I'm going to do is that I would rather take you through very quickly the business case itself so that you would get to know exactly what all things are covered as a part of the business case. So this is just the example of the business case for some project, and I'm just going to read through this, not everything of course, but only the key things so that you can understand and you can relate to what we just spoke about, the business case, the key points. So talking about executive summary. So for this business case, so for example, this business case outlines how the web platform project will address current business concerns, the benefits of the project, recommendations and justification of the project. The business case also discusses detailed project goal, performance measure, assumptions, constraints, alternative options. So that means I come to know that this project is about web platform project. So what was the issue the business was facing due to which this project is initiated? Because of an expanding client base, Smith Consulting has moved to a decentralized business model over the last 2 years. As we continue to support more clients in more locations, the administration of our workforce has become more difficult. Until now, many of our internal requirements, such as reporting, payroll activities, resources management, have been done via agency legacy mainframe systems. So, in a way, this gives us an idea about why this project was initiated. So, basically, there were a lot of decentralized activities that are performed, but now they wanted to centralize it. Obviously, there's a cost benefit as well. So what are the anticipated outcomes? Moving to a centralized web-based administrative platform, which will not only give ease of operation, but also will save cost. What are the recommendations? Of course, there are various options and alternatives were analyzed to determine the best way to leverage technology to improve the business process and reduce the overall cost within Smith Consulting. The approach described here allows us to meet our corporate objectives of continuously improving efficiency. This is very important. What is objective ultimately? All right, objective here at a corporate level, in this case, Smith Consulting has this objective of improving efficiency, reduce cost, and capitalize on technology. So there is some technology already in place. So can we capitalize on that technology and achieve some of these business objectives? So I'm sure this must have given you a zest of idea about the problem area, why this particular project is initiated, Smith Consulting's overall objective, and how this is aligned to that. Justification: the migration of payroll and other administrative function from the legacy mainframe system to the web-based platform will result in great efficiency with regards to company resources and business process. So here we are talking about mainly efficiency. And if you see, you must have noticed here, this particular project is straight away aligning to the organizational goals and objectives. So in this case, one of the goal is, of course, efficiency gains and cost saving. And this project of moving on to the web-based platform is completely aligning to that. Another important thing that here we need to really focus on is the what exactly are we expecting? What kind of benefits are we expecting? So here very objectively it is mentioned 15% reduction in overhead cost in the first 12 months, 10% decrease in employee turnover in the first 12 months, 50% immediate decrease in time to generate weekly and monthly financial reports, etc. So very objectively, we need to capture this data so that we can start measuring it. So this would also then be a part of my business benefits management plan. When we'll talk about it, then I'm sure you will be able to relate it to this as well. Business case analysis team, so who are going to be involved. Then what is the problem statement? I'm sure now we are clear with that at a high level. What will be the organizational impact? So for example, this is another area which will give us an idea about with this project, what kind of a changes would happen, what kind of impact it would create on technology, on people, on structure, etc. So let's take a quick example here. The WP project will impact Smith Consulting in several ways. The following provides high-level explanations of how the organization, tools, processes, roles, responsibilities will be affected as a result of WP project implementation. Okay, so for example, process. With the WP project comes more efficient and streamlined administrative and payroll process. This improved efficiency will lessen the burden on managers and provide autonomy to employees in managing their administrative and payroll tasks and actions. So that means there is a change in process. Earlier, this was done by the managers. Now it's going to be done by the employees themselves. So there is an impact clear cut on the process. This was just one example. There's going to be impact on roles and responsibilities, even technology point of view, hardware, software, etc. Then how the technology migration will be done. So you will put the overall approach, what phases you would follow. What is the overall project overview? Again, you will put that, description, etc. And most importantly, again, the cost, what kind of cost your project would incur. And even from the performance point of view, this is another area where I would like to just spend a few seconds. So this talks about some of the key resources like reporting, timesheets, software and system maintenance, and staff resources. So this is where the performance enhancements will come into picture. So these are the areas of focus that the team has identified. What kind of assumptions? Now, assumptions and constraint, we need to also highlight very clearly. Assumption is all staff and employees will be trained accordingly in their respective data entry, timesheets, and reporting tasks, because this involves employee performing these activities which were performed earlier by the managers. So that means we need to train the employees. So the assumption is that training would happen on the platform that is being created. Project constraint will be there are limited IT resources available to support WP project and other ongoing IT initiatives. So that means there is a very clear cut impact on the resources which could hit the another constraint, could be cost or could be quality if it's not managed effectively. Then project milestones. So what are the milestones? So again, you can mention about the various phases, completion of these phases, and maybe some of the key outputs that we're expecting. What is the strategic alignment? We already covered this. So this project is strategically aligned in terms of, as you can see here, improve the record keeping, new technology. So again, from technology point of view, and from even the workforce retention point of view. Cost benefit analysis of the solution is done, and you have to recommend the best solution. So it could be migration onto the new platform, so buy or build it in-house, so whatever the option that you decide, etc. Okay, so this was just one example of the business case. Now there is also a business benefit management plan. Now again, I would like to relate it to the business case, and some of the pointers that were given in the business case we can certainly relate even this to. But you may use whichever the template that is available in your company, because every company would have their own OPAs, as I mentioned earlier, organizational process assets. So one of the things under OPA is the organizational standard templates for benefit management plan. One thing that we need to remember under this is even though you create plan well in advance, but the benefits will start coming once your product is introduced in the market or once it is live and used by the users, etc. That means the real benefit management plan will be active. First of all, even though the project is completed, still the plan will be active, because once the project is live or the product is live or it's in the market, you will start measuring the benefits and start comparing the performance against what's captured as a part of this plan. So what typically it would contain the target benefits. So whatever the benefits that I mentioned, for example, 20% cost reduction by the first 12 months, or employee staff reduction of 15% in the first 2 years, etc. What is the strategic alignment? In this case, we just saw the strategic alignment to the cost saving benefit or efficiency gain. Time frame. So what are the time frames? So again, very clearly it was mentioned within 12 months, within 2 years, within 3 years, etc. Who is the benefit owner? So for each of these benefits that were mentioned, so we need to identify who is going to owe those benefits and how those will be then tracked. So what is a metric to track those benefits? Again, within that also, we can mention if you come across any assumptions or risks. Likewise, you can create this plan, and the project manager will ensure that the project activities are also aligned towards this plan. All right, so these were the two documents mainly from the business side. Now, once these documents are in place, then project sponsor will hand over the project charter to the project manager. So project charter will typically include your high level scope items, the background, the context behind why this project is initiated, bit on a business case, etc. Who is a sponsor? Who are some of the key stakeholders? What are the phases that are involved on the project, etc. Some of that information, including what is acceptance criteria. Apart from that, you would also have in the project charter things like what is my start date and the end date for each of the key milestones that I've agreed to or with the stakeholders, etc. Then who are my signing authorities? Who is going to give me sign off on some of the key milestones when I go on achieving them? Then a bit on cost, whatever is mentioned as part of the business case. But stay tuned. I'm going to show the project charter example, the actual project charter as part of this training, and I'm sure you will be able to then relate it to the project charter better. And that example is definitely good. That's the project charter of the actual project. Then project management plan is another document which I'm going to show you, which actually contains various subsidiary management plans like scope management, risk management, quality management. Apart from that, how are we going to manage the schedule, stakeholders, etc., etc. So the project management plan is nothing but I would say it's comprises of all the different subsidiary management plans which I just now mentioned. So in short, this will also have how the project is executed, how it is monitored and controlled, etc. So all that is going to be a part of your project management plan. Now, how the project success is going to be measured ultimately, because you're doing that project so that you'll get some benefit out of it. Now, how are you going to measure those benefits? There are various ways which we can use. So one of the way could be the project success could be measured if you complete the project within constraints, like you achieved all the scope, or you completed project within schedule, or within the given budget, or whatever the quality parameters that are agreed with the stakeholders, or you optimally used the resources on the project, or you managed risk effectively. So that means one of the way to measure the success of the project is how well did you perform on some of these project constraints. And if in fact I did mention that earlier as well. If I have to measure how successful is the project manager, or what is the performance of the project manager, how do I measure that? One of the ways through which I'll measure it is how well the project manager is managing these project constraints. So one of the ways through which we can measure the project success is whether I'm able to deliver the project, whatever the commitments that I have made to my clients or customer, whether I have delivered those within the budget, schedule, at minimal risks, okay, and issues, etc., etc. So that is one way of doing it. The another way of doing it is, of course, achievement of the project objectives in itself. So, for example, the project objective is it could be some benefits that we are committing to. So, benefit would come once that project or product, whatever the outcome of the project, we talk about either a product or a service or some result. Once that product is out in the market, the benefits will start coming by selling that product. Or once that service is out in the market, that service will enhance the customer satisfaction. So that's the objective with which we started working on the project. So it could be financial, it could be non-financial. For example, achieving better customer satisfaction could be non-financial because it's difficult to really measure it, not be 100% tangible really. I mean, there are ways through which we try to quantify, but it's not fully tangible. Also, if we move to the desired state, maybe you're working on a change project and then let's say you had a traditional mindset and then you're moving from that to the agile mindset, to the mindset of responding to the changes which customer is demanding so that we can perform better in the market. So if that was a project and then if you achieve that objective, then that is your success. Or contract fulfillment. Okay, so you are obliged to some contract to the government. Sometimes there are commitments which are made to the government that out of the findings could be non-compliance issues or whatever, depending on the scenario that you are in. And then you initiated that project as a result of that, and you could achieve the benefit such that you're now confident that you have started complying to those non-compliance things that you have identified. Okay. Apart from that, there are also other things that are mentioned in terms of quality or that project could be governance compliance. So that project is initiated as a result of some regulatory compliance activities, and then you successfully completed that, and it was done well within time, so that now you don't have to pay a fine. Okay, so whatever the fines or regulatory fines that we talk about, you have avoided that. So that's a cost avoidance, which is one of the objectives that you achieve. What is defined by the stakeholder? So sometimes, as I mentioned, in the project charter, we also put what is the acceptance criteria for this project. So when this project would be successfully completed. So what's the success criteria that is being agreed between you and the business, and how you decided to measure it. So all this you mention anyways as a part of the project charter itself, and what can be the impact if you don't do that. So whatever is defined against that, you could measure it. Another thing is how to link it to the organizational strategy and business results. So as we took this example of the WP Smith Consulting's project that we were talking about, the WP platform. So in that case, that project was completely aligned to the organizational objectives of achieving the cost reduction or gaining efficiency, or for that matter, the employee retention, etc. So even that is another success criteria of the project. Continuous business alignment, okay, is definitely the most important thing. So I have seen that many times whenever we talk about the project success measurement, we always revolve around scope, cost, and time, but it's definitely beyond all that. We need to also factor in a lot of other things that we just mentioned over here. In today's tutorial, we are going to talk about some of the basic aspects about the project management. I'm sure you must have few questions like what is a project, what is project management, what are some of the advantages of project management, what skills are required for project manager, project management phases, project knowledge areas and processes, and of course some of the PM methodologies. So in today's session, we are going to talk about all these agenda items one by one. What is a project? I'm sure you will agree, and you must have read it, that project is nothing but a temporary endeavor that we have undertaken or that we undertake in order to achieve a output, and that particular output is nothing but a product or a service, or we get some result by the end of that project. So project will definitely have a fixed timelines. So whenever you undertake any project, you will have a fixed start date and a fixed end date. I still remember during my early experience into project management, I was working on a market research project for one of the pharmaceutical companies. So the project was conducted in a particular region and with a course team of people going into the market collecting the data. So that project was spread across for 6 months. So it had a start date and end date, and of course it had a predefined objective. So project always have some timelines associated with it. Apart from that, project will always consume certain resources. Now when we talk about resources on project, the project will consume resources not just about the human resources that we talk about here, but also the other material resources, or for that matter any other resources that are associated with the project. It could be even for that matter the money, it could be the human resources, it could be material resources. Depending upon the type of project, the kind of project that you're working on, the resources will be involved. For example, in this case, on our project, of course, we've had a team of 6 people working on the market research project. So definitely material resources were involved, as well as the human resources were involved. Apart from that, there was also involvement of the money. So budget was associated with for those 6 people to travel across multiple locations within the region and reach out to different target audience in order to gather the data. So that is just one small example. Project also uses certain tools because project involves n number of activities. In order to perform those activities, it's important for us to use certain tools. At times, it depends on the complexity of the project as well as the presence of the team across regions. If you have team members spread across regions, then it's also very, very important for us to use certain tools which will help us in collaboration of these team members. So there are certain special tools and techniques that are required to be used on the project. If the project is small, if the team is small, even I have seen projects are performed by using simple tool like Microsoft Excel, or for that matter, we can also use certain templates can be created even on the Microsoft Word. And of course, we can use email as one of the media to communicate. Apart from, of course, the most important communication should be the verbal communication. So we need to use definitely certain tools. But if we talk about a complex project, then definitely a lot of things needs to be also involved into executing a complex project, because number of activities will be more, number of stakeholders will be more, and that project could be a part of some program, in turn some portfolio, and it is strategically aligned to the organizational objective. So considering that, it's important to then use the relevant tools in order to be more effective and more efficient as well. Obviously, when you will execute the project, you will always have team of people working with you. Now, when we talk about team of people working on a project, we talk about a team which is truly a cross-functional team. I don't expect only people from the same function to be a part of the project, obviously. Like if you're working on an IT project and you're forming a team, obviously you would need people who can perform various activities as a part of that project. So you will have people who can do the analysis, who can work on requirements, who can do the system analysis, who can do coding, testing, deployment. So all these functions needs to be integrated. And then we need to form a team which is truly a diverse team, which is truly a cross-functional team, which will help you in fulfilling and completing all the project activities, whatever is relevant based on the kind of project that you're working on. So definitely, to summarize, if you talk about a project, as I mentioned, project will always have certain timelines, a start date and end date. Project will consume resources, material resources, human resources, and the other resources. Project will use certain tools depending on the complexity of the projects and number of people involved. And obviously, project is executed with team of people and even with different stakeholders. So if you talk about projects, why do project get started? And I'm sure that was the question which was, I can see here in the question panel put up by Ram, that what are some of the reasons in order to initiate any project activity, or why should we be initiating any project activity? So thanks, Ram, in fact, for asking that question. So let's understand some of these reasons. One reason could be demand in market. As I gave you example of the market research project. So it could be decided that to analyze the demand in a particular market. And once you analyze the demand in a particular market, then you would launch a product. So the example that I was quoting was basically a market research project that was undertaken for a pharmaceutical company so that they can launch a pharmaceutical product into that market. So team of people was basically working in that region in order to in order to analyze the demand for a particular pharmaceutical product. And once there is a demand, then obviously you would go ahead and launch that product into that market. So project could get initiated as a result of demand in the market. Sometimes you would manufacture certain products because the demand for that product is increasing in the market. For example, it could be in automobile markets, you may have come across the cars which are more affordable in the range of anywhere between 2 to 5 lakhs. So certainly you will find that the market for such a cars is rising. Reason is obviously the demand for these small vehicles, these hatchback vehicles, is certainly increasing. As a result of which, you may undertake a project to manufacture or to come up with or to launch a new car altogether in the market. It could be a strategic opportunity as well. So you could strategically decide at a company level, you may be working in a healthcare sector and now you want to expand into pharmaceutical sector and launch certain pharmaceutical products in the market. So you could seek that as an strategic opportunity as well and put money, and obviously then you would convert that resource into something which is tangible and you will tap that opportunity in the market. So you are basically entering into a completely new line of business, and that was the strategic decision that you have taken. It could be due to the customer requirements. Typically, you'll find in IT projects, once you launch a certain applications and once customers start using that applications, you will get a lot of requests in order to enhance that application based on the current usage. And then you undertake enhancement projects. And those enhancement projects are essentially conducted or essentially completed or done so that we can incorporate those features which have come as a result of customer requirements. So those are like additional requirements that customer would like to see in the current product. Projects are also undertaken if there is any change in technology or if there is any advancement in the technology. And you may have seen it a lot. Like typically in IT project, I have seen teams they changing the entire technical landscape from one technology architecture to the other technology architecture. Maybe because then it becomes much more easy to maintain. It becomes easy to scale. It becomes easy to stabilize. Like I have seen many projects are moving on to cloud-based platform, or projects using the analytics, or projects which are undertaken so that they can move to the new technology which is more intuitive to use. So technology advancement could be also another reason why projects are undertaken. Or it could be legal requirement. I worked on many projects which were initiated as a result of the legal requirement, compliance requirement. Like there was a project we were basically working on certain reports to be furnished as a bank to the regulators, and those reports needs to be furnished every year, every 6 months, every month, every quarter. So the project was initiated in order to create an application through which we can gather all the data from the input systems and analyze the data, create the reports, and then submit it to the regulators. So project could be also initiated as a result of some legal requirements. These are some of the reasons definitely why do we initiate the projects. Now why project ends? As we discussed earlier in the previous slide, that projects will always have a start date and end date. So why would project end? Certainly a couple of reasons you would find here. One is of course project objectives are achieved. So for example, if I have undertaken that project for some legal requirement, now I have completed that project, it's launched, and that legal requirement was only for one time or maybe twice in a year, and now it's no more required. So that means that particular project's objective is achieved. Now we can end that project. Or objective won't be or can't be met. Sometimes I have seen projects are initiated, but they are like scrapped in the middle itself because those are no more required. The objective is sort of maybe challenged by the organization. It could be obsolete, it's no more required. You could come across such a scenarios as well. I came across very big program wherein it was aspirational program in one of the big and a complex organization. The idea was to integrate many applications together and see everything at one place. It started, but the scale of the program was so high that it couldn't sustain longer, and that whole program had to be stopped. So even though we started with some vision, but we couldn't achieve that, and precisely due to which we had to really stop working on that programs. So you'll find you will come across such a reasons why sometimes we need to just stop working on a particular project. The another confusion that people might have is to understand the difference between project and some of the operation activities. Let's quickly take a look at the difference between project and operations. So some of these things we have already covered. Like projects are temporary. It has a start date, it has end date. So it's a temporary endeavor which is undertaken, as I mentioned, in order to produce some product, result, or to provide some service. Projects have defined start date and end date. That's another thing which we already spoke about. Tasks are unique to a project. So every project outcome that we get is a unique. So when you undertake a project, you are basically creating an outcome which is a unique product, a unique service, or some unique result that you're producing by the end of that project. Project is also undertaken in order to have achieved a unique goal. So there should be some unique goal which is actually drafted in the beginning of project. It's predefined. As I mentioned, the goal could be to identify the potential in the market. Goal could be to fulfill the compliance or a regulatory requirement of a bank for which you have undertaken a project. So you will always have some predefined goal, and then you undertake project based on that goal. So these are typical characteristic of a project. So when we undertake a project, you will definitely be able to relate some of these characteristics to those projects. However, if you look at the operation activities, they are completely different. The operation activities are more routine in nature. Those are more ongoing activities and the processes that needs to be performed. And mostly they are repetitive, they are cyclical. You will have to perform those activities maybe every week or every month or every year, sort of that. Those are cyclical activities. And the whole objective of undertaking or doing the operational activities is to sustain in the market, is to sustain the business. Let's take a quick example. You are working on IT application or IT product. Now you've created that product and you launched it in the market. So once you launch in the market, people start using it, customers start using it. And then you'll have to also kick off the operations activities so that you can start supporting the product which is being used by your customers. And then your operation activities will begin. When customers start using the product, I'm sure they might come across certain incidences, they might come across certain issues, they might come across certain problems while using the product. Then they will raise those problems, those issues as an incident, and it will be assigned to you, to the operations team, and then it's investigated and then it's fixed. So those are like operation related activities which are going to be part of the product. Once the product is launched, then the operation activities will begin. However, project activities will stop once you accomplish a project to launch that IT product. So then project is ended. What will start is the operation activities. So key here is to make sure that there is a proper handover between the project activities and the operation activities. And therefore, you will find that the operations team work very, very closely towards the end of the project. Not only that, these days, we ensure that the operation activities or operation team members or operation team is involved very early in the project activity itself, so that they would know what project are we working on and what product are we creating. So both the activities are certainly important, project as well as operations, but they certainly differ in terms of why they are performed as well as the certain characteristics that they possess. From there, let's move on to project management. I'm sure you must have questions. What is project management? We saw what is project. We saw the difference between project and operations. Project management is nothing but application of the processes, methods, knowledge, skills, your experience to achieve objective of unique project, whatever the project that you're working on. So once you start applying that knowledge, then that particular process is called as project management. So possessing that knowledge is not certainly enough. You may be PMP certified, or you may be aspiring to become a PMP certified, or for that matter, you may have experience of 10 years or 15 years, and you have gained quite a lot of knowledge over the period of time. But if you are not applying that knowledge, then it's of no use. And that's where the project management comes into picture, because it gives you some framework in order to apply that knowledge effectively. And that will then gives us a lot of benefits, which we are going to talk about very soon. So it helps in properly carrying out all processes that are involved, starting from the conception till the completion of project. Any project when you undertake, if you're developing a product for the market and you are undertaking a project to manufacture that product or to come up with that new product, then obviously you'll have to conceptualize the idea. So you may be doing your hypothesis testing. You may be doing your idea generations. You may be doing your finalization of the ideas. So you're basically conceptualizing about that product. You're trying to come up with some concept, some idea. So from there till the time you complete the project successfully, all these gamut of activities are carried out with n number of processes. And this requires you to know about how to perform project management. And then once you start understanding that, and once you start applying that knowledge, then that whole thing will then becomes a project management. There are 6 P's of project management. I'm sure you may be aware that we also say the 6 P's of presentation. So similarly, there are 6 P's of project management. So proper planning prevents poor project performance. Many of you will agree with me that planning is one of the most important stage in project. Now, planning could be done upfront. The whole project planning could be done upfront, or it could also be done in an adaptive fashion. Planning is also done in a rolling wave fashion. So there are different ways to do the planning. Definitely, traditionally, people used to do planning upfront and they used to try to stick to that plan. But these days, with agile and with a lot of changes that happen on the project, it makes all the more sense for us to do the adaptive planning. So we have to do adaptive planning, and we have to do upfront planning as well. So that proper mix of it is certainly very, very important. But many times I have seen that people mentioning that planning is a waste of time. But trust me, when you do the planning properly, you will actually save time when you go ahead with your project. So make sure that you have a proper plan in place and all the stakeholders are aware about that plan. It's very well communicated, it's thoroughly reviewed, and it's approved by the sponsor and the key stakeholders. And I'm sure that will certainly help you in preventing the poor performance. Because once you have a plan, then you'll be able to do the monitoring and controlling activities effectively. But if you don't have a plan, then what are you going to monitor on the project? So it's very important and crucial for any project manager to make sure that there is a plan available on project that the person is working on. Let's move ahead and talk about the another aspect on the project. So many times you'll find that you must have heard about this word constraint a lot on project. So traditionally we used to talk about these four constraints. It started with triple constraint, and we talk about now the four constraints, but I actually added a few more. Let's talk about what are those a bit later. But for now, let's talk about these four constraints that you see here. Now, what is a constraint? Constraint is nothing but if you change one thing, at least one other thing will get affected. So for example, time. So as we saw just now, that project has a fixed start date and a fixed end date. So there is some duration through which we execute that project. But what about the duration if it gets affected? If the duration has been reduced suddenly, what will happen? So if there is change in time or schedule, obviously at least one other constraint of the project will get affected. Your cost might go up because you will have to put more people, or your quality will get affected because now you have less time to deliver more, or you will not be able to complete all the scope which is being agreed with your customer. So constraint is nothing but if one constraint changed, then at least one other will get affected. So we started with these four constraints, triple constraints initially, and then we've added one more. So time, scope, and cost was there. We've added quality as well. But if you actually see, there are a few other constraints as well on the project, which we should be aware about. And that's nothing but the expectations. So if you see the project management diamond, so we started with triple constraints on project, and now we talk about diamond. And I would also prefer to add a few more here. So one of the things could be risk. Risk is also a constraint. So for example, if your budget is reduced and the scope items are the same, then obviously risk will go up because you will not have the budget left to take care of the risk on project. So risk is another constraint that we talk about. Apart from that, resources is also a constraint. If you don't get enough resources to work on project, then obviously you may not be able to complete all the scope item, or you may not be able to work efficiently in order to achieve your project within schedule. So resource could be another constraint as well we can look at. So it's time, cost, quality, scope, resource, risk, and I also look at customer satisfaction as one of the constraints as well. Because customer satisfaction is not achieved if you'll not be able to deliver project within schedule and within budget. So it's very important for us to also make sure that we achieve the customer satisfaction. So if any of these constraints are not achieved, then obviously your customers will not be happy. And therefore, it's important to also look at customer satisfaction as one of the constraints. So if you ask me how effective is the project manager, I would rather see how effectively the project manager is managing the constraints of the project, and based on which the effectiveness of the project manager would easily be determined. All right, so with this, now let's move on to advantages of the project management. There are certain advantages of the project management, and we'll talk through some of those advantages. To begin with, when you will do the project management in a proper way, by proper planning, by following the proper phases, by following proper processes, etc., you will certainly get these advantages. The first one is better efficiency. When you will work by using the proper framework of the project, you will be able to produce the outcome with better efficiency. That means you know how to effectively use the resources of the project and how to optimally utilize those resources in order to get better outcome and more outcome. That means your efficiency will certainly go up because you have done the proper planning. You have planned for the resource utilization properly. And that is what is covered as a part of the project management. So project management will in turn help you in enhancing efficiency. If it is a construction project and if you're utilizing certain machineries, and if you do not have proper plan in place to utilize those machineries when and how much, then obviously you will not be able to optimally utilize that. But you will be able to utilize those machineries and have a better efficiency on the project, provided that you have a better plan and provided that you are executing it effectively and you know how this whole project management activities works. So certainly better project management will help in better efficiency gain as well. It will help in improved customer satisfaction. Needless to say, as I mentioned just now, that if you are able to manage the project constraints effectively, imagine if I'm a project manager and if I managed everything effectively in terms of the scope of project, I delivered what my customer was looking for. I delivered that within the schedule. I delivered that within the scope. The quality was not compromised. That means my customer got what he or she was looking for. So if I managed all these constraints effectively, then obviously there will be a better customer satisfaction as well. Ultimately, customers will be happy when they get what they're looking for and when they get that within time, within budget, and the risks are effectively managed on the projects as well. There will be enhanced efficacy as well. So efficacy, we talk about effectiveness. When you are applying the project management principles and processes, I'm sure you'll be able to work effectively on the project. So effectiveness is what you will be able to enhance by having the better project management application of knowledge, skills, processes, principles, etc. So if you talk about effectiveness, what exactly does that mean to you? So whatever you're doing, you'll be able to do that effectively on the project because you know how to do that, because you have a framework with you, because you have created a plan, because you know how to, for example, monitor budget. So your effectiveness will be better when you have created a proper plan and you have also been able to monitor your budget properly. You're using certain tools for that and you're tracking the actual expenses. You're also using certain tools like, for example, the cost performance index, the schedule performance index, etc., in order to take preventive and the corrective decisions based on how your indexes are performing. So obviously your effectiveness of executing the project will also go up. Better teamwork. Because you have a framework in place, you'll be able to mobilize resources effectively and you'll be able to achieve what's the goal of the project. Because what will happen as a result of having everything documented, you'll be able to align the goal of each and every team member to the ultimate goal of the project. So if the goal of the project is to manufacture a car which is costing less than ₹1,00,000, then obviously you'll be able to align the goal of each and every team member working on that project to that ultimate vision and the goal that you have seen for yourself. So you'll have a better teamwork as well. Greater competitive advantage. So the biggest advantage with effective project management is that you'll be able to produce what you're producing much earlier than your competition because you're controlling your activities well. And that will certainly give you a competitive edge. And if you go to the market early, obviously you'll be able to tap market early. If you take example of, let's say, research and development projects, and I have seen research and development projects, they goes year on year. They are very long duration projects. But the key is how can we complete that project early by effectively using project management practices and launch that product as early as possible in the market so that you can reap on the benefit of being early in the market. So for that, obviously project management practices will help us. Service expansion, you'll be able to expand your services into various areas as well by effective project management. Increased flexibility. What will happen? By better planning, you'll be able to also have proper buffers in place. You'll be able to also bring in that flexibility in the plan in place so that if there is any change, you'll be able to accommodate that change. So you can offer that better flexibility to your customers by doing the better project management. Risk management will be done much better way because you will have a risk register, you will have risk owners, you have done the qualitative risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis, you are able to prioritize the risk, you are able to calculate the monetary value of the risk and associate the budgets if required to the risk. You'll be able to decide the risk response strategies, when to transfer the risk, when to avoid risk, when to accept it, etc. So you'll be able to do risk management effectively. Quality will be enhanced, it will be improved. So when you will do project management, obviously the outcome that you're producing, whatever the product result or that process that you're producing, will be able to deliver what your customer is looking for. Most importantly, it will be fit for the purpose, whatever the purpose for which you have designed or you are creating that outcome. I'm sure it will be definitely be able to meet the quality expectation of the customers. So from there, we now move on to the next important part, which is understanding what skills are required for project manager. If project managers will have to effectively implement the project management processes, then what are some of the skills that the project manager should possess? The most important one definitely is communication. Over 90% of the time, you'll find project manager communicating through some tools. It could be just by sending emails, it could be push communication, pull communication, it could be status reports, it could be attending meetings, communicating about the risks, prioritization, negotiating, of course, collaborating with the stakeholders. So communication is certainly very, very important skill that is required in a project manager. Another thing is, of course, leadership. Now, whichever the structure that you have in your organization, be it a metric structure or be it a typical hierarchical structure that we see or a functional structure, you will always have leadership is definitely required. So even your team members who are working on your project with you, whether they report you or not, but still you need a leadership. Leadership doesn't mean that you need to have always a reportee and then only you'll be a leader. No, everybody can be a leader in themselves because we need to influence other people, right? So you need to inspire them to perform, to do the job. And for that, we need certainly a leadership. You need to direct them. You need to also ensure that everybody's vision is ultimately aligned to the product vision or the project vision that you're working on. Team management, effective team management is important. So project manager should be a people person so that he should be able to empathize with the team effectively. He should be able to understand what team needs. These days, for example, we talk about servant leadership. So we expect the project manager to be a servant leader to the team so that whatever the team needs, and if that is required to be there, obviously the project manager is the one who is supporting the team in getting necessary resources at the right time. Negotiation skill is very important because you're negotiating with your stakeholders, you're negotiating with your customers, you're negotiating with your team. So everybody, it's really important to have a good negotiation skill so that you'll be able to create a win-win situation. It shouldn't happen that you're too submissive or you're too aggressive. You'll be assertive, and whatever the decisions that you're taking, ultimately, they are helping and they are basically supporting in achieving the project goals and the objectives. Personal organization. So that's another important thing. You should be able to also understand as a project manager, you should be able to understand yourself well. You should be able to have a emotional intelligence, right? You should be able to manage risk effectively at the same time. You should be a good risk manager. Some of the points I just now mentioned about risk management as well. Now, these skills are certainly required from the soft side, and from the hard skill side, obviously you need to have the relevant domain knowledge, technology knowledge, so that will be an added advantage. Even if it is not mandatory, but if you have the relevant domain knowledge and technology knowledge, that will give you certainly an edge over others when you are discussing, when you are solving problems, when you're interacting with your stakeholders, etc. Okay, so let's just quickly understand about the various project phases. Whenever we undertake a project, obviously we'll have to execute the project in a structured manner. And to bring in that structure, what will also help us is the project management phases. So we begin with the initiation activities. Once we are clear with that, we do a planning. Once our plan is approved, we start working on the plan, we execute through it. While plan is under execution, it's important to continuously monitor and control. And once all the key activities are performed, then we need to close the project phase. So these are the typical phases, but your project phases could also depend on your domain you're working in. For example, if you're working in research and development, your phases could be a bit different. If you're working in software, then your phases could be a bit different, like typical SDLC or software development lifecycle as we talk about. So we begin by initiation, then we have got requirements gathering, we have design. Before design, we do analysis, and then after design, then we do coding, testing, etc. So those are the typical phases that we talk about. If it is agile, then it's totally different. We do in iterative and incremental fashion. You may be following Scrum, or you may be following some other scaled agile framework, etc. So phases could differ, which is fine. Whichever the phases that you decide and agree upon within your organization or within your team, that should be fine, as long as everybody is aware about what are those phases and what are some of the key milestones that we're going to achieve by the end of the phase. For example, initiation phase is where basically a decision making will happen. So this is where we identify a project to work upon, and we do some of the initial activities as a part of this phase. Of course, we'll talk about some of these activities a bit later as well. During planning, essentially what is done is we basically create a plan. We create a plan not only the point of view of the activities, the milestones, but also we see to it that how are we going to stick around the budget, stick around the schedule, etc. So all of that we factor in, and then we start executing it. And that's where we break down the scope items into tasks, and then we start picking up the task and we start executing those tasks. Then comes monitoring and controlling phase, and this is where we just compare it with the plan that we have created. So if it is a 1-year project and if we are already in third month, then we compare it with the plan. So by third month, where we should be ideally and where we are. So if there is any gaps, then we try to identify that, and then we take corrective actions. Closing phase is where we basically essentially we close some of the project activities that we are working on. When I said some of the project activities, in the sense, some activities where we may have involved vendors, some activities may have been done by some third party. So we need to identify everything, all the activities that we need to close, and then formally we also do the contract closing, etc. Let's get on to it, in fact, and let's just go through one by one and try to see what are some of the key activities that we perform as a part of each of these phases. So starting with initiation phase. So as you can see on the screen, the first thing is, of course, well-defined scope statement. As a part of the initiation phase, we need to first understand what am I supposed to working on. So if you are working on a project wherein you are producing some IT product, and that IT product is, let's say, for digitizing the customer experience. So let's say it's a bank and you're working on a digital project wherein whoever comes to a branch, they have to fill out the application form, and you want to convert that application form into the digital experience, wherein it's not only going to save your paper, but also your customers doesn't have to visit the branch, and they can just fill out this application form and submit it by sitting at their home. So it's basically nothing but digitizing the whole experience to the customer. So what's the actual scope statement? So we're providing the digital experience to the customer so that we're going and we are moving towards the paperless banking, and we're trying to capitalize on the technology that's available today. So you're understanding the scope statement very well. What is expected? Which forms needs to be digitized? Is it just the home loan, personal loan forms, or are we also digitizing some other forms that customer needs to furnish or submit it? And then we identify the stakeholders. So who are my stakeholders? Okay, so it depends on, again, if it is a multinational bank, then obviously it's going to be different than if it is the bank which is operating only within one country. So depending upon whether the project is a regional project, it's a national project, or it's done globally, based on that, your stakeholder list may vary. You need to start working on that. Then we'll have to ensure the resource availability. Now, once you understand the scope of work, if you have decided that even if it is a global project, but you would like to do the pilot in a particular region, and once that pilot is successful, then you will roll it out across. If that is the understanding, then obviously resource availability would be accordingly taken care of or would be accordingly placed. Now, as a part of the initiation phase, what's also important is to have a proper goal. What is my goal ultimately? Now, goal, there are several ways through which we write a goal. And we always say that goal should be smart. Not only it should be smart, but also it should be clear. Now, many of you may have already heard about SMART goal. It should be specific, measurable, attainable, or achievable. It should be realistic. It should be time bound, or it should be timely. Similarly, when you work on a goal, it should also be collaborative. It shouldn't happen that there is goal, but people can't really relate to that. We should be able to get along everybody, all the team. Limited, emotional, appreciable, refinable. Let's take a couple of examples so that we'll be able to relate it to this. Now, there are certain examples here. These are like bit specific examples. To increase the net income by 10% by the end of third quarter 2018, for example. So by this goal, I would get a better clarity in terms of what is the expectation. So in this goal, it's very clearly mentioned that we have to focus on increasing the net income. By how much is by 10%? By when is by the third quarter? By which year is 2018? So we could be a bit more specific over here, right? The other example could be to decrease auto claims cycle time from an average 12 days to 8 days by the March 31st, 2019. So this is another good example wherein we're very clear about what do we want to achieve by the end of that project. So if you want to reduce the cycle time, but cycle time by how many days and by when do we want to reduce the cycle time, etc. So if the goal is clear and smart, then it becomes much more easier to relate to. Like as we say, clear C is for collaborative. So it should encourage your employees to work together in a collaborative fashion. So if I know, if there is a clarity that I have to increase income by 10%, then I believe this will give a lot of insights for the people to why we should be working collaboratively, because there is a goal, we can relate to that, there is a good clarity over there. Limited, goal should be limited in both scope and duration. So here also, as you see, scope is very clear. They want to just reduce the cycle time. Okay, so scope is definitely very, very clear and limited, and there is also a duration attached to that. It should be emotional. So people should be able to establish the emotional connection, and that will also help us in capitalizing on the employees' energy and passion with which they work. So emotional angle is equally important here. Appreciable. Large goals should be broken down into smaller ones. So if you come across any goal which is complex and which is large, maybe you would like to break it down into the smaller goals. As I was mentioning some times ago about digitizing the entire banking experience, that's a very big vision. So if you just start applying, or if you just start executing or start working on this, it will be very difficult to execute. But if you just break it down that I want to digitize the customer experience for the retail banking. So all the retail banking customers who comes to the branch and visit the branch and may fill out certain forms in a physical way. Now I would like to use maybe the tablets or maybe the computers by putting up there in the branches so that people can come and fill up that. I can save on paper, and it'll also give a lot of convenience because same thing could be done even by sitting at home. So I'm trying to break off some of the complex things into bit simpler ones, which are easy to execute and analyze. It should be refinable. That means set goal with headstrong and steadfast objective. So it's very important for us to ensure that if required, I should be able to refine my goal. I should be able to change my goal. I should be able to amend it, modify it. If something which we can't amend or modify, then it's very difficult to stick around. So that's another characteristics of the good written goal is what we talk about. So we just now spoke about the phases. As part of planning, of course, we talk about all of these things. The goals will come as part of the planning. So once we have initiation activities, once we have got the clearly defined scope, and then we get into the planning, and that's where we agree to what exactly we want to achieve and by when do we want to achieve, and we have got everything documented in the form of plan, and then we start executing it. And this is where your actual team will come into picture, because now it's time for us to start working on some of the key tasks as part of the plan that we've all agreed to execute. Then we have to do assignment of the tasks to the resources. So we have got resources, we'll assign the task to the resources, and they will then start executing those tasks. At times, we might need to also reach out to some of the other enterprise teams. The enterprise teams could be procurement team, it could be finance team, it could be human resource team. And why do we need to reach out to them is because if I want to procure something on the project, I can reach out to the procurement team, the finance team, and try to procure things for my project. In the digital project example, I might need to procure, maybe I need to onboard certain vendors because it's going to be a new experience to me and I don't have that expertise. I would like to onboard few vendors who can provide us that expertise. It could be even the new technology. So I want to explore the new technology. It could be Google Cloud, or it could be the Amazon Cloud, or it could be, even for that matter, the Azure platform, which is another from Microsoft. So it depends on what exactly I would like to do. So for that, I need to also engage the procurement. And then what's most important is, as a project manager, I should be able to direct my team. I should be able to manage the execution effectively by continuous monitoring. And that's where your tracking system will come into picture. These days, I've seen mostly we use tools. So it could be MS projects, or it could be Clarity from CA, or it could be even simple Excel sheet, or it could be, if it is agile project, then you could be using certain workflow management tools, Jira, or for that matter, whichever the tool, version 1, Rally, etc., which you would be using. And that's where the task assignments will come into picture. The continuous tracking will come into picture, because these tools will actually help you in continuously tracking as well. On an ongoing basis, we'll have to also organize certain status meetings. Now, those status meetings could be organized with the team on a weekly basis, and maybe again at a program level, at a portfolio level, it could be done at a fortnightly basis. Maybe initially the frequency could be more, but as we go ahead, it could even reduce. And then we'll have to also, based on the progress, go on updating the project schedule. And if required, we need to also modify the plan. So your plan should be flexible enough to be able to amend it as per the current progress. So that's where we need to also engage some of the stakeholders. You might need to take certain approvals in order to amend your plans or update your plans. Moving to the next phase, which talks about monitoring and controlling. And this is where some of the key matrices will come into picture. And these are the key performance indicators, or KPIs, as we talk about from the point of view of project objectives. So are we really close to achieving the project objectives or not? So is the digitization happening in the retail banking now with maybe those 5 forms or those 10 forms that we identified or not? What is the quality deliverables? So are we meeting the quality standards? So if it is the IT projects and you're working on the applications, what about the defects? Are we identifying defects, and how frequently are we identifying defects during the development cycle? So is it being identified during the development, or is it being identified at a later stage during testing phase, or the unit testing phase, or user acceptance testing phase? So even that will certainly matter a lot. Cost tracking. So you would also need to do the cost tracking on a regular basis. So this is where you will be able to also use some of the techniques like earned value management, or EVM. So you will come up with the schedule performance index, cost performance index, and will be able to manage the cost and schedule, right? And effort tracking. So again, how much effort was committed by the team members and how much effort is actually booked on the project. So even certain tools can be used in order to track the efforts on the project, and of course the performance of the project. So overall, how are we faring with respect to the budget, with respect to the schedule, with respect to the risks that are there on the project, the issue handling? So all of these aspects will certainly be looked into when it comes to measuring and monitoring the key performance indicators. Then we move to the last phase, which is a closing phase. And this is a phase where we, of course, we make sure that whatever we produced is verified by the customer and is agreed, is accepted by the customer. Because each of the requirement that we work on will always have some acceptance criteria. So we'll have to ensure that the customer is involved into proper verification. And once it is verified, that means we are good to go ahead and close the project. Then we'll have to also look out for if there is any contract with any of the vendors. So how can we close those contracts based on the terms and conditions that we agreed? And some other activities with respect to project closure needs to be performed, like completing certain documents, arranging the PIR, which is a post-implementation review, So some of those activities would also be a part of your typical project closure activities that we do. So these are just high level activities, but we of course perform a lot of processes as a part of some of these phases, and we'll go through them at a very high level today. The knowledge area and processes. Now, since you all are aspired to become the certified project managers by completing your PMP certification successfully, so it's important to learn about knowledge areas and the processes that are being put up or that are being published through PMBOK, which is the official guide by the PMI. So in PMBOK, you'll find there are 10 different knowledge areas and there are 49 different processes. So if you count these processes, there are 49 of them and there are 10 knowledge areas. And of course, there are process groups. So those process groups will be your initiating, your planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, closing. So these are the process groups, and all these knowledge areas and processes, they are actually going to be a part of these process groups and the knowledge areas. So maybe I would like to just very quickly show you this. This is where all of the process groups and the processes will come into picture. So there are total 49 of them, as I mentioned, and there are 10 knowledge areas, and these are the process groups. And you'll find each of these process groups and the knowledge areas, there are various processes which are cut across into multiple knowledge areas from each of these process groups. Okay, so let's take a look at this very quickly. We'll not be able to really go through this in detail. Of course, we have limited time, but certainly we'll be able to just take a glance of some of these knowledge areas and processes. So let's start with the integration. So project integration is one of the biggest knowledge areas because this is where we perform some of the key activities like developing a project charter, because project charter empowers the project manager. So it's important to have a project charter in place. We start working on the project management plan because project management plan will also contains a lot of other subsidiary management plan from scope point of view, schedule point of view, quality point of view, risk point of view. So that's another important one. Then once we have a plan in place, we start executing the plan. And that is where the directing and managing project work will come into picture, because this is the process wherein we start executing the plan that we have agreed. And once we are into execution, it's important to continuously monitor and control some of the project work. Why control is required? Because if we are deviating from the plan, then we need to obviously take corrective actions. So if we are overspending, then we need to see how we can reduce the spend by taking certain corrective actions. Perform integrated change control. While working on project, you will also be given a lot of other things than you agreed initially in the form of scope. And those things or those changes could be due to what's going on currently on the project based on the customer initial understanding of the overall progress, or it could be involvement of the customer into maybe prototype reviews or demos, etc. So all that put together will certainly lead to certain new changes, and how to manage that is covered as a part of this as well. And integration management will also cover closing the project activities. So as you can see here, integration management is a big piece because it cut across all the process groups. Then scope management. This is where we'll do the planning of scope management, how to collect requirements, how to define scope based on that, and then break down the scope items into smaller items as a part of the work breakdown structure, which is WBS. And once we have that in place, we need to also ensure that we validate scope, right? So we need to have that traceability in place so that what we are building is in line with what is being agreed between you and customer, and how we can control the scope as well, so that scope creep should not occur, and you have got any change that comes in is managed effectively. Then moving to the time management. So this is where we again start working on planning schedule management activities. So once we have a schedule management plan, so we then define the activities. So activities are derived out of the scope items that we have worked upon. Once we have activities that you're going to perform on the project, you will have to sequence them, right? So without sequencing the activities, you would not be able to understand what needs to be done first, what needs to be done second, etc. So it's very important to sequence those activities. And then you will estimate for each of the activity how many resources are required, as well as you will estimate how long would that activity take. And then based on all this information, you'll come up with a schedule. and that's called as develop schedule process. And once we have a schedule in place, then what's important is to control that schedule. So all this happen as a part of the time management as a knowledge area. Moving to the cost management, this is where we learn about planning cost management. So of course we create a plan for that, and then we go on estimating cost. So how do we estimate cost for each of these activities that we have listed down? How much would be the cost for that? So it could be the bottom up estimation that you could do, and based on the cost that you have estimated for each of the activities, what you would then do is you'll determine the budget. You will just roll it up, you'll calculate how much would it take, and based on that you will determine the budget, and then you'll have to then control that budget once we have it in place. The quality management will take care of the quality management plan, whatever is being agreed between you and customer in terms of quality, and whatever is your quality commitment needs to be captured over there. And then we'll have to also perform certain processes like performing quality assurance activities, so that it's like what you are building is better quality. So that's very important. So quality assurance will make sure that you are building the quality in the product. And then of course you will control quality. So for example, if it's a software project, you will make sure that you will follow the coding standards so that the code quality is better. You will follow techniques like refactoring so that you are removing the duplicate lines of code or unnecessary lines of code, etc. So all that will make sure that what you're producing is a good quality code, which is bare minimum required to execute that program, and in turn end to end develop that functionality. Human resource management will cover your planning aspect first of creating a human resource management plan. And of course, the other things is how to acquire human resources on the project, how we can develop them, providing them training, and then how we can manage them throughout so that we can retain them. And obviously, how we can make sure that people are happy on the project, they're motivated, etc. Communication management plan will talk about, of course, creating the plan in itself, what to communicate, when to communicate, whom to communicate, what to communicate, and what's the media to communicate. So is it going to be a meeting? Is it going to be an email? Is it going to be a push or pull communication? So what are the communication channels that we're going to use? So all this data will be captured there. Once we have the plan in place, then we need to manage and control it effectively. Then comes the procurement management. So this is where again we'll be able to come up with the procurement management plan upfront, and then we just execute that plan. So what have you decided to outsource to the vendor? How much of it? And then which vendors, how to select them. So all of that will come into picture. Then you start conducting the procurement activities, and of course you will control it. And once the project is over, then you will do the closing of procurement, which is nothing but contract closing. Risk is another important knowledge area. This is where we understand about, of course, we create the risk management plan. And then most importantly, we upfront define how are you going to identify the risks? How are we going to do qualitative and quantitative analysis of the risks? Again, whatever is the organizational process assets as a part of that, you may have already defined the quantitative and qualitative way of doing the risks analysis, and there must have been some template already in the organization. So the same template could be used here. And then you do the risk response planning. So for each of the risks that are identified, you do the prioritization, and then you do planning. Which risks you need to mitigate, which risk you need to transfer, which risk you need to accept, because there is mitigation could cost you more than accepting the risk. And then periodically just go on reviewing that plan so that you can control risks effectively. And the most important, the last but the most important one is the stakeholder management. This is where we capture about how are we going to identify stakeholders, right? And how are we going to manage the stakeholders effectively? So different stakeholder management strategies needs to be captured over here in terms of stakeholder engagement from the point of view of power and interest, right? So from the point of view of influence of the stakeholder and how much is the power to the stakeholder, etc. So you create those grids and you try to control your stakeholders through those grids. Some stakeholders you need to manage closely. Some stakeholders you need to just keep them informed about what's happening, all right? So depending on the influence and the power of the stakeholder, you need to take those decisions. And then of course, this way you should be able to control it. So this cover all the 10 knowledge areas and 49 processes that we are going to study in detail as a part of the PMP certification training program. So this brings us to the next slide, and this talks about methodologies. So what are some of the methodologies that we can think of in the project management? Since we are talking about the project management, you need to have a proper governance in place, you need to have a proper processes in place. There are certain methodologies which actually helps us in ensuring that all this is being followed effectively. And you will come across many of them. Now, this is not really in ranking or anything of that sort. This is just kind of a list. So starting with Agile, because these days we talk about Agile a lot, because Agile will certainly help in delivering better business value. And it'll also help in identifying issues and defects very early in the cycle. And then in turn, it gives a lot of opportunity and time for us to fix those defects and, work through those. So Agile is definitely one of the most popular methodologies these days. Waterfall was there once upon a time, and even if it is still there, it's not bad. Wherever things are clear upfront, no changes are expected, not too many changes are expected. Feedback loops are not required too frequently. I think even waterfall also gives you good results, maybe provided that all these things are there. But typically in software projects, we have seen that many times we work on the complex adaptive systems, and where things are like from technology point of view, from requirements point of view, there is a lot of uncertainty, and that leads to a lot of changes being introduced in the project. Scrum is one of the agile methodologies, and it's very, very lightweight. It's described only in 18 pages. And Scrum is such a methodology wherein it actually helps us in bringing in good governance within team, because it has got fixed time boxed iterations, as well as there are certain fixed ceremonies that we do. So Scrum is definitely one of the most popular agile methodologies. And then we had rapid application development. During early 90s, it was introduced. In fact, rapid application development involves, or RAD involves, a lot of prototyping and taking early feedbacks and building on that. So definitely it was very, very effective at that point in time. And in fact, Agile evolved out of rapid application development, was definitely one of the inputs, I would say. New product integration. So again, how to integrate new product, specific attention is given over there. Prince2 is another methodology. Again, there is also a certification that's available for Prince2 for those who are interested. So certainly that's also available. So this talks about projects in a controlled environment. It's another structured project management method, right? And this will certainly give a lot of emphasis on managing and controlling the various project stages. So there is a proper training on Prince2 really. So I don't think so right now we need to go through all of that. Kanban is another methodology within Agile, but Kanban is definitely very old. It was tried first time in Toyota production system, and from there it has become so much popular these days that it's used in even portfolio managements and even scaled Agile frameworks. And it's very simple yet very powerful methodology. The whole objective of this methodology is to make things visible and create the flow of work and make it visible and control the work in progress. And that actually helps us in identifying the bottlenecks and try to reduce the cycle time or lead time, etc. Six Sigma is definitely another methodology, and it's more statistical in nature. It's heavily used in the industries where things are tangible. We can measure it and apply the statistical tools. And this way, we'll be able to then understand the as is state, and we can certainly move on to the to be state that could be enhancing the productivity or reducing cost, or for that matter, maybe the depending upon, for example, if it is a call center, so how can we reduce the average call handling time, etc. So Six Sigma is definitely old and a popular one. DMAIC is one of the methodologies within Six Sigma, which is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So these are the phases within DMAC. It's called as DMAC cycle. And when you follow Six Sigma project, you actually implement DMAC cycle. So you would then understand how does this whole thing work. And outcome mapping is another one. So outcome mapping actually focuses a bit more on, of course, planning, monitoring, and evaluating. Some of these are important activities, and mainly from the social change point of view, this is where the outcome mapping would come into picture really. So these are several of them methodologies which are available out in the available to all of us to use. And of course, each one of it has its own advantages and disadvantages.
Welcome to PMP Integration Management webinar. So the agenda of this webinar is to understand what is project integration management is all about, and having the overview about integration management and the processes which are part of integration management. So project integration management. Project integration management is one of the knowledge areas in the PMP project management framework. So project management practices, project management framework, where PMP being a best practice well accepted across the globe, has 10 knowledge areas defined, 5 process groups defined, and 49 processes defined in the latest edition of PMBOK. So project integration management being one of the knowledge areas includes the processes and activities to identify, define, combine, unify, and coordinate the various processes and project management activities within the project management process groups. Project manager is also called as project integrator. Reason being, project manager should have a full end-to-end view of the project and do necessary activities required to manage the project by having end-to-end visibility. At any given point in the project manager should able to connect in terms of what needs to be done as defined. Is the project is progressing or not? That needs to be very much visible to the project manager, and that happens in project integration management. So integration management basically includes various trends and emerging practices which involves use of automated tools, use of visual management tools, project knowledge management, expanding the project manager's responsibility, and many hybrid methodologies. So, tailoring considerations required while adopting the PMP project management best practice frameworks requires understanding the project life cycle of a specific project which is being done. The entire life cycle in terms of activities involved, it may be a product which is being developed. We should remember, in a specific product life cycle, in a specific service life cycle, or in a specific results what we are creating, which will be becoming a result of a specific project, that itself will have a life cycle. So introducing that product or service, you will have a project. While enhancing, while adding a module or modifying the capabilities of the product, you may require to initiate a project. To retire that product or services, you may require to initiate a project again. So basically what we are trying to indicate is, in a given product life cycle or service life cycle, there will be many project life cycles. When we say life cycle, there will be beginning, means a start date. There will be end, means end date, finish date. So beginning to end of a project is project life cycle, where multiple such project life cycles can be there in a single product life cycle or in a single service life cycle. So throughout that life cycle, you will come across many approaches required, like quality management approach, risk management approach, scope management required, cost management required, schedule management, procurement management. So for all this, there should be a specific approach defined as part of the planning, which will get integrated in integration management. So knowledge management plays a very important role in every project. So knowledge may be related to the project which are already done, already completed. So those knowledge can be used for the project which is currently running, and use that knowledge which is captured there here in the current project, so that current project you need not reinvent things or redefine something. Similarly, while doing project currently, you may require to capture the details of this project, whatever the learning you have, what went wrong, what went well, what are those processes, what are those challenges, what are those issues which has come across, and how they were resolved. So in a way, project management itself is a change management. So I'm saying this for a reason. Every project which is being producing a specific product or service will bring the change to an environment mainly. So means project management introduces, any project introduces a change to the environment, and project management should ensure these changes are done properly, considering the project environment and all those various different dynamics in project environment. Secondly, when I say change, we should also think about the change to the baselines defined to the project, which will happen while doing the projects. So we should not get confused between these two changes, the project which is bringing a change to environment versus the change which is happening to those baselines which is defined within the project. So both needs to be handled very carefully and both are not same. Then every initiative, every investment which is being done by an organization, that needs to be justified. So similarly, project will also have an investment which needs to be justified, and every project investment happens with the specific directions set by organization. So there will be a governing body which looks at a project to see whether this particular project is aligning to that directions what organization governance is set. So to ensure that there should be a project governance. Every project as it produce outputs in terms of products, output in terms of services, definitely will have an outcomes creating the benefits or value. In the absence of this benefit realization, in the absence of not understanding the specific benefits, realization of the value, if that doesn't happen, investment on the project doesn't make any sense. So this needs to be confirmed while taking up the project. This needs to be confirmed while project is being delivered. This needs to be confirmed in the post project stage as well. The product or service which have been created as part of this project should work, should perform in such a way that benefit realization should happen. Integration management processes. So project integration management has around 7 processes defined in PMBOK 6th edition, which is the latest one. This involves develop project charter, which is part of initiating process group defined in PMP framework. Similarly, develop project management plan is a process which is defined as part of planning process group. Direct and manage project work, manage project knowledge. These two processes are defined as part of executing process group. Monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control. These two processes are defined as part of monitoring and control process group. Whereas close project or phase is a process which is defined as part of closing process group defined in PMP. So develop project charter. As I mentioned earlier, develop project charter is a process which is in initiating process group. So the aim of this process is to develop the project charter. So which basically mean creation of a document, a formal document, which has to be developed, which should be helpful in authorizing the existence of the project. Which means assignment of a project manager will happen as part of this particular process. Project charter will be handed over to the project manager and formal declaration of assignment of the project manager will happen. It is very important to create a project charter before starting the project implementation, as the charter would provide a step-by-step high-level plan for the project. With the development of project manager gains authority over various resources that are applied to the project activities. By developing the project charter, one will be able to establish a direct link between the organization objectives and the undertaken projects. Develop project charter process. The inputs to that process includes business case, benefits management plan, agreements to define the initial intention for the project, then enterprise environmental factors, which are very important because project is happening in that environment. The legal, regulatory, market conditions, organizations culture, environmental conditions, social, stakeholders expectations, their behaviors, then organization process assets. So organization process assets includes all the processes, policies, standards, templates, methods, historical information, the lessons learned from the previous project which is captured. So all these are required while creating a project charter. So tools used to develop project charter would be expert judgment, which mean involvement of those experts who are domain experts or who are very thorough about the specific topic or specific subject on which project is being done. So taking their inputs, taking their opinion and then including those points, whichever makes sense and whichever are required as per the suggestion into a charter. Then data gathering from all those inputs, what we mentioned, and also the details of the projects, what is mentioned relating to that specific data gathering. Then interpersonal and team skills. This requires meeting with many different individuals of different capabilities and understanding. Maybe stakeholders, if I say at the moment, whosoever the stakeholder one knows about, connecting with them and ensuring the details of that particular project relating to that project are captured using interpersonal and team skills. And meetings can also be done to collect those details. Outputs of this process develop project charter would be project charter itself is an output, and secondly, assumptions log. So what are the assumptions made, considerations made while developing the project charter, which has to be articulated. So next process, develop project management plan. Develop project management plan is a process in a planning process group. So this is the second process where the idea is to have a comprehensive project management plan. So as defined in PMBOK, Project Management Body of Knowledge 6th edition, which is the latest version, there are 10 knowledge areas as I mentioned. So each knowledge area creates a plan, develops a plan relating to that knowledge area. Like scope management will have scope management plan. Cost management will have cost management plan. Likewise, each of those knowledge areas will have a specific plans developed, but however, these plans are called as subsidiary plans. So all these subsidiary plans will get consolidated in integration management. So develop project management plan is a process in integration management knowledge area which consolidates all of these subsidiary plans. So this is the process of developing a project management plan, which includes defining, preparing, and coordinating other plan components to finally integrate them into project management plan. The key advantage of developing a project management plan is that it acts as a roadmap of all the team members. So this can become an ultimate reference while executing the project. This would provide the required directions and set the objectives clear, and the plan which is made initially would become a baseline. So this also provide a specific direction which helps a project to move towards the goal which is defined, and with that unified goal a project delivery can become successful. So inputs to develop project management process would be project charter, which is an output of develop project charter process which we just discussed. So develop project charter process is part of the integration management knowledge area. The output of that process comes as an input to develop project management plan. So outputs from other processes, as I mentioned, every knowledge area, rest of the knowledge areas, out of 10 knowledge areas, create subsidiary plans. So those subsidiary plans will come as an input to develop project management plan. Then, as I mentioned earlier, enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets will also go as an input to develop project management plan. So the tool used as part of develop project management plan are expert judgment, data gathering, interpersonal and team skills, and meetings. Outputs of develop project management plan would be number one, project management plan, which is a consolidation of all the subsidiary plans and detailing out and connecting those together to have a execution of the project become smoother and easier. This would be an ultimate baseline. Then next process is direct and manage project work. So direct and manage project work is part of executing process group in integration management knowledge area. So as part of this process, project management directs and manage project work, and this is an integrated process which will provide that visibility in entirety. So execution of work will be done by the team who are assigned to do that work. But project manager himself or herself will not go and do the activity there. So direct and manage project work process helps in directing and manage the project work and making required changes to meet the promised goals. With the correct direction and the management of the project, the probability of the project's success increases while elevating the deliverable quality. So this process is followed throughout the project lifecycle. So inputs to direct and manage project work are project management plan, which is the output of develop project management plan process within the same knowledge area. Project documents like change log, lessons learned register, milestone list, project communications, then project schedule, requirements traceability matrix, risk register and risk matrix, risk report, approved change request. So now you may ask the question, you may have the questions, where is this approved change request coming from? When I'm into direct and manage project work, which is the next process I'm looking at after develop project management plan. So if you visualize the project in entirety, in some part of the project, sometime there may be some deviation which is identified by monitoring and control process. While assessing or while doing an auditing, while testing, there may be some deviation which is found. So that needs to be corrected. To correct it, a corrective action has to be taken. To do that correction, there may be a change which needs to be done, and that will go as a change request to integrated change management process, which is in monitoring and control process group. Once that change request is evaluated, that change request will be approved, and that will come as an input to direct and manage project work to take necessary corrective action. So preventive actions can also be in the scenario of proactive measurement which is being done or foreseeing certain things happens. So addressing the root cause, you may require to do some changes. So like corrective actions, preventive action, defective repair. These are happening through change approval. So those needs to be implemented. As that as a input coming from integrated change management process, this has to be executed. That executions has to be directed and managed by project manager. Enterprise environmental factors will also come as an input. And finally, organizational process asset. So tools used as part of direct and manage project work are expert judgment, then project management information system, meetings. Outputs of direct and manage project work are deliverables, actual deliverables, which is coming out. Each deliverables which as per the planned schedule. Then work performance data, actual work performance data, how the project is working, how the project is executed, what is the status of it, what is being created, what is in progress at any given point in time. Issue logs. Issue logs are the one which used to capture all those deviations, corrective measures which needs to be taken, and this is managed by project manager, a tracker which is maintained by project manager to track those issue logs during the execution. Then change requests which are raised during the execution. Some deviations are found, some corrections are to be made. To do the corrections, there may be a change request raised for the deviation. Then project management plan updates. Based on those changes or based on the performance which are identified, project document updates and organization process assets updates. So why OPA updates or organization process asset updates? Reason being, there may be a learning, there may be a template defined that needs to go and sit in OPA. So this can be referred in any other project later or within this project as the project progresses, it can be reused, referring to OPA repository. So next process, manage project knowledge. So manage project knowledge is a process which is included as part of 6th edition of PMBOK. So earlier there was no specific process to manage project knowledge in the earlier editions of PMBOK. So this is a new process which is included from the 6th edition of PMBOK defined by PMI. So when I say knowledge, one has to keep in mind it's all about know-how. So when we say some people, as I observed, they say knowledge is equal to information, which is not true. Information basically gives you the message, whereas knowledge provides you the actions, the steps to do something, know-hows. So in a project, you may require to define know-hows. You may require to understand for resolution of something, what are the steps involved. For implementing something, what are the steps involved. So those are defined. So that should not be tampered. The integrity of that has to be ensured. Someone cannot just go and change those steps without any proper approval. So those needs to be correctly ensured. A specific knowledge which is being created for a project remains. So managing that project knowledge is very essential so that achieving the project objective as discussed, defined and agreed would be easier so that there is no ambiguity while executing. So this can also be used in the future learning and references. So it is primarily done by using historical or existing organizational data and updating, correcting the current knowledge, whichever is there. So that needs to be updated on regular basis. It majorly helps in leveraging the organizational knowledge and improving the project results. So as we discussed about, there may be something which is done during this project, which are defined that needs to be maintained for following. There will be something which we learned that also need to be captured and ensure that is not tampered. It is available whenever it is required in the current project as well as future projects which is being done in the organization. So inputs to manage project knowledge process would be project management plan, project documents like lessons learned register, project team assignments, resource breakdown structure, stakeholder register, and the deliverables which are happening during the execution of the project. Unique deliverable throughout the project lifecycle, maybe a milestone deliverable. Then enterprise environmental factor and organizational process asset. Tools used as part of manage project knowledge are expert judgment, knowledge management tools, interpersonal and team skills, information management. Outputs of manage project knowledge process would be lessons learned register, the creation of what are the lessons which are captured and reference to those. Then project management plan updates based on those learnings, then OPA updates for future reference. Monitor and control project work. So the monitor and control project work process is part of monitoring and controlling process group in an integration management knowledge area. So this process helps in order to achieve the performance objectives as defined in the project management plan. This process is implemented to ensure all those deliverables which are being done in the project are according to what is defined. So in this monitoring and controlling process, the project is tracked, reviewed, project's overall progress is reported, which enables stakeholders to get the exact idea of the project status. So this process is performed throughout the project lifecycle and it acts as guide for the project manager to ensure that the project is on schedule within the budget, right? And also the resources utilization according to what is defined. Identified risks are monitored, managed according to what is agreed. Similarly, stakeholder engagement, procurement, communication, scope. So in all perspective, the 9 knowledge areas which we spoke about. So to reiterate on those 9 knowledge areas, we can remember as scope management, cost management, schedule management, resource management, quality management, risk management, procurement management, communication management, and stakeholder management. So monitoring and control project work will have the processes in all of these knowledge areas. So this process, which is in integration management, consolidates every control activities so that everything which is defined in all these 9 knowledge areas are noted, monitored, checked whether are they are happening as defined. Inputs to this process would be project management plan, project documents like assumptions log, basis of estimates, cost forecast and issue logs, lessons learned register, milestone list and quality reports, risk register and report, schedule forecast, work performance information. Work performance data was input, whereas here we are seeing work performance information, which basically a processed data to in a specific context of that particular monitoring and controlling project work activity. So other inputs may be agreement, enterprise environmental factors, and organization process assets. Tools used in monitoring and control project work are expert judgment, decision making, data analysis, meetings. It is very essential to collect those data, process the data, see how this particular project is being progressing, what is the current state, what was the actual one, versus what is planned. So these needs to be understood so that necessary actions can be taken moving forward in the project. Whether should we do some corrections so that we can bring back the project to the track, or should we continue the way it is running? Outputs of monitoring and control project work would be work performance reports, change requests, project management plan updates, and project document updates. So work performance reports are created with a specific objective and context. Is this report is used to discuss with the team? Is this report is used to update the management? Is this report used to update the customer for review? So based on those context, work performance reports are created and templates of those are defined as part of the plan. So change request is an output, reason being there may be a deviation which is found while monitoring and controlling the project work. So to do the necessary correction of that particular deviations which is found, change request would be raised. The process 6 is perform integrated change control, which is a process which takes a change request as an input and checks whether this change makes sense. So there is something called 7 R's of change, which we discuss while doing the service management. So that is who raised the change, what is the reason for the change, what is the return from the change, risks of change, responsibilities of change. Likewise, we define 7 R's. There should be an answer to those 7 R's. So this process is performed to control the various change requests received throughout the project lifecycle. All the change requests, approved changes, modification of final deliverable, project documents, project management plan, etc. are reviewed. Performing this process helps in keeping an integrated document containing the list of changes while assessing the overall risks which might arise due to the new changes. So inputs to the process would be project management plan, which is basically change management plan, configuration management plan, scope baseline, schedule baseline, and cost baseline. Project documents, which is basis of estimates, requirements traceability matrix, risk report. Then work performance reports like resource availability, schedule and cost data, earned value reports, burn up or burned on charts. Then change request, which is required for corrective action, preventive action, defect repairs, or any updates. Then enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. So the tools used as part of perform integrated change control would be expert judgment, change control tools, decision making, and meetings. So and lastly, data analysis. So the outputs of perform integrated change control would be approved change requests, project management plan updates, project documents and updates. If you look at the outputs very closely, the input was change request, whereas approved change request is an output, which means all those requests which are raised are checked. And if you recall, approved change request was input to direct and manage project work, which I explained from where that particular approved change request will come as an input to direct and manage project work. So once it is approved, implementation has to happen. That is the reason approved change request will go back to execution process group, direct and manage project work, and then execution happens, implementation of change happens. Close project or phase process, which is in closing process group, where the various project activities, phases, and contracts are finalized. It provides a control environment where project can be successfully wrapped up. The closing process includes the activities like preservation of the project information, completion of planned work, the release of involved resources, etc. But we should remember when we say close, it is not about project closure alone. So it's about phase as well. A project will have many phases. So closing that phases, while closing that phases, close project phase. The same process is triggered. The inputs to this process would be project charter, project management plan, project documents, and accepted deliverables. Other inputs would be business documents like business case, benefits management plan, agreements, then procurement documents, and organizational process assets. The tools used during closed project or phase process would be expert judgment, meetings, and data analysis. Outputs of closed project or phase project would be project document updates, final product service or result transition, final report, and OPA updates. If we closely observe this list of outputs, you don't see an accepted deliverable as an output. You don't see the results of project as an output. It is a final product, service, or result transition, meaning the acceptance of this particular product or service or results which is created as part of the project is already shown to customer, to the stakeholders, and necessary sign off required is obtained in terms of acceptance. So only then close project or phase process will be triggered to complete all those necessary activities required to formally declare the phase of a project or project in entirety is complete. So that's what the integration management knowledge area defined in PMI's PMBOK 6th edition, which is part of Project Management Professional Certification Program.
Project scope management. Now, as you know, project scope management is one of the important knowledge areas of the 10 knowledge areas that we have in PMBOK 6th edition. If you compare the project scope management with the PMBOK 5th edition, the previous one, there hasn't been much of a change in this particular knowledge area, except addition of few tools and techniques, which we will talk about. And of course, there are certain tailoring considerations that are added, which we will also be touching upon as a part of this webinar. In today's webinar, I'm sure I'll be able to give you overview on the scope management and what are the different processes that are associated with the scope management. So with this agenda, let's get started with project scope management. So project scope management is one of the knowledge areas that we have out of the 10 knowledge areas that we cover as a part of PMBOK. When you prepare for PMP examination, definitely you will be referring to the latest edition of which is PMBOK 6th edition. And today's webinar and the training is based on the latest PMBOK, which is 6th edition itself. There are total 49 processes. There are total 5 different process groups that we talk about and 10 knowledge areas. So when you appear for the exam and when you prepare for the PMP certification, you basically study all of these. You will study 10 knowledge areas, 49 processes, and 5 different process groups. One of the knowledge areas today that we're covering as a part of this webinar in terms of giving you the high level overview is the scope management. Now, as a part of scope management, I'm sure you may have a lot of basic questions, fundamental questions around this knowledge area, which I'm sure you will be able to get answered to some of those. Largely, as you would know, and you would agree that the scope management process covers about how we define the scope on the project, how we go about controlling it, and it's more from the point of view of the kind of output that we are trying to deliver by the end of the project. What outcomes are we trying to achieve for our stakeholders, and what benefits of the project that we are trying to help our stakeholder achieve, or the result or the outcome that we are working for. If you really look at whenever we work on any project, as a result of the project, what we get by the end of the project is some deliverable. That deliverable could be in the form of some physical product that you're launching in the market, or that deliverable could be in the form of some service or some result that you're producing. And that result or that product is going to ultimately help your stakeholders achieve the outcomes that they want to achieve through that. There could be various outcomes that they want to achieve, by the way. For example, if you are launching some product in the market for your stakeholders, through which they might want to achieve the customer satisfaction. So that is outcome of the product that you are trying to work for your stakeholders. Outcomes are defined by stakeholders. Deliverables are worked upon by the team, and they ensure that they produce the deliverables in line with the expectations that are agreed upon between the team and the stakeholders. And obviously, as a team, we should also be knowing the kind of benefits that the project offers to the stakeholders. That's how these three things are interlinked with each other. Now, when we talk about scope, obviously we have to look into the product scope and the project scope. Now, there is a product life cycle and there is a project life cycle. And just to give you an idea about the product life cycle, which is definitely much bigger, much lengthier than the project life cycle. But obviously, when we produce any product, we basically undertake some project, and the outcome of that project is your product. But once you start working on that product, the product life cycle is much longer. And within life cycle of a product, you might be undertaking multiple projects. So there is a project scope. So for example, you have a product which you have already launched in the market, and now you have undertaken a small project to build some enhancement on the top of that project. So let's say you are introducing the CRM sales management software in the market. It's already there in the market. You have defined that scope of the product, what all things that you want to cover as a part of that product offering in the market based on the category it serves in. For example, if it is in a sales management, then obviously you would like to build the capabilities which will help your customers utilize your product or use your product in such a way that they can fulfill their needs and requirements. So you'll ensure that your product is capable enough to fulfill all that scope from the customer's point of view. Now, when we talk about a project, now project you could undertake for various purposes. One of the purpose is your product is already in the market and now you want to build some small enhancement on the top of that. So you might undertake a small project just to build that small enhancement, and then you would complete that project within 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, whatever the time period that is agreed between you and the customer. So you have a project scope. In this case, it is whatever the enhancement that you have agreed, and you have a product scope, which is obviously based on the product that you're building to be launched in the market. Now, if you talk about the scope management, it will obviously cover product scope, project scope, depending on what for you're working on. Now, let's talk about certain tailoring considerations from the scope management point of view. And this is what exactly PMI has done from the 6th edition. There are certain tailoring considerations that are being considered for each of the knowledge areas. Now, from exam point of view as well, this is important to know what are the tailoring consideration under scope management. We always say that one size solution doesn't fit all. So we'll have to tailor the process that we are working on. So if I have to work on a scope management, I might have to tailor the process based on the context I'm working in. And that really differs. If you're working in a banking industry, if you work in FMCG industry, fast moving consumer goods, if you're working in e-commerce industry, pharmaceutical industry, manufacturing. So in each of these industries, the kind of work that you may be working on could differ. The context is different. You're dealing with different kinds of stakeholders. So it's very important for us to tailor the process based on the context that you're working in. So knowledge and requirements management. How are you going to ensure that the knowledge is gathered, is documented? And based on that, you would have to then think about the kind of requirements that you would like to work upon. How are you going to validate and control your scope? Now, depending on the kind of context that you work in, you would decide in terms of defining the acceptance criteria, in terms of agreeing upon how and when my customer would accept the deliverables by the end of each phase or by the end of whatever the milestone that is agreed between you and the customers. So we can certainly tailor around this aspect as well. You would also need to define the development approach. How would you like to build this product or project or some result or service that you are trying to produce by the end of that project? People might go by an agile way, or you would like to stick around the waterfall way, or some project lifecycle or product lifecycle that you would agree upon between you and the stakeholders. So what's the development approach? And that's going to differ. If you're working in research and development, the development approach could be completely different than if you're working on producing some product to be launched in the market. Stability of requirements. If the changes that are expected in the product that you're developing are very high, obviously you might not be able to just go in a traditional way. You might need to have more interactions with customer, more feedback loops, so that you can pick up those changes, you can validate your requirements more frequently, and you will be able to manage those changes in the requirements effectively. Otherwise, you would have a huge impact on the architecture, on the design that you may have already created if the changes come towards late in the cycle. And of course, the governance. The complexity of project would also define the kind of governance framework that you want to establish on project. Whether you would like to have got weekly meetings with your stakeholders, fortnightly discussions, escalation metrics, what kind of a governance that you want to establish on the project that you're working on. From scope point of view, definitely it's important to know how are you going to manage change on the project. We have to tailor the process based on these considerations. Now, once you've done the tailoring of the process, then you get on to the project scope management. Now, under each of these knowledge areas, you will find various processes as a part of these knowledge areas. Talking about scope management, we start with plan scope management, and this is where largely we focus on how to plan the scope management activities on project. Collecting requirements is definitely one of the important process where we reach out to the stakeholders to identify their needs and requirements based on the project or product that we are working on. Then based on the requirements that we have gathered, we define scope, and we ensure that whatever is defined in the scope, we only work on those items. and not something which is not part of scope. Creating WBS process certainly gives us an idea about what are the low level activities, tasks, packages, work packages that we have to work upon. And decomposition is one of the techniques that is used while creating WBS. So creation of WBS is definitely one of the important processes within the scope management. Then we have to validate scope against the acceptance criteria that is defined between you and the customer. For each deliverable that you're producing by the end of each phase in project or product lifecycle, it's important to define very clearly the acceptance criteria. And then lastly, we have got control scope. And this is where we basically see how do we control effectively the changes that might happen to the scope, and how do we go about managing those changes. So these are the 6 processes that we have within scope management. Let's get on to each of these and we'll do a bit of a deep dive into each of these processes in terms of understanding what is it first of all, what are some of the inputs that we have to consider, what tools and techniques can we use on that process, and what kind of output can we expect out of it. So let's start with the first one, which is about plan scope management. And as the name says, plan scope management is all about we have to basically define our approach. How are we going to go about managing scope on project? So it's largely about defining that approach. Like in terms of how are we going to define the product scope? How are we going to validate it against the acceptance criteria? How the scope is going to be controlled? How changes on the or to the scope are going to be managed? So all of those approaches are basically covered as a part of the scope management plan. And certainly, this is one of the important documents from the point of view of if there is any confusion around like how we should manage change, then I can just go and refer to this document. Even if I'm new on project and if I wouldn't know how to do that, this document will certainly give me an idea about how I supposed to be validate scope against the acceptance criteria. So what is the overall approach that is being agreed between the team and customer? So that guidance and the direction is what this provides. So that's about the scope management. Now, how do we really create this kind of a document? For that, we'll have to refer to certain inputs. The first is, of course, the project charter. Since we are defining the approach, it's important for us to refer to the project charter in terms of understanding the high level scope that is mentioned there in the project charter. We have to also refer to project management plan. Now, project management plan is a subsidiary management plan. So it encompasses various plans, like, for example, quality management plan. So largely, we refer to the quality management plan when we work on the scope management plan, because quality will give you inputs about kind of standards that you want to follow while working or creating on that product or service or some result that you're working on through that project. So it's very important for us to refer to that, or kind of project lifecycle that you would like to follow, or the development approach that is being agreed upon. So all of that would come from there. Organizational process assets. So this will give us an idea about what kind of internal standards that you would like to follow, what kind of templates that you would refer to, etc. Enterprise environmental factors. You would refer to certain internal and external factors. Like, for example, if I'm building on the CRM sales management software, I would also like to look into some of the market products and see what is there in those products, and would there be any gap between what's there, what's available already, and what we would like to build. So those market factors or the products available in the market would also have an impact on the overall plan that you're creating for managing scope. Now, once you have a plan in place, certainly you need to be using certain tools and techniques while creating this plan itself. The first is, of course, expert judgment. You can talk to the people who have been doing this for quite a while. These people will certainly give us an idea about how to do it. Meetings, we can organize various meetings in order to engage right stakeholders. We can also gather data and sort of do the discussions around it. So these couple of techniques will certainly help us. And what do we expect by the end of scope management plan really? What we get ultimately is the scope management plan is what we get as an output. So I would know how the scope is going to be managed on this project by referring to this plan. And I would also get requirement management plan. How am I going to manage requirements on the project, right from gathering requirements, right from what kind of techniques and tools am I going to use, etc. Who are the stakeholders am I going to engage? So all of those answers would come from the requirements management plan, including the traceability of the requirements. So that's about creating the plan. So once we have a plan in place, we know the approach on this project that's going to be followed when it comes to managing scope. Then I start working on the next process, which is collect requirements. As a part of collect requirement process, what do I have to do really? So this is a process where we basically ensure that we gather all the needs and the requirements of customers, which will help in meeting the objectives of the project that we're working on. So it could be manufacturing some product that you are working on, or coming up with some result or some process or some service that you're trying to launch in the market. So all of that could be a part of the collect requirements, depending on the kind of objective that you have defined. So this will certainly give us an idea about how to define the scope of the product or project that we are working on. Before we define the scope, it's important to gather requirements. And in order to do that, we'll have to use certain tools and techniques. We have to refer to certain artifacts which are already created on the project by this time. So let's get on to it. What kind of tools and techniques should we be using? So before we get onto the tools and techniques, first of all, we need to refer to certain artifacts which I was just now mentioning to you about. Like project charter will help us knowing the high level scope of the project. And of course, I would also know who are some of the stakeholders I need to reach out to. Project management plan, largely, as I said, scope management plan, requirements management plan, stakeholder engagement plan. Some of these plans would be definitely useful to me while working on collecting requirements. Project documents. So I would also need to refer to certain project documents like maybe assumption log or lesson learned. If there is any lesson previously learned, and if I want to ensure that those mistakes wouldn't be occurring again. So that's very important. I would also need stakeholder register, which is very important because that will give me the list of stakeholders whom I need to engage. I would also need to refer to business documents. And one of the most important document would be business case, because business case will help me in understanding the background, context, how this project is going to give benefit to my customer, etc., about investment impacts, all of that. Now, most of the times there is always the vendor engagement on the projects, something on the other hand. So I would need to know the agreements. And those agreements will also give me an idea about either the kind of scope impact that would have on this project, what kind of a contribution the vendor would have on this, and stakeholders as well. Enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets would be here as well, pertaining to collect requirements. What kind of a templates do I need to use? What kind of techniques do I need to use? So all of that would come from here when I work on collect requirements. So these are some of the inputs that I would need to refer to. Now, what kind of tools and techniques would help me when I start gathering requirements on the project? One of the important tools would be expert judgment. So I would reach out to people who have done this in the past. I would talk to them. I would try to understand their perspectives, their learnings, and I will definitely engage them in order to gather scope. So maybe, for example, business analyst would be one of the best examples. So we have people who have been working in business analysis for few years and they know how to conduct certain workshops, facilitated group workshops, or conduct surveys or interviews, etc. So I would reach out to them. In terms of gathering data, again, there are various ways through which I do that. One of the way could be brainstorming sessions. I would conduct face-to-face interviews. And the another way could be also benchmarking. So as I said, if I'm working on a CRM software for sales management, I would benchmark it against some well-known product in the market, reputed product in the market, and to then try to find out gaps. And that will help me in analyzing the data and obviously gather more data. Decision making is definitely one of the important tools that we use. And there could be very small techniques that are used in decision making, like simple voting technique, just so that everybody is engaged, everybody is involved. There could be multi-criteria decision analysis based on the various criterias, how those criteria would impact the decision: cost, quality, resource availability. So many of these criteria would be available for us to refer to while making decisions. Definitely team skills and interpersonal skills, like, for example, whether do we have skills in the team to conducting workshops like nominal group technique or observations and conversations with some senior folks, and even do we have the facilitation skills within our team members so that facilitated workshops could be conducted. And all of these would have certainly an impact. Data representations like affinity diagram could be one of the examples in data representation. Context diagrams, prototypes. So these are some of the techniques which will definitely help you in engaging your stakeholders, from whom you'll be gathering data and of course the related requirements on the project. All right, so what do we get by the end of collect requirement process in the form of output? You will get requirements, documentation. So requirement documentation would have whatever the template which is used in your organization, you would have that, and requirement traceability metrics. These are the couple of outputs that we can think of getting out of this process. So requirement documentation is where all the requirements are captured, and we have traceability metrics, and that's where we try to see how do we establish traceability of that requirement through the project lifecycle. So there could be a backward traceability or a forward traceability. We see to it that once we pick up that requirement from the requirement specification document, we are analyzing it, we're designing it, coding is happening, testing is happening, and then it's a part of the implementation plan and it's deployed successfully. So that's the forward traceability. Similarly, we can do the backward traceability as well. Let's move on to define scope process. So once we have defined the requirement or scope management plan, once we've gathered requirements, then based on the requirements, we have to define scope. So how do we do that, and what happens largely as a part of this? So as part of the defining scope, you would see that basically we're trying to describe what we're going to build, what we're going to create as a part of this project and product. So whatever the product outcome or result that you're trying to achieve here, now you're going to define them together with stakeholders, and you're going to be on the same page about what it is like. And this is where you'll also be capturing about the in scope and out scope items. What is in scope as a part of this project? What is not part of this project? So for example, if you are producing some software and that software is supporting only one language, which is English, so we need to be explicitly mentioning about that. Or if it is supporting two languages, so we have to mention explicitly about that. And it doesn't support beyond these two languages or three languages, which is being agreed between you and the customer. Acceptance criteria for each of the deliverables that we produce by the end of each phase needs to be also explicitly captured. For example, when we talk about as a part of the acceptance criteria, when you come up with the requirement specification document as one of the deliverables, so then has to be some acceptance criteria agreed between when the customer will sign off that document, when it fulfills certain acceptance criteria. So those needs to be explicitly put down here as a part of defining scope. What do we use really when it comes to the input to defining scope process? We refer to the project charter, project management plan, certain documents, enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets. So in terms of project management plan, we'll refer to scope management plan in particular. And in terms of certain project documents, few examples that I gave, like assumption log. If there is any assumption around when we try to define scope, we'll have to explicitly mention about that assumption. And that really helps us. And we can also refer to requirements documentation, things like risk register, etc. So those are also very useful to refer to while working on this process. What kind of tools and techniques can we use? Expert judgment is one such a technique which is used in most of the processes that we work on. It's very useful. We can use decision making, like few things that I mentioned earlier as well, multi-criteria decision analysis kind of a thing. Data analysis, again, trying to find out what are the options that we have and how we can choose the best possible option. So sort of an alternative analysis. Interpersonal and team skills. So this is where your facilitation skills will come into picture. Even if you want to run the meeting, you need those skills, without which you won't be able to do that. And product analysis, in order to find out what is in scope and out of the scope of the product and the one that we are building. So we have to do the analysis of the product. What do we expect by the end of this process? By the end of this process, we should have project scope statement with us. So project scope statement will define ultimately about that product or a project that we're working on, and largely what we want to achieve or what we want to build in that product or the project. And certain project documents will get updated as well. Like for example, during your experience of defining scope, if you come across any assumption, you would like to log that. You want to also update requirement documentation. If in case there has been any change that you observed, you need to also go back and do that. Requirement traceability metrics needs to be updated because now you have identified all the requirements, put it into traceability. So You can update that if there is impact at all, and stakeholder register based on your interaction with stakeholder. If you come across any change, then you would need to also update that. So now we have defined the scope management plan. We have started gathering requirements. Based on the requirements, we have also created sort of a scope for that product or the project that we're working on. It's time now for us to break down that into smaller packages, which will make our life easy to work on. And that's a part of your Create WBS. So WBS is your work breakdown structure. And as a part of work breakdown structure, what you try to achieve really. When we break down work into something which is more manageable, something which is easy to estimate, something which is easy to plan, and most importantly, based on this work breakdown structure, we actually come up with dependencies, we come up with schedule, we come up with estimate. So it's definitely very important for us to work upon. So work breakdown structure is one of the important processes within the project management. And we need to make sure each work package that we create is broken down at such a level that we can estimate it. It's not a large chunk of requirement, it's a small chunk of requirement. So if you're working on a hardware part, then you should be able to break it down into the smaller components, smaller deliverables, so that you can estimate in terms of networking requirements, in terms of hardware, server requirements, in terms of the other middlewares that you would need to build that. So those need to be very clearly defined so that we can estimate for each of these things what's the time required, what's the money required, and then we can derive the schedule and budget out of it. So to do that, we need to certainly refer to certain inputs, project management plan, project documents, some of the documents which I mentioned earlier as well, enterprise environmental factors, and the OPAs or organizational process assets. Like for example, when we create WBS, there are various ways of creating WBS. So you can have a phased way. You can divide your entire project into various phases, and you can just go on, like for example, requirement as a phase, design as a phase, development as a phase. And within each of these phases, you try to break down your scope items into the smaller, more manageable packages. So if it is a requirement, then you would basically come up with how are you going to manage your requirements, requirement specification document. So that is one of the deliverables. How are you going to collect requirements? What are the various techniques? Who is going to work on each of these? So you try to define these deliverables as small as possible, which we can then assign to people later on in the form of tasks. And then obviously it will be also useful when we estimate things as well. What kind of tools and techniques can we use? I think when it comes to create WBS, there are a couple of things that we can do. Most important technique here is decomposition. Now, as the name itself says, decomposition is all about breaking down your larger piece of requirement into the smaller ones. So whatever the scope item that you're working on, just try to break it off into the smaller pieces, which is like we call it as a work package. And that work package is small enough to be completed within maybe around 40 hours or so. So that's a rule of 40 that they follow, but it could vary. So it could be 40 hours to 80 hours, something which we can estimate, something which is easy to learn about, and which will also help us in the form of inputs when it comes to estimation of schedule and the budget. Expert judgment, we can certainly engage certain SMEs into this and take their views as well. What we get by the end of this, we'll get scope baseline, and what we will get is the project documents updation. So project documents will get updated. The scope baseline is something which is very important because you would baseline your scope. Now we use a lot of different tools on the project. You might be using MS projects. You might be using, for example, Clarity. There are certain tools that are available, or simple people might be doing it in the Excel spreadsheets as well. So once we baseline the scope, then any change over and above would be considered as a new requirement, and it has to go through the change control board, etc. Whatever the process that is being agreed between you and the customer. And the project documents, again, some of the documents that I've already mentioned to you could be assumption log or could be the stakeholder list. So those will get updated as a result of this. So if we have to just quickly summarize what we've covered, we started off with the scope management plan as one of the processes. We defined it and we created that. Now we know the approach on the project about managing scope. Then we started off with how are we going to collect requirements on the project? what kind of inputs we can refer to, what kind of tools and techniques we can refer to, etc. Based on that, we define scope of the project. So I have a scope baseline now, and I also have a traceability metrics, etc. Now, all this information is going to be really useful when I do the next process, which is about validating scope. So validating scope is all about understanding whatever the deliverables that I have completed, whether those deliverables meet acceptance criteria or not. So there is something called as the acceptance process. And this acceptance process will certainly help us in increasing the probability of final product, service, or result acceptance. And this is clearly defined between you and the customers. For each deliverable that we are producing, what is the acceptance criteria? So if it is a high level design document that I'm producing on the project, when would my customer accept that, or when would my customer approve that high level design document? So I move on to the low level design document if you're working in a waterfall way. So validate scope is important process from that point of view. What we can use as a part of input, of course, we need to refer to project management plan, especially scope, requirement, and the scope baseline. These three things are important from validate scope point of view. So I would refer to the requirement management plan and the scope baseline, of course. Project documents, like there are certain documents that we can refer to here. For example, lessons learned document, or if I have got a quality reports or certain requirement documentation, and most importantly, traceability metrics. I'll refer to the traceability metrics as well. Then I would have verified deliverable, which is the one that you have actually produced and verified, and work performance data. So work performance data would have the actual progress of the work that you're making on the project. Typically, work performance data is captured in the tool that you're using. So if you're using MS Projects or if you're using Clarity, whichever the tool that you're using, your actual work performance data is captured. So what's your planned activities and what's your actual activities that you have completed? So all this data is captured as a part of that. What kind of tools and techniques can we use here? Especially in validating scope, you would have few things, couple of things at least that you can use. One is about inspection. So you are actually inspecting that, okay, there are certain acceptance criteria that are given by the customer, and I have already produced that deliverable. So does it really meet the acceptance criteria or not? So I'm doing these regular inspections, which will actually help me in getting closer and closer to the acceptance criteria of the deliverable that I'm producing. And obviously, decision-making techniques would certainly help in terms of getting opinion from people as well. What do I get out of this? I would get the accepted deliverable. By the end of this process, I would know whether my customer have already accepted it, considering that this meets acceptance criteria or not. Work performance information. So work performance information will be one of the output. As I mentioned earlier, it will come from the tool. If there is any change at all during the review, during the inspection, typically what happens, you're showing the deliverable to the customer and you're trying to show that how it meets the acceptance criteria. But there could be change. There could be, like, based on what you have shown to the customer might just suggest you a few changes. So that might be a part of your change request, which will follow the change request cycle. And certain project documents will get updated, like lessons learned document or requirements document, or even for that matter, requirement traceability document would also get updated if required. So this is what we can expect out of validate scope process. So now that we have done, like, we have come up with a plan, we have gathered requirements, we have defined the scope, we also validated requirements. It's important now for us to control that so that the scope creep can be avoided. Scope creep avoidance is very important, and that's where the project manager's role comes into picture, ensuring that the scope is defined so well that there is no need or the scope creep doesn't happen. So let's talk about last and the most important process, which is about control scope. As part of control scope, we'll look into, first of all, what is it really? This comes as a part of the monitoring process, and this is where we try to monitor status of the project and product scope. And whatever the changes that are there needs to be incorporated to the scope baseline, which is maintained throughout the project. As we've discussed already, that once we have defined the scope, we have to also come up with the scope baseline, right? So once it is baseline, once it is agreed, over and above, if there is any change, it has to go through a change process. So that's the part of your control scope and monitoring. What kind of inputs I need to refer to for this? I would need, of course, the project management plan. I would need project documents, work performance data, and OPAs. So all of these we have already discussed earlier as well. So like for example, in this case, project documents, like I would need lessons learned documents, which will be very useful to me. And there are certain tools and techniques which will be useful, like data analysis. I would do the trend analysis, for example. I would also be able to do the alternative analysis, etc. And based on that, what I will get as a part of the control scope is the work performance. So work performance, this is where I will come to know about what's the kind of progress that I'm making on the project. Is it in line with what I have planned, or is it like I'm behind the schedule or ahead of the schedule, or how am I doing? Since we're talking about scope, then how am I doing with respect to the scope? Change requests, if there is any new change that the customer would like to introduce, so that will definitely be the output which will go to the process where the change is going to be processed. Project management plan will get updated if required. Project documents might get updated, stakeholder register, or for that matter, assumption log, traceability metrics. So any of these documents, wherever there is impact as a result of the control scope process, would need to be updated. So this covers all the processes that we have to cover as a part of the project scope management. Project schedule management. We are going to talk about some of the important topics associated with project schedule management. In fact, one of the important change that the PMI has done as a part of the PMBOK 6th edition was we now call it as schedule management and not just the time management. So it's important for us to understand why schedule management and what are some of the important processes within this knowledge area that we need to understand, not only just from exam point of view, but also from the implementation, from this project schedule management point of view. So today's webinar is basically a very high level overview on project schedule management. We will be talking about the project schedule, the various processes within that, and how to manage the project schedule effectively. So let's get started with the project schedule management webinar. Now, as you all know, project schedule is very, very important, especially from the point of view of the project manager, because project manager is ultimately responsible for ensuring that the project is delivered within the schedule. And hence, as I mentioned earlier, that the schedule management is one of the most important knowledge areas that we have within the 10 knowledge areas that we talk about. So apart from the other knowledge areas that we cover as a part of the project management trainings, like risk management, or for that matter, stakeholder management, resource management, etc., one of the important one is definitely the project schedule management. In this webinar today, what we will talk about is basically within the schedule management, what are some of the important tools and the techniques that we can use in order to manage the schedule effectively, in order to derive and develop the schedule of the project effectively. So we will take a look at those skills, tools and techniques that are required. And apart from that, we will also look into the monitoring and controlling aspects of the project. Because as I mentioned, that once we get started with the project activities, it's very, very important for us to ensure that we control and manage those activities effectively in order to deliver the project within the agreed schedule. We will definitely talk about how to do the monitoring and controlling of the scheduling activities. Not only that, we will also understand the importance of timely completion of the project. And in order to achieve that, how we can approach the schedule management activities in an organized manner so that we will have a better control over the schedule that we have derived. So we are going to actually go through all the processes within the schedule management at a high level. So talking about the project schedule, now it's important for us to understand few aspects around the schedule management. First is, of course, the scheduling methods. There are various scheduling methods that we use. Now, when we talk about scheduling, as you know, that we approach the project scheduling in a very systematic manner when we refer to the PMBOK while working on the projects. Because PMBOK has prescribed and has given the various guidelines and has given various principles for doing the effective schedule management. There are certain scheduling methods which are also being given to us and they are available to us, which we can refer to while working and deriving the project schedule. So project information will definitely is going to be one of the important factors while deriving the project schedule, because that's going to be the input for us when we arrive at the project schedule. So if you look at this information, whatever you see on the slide like this, the project information is input based on which we can derive the schedule using the scheduling tools and with the right set of skills that you possess as a project manager or as a part of the project that you're working on. Then you will be able to derive the project schedule effectively. So there are these aspects, there are these components when we work on the schedule management. We need to have enough information about the activities, about the phases, about the milestones, about the project background, context, etc. And then once we have that, we can apply the right scheduling tools, which we are going to talk about very soon. And there are certain scheduling methods which we can use as well in order to approach the deriving of the schedule in a very, very organized manner. So that's how it typically happens on the project. What we get at the end is basically the plan. So when we actually begin working on the schedule management activities, one of the important part is coming up with the schedule model. So that's where we essentially capture the various dates of the key milestones of the key activities, and we come up with a schedule model which can be then tracked across the project lifecycle. So all these things are very, very important from schedule management point of view. And if these things are in place, then you will be able to effectively manage the schedule of the project. So let's just talk about the tailoring aspect of the schedule management. Now, if you see the PMBOK 6th edition, it definitely focuses more on the tailoring aspect of the process. And that's definitely very important. As a consultant, when we go to the organizations and when we try to work with those teams, one of the important responsibility that we have is how we can tailor the existing process in order to make it more effective, in order to make it in such a way, tailor it in such a way that the project teams can find it very easy to implement. So some of the tailoring aspects we will talk about. So when we talk about the scheduling process particularly, one of the factor we need to take into consideration is the life cycle approach. So there are various life cycles of the project that we talk about. It could be adaptive life cycle, predictive life cycle, or hybrid life cycles, or we have the iterative and incremental life cycle. So which project life cycle typically you are going to adopt to, or you're going to basically apply, or which is that approach of the or for the project life cycle have you really chosen or have you agreed as a team? So that's one of the important inputs which needs to be considered. Availability of the resources will actually help us in tailoring the process, especially with respect to the schedule, because we need to have the resource calendar in place. We need to do the resource smoothing activities. We also need to do the resource leveling activities. So for that all, we need to know what is the resource availability. Technology support also has an important role to play. So if you have a better technology in place, then obviously while doing the estimation of the activities, you would factor that in. So if you're working on an IT project, for example, and if you have the right set of automation tools in place, if you have a continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline in place, then obviously that will make that much easier doing those activities with respect to release management or with respect to deployment of the software package from one environment to the other environment. So that will have an impact on the duration of the activities and various project dimensions, which could be from the customer's point of view, it could be from the scope point of view, or it could be other angles of the project or dimensions of the projects that we talk about. So these things needs to be taken into consideration, especially with respect to coming up with the project schedule. Now, talking about the various processes on the schedule part of the project, let's just first understand the various processes that are involved as a part of the schedule management. It starts with planning, and that's how typically it happens. If you pick up any knowledge area, one of the important things that we should be doing is the planning. And once we have a plan in place, that will make it that much easier for us to then just stick to the plan or just refer to the plan and execute the schedule management activities. So once we have a plan in place, we try to understand what activities are involved into this project. So whichever the project that you are working on, it could be research and development project, it could be an IT product development project, or it could be any manufacturing project that you're working on. So what are some of the activities that are involved into the project? So you come up with a list of those activities. Once we have a list of activities, we need to understand the sequencing of those activities. And this is where we take into consideration the dependencies. What is the dependency of one activity over other? And for that, at times we need to factor in various assumptions, and all that needs to be also documented. So hence, the next process is sequence activities, followed with which, once we have a list of activities, once we know the sequencing of the activities, then we can certainly come up with the duration that is required to complete that activity. So if it is requirement gathering as a phase within the IT project, and we have activity of conducting the requirement gathering workshop. So once we know the sequencing of this activity, then we can certainly be able to estimate the duration that is required to perform the requirement gathering workshop. So that's how typically it happens. And then once we put together all the activities and we estimate activity duration of each of the activities that we have listed down, we just put it together and we can just roll it up, or we can just total it up in order to come up with the project schedule. Once we have a schedule in place, it's important for us then to continuously monitor and control that schedule. So it's a very, very logical sequence of the schedule management processes. We start with planning and we end with controlling the plan, controlling the schedule that we come up with. Now, what we'll do is we will understand these processes a bit in more detail. Now, we have a training program on PMP. That's where we discuss all these processes in depth, and we spend hours together on just understanding the schedule management activities. So as I said, this is one of the important knowledge areas, and definitely this knowledge area consumes good amount of time within the PMP training program as well. So on this webinar, we may not be able to achieve or cover these topics with the same depth of knowledge, but we will certainly be able to cover in terms of width and what all is there at a high level from the basic fundamentals perspective. So starting with the planning part, whenever we come up with the planning aspect of the schedule management, the way this whole thing is organized, I'm sure by now some of you may be knowing that we have certain inputs that we consider. For each of the processes that we work on, there are always certain inputs that we consider. And then there are certain tools and techniques that we need to use. And what we get by the end of the process is some output. So we have also organized these slides in the similar manner. So for each of these processes, we will be understanding what are some of the key inputs for the process, what are some of the tools and techniques that we can use in order to effectively work on that process, and what we can expect by the end of that process. So let's just get started with the first process within the schedule management, which is plan schedule management. So starting with the planning aspect, just understanding the background of this process. So this is the process where we will be coming up with the plan for schedule management. So what all activities we should be performing as a part of the schedule management is what is documented here. What are the procedures with respect to those activities? What policies we should be adhering to? What kind of a schedule model, for example, we should be following? What kind of a estimation technique we should be following? So all those things needs to be certainly captured as a part of this plan. So we will definitely be able to do the effective planning. We'll be able to develop, manage, execute, and control the project schedule if all those things are documented effectively. Like, for example, what is going to be my approach when it comes to the sequencing of activities, right? So I can document that approach. What is going to be the estimation technique that I should be using? Is it the PERT technique that I'll be using? Or is it the bottom-up estimation that I'll be using? Or should we be using on the project estimation, the analogous estimation? Or should we be using the expert judgment, etc.? So collectively, as a team, we actually agree to that and we document it, we put it together in the plan. Now, this also gives guidance. This also gives direction on the project. While working throughout the project, we need to refer to the plan wherever we are stuck, or if in case the project manager is not available, if team wants to refer to the plan and get going, I think this is the document that we can look forward to. So plan is very important. Now, to starting with the inputs for each of these processes, as I mentioned, let's understand for planning part, what kind of input that we can look forward to. Certainly, when we do the project management as a part of the scheduling part, it's important for us to know the scope. Now, we are coming up with the schedule. Remember that we are working on the project and we're coming up with the project schedule. Now, in order to do that, we need to know the list of activities. We need to know the sequencing of the activities. We need to estimate those activities. Now, for that, we need to obviously know what is the project scope and any other information which you might get from the various documents on the project. Could be the project charter is one of the important input that we can refer to. That will also give us an idea about some of the key milestones. Suppose, when am I supposed to be completing the requirement specification document? When am I supposed to be completing the high level design or the low level design or the build activities? What is a date by which when I should be taking up the UAT sign off or the business acceptance testing or user acceptance testing sign off, etc. So those are some of the key milestones on the project that I should be aware about, which will come from the project charter. Now, apart from that, there are also a few more things that we need to be aware about while working on the scheduling aspect of the project. The other area of the input that we talk about is enterprise environmental factors. So there are certain factors as an organization, there are certain internal and external factors which will have an impact. One of the example could be the cultural aspects of the organization. How is the overall culture and the structure of the organization? Is it too hierarchical structure? How is the general culture? Is it too inclusive or is it too much process oriented? Is it autocratic? So what kind of leadership style generally it is followed? So some of these aspects will also have an impact. Resource availability, what kind of a project management software are you using? There are various examples of the PM softwares. Some of you may be already using softwares like maybe there are softwares from the Microsoft. So MS Project could be one of the example, or there is Primavera, or Clarity is there from CA. So there are various such softwares which are there for managing the project, for managing the schedule. So which one are you using? Or the commercial aspects that are published on the project. So some of these things will have an impact as well as inputs to the planning part. Apart from that, there is something called as OPAs, which is nothing but organizational process assets. Now you will find the enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets will have an impact or will be the input factors in many processes, almost in all the processes. So if you talk about OPAs will give us a lot of data about the historical information about the projects. So very, very useful, especially if you are implementing the techniques like analogous estimation, historical estimation, or parametric estimation. This data will be very, very useful to refer to. Or if you want to refer to the plan, what kind of a template are we going to use for a schedule management plan? So that template will come from the OPAs. So these are some of the inputs that we can look forward to. What kind of tools and techniques can we use on this? Expert judgment. So we can engage people who have got previous experience of doing the schedule management and take their inputs. We can analyze the data. And this data could be basically the alternative analysis. So for example, make or buy decisions. So if we have the problem statement, if you have the context of the project, then obviously the kind of solution that is being agreed, that will also have an impact on the planning that you're doing for the schedule management. So we have to analyze the data, or reserves analysis could be one example. So management reserves, how would those be put into the plan? Or for that matter, certain buffers that we come up with. So how do we go about doing or putting that while working on the plan? So we have to analyze the data, and that actually helps. Meetings could be very simple yet very, very important tool that we use on the project. And meetings, we need to know when to conduct the meetings, whom to invite for the meetings, and how we can engage all the stakeholders effectively in order to come up with the plan for doing the schedule management. Now, what do we get at the end of this process is obviously we'll get the schedule management plan. So schedule management plan will essentially have some of the important aspects like the schedule model. What is my project schedule model? So as I mentioned, the project schedule model is nothing but my project schedule with some of the key dates, some of the key milestones, some of the key activities included into that. Level of accuracy, what kind of level of accuracy should I consider? So is it like, and that's something which needs to be agreed by everybody, all the stakeholders. So when I'm doing the estimation, would it be okay with the 10% plus or minus as far as the estimation of the activity duration is concerned? Or should it be 20%? Or should it be just 5%? So depending on the project, depending on the stakeholder agreement, you come up with the level of accuracy that's required. Unit of measurement, what are we doing in the estimation? Is it in hours? Is it in person days? What is that unit that you're going to use? Control threshold. So as I said, that when we come up with the estimation, so we need to know that how much should be the threshold, how much should be the upper limit or the lower limit which we can still withstand, with which we can still live with, in the variations. So we should be knowing that. Like in level of accuracy, we say what is the confidence level with which we are planning this activity. Similarly, control threshold will have the positive and negative in terms of plus or minus control threshold for the schedule of the project. So it could be maybe plus 10 and the minus 10% schedule variations are allowed. Okay, or it's fine to basically something which everybody is agreed that control threshold of 5% plus or minus or 10% plus or minus is something that could be absorbed. Then the project schedule model maintenance. So this is where we talk about the monitoring part of it. So how we can monitor the schedule, how we can come up with the variances and monitor it effectively. And organizational procedures links. So that will come from your OPS, and that will be a part of OPS later as well. Rules of performance measurements. How are you going to do the performance measurement on the project? How are we going to, from where this data will come? Release and iteration length. So if you are working in small iterations, so we can also agree upon whether iteration should be 3 weeks or 4 weeks, or what should be the duration. Reporting formats. If you are using any tool, so should it be automated or how it should be. So that talks about the planning aspect of the project. So that is the first process. Now we're moving to the next process, which is about defining activity. So once we have the plan in place, how are we going to approach the schedule management and what's my plan for doing that? Then I can get started with the first activity, which is my defining activities. So that's another important process that we need to work upon. So this is the process where we come up with the various activities by referring to the scope of the project. So once I have a scope in place, obviously what I would be doing is referring to the scope. I will come up with some of the key deliverables of the project. I will break them down into the smaller work packages, and those will be then broken further down into the activities. Then each of these activities can be then estimated. So if it is the requirements, then requirements will be broken down into the various smaller activities. So I can certainly be able to share with you a very quick example which will help us in relating it better as well. So as you can see on the screen here, so if it is a project management as one of the phase that we are working on, so we could be performing various activities. It could be identifying the focus group targets, or perform the focus group meetings, or conduct surveys. So these are some of the activities that we have agreed upon. So I have a work package by the name project requirements. Now project requirement is further broken into various activities. This is what essentially this talks about, defining activities. So one of the things that we use here, the technique that we use here is a decomposition. We decompose these work packages into these smaller activities, which will then help us in estimating better. Now, what input can we use in terms of defining activities? First is, of course, we refer to the project management plan in order to understand the approach that we are going to use on defining activities. We will also be able to refer to some of the internal and external factors, like if there is some commercial information available which is published, and I can refer to that information in order to come up with the estimation. So that could be one factor. It could be the PMIS, which is Project Management Information System. So it could be MS Projects, or it could be Primavera, or it could be Clarity, whichever the tool that you are using. Under OPS, I can refer to some of the processes, how we can do the activity decomposition, for example, or how I can refer to some of the past knowledge on this project. So there could be the knowledge repositories which I can refer to, which will give me some insights into doing the activity definitions, as well as some planning, informal planning activities could also be scheduled. So that's the input. What kind of a tools and techniques I can think of when I define the activities? I can certainly take opinions of the experts who can give us idea about how we should be breaking down these work packages into activities, how I can define the work packages, etc. Decomposition is a technique which I told you about. So I can break down this work package into the various activities. So requirement is broken down into various activities, as I took this example. Similarly, we can also use a technique called as rolling wave planning. Now, rolling wave planning and something called as a progressive elaboration goes hand in hand. So as we go ahead working on the project, things starts unfolding, and we keep on getting more and more information about the phases, about the milestones, about the requirements, scope, etc. So rolling wave plan is nothing but like whatever the information that I have today, based on that I do a bit of a detailed planning for next 1 month or 2 months. And the information that I may not be having in detail, maybe after 2 months or after 3 months or for next 3 months, I would do the high level planning. So the detailed planning for 1 month or 2 months, or maybe a 3 months, okay, or could be just for 15 days, and then high level planning for rest of the time period. So that's nothing but my rolling wave planning. So that's another technique which we can use. Meetings, again, something which is very useful always. What do we expect by the end of defining activities process? The first thing is, of course, we will come up with a list of activities like the one that I showed you. So if I have a requirement as a work package, then I can break down that into various activities. What I would get by the end of this process is the list of activities. The another thing is activity attributes. Every activity will have its own attributes. So for example, if it is identify focus group targets is an activity, then I would need to put some attributes around this. It could be assumptions for this activity, start date, end date, dependencies, succeeding, preceding activity, etc. So those things will be a part of the attributes of the activities. And those attributes will certainly help us in estimating the duration as well as we go ahead. Milestone list. For each of these projects, we'll have key milestones. Like by the end of the project requirement phase, what I will get is project requirement finalized or signed off or requirement specification document. So that's my milestone. So when I prepare this document, that is going to be my milestone. So I need to know the list of milestones, the change request. So since I'm referring to the scope, I'm decomposing the scope. I'm getting into the scope in a very detailed manner. So that means while interacting with the stakeholders and the customers, I would also be able to sometimes get the change requests, whatever is missing to be added. So that might come as a change request, which we need to deal with. Project management plan will also get updated with respect to if there is anything that needs to be changed. If there is any specific learning, we just go back and update the plan as well. So that's the defining activity. So just to quickly summarize, we started with the project schedule management as one of the important knowledge areas. So I told you that schedule management starts with planning the schedule management for the project. Once we have a plan in place, that's where we define the approach of doing the schedule management. Then we come up with the list of activities as a part of the define activity process. So once we have a list of activities, then the next logical thing will be sequencing them. And that is what is done as a part of sequence activities process. So let's get into the sequence activity process quickly. So in this process, as the name says, this process is all about just putting together the activities and just sequencing them. So we need to understand the dependencies and relation between the activities. So sometimes, as I mentioned, we need to factor in the constraints around activities. We need to factor in the assumptions. So all of that will be a part of your sequencing activities. Now, while doing this, while sequencing the activities, what should I refer to as input? The first thing, of course, the plan. So that will give me the approach about how am I going to sequence the activities. So that's why plan is important. We also need to refer to the scope baseline, obviously, because ultimately these activities are broken down based on the kind of scope that we're working on. Project documents like activity attributes. So when I'm sequencing the activities, I need to understand the various aspects about the activity. So those are nothing but the attributes. So I need to know the assumption for each of the activity. I need to know the complexity of each of the activity. Okay, I need to know the preceding and the succeeding activity. I need to know the other aspects related to that activity so that I can sequence them as well. So activity list obviously is important. Assumption log, as I mentioned, around the activities and the milestone so that I can sequence the activity accordingly to achieve that milestone. Under EEF or enterprise environmental factors, we can also use PMIS tools, as I mentioned, like Clarity or Workbench could be another one for, again, sequencing the activities. Scheduling tool could be used specifically. There are certain scheduling tools like Workbench could be one of the example, and organizational work authorization system. So that will give you an idea about who is going to work on what. So that's another area which we can explore. Under OPS, we can refer to some of the templates for sequencing activities if they're already defined. And we can also get access to various project files, which will give you a lot of inputs while working through this. And what kind of tools and techniques can we use while sequencing activities? The most important one here is precedence diagramming method. So as a part of precedence diagramming method, we should be able to put these activities into sequence by using the activity on node or activity on arrow kind of methods. And I can just quickly show you how the precedence diagramming method looks like, just for you to get an idea. So as you can see here, the precedence diagramming method, this is where we basically put the activities on node and we just sequence them and we put it in a diagrammatic manner so that we would know how the activity flows one by one and the overall flow of the activities, the flow of the work And at the same time, that actually helps us in understanding dependencies and sequencing them better. Dependency determination, so that's another important aspect. And leads and lags. So leads and lags are nothing but, if I'm saying that I have got a lead over the activity, that means I can actually start that activity by 3 days or 2 days early. But sometimes there are lags. So that means I have to wait for that activity to start. So for activity to start, so if you take a very quick example of, let's say, painting a house. So when you paint the house, you need to first remove the flakes of the old paint. And unless that is removed, you can't really start the painting activity. So can I say that in order to remove those flakes, I would need 3 days. So I can't start the painting activity. At least we need to wait for 3 days there. So there is a lag for painting, which is a succeeding activity. In order to start that succeeding activity, I need to wait for at least 3 days. So that is my lag. And sometimes there are activities which we can start in parallel as well. So one of the quick example could be, you're working on a high level design and the low level design. So you have a high level design in hand, but I'm sure you can also start working on the low level design. So that means you have got a lead and you can actually start 3 days early or 2 days early. So those things also actually helps later on when we decide about fast tracking and crashing of the project. And I'm going to talk about that as we proceed. What do we get by the end of it? Obviously, we should be getting the list of activities which are sequenced. So project schedule network diagram is what we should be getting. And as a result of any changes or as a result of any new learning, even we update the project documents. So that's what we can certainly expect. So I'm just going to show you very quickly the project network diagram so that you'll get a fair idea about how the network diagram looks like. And yeah, in fact, this could be one of the example of the way a network diagram is drawn. So you'll get it from the tool itself these days, because there are effective tools which can give you the network diagram, which will then help us in calculating the critical path, etc. So that was about sequencing part of the activities, which we can do by using the PDM or precedence diagram method. So that is something which is a very, very useful method. All right, so moving to the next process, which talks about estimate activity duration. So when we estimate the activity duration, now we have a list of activities. We have also sequenced those activities and created the network diagram. That's where we are. And now we have to estimate the activity duration. So this is where essentially we come up with the time period required for each of the activities. So if I have this list of activities, then I can easily come up with the time period that is required for conducting surveys or for preparing the market research findings. I would need maybe 12 hours, or for consolidate analyze data, I would need maybe 18 hours. So I would be able to come up with the estimation for each of these activities in whatever the unit that's agreed, and that's basically agreed and put and captured in the plan. And therefore, as a part of the inputs, one of the things that is required is the project management plan, which will give us an idea about schedule management plan. Moving to the next part, which is another input, is of course some of the documents which we need to refer to, like activity attributes, because when I'm doing the estimation, I need to refer to the characteristics, the attributes of the activities. List of activities, any assumption around the activity will help. Any past lessons will help while estimating the duration. Of course, the list of milestones, which will help us, right? So if I know this particular milestone has to be completed by this particular date, and I need to then find out whether I can fit that into the schedule or not. Project team who will be actually doing the estimation as well. And apart from that, under the enterprise environmental factors, I'm just going to give you some of the examples. Could be productivity metric, which we can certainly refer to. Productivity metric will help us in coming up with the estimation for the activities. So if I know that the market research data analysis previously took us maybe 18 hours, now on this project also, it could took 18 hours at least, right? So that kind of a productivity analysis or the productivity metric actually helps us in understanding the productivity of the employees or the team members, and that will certainly give us input while doing the estimation. Another thing could be the location of the team members. So it could also have an impact. The location of the team members, the time zone differences would also be having an impact. Under OPS, project calendar needs to be referred to. Scheduling methodologies, we also need to refer to what is the scheduling methodology that we're going to use really. And there are various methodologies that we're going to touch upon very soon. So that time you will be able to cover those. In terms of technique, tools and technique for doing the estimation. One of the important tool is, of course, expert judgment, which is very, very simple yet very powerful tool that we can use. Another is the analogous estimation. This is where we compare it with the previous project and we estimate the ongoing project. Parametric estimation is based on the various parameters of the project. And a very quick example of the parametric estimation, if we have to take, like let's say you're working on a software project and there are certain parameters that we can think of. One of the things could be database connections or input validations. So if I know that input validation is a medium complex task, and for that usually it takes 1 hour if it is medium complex. So if I have three such a tasks to perform, I can easily say that that will take 3 hours. So based on these parameters, I can actually come up with the estimation. 3-point estimation is also called as the program evaluation and review technique, or PERT. So this is where we factor in the most likely, pessimistic, and the optimistic estimation. So all these three estimations are put together and the activity duration is derived out of that. And then of course the meetings, that's where we engage all the stakeholders. Data analysis also helps us. The previous data analysis, or for that matter, even factoring in various constraints of the project and analyzing the data. So those things also really gives us an idea about the various aspect of the scheduling. Decision making techniques. So there are various options that are explored when we are doing the scheduling. We can actually think of the various decisions. So make or buy decision could be one such example. So if I have to buy this solution as it is, how long would it take? And if I have to build this completely, how long would it take? So make and buy decision. Bottom up estimation is what we have been talking about here. When we decompose the work package into smaller activities and we estimate each of the activity, we just totally tough from the bottom up, and then we derive the project schedule. Now, what do we expect by the end of the activity duration? So obviously we should be expecting the duration estimates for each of these activities, rolled it up at a project level, we get a duration of the project. Basis of estimates. So why are we estimating what we are estimating? So what is the basics of the estimation? So we can certainly document as much as possible. When am I saying that the data analysis of the market research would take 18 hours? So why is it so? What is the basis for that? So maybe I have factored some resources with some skills. Maybe I've assumed probably that all the data is available and there is no dependency on anybody. So what are those assumptions? What are those considerations for estimating? So that's my basis of estimation. Then in almost all the processes, you'll find project documents getting updated based on the new information or based on the changes that you might be receiving as a part of the project. So just to connect you back, what all we covered so far? So we started with the schedule management plan. We created a plan. Then we started with coming up with the list of activities. Then we sequenced those activities. We created the network diagram, etc. And then we started estimating the activity duration for each of these activities. So once we do that, then obviously we can come up with the schedule. So let's understand how to come up with schedule as a part of the develop schedule process. So this is where we actually derive the project schedule based on whatever the work that we have done so far, and by referring to the schedule model as well. What kind of input can we think of? The first thing is, of course, the plan, because plan always gives us the approach for each of these processes. What is the approach that's decided on the given project? And that's why we need to keep referring to the plan. And since we are deriving the schedule, we need to refer to the scope baseline as well. The other documents, the project documents like the attributes of the activity, assumption log, milestone list, etc. So those documents will be very useful here. Agreements. Now, we are talking about developing a schedule. So if you are engaging any third party, we have certain agreements with them. So we need to also take them into consideration so that we'll factor in those contractual commitments while developing the schedule. Now, let's move on to the other factors like enterprise environmental factors. So we also need to refer to some of the communication channels or scheduling tools which will actually help us in doing these things maybe in a bit professional way, bit swiftly as well. So I did mention some of the examples of the scheduling tools as well. Communication channels. So for example, if you are engaging the third party vendors, if you are engaging the various stakeholders, how are you going to communicate to them? What is the communication channel which is agreed upon? So that's another thing. Also, the scheduling methodologies, some of them which we already covered. What kind of tools and techniques can we use while developing schedule? The first is, of course, the network analysis. So we do the schedule network analysis. I also showed you the network diagram. So once we do the network analysis, we actually come up with the schedule. That's the minimum time that is required to complete this project. What are some of the critical tasks that needs to be performed? And that's also a part of your critical path method. So critical path method, as I mentioned to you, that if the network diagram is created, the critical path is nothing but the path of the activities which we need to complete one by one, where there is no float. So you will not get any extra time to perform those activities. So all those activities need to be performed based on the estimated time that you have estimated for those activities. So that is also the minimum time that is required for you to complete the project. So that's your critical path. There could be more than one critical path, and it's important for us to know those critical paths on the project. Data analysis. So again, we did speak about data analysis as a technique. Resource optimization. So how I can utilize the resources effectively in order to be productive on the project. The another technique could be PMIS, use of the project management information systems if you're not using it already. Leads and lags I did mention about, and schedule compression. At times, we might need to use the schedule compression techniques like fast tracking and crashing. So fast tracking is a technique where we actually start working on the activities in parallel. So if you are a bit of behind the schedule and you want to fast track, what you do is that you identify the activities which you can start working in parallel. So you do that. Crashing, on the other hand, puts more people on the activities. Crashing might increase the risk on the project, so we need to monitor it very, very closely. But those are some of the schedule compression activities which we discuss in detail in the PMP training program. Agile release plan. So if you are working in an agile way, we can also come up with a release plan. It could be quarterly release or a monthly release, or you may even deploy it or release it in production by the end of every sprint, depending on your technical readiness, depending on your technical excellence, as well as the kind of team members that you have on the project. Now, what do we expect by the end of developed schedule? Obviously, we should be expecting the project schedule. So let's take a quick look at what do we expect. The first thing is going to be schedule baseline. So we come up with the project schedule. This project would need maybe 6 months to complete, or 1 year to complete, or whatever the schedule that you have come up with, and whatever the unit that you have agreed in which you have to present. The other thing is the schedule data. So you have a data of the milestones, you have a basis of estimation, you have the sequencing of activities. So all this is nothing but your scheduling data that you have. The project calendar. So you would know the key milestones and the key dates to be referred to track. Project management plan updates on a regular basis with any change requests. If with any new learning, we need to do that. Yeah. So we just spoke about the change requests as well. So once we have the project schedule in place now, it's very important for us to control that. And this is what is covered as part of the control schedule as a process. So control schedule talks about, now since we have the list of activities, we have sequenced them. We also came up with the duration for each of these activities. We have also come up with the resources that are going to work on those activities. We also factored in various things like schedule constraints. We have done the analysis, etc. of those things. And we come up with even the schedule model, which is giving us an idea about various important dates and the key milestones as well. So how we can control that? So in order to control the project schedule, it's important for us to first refer to some of the things like the project schedule management plan itself, as well as the scope baseline. The another thing that we need to refer to is the list of project documents. So what are some of those documents? So it could be the activity list, it could be assumption log, it could be milestone list. So some of these documents will be very important for us to refer to. Another area is the OPA. So OPA will give you an idea about monitoring and reporting methods. So what are those monitoring and reporting methods? Are you going to do the any statistical analysis or quantitative analysis of the data, or is it going to be just a qualitative analysis by taking the feedback? The formal and informal ways of doing the controlling as well. So that could be another quick example. Work performance data is very important because once you start performing or working on those activities, then you need to come up with the data which will give you an idea about what was planned and what is achieved. So that's planned versus actual data is nothing but your work performance data. What kind of tools and techniques can we use? Data analysis, which we did discuss. Critical path method, which we did cover as well. PMIS, which is project management information system, which will give you some of the ready-made matrices in order to monitor the schedule effectively. Resource optimization for ensuring that the schedule is managed effectively. Schedule compression. So again, schedule compression, we've covered a bit on that as well. And lead and lags. So again, lead and lags we can certainly factor in. And what we get by the end of the control schedule activity is the work performance information, which is nothing but what was my planned schedule, what is my actual schedule. which will help me in deriving whether I am ahead of the schedule, whether I am behind the schedule of the project, or how am I performing. Schedule forecast. So based on the trend, then I can actually forecast whether would we be able to complete this project within the given schedule, or would we go ahead of the schedule, or would we go behind the schedule. What would be the case? So we can forecast it for next 6 months or 3 months or whatever the time period that you have to forecast. Change requests. So how we can factor in those change requests maybe as a part of the change request management process. Project management plan will also get updated as a result of that, and certain documents like assumption log, the lessons learned, etc. will also get updated.
Today we are going to look at cost management knowledge area defined in PMBOK of PMI. So as part of cost management knowledge area, we are going to understand what is project cost management is all about, overview on cost management and cost management processes. So now let us look at what is project cost management is all about. So when we say project cost management, we need to understand it basically includes about the cost which gets incurred, the expending value of the monetary investment which is being done by the organization. So project cost management basically includes the processes involved in planning, estimating, budgeting, financing, funding, managing and controlling costs so the project can be completed within approved budget. So this requires a detailed cost management plan, so where the cost of the resources which is required to be used in the project has to be assessed and understood, estimated and budgeted, which provide the details of how to plan, manage and control the project cost in relation to the cost baseline and the cost variances. So project cost management plan is one of the subsidiary plan in project management plan. So techniques like earned value managements are used to check how the cost performance is happening throughout the project. So primarily project cost management is concerned with cost of resources needed to complete the project activities, and it will consider the effects of project decisions on the subsequent recurring cost of using, maintaining and supporting the product, service or results of the project. So now further to understand what is cost management is all about, the overview of it. So we need to look at what are the tailoring considerations made while doing the project cost management. So the tailoring considerations includes knowledge management, estimating and budgeting, earned value management, use of agile approach and governance. When I say knowledge management, so it is very important for an organization to have a formal knowledge management and financial database repositories that project manager is required to use that is readily accessible so that right decisions can be made taken at the right time. When I say estimating and budgeting, it requires to look at understanding, approximating what is the amount of money which is going to incur in that particular project, and accordingly the money, the monetary resources has to be allocated to the project. Based on that, project will be delivered, and project manager should ensure the project will be delivered within that budgeted value, monetary value which is allocated to the project. So earned value management is a technique what is used to check how the project management relating to cost management in specific, schedule management as well as scope management, how it is performing, comparison with the baselines of these triple constraints defined in the baselines of the project. Using agile approach, which means depending on what kind of approach is required for the project scenario. So use of agile approach will be considered accordingly. Not necessarily that agile approach should be applicable to all the projects which is being done. So governance when we say it's all about an authority, one which sets the directions, and it is very essential to have such directions set so that necessary controls are established through policies, procedures and guidelines. So next type of cost we come across involves fixed cost, variable cost, direct cost, indirect cost, and sunk cost. When I say fixed cost, so these are the costs that do not change throughout the project life cycle. For example, if a construction of a road is happening, the excavators and bulldozers are fixed cost. Whereas when I say variable cost, so the cost of this varies throughout the project. For example, hourly labor, cost of material could vary as the project progresses. So indirect cost and direct cost. If you look at that direct and indirect cost, direct cost refers to that cost which clearly assigned to the project on the labor, materials which are directly involved in the project. When I say indirect cost, it is basically speaks about the cost involved in administration, basically overhead cost like indirect materials, utilities, tax, insurance, property, repairs, etc. So sunk cost basically refers to that cost which cannot be recovered after incurring it. For example, cost which has been incurred while paying a rent for the project facility, what is being utilized for doing the project, that cannot come back. That is called sunk cost. So analyzing various different types of cost will become very essential so that estimation, approximation and allocation of budget and also this understanding of the cost will also help in making right decisions, justifying whether we need to include such costs or not in the projects. Further, let us go and look at understanding cost management processes. So cost management processes includes basically four processes: plan cost management, estimate cost, determine budget, and control cost. When I say plan cost management, estimate cost management, and determine budget are part of planning process group, whereas control cost falls under monitoring and controlling process group. Now let us look at plan cost management. So plan cost management is the process of defining how the project's cost will be estimated, budgeted, managed, monitored, and controlled. So it is the initial process of cost management where one has to define how the cost of the project will be looked at after estimation that needs to be monitored. How are you going to monitor and control? What is that particular cost it goes and incurs for a given project? So generally the techniques like WBS, work breakdown structure, which is basically done in scope management, is considered. And when you do work breakdown structure, basically the technique of decomposition is used to break down the product into multiple levels, and cost will be allocated from the bottom level of the WBS, and it is bottom up estimate. You consolidate upwards. So many techniques are used to do that, like expert judgments, analogous estimation, parametric estimation, 3-point estimation, PERT estimation. So these estimations includes basically the labor utilized, the material utilized, the equipment what is used as part of the project. All this will become a cost components. So this process, plan cost management process, gives a rough outline of the number of resources involved and shows the optimum path to manage the project cost throughout the project lifecycle. Inputs to this process includes project charter, project management plan, basically schedule management plan and risk management plan, enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets. The tools and techniques which are used for plan cost management process would be expert judgment, data analysis, and meetings. The output of this process would be cost management plan. So cost management plan is one of the subsidiary plans where this particular plan will go and get consolidated into a bigger plan along with the other subsidiary plans. So when I say other subsidiary plans, we need to think about the scope management plan, schedule management plan, quality management plan. Likewise, we have a 9 knowledge areas, means 9 subsidiary plans, and all of these are consolidated in integration management knowledge area, and we will have a full plan consolidated. So next process is estimate cost. When I say estimate cost, it is a process of developing an approximation of cost of resources needed to complete the project work. So this is the second process in the project cost management after the cost management plan that helps in estimating the cost of the resources required for the project completion. Since cost is an important variable that ensures project success, one has to be very careful while producing the estimated amount of total project cost. So throughout the project lifecycle, this process is performed at periodical intervals. A project manager uses various methods to estimate cost depending on amount of information available. So inputs to this process is project management plan like cost management plan, quality management plan, scope baseline, project scope statement, work breakdown structure, WBS dictionary. Project documents like lessons learned register, project schedule, resource requirement, risk register, then enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. The tools used as part of this particular process estimate cost would be expert judgment, where involvement of the experts, mainly financial experts, experts who understand that particular project domain and the cost of it. So analogous estimation where consideration of historical information in terms of what was the estimation in the earlier project, how much it took to deliver this or do this activity or to acquire some resources. Based on that, you would do the estimation. Parametric estimation, extension of analogous estimation, where the parameter of current scenario is considered along with the historical information and estimation is done. Bottom-up estimation, as I mentioned earlier, you will have a work breakdown structure. At the bottom of the work breakdown structure, you are going to look at what are the resources required to accomplish that particular features, functionality, or output. At the same time, looking at what activities are involved, what effort is involved, and estimating based on that. Then once it is done at the lower level of WBase, that will be consolidated upwards. Once it is consolidated at the higher level of the WBase, one will have a entire estimation for the project. So next is 3-point estimation, where the estimation of optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely estimates are taken and average of that is obtained. So this requires a lot of discussion with an experts, the one who think that without any issues, what could be the estimation, considering what are the issues which would occur and what is that optimally I can accomplish. So pessimistic, optimistic, and most likely view are taken while taking the average of it. So data analysis, checking on all the data, what is available relating to this project and resources of this project, deliverables of this project, and analyzing to estimate it. Then project management information system. So this helps to provide a lot of informations and also methods and approaches which would help in terms of estimating the cost. So decision making means decision making techniques involves a lot of exercise in terms of involving various different experts or maybe the people who are involved in the delivery, people who understands the technology, people who understand the dynamics associated with that project and facilitate that discussions and make the decision. So output of this process includes cost estimates, basis of estimates. When we say basis of estimates, why are we saying it is so much? So if you estimate a cost for certain particular activity to be completed, why are we saying so much of estimate? What is the reason? So justifying that. So basis of estimate provides you the details. Then project documents updates. So next process would be determine budget. So determine budget is the process of aggregating the estimated cost of individual activities or work packages and establishing the authorized cost baseline. So this is the third process in cost management knowledge area. So this involves the activities, a task summed up to identify what is that particular cost baseline would be. So cost baseline of the budget include all the authorized funds that are essential for project execution. So the budget basically includes various reserves of contingency. When I say contingency, we're speaking about the risk. So risk identification has to happen. So which happens in risk management knowledge area. So risk identification, assessing and analyzing the risk and also defining the risk responses. Once that is done, what cost it incurs while doing it. That will be put as a contingency reserve along with all the efforts cost or material cost which has been consolidated upwards in WBS structure, and then adding contingency reserve to it will become cost baseline. So above this, there will be management reserve where project manager cannot utilize the management reserve based on the willingness, but it is kept with certain calculation done by the management to see to that project will go with the way it is planned. So any unforeseen circumstances which is not even identified, unknown risk, management reserves would be used. So including contingency reserve and all the project cost consolidated cost baseline. So this cost baseline is authorized. So it is an authorized time phase budget that is used as the initial point for monitoring and calculating the project performance and progress. So this is done through earned value management. So this process is executed at specific points in the project which are generally predefined. So the inputs to this project would be project management plan, basically cost management plan, resource management plan, scope baseline, project documents, that is basis of estimates, cost estimates, project schedule, risk register, then business documents, which is business case, benefits management plan, then agreements, which is basically that agreement which is done with the suppliers or which is done with any of the customers. So those are considered because you may be acquiring a specific product service or you are producing a specific product or services for your consumer. So these needs to be understood in what terms the project is being worked. Then enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. So the tools used for this particular process determine budget is expert judgment, historical information review, data analysis, cost aggregation, funding limit reconciliations. When we say cost aggregation and funding limit reconciliations, one has to ensure all the fund flow. How is that happening? What is the current condition of this fund flow in the organization? That needs to be understood. And also, based on the schedules of the project, money needs to be organized. The incoming money flow, outgoing money flow in the name of cost and revenue, that needs to be checked so that necessary investment which is required for project is available or not is understood. So this requires working with finance in specific. So financing means the allocation of the budget at the same time ensuring that flow happens. The money which is allocated comes in. Outputs of determined budget process would be the cost baseline, then project funding requirements and project documents updates. So next process would be control cost. So control cost is the process of monitoring the status of project to update the project cost and managing changes to the cost baseline. So this is the final process which is in monitoring and control process group. So this is primarily concerned with measurement of variances of the actual cost from the proposed baseline. So various methods and procedures are implemented here to track the project performance and expenses against its progress rate. Meanwhile, all the variances are recorded and compared with actual baselines. If any necessary corrections are required, those will be done through raising change request. So control cost process will be responsible for explaining the reasons for variance and further assist the project manager in taking corrective actions to incur minimum cost or cost according to what is budgeted or planned. So inputs to this process involves project management plan, that is cost management plan, cost baseline, performance measurement baseline, project documents, then project funding requirements, work performance data, and then organizational process assets. The tools used for control cost process would be expert judgment, data analysis, to complete performance index, and project management information system. So output of this process would be work performance information, cost forecasts, change request, project documents updates, and project management plan updates. So that's all about cost management, knowledge area defined in PMBOK and its process.
As you know, quality management is definitely one of the most important processes that we have. Out of the different knowledge areas, like there are 10 knowledge areas within the PMP or PMBOK 6th edition, and there are 49 processes. So one of the important knowledge areas that we talk about is the quality management. So quality management consists of various processes within it. And today's topic is around quality management. Let's get started with quality management. So quality is always at the center of the constraint triangle that we talk about. So apart from the cost, the schedule, the resources, etc., quality is one of the important constraints of the project. And ultimately, quality is the responsibility of all the team members working on the project. But the project manager is ultimately responsible for quality. We will talk about what are the various aspects as a project manager you need to ensure that you take care of while managing quality on your project. So in today's topic and the discussion that we have, we are going to talk about the project quality management, the quality management overview, and quality management processes that are involved into managing the quality on the project. And this particular webinar is aligned to the PMBOK 6th edition. So this is definitely in line with the latest changes that have been done by the PMI in PMBOK. So let's get started with the project quality management as a topic. Under this topic, as we were talking about, we will be discussing about the various processes that are involved into managing quality on the project. But before we get on to the processes that we have, let's quickly understand about quality management. Now, as we all know, quality is all about whether we are producing the outcome of the project in the form of product or result or the service that we are producing by the end of that project. Is it fit for use or not? Is it fit for purpose or not? Does it meet the customer requirements or not? So ultimately, we need to make sure that we check on that. So whether that project meets the needs it was originally created to meet. And that is what is ensured by the quality management. It also ensures that all project activities that are necessary for designing, planning, implementing a project are effective and efficient. And that is ensured by following the quality management as one of the important plans that we create on the project. So let's understand a bit more around quality management as a concept when we work on the project. So there are a few things that we need to definitely make sure we are doing as a part of the quality. One is, of course, the verification. The continuous verification is what is expected by the team and the project manager. Like, for example, a simple verification could be a traceability matrix. We ensure to have a traceability matrix on the project so that we verify the requirements that we have gathered from the customers. Are we incorporating those while doing designing, while doing coding, while doing testing, while deploying, etc.? So that simple verification really helps us. And it's just not the backwards traceability, but also the forwards traceability that we ensure that we are doing. So that's a quick example of the verification. Precision. Now, whenever we talk about quality, we also ensure that it should be precise. Precision is all about doing it consistently. And when we do consistently right, it actually ensures the precision. Now, we must have heard about these terms like precision and accuracy. So accuracy is when we actually hit the target, we are accurate. But when we hit the target 10 times consistently, we are not only accurate, but also we are precise. And that is what reflects in the quality. So whatever the outcome that we are producing in the form of that process, or even for that matter, the result or a service that we are producing, we need to make sure that it's not only accurate, but also it is precisely, so that we are consistently producing the same outcome in the form of product, service, or a result that we are committing to the customer. So accuracy and precision definitely are two important facets that we talk about always under quality. Tolerance. There is something called as a tolerance, and we set the tolerance limits and we come up with sort of a control chart in order to understand the outcome that we are producing. Does it fit into that tolerance limits or not? So we have upper specification limits and we have lower specification limits. And the product that we are producing in the form of outcome of the process or a project, we make sure that it fits into the tolerance limit. Anything above that, my customer wouldn't accept. And if there are too many such a things that I'm producing which are not accepted by the customer, obviously it's going to cost me. And that's going to be the cost of quality, which we will talk about later as well. Validation. So continuous validation and verification, as we were talking about, is something which is integral part of the maintaining quality and ensuring quality while we're working on any project. So whatever the requirements that customer has given us, once we build that feature, we need to make sure that that feature is validated as per the acceptance criteria given by the customer. And we'll talk more about some of these aspects around quality. So quality management overview is what we're going to start with at the moment. Now, when we talk about the overview in terms of understanding the quality, we also need to understand the various trends and emerging practices that we talk about in quality these days. So starting with the customer satisfaction. Now, customer satisfaction is ultimately one of the goals that every organization would strive to achieve through the product, service, or the results that are getting produced as an outcome of the project that we work on. So even we talk about as a part of the project constraints these days, apart from quality, schedule, and the other constraints like risk, resources, one of the important thing is also around customer satisfaction. Are my customers satisfied with the outcome that I'm producing or not? And if they're not satisfied, then we need to really find out the reasons for customer satisfaction. First of all, whether I'm really checking my customers are happy or not. Am I conducting the customer surveys, feedbacks, and interviews? Am I incorporating the feedbacks that I'm getting back into the process of developing that product, service, or result or not? So there are various things that we need to ask to ourselves as a team. Continual improvement. Continual improvement should be always at the heart of the quality. The reason being, it's about the consistently improving the way we are doing things, right? The way the process is running, or for that matter, are we challenging the status quo? How am I improving on a daily basis? There could be various ways through which we can do that. It could be implementation of a Kaizen methodology or a Six Sigma or lean way of working, etc. But continual improvement is definitely one of the important things that teams need to ensure that we do. Management responsibility. Now, as we just mentioned, that quality is everyone's responsibility. So how come we miss on management? Ultimately, management is the one who is going to empower the project teams. Management is the one who is going to ensure that the teams have got enough resources to build the product. So if that is not done properly, then obviously it's going to have an impact over quality. Management should also help teams in removing the impediments, bottlenecks that are there within what we are producing and not achieving the quality. So that is where management would come into picture. Mutually beneficial partnership with suppliers. When we talk about producing any product, I guess without having the partnership with suppliers, it's just not possible. Now, when we partner with our suppliers, we need to make sure that it's a mutually beneficial partnership. We need to make them partner into what we're producing and not just treat them as some third party vendors. So that's the change in the mindset that we need to bring out in order to get maximum out of this partnership and the relations. So let's keep talking about some of the tailoring considerations that we should be taking into consideration while working on the quality management. Now, all the processes of quality management, they need to be applied in a tailored or a customized way in order to make them unique to the project that you're working on. Because as we know, project is a unique endeavor. We produce a product or service or a result out of that project, and it's unique in itself. So let's talk about how and where can we do this kind of a customization or process tailoring. PMBOK 6th edition specifically talks a lot about process tailoring. Let's take a few examples. For example, policy, compliance, and auditing. Now, whichever the project that you're working on, you have to do the customization or tailoring around the way you're working, considering the compliance requirements or audit requirements. Like, for example, I still remember when I was working on a project where we had to comply with SOX compliance. That means the requirements were completely different over there. Like we had to take the code freeze approvals at least 14 days before we put code into production environment. That was something very unique to that compliance requirement. And that was audited as well. So we had to really retain those audit trails and had to retain those evidences which we can then produce when the audit is conducted. So that's a very quick example, which may not be required again on all the projects. The second aspect is around standards and regulatory compliance. Sometimes there are certain mandatory standards that are to be followed. So we need to ensure that we are adhering to those mandatory standards if we haven't already considered as a part of the project. Continuous improvement, challenging the status quo. Various methodologies these days are popular when it comes to continuous improvement. And I'm sure some of those methodologies you may have already used yourself. Agile is the best example. Agile really helps us improve on a continuous basis because we do retrospections, we gather lessons learned, we implement the improvements out of that. 5S is another methodology, Six Sigma is another one, Lean is there. So many of them, or simple Kanban way of working also helps us in continuously improve ourselves. Stakeholder engagement. Since we talk about quality and ultimately all these requirements that we work on, any project comes from the stakeholders. So we have to engage them throughout the project and not just at the beginning of the project or towards the end of the project. So tailoring around these aspects would really help us gain a competitive advantage or would gain in terms of getting the better outcome of the project. Now let's talk about the quality management process. So far, I just introduced you the topic. We just spoke about what is quality, what are the different aspects around quality. We also spoke about why the tailoring is required when we work on the quality, etc. Now let's actually get into the process part. As I mentioned to you, there are 49 different processes within PMBOK 6th edition, and there are 10 different knowledge areas. We also have 5 different process groups. We are picking up quality management processes for you in today's training. So let's talk about now the process. There are 3 processes as a part of quality management. It starts with planning part. We have to plan quality. We can't just ignore that. We have to manage quality. Once we put your plan in place, that's where we decide high level approach. What's my commitment to manage quality on my project? And once I give that commitment through this plan, then I have to execute that plan. And that execution is about managing quality. And once I start executing, I have to also check whether I'm executing it as per the plan or not. And that's where the control aspect comes into picture. So we have planning quality management, managing quality, and control quality. 3 processes that are embedded as a part of the quality management. Let's start with the first one, which is plan quality management. Now, as like any other knowledge areas, whenever we cover, we always talk about what are the inputs to that process, what are the tools and techniques that we use, and what output do we expect out of that. Similarly, we will also be talking about what are the inputs. So before we getting onto the input part, let's just talk about a bit what is plan. So planning quality management is all about identifying what are the key requirements in terms of the quality. It could be with respect to the standards that we're going to follow. It could be with respect to the commitments that we're giving. How are we going to maintain quality, manage quality on the project? What's the approach that we're going to follow in terms of ensuring quality is built in this product? So in general, this is going to really provide you with some guidance and this will give some direction. So even if the project manager is not there one fine day, and if somebody wants to look into what is the quality that we're going to maintain on this project, so they can easily refer to this plan and learn about this approach. So how are we going to manage the quality, verify the quality throughout the project is what is maintained and mentioned in this plan. Typically, we create the plan at the beginning of the project itself, and quality management plan would then become a part of your project plan when we actually begin working. Let's now get started off with some of the inputs to the quality management. And we will go one by one, probably starting off with, of course, the project charter. So when we start talking about the planning part, we need to refer to the project charter because project charter will certainly give us an idea about those initial high level requirements that will come from the project charter. And as we just now understood about quality, that it's about fit for use, fit for purpose, and it's about ensuring that we deliver the requirements that we have agreed upon with customers. So those initial requirements will certainly come from the project charter. We would also know which are those stakeholders whom I need to engage while creating the plan, etc. The other is project management plan in itself. Few things we have already captured over there. And anyways, quality management plan is a subsidiary plan of project management plan. That means we have to refer to that for sure. Project documents. We need to also refer to different project documents while working on quality part. And the project documents, obviously, we need to make sure that these project documents that we are referring to are something like, for example, assumption log. So I need to know what are some of the assumptions that I need to factor in while working on the planning quality aspects. Then we also need to know how are we going to establish traceability metrics on the project? How are we going to capture risks, for example? What about the stakeholder register? Can I have access to that so that I can update if required? So those are some of the examples of the documents that we talk about here. And apart from that, there are two inputs always we talk about in almost all processes, and that's enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets. There could be, like, for example, as a part of assets, there could be certain templates that I need to use. There could be a certain, in terms of enterprise environmental factors, I would also compare the quality with that comes out of the commitment that I'm going to give as a company in the market. So there are certain general guidelines that are available that I would refer to as well. So these are some of the inputs that we talk about. Let's now talk about some of the tools and techniques when we plan quality into the project. So starting with expert judgment. Expert judgment is one of the tools and techniques that we talk about here. And as you would agree, expert judgment is all about engaging my SMEs into getting inputs from them. And probably we need to also take into consideration the tailoring aspect. So on this project, based on the experience of these people, what do I need to do? So something which is very easy to do as well as very valuable. Data gathering. Data gathering is definitely another tool which is very useful. We can gather data through various ways. One of the example could be benchmarking. I can compare the quality with what's published in the market. It could be through various publications or something which is, even for that matter, the standards that are there. So I can compare it with the past. I can compare it with the standards or the competition as well. So that's kind of a benchmarking, right? I need to be right up to the competition in the market. So if it is not there, then how I can improve ourselves in terms of the quality outcomes that we're producing. Brainstorming is a simple data gathering technique that helps us in generating the data and the ideas, etc. I can also conduct interviews with few people in order to gather data. So these are some of the examples. Data analysis. So once we gather data while putting the plan for quality, I need to also ensure that I do analysis of the data that I've gathered. For that, I might have to use different techniques, like simple could be cost benefit analysis. Can I just check the cost of quality? What is the benefit am I going to get out of that? At the same time, what is the cost of implementation of the quality requirements against the benefit, as I just mentioned? Or cost of quality in itself, which will cover your cost of conformance, cost of non-conformance. Now, as we know, cost of conformance is all about, in order to make sure the quality is built in, what is the cost that is required. So for that quality assurance or the audits or different things that I'm going to use on the project, it could be reviews, etc. What's the cost that is required for that? And non-conformance cost could be very high at times. One of the best examples could be the Volkswagen scam of the emission, that we know the kind of amount that the Volkswagen had to bear is like huge. That's cost of non-conformance, I would say, because it not only affects the cost, but also it affects the reputation of the company as a whole. So that could be another example. And we will talk many more such example in our training. Decision making is another thing. So as a part of decision making, again, it's pretty straightforward, right? We have to make decisions between the options that are available. So we'll also look into some tools that we can use in order to make a decision as well in the actual training. Data representation. So once we gather data, we can actually represent that data through various ways. Like, for example, we can create a simple flowchart of the data that I've gathered. So let's say I have gathered some data from the process. I can just put together in a flowchart, or I can create some sort of a logical data model, or even for that matter, some matrix diagrams. All of that really helps us in visualizing things. I think mind map could be one of the simplest example. We just put together what's there on mind in a particular format, in a particular way, and that really helps us in representing the data. Test and inspection planning would certainly involve our considerations about various testing things that we're going to do in order to, of course, inspect the product, in order to ensure that we inspect the deliverable or a service that we are giving to our customers. And there could be various ways, as we all know, like alpha and beta releases that we do in the market these days, or the various inspections that we do, or for that matter, the field test could be another simple example. And then we have meetings, which is pretty straightforward to understand. So these inputs in terms of the different tools and techniques would certainly help us in putting together the plan. Obviously, what do we expect by the end of this? We certainly expect outcome of this process would be the quality management plan itself. We'll also be able to gather some quality metric in terms of, now we can certainly think of, as a part of the quality metric, we can think of various things. What kind of a quality metric that you want to capture on your project? And that quality metric would certainly help you in ensuring that you are tracking the quality. So it could be, for example, the defect data, it could be defect age, it could be the defects per release, etc., etc. So that could be just one quick example. Project management plan will get updated with this outcome, and even the project documents. Like I have given you examples of assumption log or traceability matrix or stakeholder list that we're creating. So that might also get updated as a result of this. So this covers our plan quality management. We saw what are the inputs, we saw tools and techniques, and we also covered the outcomes that we can get in the form of different outputs of this process, of course. Let's now talk about managed quality. So as a part of quality management, we have plan quality, and then the second part is about managed quality. It's all about execution. Now, since we have a plan in place, it's time for us to execute that plan. Let's talk a bit about it. It's all about translating that plan into your executable quality activities. So whatever we have committed to through this plan, now we have to execute that. It will also help us in making sure that the quality policies are embedded into the project. And that is certainly the responsibility of the management to make sure that all the teams are ensuring that embedding of the quality policies into their project plans, etc. It also helps us in improving the probability of meeting the quality objectives, and not only that, identifying the ineffective processes and cause of poor quality. So it's all about identifying those aspects and fixing those aspects, act upon those gaps. So when we have started executing on the plans, we would certainly be able to come to know about these things. So let's do a bit of a deep dive, and starting with, of course, the inputs. So let's start talking about inputs to manage quality. And we'll, of course, talk about the first input, which is the project management plan in itself. Now, what will come out of the project management plan is the quality management plan. Because quality management plan is the subsidiary management plan, which is a part of your project management plan. So that will come in project document. So as we've already spoke about the various examples of the project documents that we can think of. And not only that, now project documents, I've already gave you a few examples. Like it could also include like assumption log, I've told you, or for that matter, the traceability metrics or the stakeholder list, etc. And the next one is about the OPAs and EEF is what we talk about. But in this case specifically, we'll be talking about the OPAs. So what is organizational process assets? So when we talk about the managed quality, we would need to factor in a lot of different assets that might have been created. Those needs to be used, as I gave you example of certain standards, templates, those we need to adhere to when we work on any of the organization. So we need to always refer to that. Usually the central team within the organization working for quality ensures that these assets are being communicated across to all the teams so that teams start using them. So let's get started with the next aspect about managing quality, which is tools and techniques. What kind of tools can we use? Starting with the tools for data gathering, which we already discussed about the kind of tools that we can use for gathering data, like interviews and brainstorming sessions, etc. We can talk a bit on the data analysis tools. What kind of analysis can we do? So once we gather data, now this data is about once we start executing your plan, some data gets generated on the project. That data needs to be captured. That data needs to be then analyzed. We could do alternative analysis. We could analyze various documents that are there on the project. We could do simple process analysis in order to find out the opportunities for us to improve that process. Or importantly, we could also undertake a root cause analysis. Because now we are executing the plan, we might come across certain issues to find out why that particular issue has occurred. Let's find out the root cause of that issue so that it will not occur again. Audits is another important thing that we always do as a part of the managed quality. I hope audits are pretty straightforward thing. It could be internal audits, it could be external audits. So depending on the kind of audits that are conducted in your organization. Decision making is something again pretty straightforward. We make decision based on the kind of data that we've gathered and the design for X. Now, design for X is all about design for excellence, or we call it as DFX. Now, this is basically a set of technical guidelines. Now, those technical guidelines could be applied during the design phase while we build the product. And that really helps us in optimize few things around obviously the design. Like there are lots of things that are evolving around design. So design thinking could be one such example. So design for excellence is all about those technical guidelines, all the practices. Like one of the simple thing that we do is simple design. We keep design simple so that we can evolve later. Now, this will certainly help us to improve the characteristics of the product that we're working on. Like for example, cost reduction, or we talk about quality improvements or better performance, right? Or the customer satisfaction. A lot of these things that we can think of. So those could be achieved while ensuring that some of the technical guidelines are followed. For example, if we talk about the performance, and if you do not incorporate the technical guidelines into the design itself, then how would you be able to expect a better performance of the product once you develop that application, put it into production, and then if the performance is what is one of the expectation, and that you miss to factor in into design, it's going to affect the performance. Data representation. Now, how do we represent data? We've already spoke about it. Various ways through which we can represent the data, like flowcharts, process diagrams, etc. that we spoke about. Problem solving skills, again, various ways through which we can solve problems is what it covers about. So we'll be talking about in detail in the training when we conduct, how do we do that? And the quality improvement methods. There are various quality improvement methods, which I did mention to you, some of them at, for example, plan, do, check, act, something which was introduced by Deming, and Six Sigma is another example, or Kaizen for that matter, or continuous improvement. So all those things really helps us in achieving better quality outcomes. Now, since we talk about managed quality, what do we expect as the outcome of the managed quality process? We would get quality reports. Now, quality reports, again, as we spoke a bit on it, as far as the metric is concerned, but in this case, we basically talk about how we can put this data that we're getting during execution of the quality plan into some format. Now, that format could be sort of a graphical format or some numerical or some qualitative stuff that we can put together that will actually help us in providing lots of information which we can refer and take corrective decisions. And that corrective decision will in turn help us in meeting the quality expectations. So this would also include, for that matter, some of the quality management issues that get escalated to the next level, or for that matter, some of the improvements that are suggested, the corrective actions that we have taken, or for that matter, the kind of rework that required to be done. For that matter, even few things that I mentioned to you earlier, like defects data or the bug repair that was done, or the kind of inspection that is done and the outcome of that, etc. And even you can summarize all the findings and put it together. So that essentially includes your quality reports. And there could be certain organizational process assets in order to provide sort of templates how to produce this. Test evaluation documents. Now, test and evaluation document is all about like what are some of the achievements of the quality objectives that we can put together. Like, for example, checklists or detailed requirement traceability metrics. Now, those are like test and evaluation documents, right? Traceability metrics is one good example. Checklist is one of the best examples that we always talk about. Those really helps us in evaluating things. Change requests. Now, change request might get initiated as a result of the progress that we are seeing, and that change request then needs to be incorporated back into the project. Project documents will get updated, the ones that I mentioned earlier, and project management plan would also get updated if there is any change that we come across. So this covers entire outcomes or the outputs that we expect out of the managed quality process. So we saw planning part of quality. That's where we give commitments to our customers by putting things into planning, the approach, etc. And then we start executing on that through the managed quality process. And then we are going to talk about the next important process, which is about controlling quality. Now, this is the process where we basically talk about now how can we make sure what we are doing is it in line with the process or not. So it's about monitoring and recording the results. So we've started executing the plan. Now we started getting some outcomes. It's important for us to record the results of those outcomes and we monitor it whether it is as per the quality management activities or not. If there is any gap, we need to act upon those gaps. So in a way, it is going to help us assessing the performance in order to ensure the project outcomes are complete, correct, and meet customer expectations. Not only that, it will also verify that the project deliverables and work meet the requirements specified by key stakeholders for final acceptance. So there has to be a continuous verification and validation that needs to be happening as a part of the control quality as well. Right, so let's get started with control quality aspects. Of course, we'll start with inputs. We can't miss the input project plan in itself. And project plan will also give you the quality management plan for us to refer to. That's where we have already mentioned about how are you going to do control quality activities. So we can refer to those. Project documents, the one that I've already mentioned to you. Some of those documents we need to refer to and also needs to update later. Approved change request. Again, we need to check whether that approved change request is incorporated or not. And if it is incorporated, if there is any gap, etc. So if at all there is any approved change request. Deliverables. Now, those deliverables could be the ones that I have already verified on the project. So those verified deliverables, that means I have tested those deliverables. I have verified those deliverables as per the customer requirements. So that is what it covers. And the work performance information. So work performance information will be nothing but the data that gets generated once we start executing the plans. So how are we performing against the plan? How are we with respect to the schedule or quality or for that matter, budget, etc. Enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets is something which is standard, which will really help us in referring to certain things that are there at an organizational level. And then we talk about certain tools and techniques which will help us in performing these tasks. So let's talk about what are those. One is data gathering. We did speak about some of the examples of how do we gather data. So that's one thing. Testing product and evaluations. So since we're talking about controlling quality, we need to make sure that we verify the deliverables against the customer specifications that are given. So this verification and validation needs to be happening on a continuous basis. Not only that, we also need to make sure that including the approved change, we have tested as per the expectations. So this is something which is an ongoing process as a part of the control quality. It's an ongoing activity. Data analysis. So once we gather data out of these techniques, it's time for us to analyze that data and draw actions which will help us in, of course, taking the corrective and the preventive actions. Like, for example, the outcome that we are producing, is it within the control limits or not? What are the tolerance limits, the upper specification, lower specification limits? And the outcomes that I'm getting, are they falling within those or not? So a lot of data that I'm generating out of the implementation of the quality commitments, now it's time for us to analyze the data. Inspection. So I need to regularly go on inspecting and adapting as well. So various opportunities through which we can do the inspection. So for that, whatever you have committed, how are you going to do the inspection? That would be a part of your plan. So you can refer to that. And you would also represent that data. Again, data representation, we already covered the various ways through which we do that. And of course, the meetings. So those are the tools and techniques that we can use as a part of control quality. And let's move on to the outcomes. What do we expect by the end of this? We certainly expect quality control measurements. So we ensure that we've got the quality control measurements in place. We have verified deliverables. So whatever the deliverables that are committed at that phase or at that point in time on the project, we have verified those against the requirements that are given by the customers. Work performance information in itself, how are we performing against the plan? Change requests, project management plan would get updated as a result of that, including the project documents. So this is what we can expect in the form of outcome. So this covers the control quality aspects as well. So we started with the quality management plan, then we looked into how we can manage quality overall, and then how do we control quality. So in today's webinar, our focus was around quality and how we can maintain quality on the project by implementing these three processes as a part of the quality management. So when we ensure that we are implementing these processes as a project manager, as a team, in a way, we are assuring our customer that what we are building in the form of that product, service, or a result is fit for your use and is as per the expectations that are given by you. So that confidence we can give it to the customer by implementing these quality management processes. And that will certainly make the team give the results to the team which can deliver repeatedly, not just one times, and the team which is also predictable. So that predictability and repeatability is something that is really important, and that gives a lot of trust on the team as well. So this was just the gist of quality management. We have covered it at a high level. We do a deep dive when we deliver the PMP training program. We get into each of these tools and techniques, inputs, and the outcomes much in more detail, in fact. And we also take a lot of different examples as a part of this. But in this webinar, we have just given you the introduction to quality management as a part of the quality management knowledge area within PMBOK 6th edition.
So as part of resource management knowledge area, we are going to look at understanding what is project resource management knowledge area is all about, resource management overview, and resource management processes. So now before we get started, subscribe to Edureka YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us on trending technologies. Also, if you are looking for an online training certification in PMP, check out the link in the description given below. So project resource management. PMP defines 10 knowledge areas. One of the knowledge areas is project resource management. When we say project resource management, we should look at understanding what are the resources required for managing the projects and then acquiring those resources and managing throughout the project lifecycle. So for this, we need to understand what project resource management is all about. When I say resource can be human resource can be a technology resource can be any resource which is required for a project to be done. Now, when we say scope, for example, you will define a scope for a deliverable which will come as an output of a project. Similarly, while defining the project, we should also define the scope of those resources which are required to deliver that result. So project resource management includes the processes to identify, acquire, and manage the resources needed for the successful completion of the project. So resource management overview. This includes the trends and emerging practices. When I say resource management methods, so we know the dynamics associated with various different resources. So we acquire the resources based on what kind of project we are doing. in common the kind of resources, human resources we will have in every projects. For example, if you say IT project, you need human resource. If you say civil construction project, you need resource. But the dynamics with this human resources changes based on the what kind of skills and capability and experiences that resource will have in a given project. Similarly, when it's IT project, you need to work on applications, you need to work on network devices, infrastructure components. But when it's a civil constructions, you're all not working with those IT components. Instead, we're speaking about cement, brick, sand, etc. So even quantifying those resources and acquiring those resources and utilizing those resources in a given project is very essential. So dynamics of those resources has to be understood and accordingly it has to be handled. So in specific, when we say human resources, emotional intelligence plays a very important role for project manager to have to use during the project management. So this requires an effort from a project manager to pretend certain roles. For example, when we say leadership, we speak about authoritarian leadership, laissez-faire leadership, participative leadership. So when to be authoritarian, when should you behave authoritative? When should a project manager be participative? When should a project manager should become laissez-faire, means delegate and allow team to work on it and then review it. So this requires a lot of influencing thoughts while engaging with the people, especially the project team members, what we're speaking about, while engaging with the customers, while engaging with suppliers, while engaging with sponsors. These transactions need certain emotional influence as well, for which emotional intelligence may be required. So self-organizing team as a buzzword which comes across whenever we speak about agile mostly. But however, today with the changing needs of the business, where the quick response is required to go to market, at the same time, when we go to market quickly, the operations needs to respond to it, manage it the way the user wants it. User may have a queries. Ultimately, the experience of the users makes sense. Only then value realization happens. So because of that, enablement across the organization, right from the teams who are in the project as well as who are managing that particular product or services is required. For that, many organization has thought about self-organizing team, where the team is owning their product or services in entirety, rather than one individual or one specific specialist owning it. Then with the advancement of technology, today movement of skills who are distributed across various different regions may not be needed. So there may be virtual teams, distributed teams who will work together with the help of the technologies. This also comes up with a lot of challenges because teams are not in front of the project manager always. So this requires a specific approach towards managing those resources, which the project manager should understand and deal with. So tailoring considerations while doing resource management is to mainly understand the diversity of resources, as I mentioned, based on the various different capabilities, various different geographical locations. The physical location is another consideration. So because culture changes, people come from different backgrounds. Then industry specific resources, project specific, industry specific. So as per the industry, as per the projects, again the thought processes, the dynamics associated with the resources will change. The management requirement of the resources itself will differ. Acquisition of team members. So when you actually start a project, when execution starts, you may require to ramp up the team members. So identification of the right skills and capabilities. Before that, one has to define the clearly articulating roles and responsibilities in a project organization structure, and accordingly team members has to be acquired. So interestingly, you cannot get a resource, especially human resource, who are tailor made to the project. So they need to be trained, inducted, educated about the project and make them to become ready for the project execution. So as the project progresses, managing this team, engaging with this team and making things delivered in time as defined in schedule within the cost needs to be ensured by engaging with the team. So life cycle approaches, as I already mentioned, a product will have a life cycle. Similarly, project itself will have a life cycle. So when I say product life cycle is bigger than a project life cycle. So we use a project to introduce a product. We initiate a project to bring in new features, functionality to the existing product. We initiate a project to improve something. We initiate a project to retire a specific product or services. So we need to visualize that life cycle of a product. At the same time, what would be the life cycle of this project, which is going to introduce something to that environment. So in a way, project itself is a big change management because it introduces the change to the environment. So project itself will have a life cycle. When we say that, a beginning and end. temporary endover. That's what PMP says. It has a specific start, specific end. From this start to end, there is a life cycle for project, which is part of an entirety of a product life cycle or service life cycle. So according to what kind of products are we creating, what kind of projects we have taken, is that improvement project or creation of new product or services, or to introduce the features and functionality to the existing product or services, or to retire a product or services, depending on that which life cycle of this specific product or services, projects are initiated and accordingly it has to be dealt with. So resource management processes. So resource management processes are distributed across various process groups. When I say plan resource management, estimate activity resources, they falls under planning process group. Acquire resources, develop team and manage team are part of executing process group. And control resources is a process which is part of managing and control process group. So plan resource management. The first process in planning process group in resource management knowledge area. So plan resource management is the first and the initial step of the project resource management knowledge area. While planning for resources, one is to understand what kind of resources are required and how are we going to engage. If it is human resource, engage and manage. If it is not a human resource, any other resources, how are going to manage technology resources or the facilities, resources in the facilities. So this involves various aspects like defining the process of estimating, acquiring, managing, and using physical and human resources. So this process is usually performed only once or at few predefined points throughout the project lifecycle to help in establishing the way of approach and level of management required for managing resources. So every resource needs to be assessed, understood. What kind of resources is required and how are we going to manage this has to be clearly articulated to manage it as the project progresses. So these aspects are majorly influenced by the type and complexity of the project. So inputs to this process would be project charter, project management plan, project documents. When I say project charter, we know that project charter is created in initiating process group, so which provides the basic details, and that comes as an input to planning process group. One of that process where project charter is coming as an input is plan resource management. Project management plan, which basically quality management plan, scope baselines, which comes from integration management, and then project documents like project schedule, requirements documentations, risk registers, stakeholder registers, and further input can be enterprise environmental factors and organizational processes assets. The tools used as part of planned resource management is expert judgment, data representation, organizational theory, and meetings. When we say experts, all those specialized people who are having a specific experience in terms of managing resources, a specific resource, and various different data considerations. And since we are speaking about resource management, we should also look at what kind of organization structure required for this project. And there should be meetings, engaging with the people, discussion should happen. Outputs of plan resource management are resource management plan, then team charter, and then project documents updates. When I say resource management plan, we are going to understand from it what are the approaches we have to manage the resources and what kind of team structure we would have. So what dynamics are involved with it. So this particular plan will go and get consolidated into plan which is integrated in integration management. This is one of the subsidiary plans. So process estimate activity resources. So when I say estimate activity resources, the details of activities are already captured in schedule management. So when we say scope management, for example, so scope management provides scope baseline. While deriving that scope baseline, work breakdown structure is created. As part of it, further you will identify an effort activities for those WBS elements, and this happens in schedule management. So referring to that schedule management for the WBS element for which efforts are estimated, here you need to look at what kind of resource and in what quantity is required. So estimate activity resources will be doing the planning of estimating the activity resources based on the WBS structure defined. So in this process, the resource required for the project along with the type and quantity of tools, equipments, raw materials and supplies are being estimated. This process is generally executed after specific time intervals throughout the project lifecycle. With this, one can pinpoint that what type of resources project needs and in what amounts means quantity, and what should be their characteristics in order to finish the project successfully. So estimate activity resources. This can be done only after creation of WBS structure. And also schedule management sequences. Which activity has to be done after what? So because of this sequencing, while estimating the resources, one should also can able to know when is this resources required. Not just what resource at what quantity, and also when, because of the schedule management which is working parallel to resource management. Inputs to this process: project management plan, which includes resource management plan and scope baseline, then project documents, which involves activity attributes, activity list, assumptions log, cost estimates, resource calendars, risk register, enterprise environmental factors, resource locations, resource availability, because we should know what is available resource in the organization so that they can be allocated to the project. So team resource skills, organization culture, published estimating data, marketplace conditions. Organization process assets, which includes policies and procedures and historical informations. So the tools used as part of estimate activity resources are expert judgment, data representation, organization theory, and meetings. Outputs. So outputs includes resource requirements, basis of estimates, resource breakdown structure, and project document updates. So resource requirements against the activity which needs to be done. And there should be an explanation why so much of resource is estimated. That is basis of estimation. Resource breakdown structure provides the details relating to the WBS structure what we have. How the resources are connected, how the resources are related, because we need also link it to organization structure. So acquire resources. This is the process which happens in executing process group. So this process deals with collecting the various human resources, facilities, tools, equipments, supplies and raw materials required to deliver the project. So human resources are identified and onboarded. Facilities, tools, equipments and supplies are procured, which are required to be used in the project. So this process helps in outlining and guiding the selection process of the project resources and then assigning them to their specific activities or tasks. Thus, it is performed at periodic intervals throughout the project lifecycle and helps in preventing running out of resources. So, appropriate number of resources has quantified in estimating resources. So, inputs: project management plan, which includes resource management plan, procurement management plan, cost baseline. Project document like project schedule, resource calendars, resource requirements, stakeholder registers. Enterprise environmental factors, which is existing information on organizational resources, marketplace conditions, organization structure, then geographical locations, where exactly one needs the resources, where is that resource available. OPS, organization process asset, which includes policies and procedures, historical informations, and lessons learned repository. Tools would be decision making, interpersonal and team skills, pre-assignment, and virtual teams. When I say decision making, so one needs to finalize which resource with what features and functionality. Those needs to be identified before you acquire and confirm. Interpersonal and team skills, because there needs certain discussion, certain engagement required when you procure or when you onboard a human resource. Pre-assignment, maybe the one in the team in the organization with the specific skills which are matching with the organization or project required skills. So assigning those resources. Virtual teams, if teams are spread across various different locations. So output of this process would be physical resource assignment, means the resources are acquired, they are onboarded. Project team assignments, you have a team to work now, so the team is assigned, the members are assigned to the given role. Resource calendars, specifying where exactly the resources are available. Change requests, if any change required in the structure or the kind of resources. Then project management plan updates, project document updates, EF updates, and then OPA updates. Develop team process. So as you acquire a human resources, you may require to educate them in terms of what is that expected out of them in a given project and what is their role. An individual may have a specific skills and capability. That's okay, that's about specific skills and capability, but what is expected out of that particular individual with that specific skills and capability in this project? What is the deliverable from that individual? So this process purely concentrates on the development of team bonding and assigning them with rewarding work, future opportunities, and career development. So someone working in a project, if that is not contributing to their further future career progression, they may not be very motivated because of that. So one needs to give that visibility as well as the member to the project is onboarded. This will help in enhancing the overall team performance by improving team members' competencies, interactions, and the environment. So this process is performed throughout the project lifecycle and intensifies teamwork, improves interpersonal skills of the individuals, motivates the team, and reduces attritions. So this requires providing a lot of insights toward the project, what is that they are going to deliver, and how that will contribute to their progression in their career positive way. So these visibility should be there. So this requires an induction. When team is onboarded, there is brainstorming which happens. Maybe team members may not know each other. So one has to ensure a facilitation has to be done so that team will know each other so that they can start performing. So inputs, project management plan, which is basically resource management plan, project documents like lessons learned register, project team assignments, resource calendars, team charter, EF, enterprise environmental factors, which is human resource management policies, team member skills, competencies, and specialized knowledge, geographical distribution of team members. Whereas OPA's organizational process assets, that is historical information, and lessons learned repository. The tools used as part of developed team would be co-location, virtual teams, communication technology, interpersonal and team skills, recognition and rewards, training, individual and team assignments, meetings. When we say co-location, people exist in various different locations in the globe, so there needs a lot of interactions. So formal communication should be increased there so that the transaction, the clarity which needs to be provided to the team will be easier and more connects. Even when you work with the team which is sitting next to you, since you are present, that effort to connect may not be required. So because it will be happening naturally. But whereas team doesn't exist in front of the project manager, it requires a lot of effort to connect, to keep that communication channels open always. So virtual teams, I mean similar dynamics as we saw co-locations. So communication technology, using appropriate communication technology to connect with the teams. So interpersonal and team skills, which as we spoke about emotional intelligence, as we spoke about laissez-faire or authoritarian approaches or participative approaches required. So while engaging with the teams, it's very essential. The project manager should possess that leadership traits, leadership qualities to connect with the team and influence them. So recognition and rewards. So recognition and rewards helps to motivate. So this will also help in terms of showing the quick wins happening in the project. So providing the training whenever is required on the specific areas, maybe a soft skills, maybe technology specific, maybe specific skill acquiring. So training has to be given and enable the team. Individual and team assessments, then meetings. Outputs of developed team process would be team performance assessments, change requests, project management plan updates, project document updates, EEF updates, and OPA updates. Managed team. So managed team is a process where each and every team member performance is monitored and tracked. It is very essential to understand how the individuals are performing, how the resources are performing. Based on that, necessary actions needs to be taken to correct if there is any deviations. If things are going fine, there should be a motivation to the team. And also tracking their problem areas which are identified and the issues are resolved and feedbacks are given on regular basis. So this process is generally performed throughout the project lifecycle and helps in influencing team behavior, managing the conflicts, and resolving brewing issues. Very essential to engage with the team. The team which is just given a task and left may not tend to accomplish the results what is required. They need the directions every now and then. One has to sit and evaluate those performances and give the necessary feedbacks and also platforms for them to acquire those skills and capabilities to perform better. Inputs to this process: project management plan, which is resource management plan, project documents, that is issue log, lessons learned register, project team assessment, team charter, work performance report like physical or electronic representation of work performance information, team performance assessments. The project management team makes ongoing formal or informal assessments of the project team's performance. so that one will get that visibility, so that accordingly necessary changes can be done. Enterprise environmental factors, which is basically human resource management policies, then organization process assets like certificates of appreciation, corporate apparels, and other organizational prerequisites. Tools used as part of this process would be interpersonal and team skills, project management information system. So PMIS, which captures all the details of the project, resources details, deliverables details, skill details, and then the way project is progressing. So these data can be utilized to give that insight to the project team and make them to progress further. Outputs of this process would be change request, procurement management plan updates, project document updates, and EF updates. Control resources. So control resources is the process in monitoring and control process group. So in this process, the project managers ensures that the resources that are assigned and allocated for the project activities are available as needed. They also monitor their estimated usage versus actual usage. So you quantify the resources when you estimate. These are the number of resources which are required at any given point in time. Because we took that estimating the resources based on what activities are identified and how they are sequenced. So we refer to that scope and schedule. Accordingly, estimation happened. So an actual scenario is that utilization is happening accordingly, or is there any variations, increase or decreased. Subsequently, if any deviations found, necessary corrective actions needs to be taken. For that, that corrective actions needs to be triggered. So control resource process is implemented throughout the project lifecycle and helps in ensuring that necessary project resources are deployed to the correct places at the correct time and are released when the project comes to an end. So this is about control resources. The inputs to process, project management plan, basically resource management plan, project documents, that is issue log, lessons learned register, physical resource assignments, project schedule, resource breakdown structure, resource requirements, risk register, work performance data, which would contain the data on project status such as number and types of resources that have been used, agreements made within the context of project, which are bases for all resources or external to the organization, OPA, that is policies regarding resource control and assignment, escalation procedures for handling issues within the performing organizations, lessons learned repository from previous similar projects. Tools, data analysis, problem solving, interpersonal skills, PMIS. Outputs of control resource process would be work performance information, change request if any deviations found, procurement management plan updates, and then project document updates. So this concludes resource management knowledge area, basic awareness in terms of what is resource management is all about and what are the various processes involved in resource management knowledge area defined in PMP framework. So as part of this webinar, we are going to look at understanding what is project communication management is all about, communication management overview, and communication management processes. So let us move on relating to understanding project communication management. So project communication management, when we say the word term, the communication, it's all about conveying a certain message, meaning passing message from one entity to another entity. So project communication management involves sender, means basically many stakeholders within the project, many stakeholders outside the project with whom project manager has to communicate. At the same time, within the project team will communicate. So project communication, the moment we say that, we need to understand what are the communications requirements in the project. And then communication has to be done complying to those communication management plans defined. So project communication management focuses on that aspects, the importance of communication to make the project successful. So project communication management is all about understanding what is the project communication needs are and then communicating accordingly. Project communication management includes the processes necessary to ensure that the information needs of the projects and its stakeholders are met through development of artifacts and implementation of activities designed to achieve effective information exchange. So communication management overview. So while communicating, when we say communication, there are a lot of ways the communications are done. verbal communication, written communication. In these two, you can also think about formal verbal, formal written, informal verbal, informal written. So these four type of communication, four combination which we saw just now, formal verbal, informal verbal, formal written, informal written. So what is formal verbal? What is informal verbal? What is formal written? What is informal written? This needs to be very clearly articulated. And using the trends and emerging practices also is very important, which is inclusion of stakeholders in project reviews, inclusion of stakeholders in project meetings, increased use of social computing, social platforms, multifaceted approaches to communication. So these dynamics has to be understood. And as the practices evolve, as the need of the market changes, as the dynamics of the environment changes, communication requirements also changes. The way you communicate, one communicates also changes. So one needs to understand those dynamics, and accordingly communication has to be done so that communication requirements are fulfilled. So while communicating, looking at those communication needs, one is to ensure the communication happens as needed by the stakeholders. So who are the stakeholders? That needs to be identified. So if we look at the overall framework, the 10 knowledge areas, 5 process groups, and 49 processes, the way they are distributed, we see in initiating process group, there are only two processes. One process in integration management and other process in stakeholder management. So what happens there is in integration management process, which is project charter, which is getting created, project manager assignment happens. Once the project manager is assigned and authorized, the immediate next job, the first job to project manager is to go and meet stakeholders, identify stakeholders. So once the stakeholders are identified, stakeholders communication requirements has to be understood. And identification of stakeholder is not the one time job. It has to happen throughout the project life cycle, and their communication requirement has to be understood. So location, physical location of the stakeholder, communication requirement of the stakeholder, the technology which needs to be used for communication, the platforms which needs to be used for communication, the language, the knowledge management required for communication has to be understood. So why do we need to have knowledge management when we do communication is because whenever there is a specific knowledge about a specific domain area, the individual who is having the domain knowledge and the maturity of that individual in that domain may be high, may be medium or low. So while speaking with those individuals of specific maturity level in a specific domain area, the discussion should align to that. So there cannot be a discussion which is happening, the communication which is happening, which would not make any sense. It should not look immature, or it would not look like it is not even understood. So one needs to understand who is the receiver of the communication. So based on that, the articulation of the communication should happen. Based on that, the frequency of the communication should happen. Based on the vocabularies used has to be chosen. So all this needs to be considered while tailoring the communication during the project. So communication management processes. So communication management process. There are three processes defined in communication management knowledge area. That is plan communications management, manage communication, and monitor communications. Even though it looks like only three processes, the dynamics associated with communication management is not simple. It is not very objective always. It is very subjective many times. The communicator versus the person who is receiving. The language, the maturity, the vocabularies, the time of communication, the template used, the channel used, all these plays important role during the communication. Similarly, when we plan for communication management, considerations to all of this should be there. While managing communication, yes, there is a defined approach, defined template, defined information which that communication carries. Even after that, the dynamics of the situations has to be understood while communicating. And there should be room for communicator to understand that and do that necessary modifications, maybe in language, maybe in additional details which are being given, maybe the tone in which if it is a verbal communication, the the selection of those specific words and vocabulary while doing a written communication. And is it should be written in the caps, or it's okay if it is not caps, that needs to be understood. The way the flow of thoughts happens during the communication, even that needs to be understood. So all these are individuals' quality, which has to be built. Now, project manager will have a challenge in this regard. If project manager is not sensitive about these aspects. Now, as the communication happen, monitoring the communication should happen. But when you monitor the communication, it doesn't mean all those additional aspects, the qualities which are looked at while communication, you don't have a scale to measure those. But however, the frequency of communication, the content of communication, the objective of communication, templates used for communication, only those can be checked. Are these used as per the plan? Otherwise, one would not even know what is being communicated. Is that communication management plan is complied with or not? That will not be visible. So communication management is very important, and 90% of the times project manager spends his or her time communicating throughout the project lifecycle. So by this itself, one can understand how important the communication is during the project. The first process in project communication management is plan communication management. So plan communication management process is the initial process of project communication management knowledge area. In this process, a systematic and effective way the plan is developed for the activities involved in project communication. It majorly makes use of information like the requirement of each and every stakeholders and teams, organizational assets available, and the project needs. Project communication management plan also involves the list of stakeholders, their communication requirements, and these communication requirements keeps changing as the project progresses. There are a lot of stakeholders who will get added to whom the communications has to be made. And at the same time, the dynamics of the communications will also change in terms of what kind of communication has to be sent at what part of the project. During the starting, in the initiating part of the project, the communication needs may be different. While execution is happening, as the project progresses and peaks, communication requirements differs. Maybe frequency of communication will change, number of stakeholders to be communicated will change, and that keeps varying. So communication management is very dynamic. So those dynamics has to be considered while planning communications management. So creation of templates can also be done, so that the more frequent communications like weekly updates, monthly updates, fortnight updates, so that can have a specific templates to the specific set of stakeholders. So inputs to plan communication management includes project charter, project management plan, which includes resource management plan and stakeholder engagement plan, project documents like requirements documentation and stakeholder register, enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets. So tools used during project communication management are expert judgment, communication requirement analysis. While discussing with stakeholders, one needs to understand what are the communication requirement. That needs to be analyzed, that needs to be checked. Then technology which are used for communication, data representation, communication models, communication methods, interpersonal and team skills, then meetings. So, looking at the number of tools which are looked at for communication management itself emphasizes on the point how important the communication would be. Many projects may fail just because of wrong communications, misunderstood communications. It is very essential to ensure communication management is planned carefully and that is executed accordingly. Outputs of planned communication management would be communication management plan, project management plan updates, and project document updates. Manage communication is a process which happens while communications happens throughout the project lifecycle. So this process we see as part of executing process group, where this process manages the communication throughout, means the communication happens throughout the project lifecycle, which mainly aims to collect, create, distribute, store, retrieve, manage, monitor, and finally dispose the information related to the project appropriately and timely manner. So it is performed throughout the project lifecycle in order to provide an effortless and efficient flow of information from the project team to stakeholders and vice versa. So this process also help in identifying different aspects of effective communication along with the most suitable methodologies, technologies, and techniques. Inputs to manage communication process would be project management plan, which is resource management plan, communication management plan, stakeholder engagement plan, then project documents like change log, issue log, lessons learned registers, quality report, risk report, stakeholder register, work performance reports, which can be presented as dashboards, heat reports, stoplight charts, or other representations, EF, and OPA. Tools used to manage communications would be project reporting, communication technology, project management information systems, meetings, communication skills, communication methods, interpersonal and team skills. Outputs of managed communication process would be project communications, where project communications are happening. Is that happening the way it is planned or not? Project management plan updates, project document updates, and OPA updates. So next process would be monitor communication. Monitor communication is part of monitoring and controlling process group. So monitoring communication process is the final process of communication management knowledge area. This process ensures that all the information needs and requirements of the project and the involved stakeholders are met by its completion. It is performed throughout the project lifecycle and helps in optimizing the flow of the information as per the communication management plan and stakeholder engagement plan. So inputs to monitor communication would be project management plan, that is resource management plan, communication management plan, stakeholder engagement plan, project documents like issue log, lessons learned register, project communications are used, work performance data on actual performance of the project, EF and OPA. Tools used would be expert judgment, data analysis, project management information system, interpersonal and team skills, meetings, whereas outputs of monitor communication process would be work performance information about communication, change request if there is any deviation, project management plan updates, and project document updates. So that's all about project communication management. So we are going to discuss about risk management knowledge area defined in Project Management Professional PMBOK 6th edition. The agenda of this webinar would be project risk management, understanding what is project risk management knowledge area is all about, overview on risk management and risk management processes. Now coming back to risk management, before we get into risk management, we should understand what is risk. So every project, every business, every investment done by an organization will be having certain kind of risks. So those risks needs to be managed. So what is risk? Risk refers to an uncertainty. Uncertainty of an something, maybe positive or negative, which resides in the future. If that occurs, which becomes an issue to resolve. So the moment it occurs, there will be some impacts. If it is negative impact, we call it as a threat. If it is positive, we call it as an opportunity. So negative risk, which has a negative impact, which needs to be, the impact of those needs to be reduced, or that needs to be eliminated, or reduce the probability of that occurrence by taking necessary actions. Or become ready. Yes, there is a risk, I cannot do anything about it. To reduce the impact of that risk, I will become ready to do something when it occurs. So if it is positive risk, I will take the advantages of that. I exploit that risk, I enhance. So this is the kind of responses you will get into. So project risk management focuses on risks which are associated with the project which are undertaken. So project risk management as defined in PMP includes the processes of conducting risk management planning, identification, analysis, response planning, response implementation, and monitoring risk of a project. So identification of risk, analyzing the risk, managing the risk, responding to the specific kind of risk is not a one-time job. This needs to happen throughout the project lifecycle. When we assess to take up a project, we identify risks. When we initiate a project, when we start the project, we identify risks. When we progress as part of the project lifecycle, we identify risks. So new risks are identified, and identified risks are kept analyzed at the various different part of the project lifecycle, because the impact and probability of the risk, if not probability, at least impact of the risk would vary as the project progresses based on in what part of project life cycle we are assessing it. At that given point in time, there would be variation of the risk. For example, when I begin a project, a risk like deliverables uncertainty is high when I start the project. But as I progress, I'm ending towards the same risk, the impact will be less because the deliverables have happened in various different phases and already those are checked and tested. There is no associated risk with them in terms of a validation perspective, accomplishing that result perspective, because majority of the deliverables are already happened. Only few deliverables will be pending as you progress towards end of the project. So risk will be less at the end of the project. Middle of the project may be moderate, may be high, definitely not low. So likewise, for any specific risk we identify at a given point of a project life cycle, associated risk which we identified and assessed, the impact of that risk would vary. Positively means increases, impact will increase, or impact would decrease. So risk management overview, here we are going to look at trends and emerging practices related to the risk. So risk can be looked at less like non-event risk, project resilience, integrated risk management. Now, when I say risk of something which fails, yes, that is an event. An event has occurred. So that risk we associate as an event which is associated with risk. A power failure risk event. A deliverable did not happen event risk. So then what is this non-event risk? Now, if you say I wanted to accomplish these results and these are all the benefits which has to be realized out of it, and that realization doesn't happen, that is not an event. So because that benefit is not realized, the investment is not making sense now. This is not an event which occurred. So benefit realization happens as the product which comes as an output of a project should come as an outcome. That is not happening. It is not an event, it is a non-event risk. People who have a specific skills and capabilities were unable to deliver properly. It is not an event. The performance of the individuals is not happening the way it is required. Non-event risk. So likewise, by generic statement of risk or the definition of risk, we say an uncertain event for a risk. But there are risks which exist which are non-event risks as well, which needs to be identified. Then projects resilience. Whenever a project fails, whenever there is a degradation of performance, how will a project recover? What is that ability? Project as a whole could able to recover from it and move on smoothly further to accomplish the ultimate results. So these needs to be planned very well. Integrated risk management. So as we know in PMP framework, we have integration management. So integration management provides an integrated view of the entire project where risk management will also go on get into that, get integrated into ultimate project management plan. So risk management plan across the project life cycle needs to be looked at and it should have a bigger picture. It is not one or two risks, only positive or negative risk. It's about all the risks which are identified, assessed throughout and managed together. There should be a risk register to capture all of this. That is the reason there is a dedicated risk management knowledge area defined in PMP framework. So tailoring considerations would be size of the project, complexity of the project, importance of the project, and approaches for various different things which are adapted and adopted for the project. So as the size and complexity of the project varies, obviously the impact of the projects because of certain failures will be varying. When I say importance of the project, the deliverables of the project, how important is for my business. If I'm doing a project to enhance the capability of the people in general, then that is important to the business perspective, but it does not have a time target. It is a continual exercise for organization. But I am getting into a specific new project and I need people's competency should be improved. Now I have a specific point in time before which I should have that capability. Otherwise, I will lose on that opportunity. So likewise, my tailoring consideration in the projects in terms of what is that I'm going to deliver, what is that benefits the people who are investing on this project, what is the return they would get. Unless that is visible, we cannot say how important the project is. Then approaches defined would be based on what kind of technology is used, what kind of deliverables required, what kind of environment we are into, what are the outputs which should come out of a project, what would be the outcome of that project. As you define all of this, when the direction is set clearly, accordingly, one can take an approach. So people can adopt a predictive lifecycle project management, adaptive lifecycle project management, which is basically a waterfall versus agile approaches. Two different approaches which we can broadly mention about. So risk management processes. So risk management processes includes plan risk management, identify risks, perform qualitative risk analyses, perform quantitative risk analyses, plan risk responses. So all the processes 1 to 5 are part of planning process group. Implement risk responses will be part of executing process group, and monitor risk will be part of monitoring and control process group. So plan risk management, which is the first process in this knowledge area, focuses on defining how to conduct risk management activities for a project. This process helps in ensuring that the degree, type, and visibility of risk management are proportionate to both risk and the importance of the project to the organization and other stakeholders. So it is performed once or at the predefined points in the project lifecycle. But however, even though it is defined in the planning process group here in the framework, planning for the risks should be integrated one, which should be applicable to any given scenario of the project. But however, if there is any modification for this as we progress in the project required, that can be done. Inputs to plan risk management process would be project charter, project management plan, project documents, enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets. Tools would be expert judgment, data gathering, meetings, whereas outputs would be risk management plan. So identify risk. Identify risk is a process which identifies the individual project risk as well as the sources of overall project risks. So when I say sources, we're speaking about the causes of that risk and documenting those risks and all the associated details, describing why should I consider this as a risk? Why am I saying it is a risk? That needs to be described. So this process helps in documenting and existing individual project risk and the sources of overall project risk. It also helps in bringing together the information using which the project team can respond appropriately to identified risk. This process is performed throughout the project. So one has to keep identifying the risk throughout the project lifecycle. So input of identify risk process would be project management plan, project documents, agreements, procurement documentation, EF and OPA. Whereas tools used as part of identify risk process would be expert judgment, data gathering, data analysis, interpersonal and team skills, prompt lists, and meetings. The outputs of identify risk process would be risk register, risk report, and project document updates. The next process for us is perform qualitative risk analysis. So perform qualitative risk analysis is the process of assessing and analyzing the identified risk qualitatively. So this helps in prioritizing the project's risk for further analysis or action by assessing their probability of occurrence and impact as well as other characteristics. So this process prioritizes the individual project's risk and also look at major benefits of this process, that is a focus effort of high priority risks. This process is performed regularly throughout the project life cycle, and inputs to this process includes project management plan, project documents, EFs, and OPA. The tools used are expert judgment, interpersonal and team skills, data gathering, data analysis, risk categorization, data representation, and meetings. So the output of this particular process perform qualitative risk analysis would be project documents updates. So perform quantitative risk analysis. So further, as after doing qualitative risk analysis, if a risk also needs to be analyzed quantitatively, so one can conduct quantitative risk analysis. So this process numerically analyzes the combined effect of identified individual project risk and other sources of uncertainty on overall project objectives. The main benefit of this process is that it quantifies overall project risk exposure, and it can also provide additional quantitative risk information to support risk response planning. This process is not required for every project, but where it is used, it is performed throughout the project. So where should we use this quantitative risk analysis? Wherever the project size is big, where the project is complex. So inputs to this particular process would be project management plan, project documents like assumptions log, basis of estimates, cost forecast, duration estimates, milestone lists, resource requirement, risk registers, and schedule forecast. So enterprise environmental factors as well as OPA. So tools used as part of this particular process would be expert judgment, data gathering, interpersonal and team skills, representation of uncertainty, then data analysis. The outputs, project documents updates. So plan risk responses. So as we identify the risks and then analyze them qualitatively and quantitatively, so we know positive risk or negative risk, what kind of impact each of those risks would have. So how are we going to get benefit of positive risk? How are we going to reduce the impact of negative risk? So this requires planning risk responses. So this process helps in developing options, selecting strategies, and agreeing on actions to address overall project risk exposure as well as to treat individual project risk. This also identifies appropriate ways to address overall project risk and individual project risk. This process also allocates resources and inserts activities into project documents and the project management plans as needed. So this is performed throughout the project lifecycle. So now inputs to plan risk responses would be project management plan, which involves resource management plan, risk management plan, and cost baseline. Then project documents, which is lessons learned register, project schedule, project team assignments, resource calendars, risk register, risk report, stakeholder register, EF, and OPA. Tools. Tools involves expert judgment, data gathering, interpersonal and team skills, strategies for threats, strategies for opportunities, then contingency response strategies, strategies for overall project risk, data analysis, and decision making. The outputs of this process would be change request, PMP updates, that is project management plan updates, and project documents updates. So implement risk responses. So as we plan for risk responses, it is very essential for us to look at implementation of that responses. So this process considers all those risk responses plan what is defined already, and accordingly it will implement. So this process of implementing agreed upon risk response plans provides the key benefit. So what is the key benefit of this process? That is to ensure that agreed upon risk responses are executed as planned in order to address overall project risk exposure, minimizing the individual project threats, and maximizing overall project opportunities. So process helps in implementing agreed upon risk responses, as I mentioned earlier. So now once we are ready, we are making ourselves ready to respond to the risk scenario. Some of the risks you cannot even able to reduce by doing the risk response plan implemented. If power going off in between while you're playing presentation or conducting a training, so that will impact the training. So how will you ensure the power is available always? So you will go for UPS. That is a response plan what you made. So UPS cannot give the backup more than 2 hours, 3 hours. Let us assume that you will have a generator, so that if power fails, UPS will take care immediately. Then you go and switch on the generator, which will generate the power, and load on the UPS would come down. And UPS is always in the loaded condition, so that even generator fails, UPS will take care for some time. But there will be some scenarios where fuel will is not available, so generator cannot run. So such risks are called residual risks, which we will accept. Because we implemented this UPS as well as generator, it is quite obvious these two introduces additional risk. Risk associated with UPS itself, risk associated with generator itself. We call it as a second risk. So in this case, what we did was, before the occurrence of the risk, we implemented the risk responses. But there will be some scenario where you cannot implement the risk responses. You should yourself make ready to handle those scenarios. What if the building collapses? What if the earthquake happens? What if flooding happens? So you will have a contingency plan defined. So contingency plan you can implement, or else looking at the impact kind of thing, you will make yourself ready. Let it go. I have other modes of operating my business and move forward or make my project successful. So inputs to this particular process would be project management plan, project documents, and OPA. Tools used as part of this particular process is expert judgment, interpersonal and team skills, project management information system. Outputs would be project document updates and change requests. Monitor risk process. Monitor risk process, which is part of monitoring and control process group defined in PMP. This process mainly monitors the implementation of agreed upon risk response plans, tracking identified risk, identifying and analyzing new risk, and evaluating risk process effectiveness throughout the project. So this process helps in enabling the project decisions to be based on current information about overall project risk exposure and individual project risk. So this is performed throughout the project lifecycle. So input to this process would be project management plan, project documents, work performance data, and work performance reports. Tools used as part of this particular process would be data analysis, audits, as well as meetings. Outputs, work performance information, change request, PMP updates, that is project management plan updates, project documents updates, and OPA updates. Welcome to PMP Procurement Management Knowledge Area from Edureka. Today we are going to discuss about procurement management in detail. So the agenda of this particular webinar would be understanding what is project procurement management is all about, overview of project procurement management, then processes involved in project procurement management. So firstly, we need to understand when we say procurement management, every project involves procurement. So when we take up a project, when organization decides we need to take up a project, organization decides should we really invest on this or not. That is first decision organization make. Once the decision is made, there are many things which are used as part of the project to deliver that output, to create that output, to create that result. So while doing it within the project, there are a lot of things which are created. At the same time, creation is fine. The deliverables which happens throughout the project life cycle is fine. But at the same time, organizations would also decide some of the deliverables which goes into output, I don't make. Instead, I will procure. Or maybe certain facilities required, certain resources required, organization would decide, I will not make it myself. I will not manage it directly. I will give it to the supplier. Let the supplier give it to me. So a lot of procurements involved. Raw materials are procured. The environment where project is being done, that environment I may not have. So I may get into a place where I will lease it, or I will have a resources on a time and material basis for a specific duration, a specific tool, a specific instrument. So I procure. Another similar scenario is I as an organization don't do this project. So instead I give this project to the some of the experts, the organization which has expertise in this area. So if my business is a retail, I sell products, but I don't know anything about civil constructions. So I need to have a facility where I'm going to have my particular retail office or retail store. Now I need to have this construction. So I'm not expert in that. So I will give it to an expert, an organization which has an expertise in this. So I will procure. So any procurement involved in the project, which is there anyways, at various different levels, procurement happens. So PMP considers the specific focus which is required and helps project manager to understand what is involved in procurement management. So procurement management is basically focuses on ensuring purchasing and acquiring products or services and or the results required from outside the project team. We are not creating this. So we don't create because we do not want to focus on that area. Let us give it to someone else. Let me say I'm a car manufacturer, an automobile manufacturing company who integrate various different parts of the car and then sell. I don't manufacture engine because I do not want to have creating that facility, creating that plant of manufacturing, and I do not want to invest because I don't have an expertise. Instead, I have an organization which is very good, having good expertise, and take that engine manufactured by them and integrate into my car. So I'm procuring that engine. I've given that creation of that engine, producing that engine to some organization, and I'm procuring it. That is one possibility. So procurement, when I say, we may also go for human resources for temporary period, human resources. If you can think about civil construction project, a concrete mixer can be a one which is outsourced to me. I'm procuring on a time and material basis. That is also another possibility. Raw material required for my project, I am procuring. So it's all about identifying all those resources, the products or services for my project, and what is that I'm going to procure, what is that I'm going to make myself. One has to decide on that. Once the decision is made, then actual procurement happens. So we will see how, what is that exactly PMP speaks about it. Now, project procurement management has various different considerations to make before go on procuring. So this includes understanding the trends and emerging practices. So advances in the various different tools. So which tool should I use as part of this project? Which makes sense to me? Which helps in terms of accomplishing the results required? And what is the risks involved? Effectively, how am I going to do the risk management? What are the methodologies? What are the approaches we have? So when I procure, is there any risk involved? When I do it myself, is there a risk involved? When I compare both the risk, which one is better? So we need to analyze that. Then changing contracting processes. As we know, there is a changing demand in the market. The mindset of the consumers are changing rapidly, and the way we contract, the way we establish the contract is also changing, so that it should accommodate the changing need of the market condition. Then logistics and supply chain management, or the one which is there with me versus what needs to be established. Then technology and stakeholder relations. Now, a lot of transactions involved with the stakeholders, the engagement which has to happen while procuring, because decisions has to be made while procuring, involvement of the stakeholders happens, and involvement of technology today. So today we cannot imagine any specific industry or any specific organization or any specific operations or project which is happening in the absence of technology. So what would be the right technology which is appropriate to my project? That needs to be considered. And then engagements which happens while doing the procurements. So we need to have a tailoring considerations while doing procurement, which includes complexity of procurement. Complexity of a procurement may be because of the technology involved, because of the geographies, various different geographies, the team size, the kind of project I am doing, and the region where I am doing it. It may be of a legality of that particular geography, the mandatory things which I need to comply with while I do the procurement in that region. Then physical location, as I mentioned, then governance and regulatory environment, which I cannot miss, which I cannot shy away from considering it. I have to consider those and I should do within it. I should consider like tax structure. Can I ignore it? No. Registration requirements, I cannot ignore. Which are the basic requirements to have before I do the procurement. Then availability of contractors. So in not every region you will have the resources. In some of the cases, you may require to bring it from the different region altogether, maybe from different state or different city or from different country altogether. So many organizations outsource a certain part of it to certain organization. As I was mentioning about car scenario, so outsourcing that engine manufacturing to some other manufacturing company, or in IT scenario, outsourcing, like outsourcing to different country so that they will do it for me. Remotely, they will do the work. Like organizations which are in a different country, developing a specific application for me, monitoring an application for me while I produce something here as part of the project. So a lot of such outsourcing which would happen because of non-availability of certain skills, capability. Another scenario would be the cost of resources in the local region versus cost of resources in different region. That would also become outsourced to different countries. The various different processes involved in procurement management would be plan procurement management, conduct procurements, and control procurements. Mainly three processes. So plan procurement management is the process in planning process group, whereas conduct procurement is in executing process group, and control procurement is in monitoring and control. So when I say plan procurement management, this has to help in terms of planning my procurement. I need to make the decisions. Mainly, I need to provide the necessary guidelines, set a directions to conduct the procurements, and then based on that, you will control. So you monitor and control the procurements, the way it is conducted in reality versus what is being planned. So moving to plan procurement management, which is a process in planning process group. So in procurement management knowledge area, in this process, one will document the project procurement decision, specifying the approach and identifying the potential sellers. So in this process, you need to document various procurement decisions specifying procurement approach and identification of potential and quality sellers. So once this process is executed, predefined points in project life cycle will be understood, visualized, and that will help in deciding whether this needs to be acquiring goods or services from outside or not. Should we make or buy? Such decisions has to be made. It should provide that guidelines. In case there is a need, it also helps in identifying which resources has to be acquired and when. That clarity should be provided in plan procurement management. Inputs to plan procurement management process is project charter, business documents, which is business case and benefits management plan, which are mainly referred to. Then project management plan, that is scope management plan, quality management plan, resource management plan, scope baseline. which are already consolidated in project management plan, updated. Then project documents, which involves milestone list, project team assignments, requirements documentation, requirements traceability metrics, resource requirements, risk register, then EF and OPA. Now, plan procurement management's tools and techniques used involves expert judgment, data gathering, data analysis, source selection criteria or source selection analysis, meetings. Then output of this process would be procurement management plan, then procurement strategy, bid documents, procurement statement of work, source selection criteria, make or buy decisions. So many gets confused to see make or buy decision as an output of something. They look that as an action. But basically the decisions what is made, what should I procure, what I should not. Something which I consider in the project, should I buy or make myself? So these decisions are made, that comes as an output. Then independent cost estimates, change requests, project document updates, and OPAs, organizational process assets updates. The next process is conduct procurement. When we say conduct procurement, it's quite obvious. We need to understand it is an action which is happening in execution. So there is a plan which is set already. So to that plan, there should be an action which happens. Conduct procurement is the process of obtaining sellers' responses, selecting a seller, and awarding the contract. So this is the process which is in executing process group. So when we say conduct procurement, the actions required to identify a specific seller, finalize, okay, this is the seller, and then establish the contract with that particular seller, and then do the procurements. So selection of seller should happen. Agreements needs to be established, which is very essential to do the procurement. So the inputs to this process involves project management plan, that is scope management plan, requirements management plan, communication management plan, risk management plan, procurement management plan, configuration management plan, cost baseline. If you observe very closely, procurement management plan is an output of a process within the same knowledge area, is one of the inputs to conduct procurement. Then project documents, which involves lessons learned register, project schedule, requirements documentation, technical requirements relating to the seller, risk register, stakeholder register, then procurement documents like bid documents, procurement statement of work, independent cost estimates, source selection criteria. So these are very essential when you go and identify a seller and discuss, engage, clarify if at all any doubts that particular seller, probable seller, a bidder would have. Then further the inputs list goes with like seller proposals, which actually comes as a response to a request for proposal maybe. Organization would float an RFP, request for proposal, from a sellers who are interested. Sellers proposals which comes in. Then EFs and OPAs, appropriate one for procurement, like local laws and regulation, economic environment, marketplace conditions, information on relevant experience, any agreement which are already in place, consideration of that, contract management system. Then OPS like list of preferred sellers, organizational policies, organizational templates and guidelines, financial policies and procedures. So taking this as an input, this process conducts the procurement by using the tools and techniques like expert judgment, advertising which is required to invite a probable seller to respond to the request for proposal. Then data analysis, bidder conferences. Bidder conferences are held to clarify any doubts, any clarifications which are there with a specific seller before they submit the response to the RFP, a proposal before they submit. Then interpersonal and team skills, which are essential while conducting procurement. So outputs of this process, conduct procurement, would be selected sellers, identified sellers, the finalized one, then agreements which are established with those selected sellers, then change request. So change request may be an output here, not initially when you do the conduct procurement. Later, as the project progresses, maybe some additional deliverables may be required from a specific seller. So may raise for a change request, or maybe some clauses has to be changed in the agreement. You would raise a change request. That is possible as this process happens throughout the project lifecycle. Maybe change of the seller itself, the partner itself, or the one who is supplying certain things. Change of that itself is required. Change request can be raised. Then PMP updates, project document updates, and OPA updates. Next process is control procurement. So control procurement is part of monitoring and control knowledge area, which is a process meant for ensuring the procured relations are managed as defined. The contract performance, as we defined in the contract, versus the actual performance are checked. Then appropriate necessary modifications are made to bring it back to the required one. So this process is performed throughout the project life cycle, and it helps in ensuring that performance of both the involved parties, that is buyers and sellers, is up to the project requirement as stated in legal arrangements, legal agreement. Inputs to this process involves project management plan, project documents, agreements, procurement documents. So now when I say project management plan, it's quite obvious. I need to see what was actually planned and how it is exactly done. So requirements management plan, risk management plan, change management plan, schedule baseline, project documents. When I say assumptions logs, lessons learned register, milestone list, quality reports, requirements documentation, requirements traceability matrix, risk and stakeholder register, and agreements which are established between the seller and buyer, and any procurement documents which are decided. Along with them, approved change requests, then work performance data, organizational process asset, and enterprise environmental factors. The tools used as part of control procurement process should be expert judgment, claims administration, data analysis, inspection, and audits. The outputs of this process is closed procurements, work performance information, procurement documentation updates, change request if at all any deviation is identified, then update to project management plan, project documents, and OPA, organizational process assets. So this concludes the basic understanding one should have while doing procurement management. PMP stakeholder management, a knowledge area defined in PMI's PMBOK 6th edition. So as part of this webinar, we are going to understand what is this stakeholder management all about. So the agenda of this webinar includes understanding what is project stakeholder management, overview on stakeholder management, and the processes involved in stakeholder management. So when I say stakeholder, we need to understand the dynamics associated with the stakeholder, who will become the stakeholder for a project, and why should we engage with the stakeholder, and why should we do whatever is required to be done with the stakeholder, which is very essential for us to look at it very carefully, because there will be stakeholders who are main decision makers who can entirely influence the project and make or break the project. There will be stakeholders who will have nothing to do with this particular project, but they may create noise. There may be stakeholders who will get impacted because of the project. So likewise, with various different relationships, various different alignment, there will be stakeholders for every given project. So project stakeholder management needs to be understood in terms of what is this stakeholder management is all about. Why should I manage a stakeholder? So PMI's PMBOK defines the project stakeholder management as identification of the stakeholders like people, group, organizations who would impact, get impacted, who would influence, get influenced, and analyze what are the expectations of various different stakeholders identified and how their involvement will impact, influence, impacted, or influenced to the project and to the stakeholders, and create and develop appropriate strategies to effectively engage with stakeholders so that stakeholders engagement or stakeholders involvement benefits the project. It should not take away the project's objectives, so it should complement to the project. So project stakeholder management is very important knowledge area, and as we know, I think communication in a project manager, the amount of time the project's manager spends around 90%. That is very essential. This itself says the kind of involvement a project manager should have, the sensitivity project manager should have while looking at the stakeholder involved for a project, the way they impact the project. So stakeholder management overview involves considerations of various trends and emerging practices related to stakeholder management. So, as part of this, we need to identify all the stakeholders, being a project manager. So, identification of all the stakeholder involves all those who are involved in the project, who are internal to the project, and who are external to the project, who doesn't involve in the project directly. So, one has to identify all of those stakeholders. Then ensuring that all team members are involved in stakeholder engagement activities at various different levels and in various different capacities. So one has to review the stakeholder community regularly and the dynamics, the transactions associated with it. Then consulting with stakeholder, engaging with stakeholder is very essential. Then capturing the value of effective stakeholder engagement. So did we really create that value which is looked up to by a stakeholder, or is that creating that value what is expected? If I say customer as a stakeholder, the value associated with is different. If I say my team member is a stakeholder, the dynamics differs. If I say competition to an organization is a stakeholder, dynamics differs. The supplier or a partner with my organization and my project, dynamics differs. The family members of the people who are working in the project, the team members, dynamics differs. So there will be stakeholders where a project manager should engage, involve directly. There will be stakeholder where project manager need not involve directly to manage them. Maybe team members should involve. There will be stakeholders who are anyone in the project team need not involve with those stakeholders. So likewise, understanding who are the stakeholders, how are they going to impact the project, how are they going to get impacted, influenced, and how are they going to influence, and what is the distance they have from the project to make any impact to the project or get impacted. So this visualization is important so that appropriate engagement can happen with the stakeholders so that required value can be created, project objectives can be achieved. So this involves the tailoring considerations like stakeholders diversity. When I say stakeholder diversity, already mentioned where exactly the stakeholder would exist. So every stakeholder comes up with a different background, different authority, different ability to influence, capabilities they come up with. So that diversity needs to be acknowledged first, understood. One cannot ignore it. It's a very sensitive one. Then complexity of stakeholder relationship. The moment if I say stakeholder, obviously there's a lot of intellect, emotions which are involved. The swing in these aspects which happens regularly. So that is not visible directly. So one needs to be sensitive about it for a given context. Even though there is an engagement plan defined, there is some interpersonal skills required for the person who is engaging with the stakeholder. So accordingly, whenever there is an information need to be put, the message has to be put to someone. Having sensible to that scenario, that message has to be given. And also the relationship needs to be managed. Communication technology. So various communication technology today, every business organizations use, and project management or project environment also has it. So this also plays an important role. So a communication channel, a technology used to communication can also create noise. That noise which is there in the communication, the choice of words also, the choice of vocabulary also plays a role in communication, which would give a different meaning to the different stakeholders. So when, for example, when I give a report, when I review, if I am doing that with a sponsor, I would give it a different template and different content which is presented certain way. Whereas I'm doing the same review with my team members as a project manager, the content, the template would vary, and the message what needs to be conveyed also varies. So the language needs to be used varies. The technology platforms, the channels which needs to be used varies. So these variations, deviations has to be properly understood. Only then you will have a effectiveness in terms of handling stakeholders. Then the processes of stakeholder management. So there are around four processes. So identify stakeholder, which is in initiating process group, plan stakeholder engagement, which is in planning process group, manage stakeholder engagement, which is in executing process group, monitor stakeholder engagement, which is in monitoring and controlling process group. So all these processes are very essential. So if you closely observe this, I said identify stakeholder process is in initiating process group. So if you look at the entire knowledge areas of the one which is defined in PMP, if you look at very closely, this is the only knowledge area where you see a process in initiating process group other than integration management. So in initiating process group, there are only two processes. One in integration management and other one is in stakeholder management. So if you visualize the project, the way it flows in a project lifecycle, identification of stakeholder happens immediately after developing the project charter. The first job of a project manager is to identify the stakeholders. Go sit with the stakeholders, create the stakeholder register, have the details of the stakeholders. So this is the first process and only knowledge area other than integration management which has a process in initiating process group. Let us look at the first process, identify stakeholders. So identify stakeholder is a process in initiating process group as I mentioned, which is basically focuses on identifying all the project stakeholders not once, regularly throughout the project lifecycle and documenting the relevant information required to understand about the stakeholders like interest of the stakeholders, involvement requirement of a stakeholder, interdependency, ability to influence, the impact or influence or impacted influenced to this terms, how is this specific stakeholder is related. The project stakeholders are regularly identified, analyzed throughout the project lifecycle. So it cannot happen at once. So stakeholders in the projects keeps changing. You may onboard new supplier, so you have a new stakeholder. You may have a person who onboarded into a project like a team member. There is a resignation which has happened. There is a change in the team member. There is a movement of team member, right? In the customer organization, there may be change in the point of contact to this project. Reasons may be various. So understanding these dynamics of change of stakeholders regularly, identifying the stakeholder and updating the stakeholder register is very essential. So identifying stakeholder is not a process which happens once in the entire project lifecycle. It will happen throughout the project lifecycle. Inputs to this process involves project charter, business documents, project management plan, then project documents, agreements, enterprise environmental factors, and organization process assets. So these details like project charter because it is in the same process group, business document because based on that a specific project charter is defined and that also tells who are the primary stakeholders and if at all any project documents are available like change log, issue log, requirements documentation that will also help. So project management plan basically which helps in terms of basic plan whichever is available at that point in time also tells what is this project is all about and how the project is supposed to progress. Any established agreements would also help in going and speaking to that particular stakeholder. So EF and OPA obviously to understand what is there in that particular environment, which helps, which guides, or which becomes a reference while going and identifying the stakeholders. Then tools used during identification of stakeholder would be expert judgment, data gathering, data analysis, data representation, and meetings. So the output of this process is, it is obvious, that is stakeholder register. So stakeholder register which captures all the details of that identified stakeholders in terms of the position, the authority, the ability to influence, and the proximity of the stakeholder relating to the project, in what distance the stakeholder is. Then next output would be change request. If at all any change to the stakeholder register in terms of new stakeholder has to be added, some stakeholders needs to be removed. So change request is required. Then project management plan updates and project document updates. Next process is plan stakeholder engagement. So plan stakeholder engagement is the process which will have all those approaches which are involved in terms of engaging with stakeholders, their needs, expectations, interest, potential impact on the project. So this process is part of planning process group. So in this process, various approaches are curated in order to involve the stakeholders on the basis of their needs, interest, expectations, and impact and influence what they have into the project. So this is performed at the periodic intervals throughout the project lifecycle. And whenever the new stakeholder is identified, so even then you need to understand, do this. How am I going to engage with this particular stakeholder? So the tools and techniques involved will be various. Like as I mentioned earlier, when a stakeholder involved and people are involved, it is very essential for us to have an appropriate engagement plan. So while having a engagement plan defined, so we need to consider certain things which are required to understand who is the stakeholder first. So accordingly, the input should be project charter, project management plan, project documents like we see assumptions log, change log, issue log, project schedule, risk register, stakeholder register. But one point I want to mention here, many times when I conduct training, especially in stakeholder management, I keep getting the question like, This process is in planning process group, but we are speaking about assumptions log, change log, issue log, which project manager refers throughout the project lifecycle. So how is that coming in? So we need to understand this process, including identify stakeholder process, doesn't happen only once in the particular project lifecycle. These are repetitive. As the particular stakeholder changes, update should happen to the stakeholder register. As you update to the stakeholder register, it is essential to create that plan, that engagement plan. So you are updating that plan as well. That happens throughout the project lifecycle. Maybe almost like you reach the end of the project, even then you may require to have a different stakeholders. So that is a continued exercise throughout the project lifecycle. Continually, you need to update. Then other set of inputs should be agreements, EFs, and OPA. The tools and techniques used for plan stakeholder engagement process would be expert judgment, data gathering, data analysis, decision making, data representation, and meetings. The outputs of this process is quite obvious: stakeholder engagement plan, which will tell who is the stakeholder, what are the expectations, it will have the details. What are the engagement requirements? When should I meet? Why should I meet? What is the objective of engaging with the stakeholder? And what transaction should happen with that stakeholder? How frequently, how often that engagement should happen? That also needs to be addressed in stakeholder engagement plan. So next process, which is in executing process group, that is manage stakeholder engagement. So manage stakeholder engagement is the process of communicating and working with stakeholders so that their expectations are met. Their issues, whichever occurs during the project lifecycle, are addressed, resolved. Then involvement of the stakeholders will be according to such that organization or project is helped to accomplish the objective of the project. So they are in the complementing engagement. So various steps are taken for establishing that better communication and maintaining the good relationship with the stakeholders. So along with these, their concerns, their issues are addressed and appropriate stakeholders involvement is fostered as well. So it is performed throughout the project life cycle as I mentioned. So this should help a project manager in terms of ensuring there is increased support from a particular stakeholder. Now we need to understand one thing. When I say manage stakeholder, when we identify stakeholder and when we plan for that engagement, we need to ensure the engagement happens accordingly. So if I assume a stakeholder who is high in terms of authority, the power, and has high interest in this project, now that particular stakeholder definitely is a decision maker for this project who can influence things. So we cannot ignore such stakeholders. One has to engage with the stakeholder very closely, update, review with them very closely. At the same time, certain stakeholders, what we think about, may be in different state altogether. So their active involvement may be required, but they are unaware of this project. So you may require to involve them, push them, pull them, whatever the approach you take, interpersonal skills which you have, interpersonal and team skills. You need to engage with them, create that awareness, and ensure they are in the project actively involved. So likewise, various different stakeholders who will have a different set of state of existence. When I say state of existence, they may be in the unaware state, they may be in the resistant state, they may be neutral, they may be supportive, they may be leading. So, whatever the state they are in, so you need to decide what state they are supposed to be in this project. What is the required state versus what is the state they are. So, this engagement should help in terms of pulling them back to the required one, required engagement or required state of existence for the stakeholder. A team member cannot be in a resistive state or unaware state. Definitely, team member should be in supportive, not in neutral as well. Supportive means the person should be doing the job. So those dynamics are associated with stakeholder, which needs to be understood very carefully. The inputs to this process involves project management plan, which is communication management plan, risk management plan, stakeholder management plan, and change management plan. Then project documents, which is change logs, issue logs, lessons learned register, stakeholder register, EF, and OPA. So culture plays a very important role when I say stakeholder within an organization. Now, the way the people, the stakeholders engage with themselves, the way they conduct themselves, the way they communicate among themselves, the way they treat themselves, all this plays very important role. So, being a project manager, being sensitive to this, so you may require to influence that culture, which makes or which is required for a specific project's success. So you cannot just do away with that culture. You may require to influence those. So tools used for this would be expert judgment, communication skills, interpersonal team skills, ground rules which has to be set for certain transactions, and then meetings. Output involves change requests, project management plan updates, and project documents updates. So next process is monitor stakeholder engagement. So monitor stakeholder engagement is the process in monitoring and controlling process group, which is the process of monitoring project stakeholder relationship and tailoring strategies for engaging stakeholders through modification of engagement strategies and plans. So as part of this process, the relationships of project stakeholders are monitored and various strategies are tailored in order to engage with the stakeholder using engagement plans and strategies. The process is has to be performed through the project lifecycle, and this will help increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of the implied stakeholders engagement activities, which is a critical process. The success of a stakeholder engagement can ensure a success of project because there are decision makers, there are stakeholders who are doing activities in the project. Their active involvement is very essential for those stakeholders who needs to be involved. So understanding that is very essential. And accordingly, you have defined that engagement plan and you need to ensure it happens accordingly. The objectives are achieved. It's very essential. So inputs to this process should be project management plan, which involves resource management plan, communication management plan, stakeholder management plan, project documents like issue logs, lessons learned register, project communications, risk register, stakeholder register, work performance data, EF and OPA. Then tools used as part of this process would be data analysis, communication skills, decision making, data representation, ground rules, and then meetings. Outputs of this process includes work performance information, change request, if at all any deviations found in terms of the way the engagement happened, the way the objectives are accomplished. Now, change request in stakeholder engagement. So, if you look at it very carefully, earlier in any knowledge area, when you speak in the entire framework, what we have discussed, whenever we say change request, we spoke about adding something, removing something, modifying something. But in this case, when we raise a change request, it also involves some approach what I have defined versus the approach with work. I'm required to update that also, which is a specific dynamics which involves here in especially stakeholder engagement. Then project management plan updates and project documents updates would be the outputs for monitor stakeholder engagement. So that's all about stakeholder management knowledge area defined in PMI's PMP, that is PMBOK. I think this will provide certain insight towards stakeholder engagement, but in real time, it is more than what is told here, which requires a lot of sensitivity, a lot of involvement, a lot of understanding of the dynamics of that environment. I hope this provided you certain insights which help you to understand what stakeholder management is all about.
Today's discussion topics are on project management methodologies. So we'll be going through at a very high level different project management methodologies. Some of them you may be aware, some of them you may be hearing for the first time. We'll also talk about some of the project management techniques. After that, we are going to also take few examples of tools and technologies. And most importantly, how to choose a right tool. Because I have seen people might have confusion around choosing a right tool, since there are lots of options that are available to choose a right tool out of. And then to end with, we'll also take a look at some of the project management tools that are available in the market, which we can use on the actual project when you start applying the project management knowledge, techniques, which tools we can actually use from the market is what we'll also take as an example. So we'll get started with understanding a bit about methodologies. And I'm sure you will agree that if you see any methodology, what is it? Methodology is nothing but it comprises of the various practices, different techniques, procedures. There are certain rules around that we need to implement. So you may have come across various methodologies. So we have seen methodologies within project management as well. So for example, Six Sigma, if you take as a methodology. So under Six Sigma, we have got DMAIC as project phases. And we're going to talk about Six Sigma as one of the methodologies. So we'll of course understand within that method what are the different practices that we have to follow when we take Six Sigma projects like Six Sigma Green Belt or Black Belt or Master Black Belt. You actually apply Six Sigma methodology by undertaking various projects. So there are certain practices that we implement by applying the methodology. Certain techniques we need to also follow when we apply some of these methodologies. So we'll talk about some of those techniques. So when we do estimation, for example, in project estimation, we follow certain techniques of estimation so that we can arrive at the right estimation. We follow certain procedures. For example, if you have to just conduct a meeting, we ensure that we follow certain procedures so that we get right stakeholders for the meeting and we facilitate the meeting effectively. So there are certain procedures that we follow so that we achieve the end objective for which that meeting or that facilitated group workshop is scheduled. And we have to follow certain rules. Obviously, when you are conducting meeting, you have to follow certain rules. Now, these are some of the smaller examples. But while working on bigger projects, you may be facing some big challenges. And for that, you will have to effectively use some of these practices, tools, techniques, procedures, and rules so as to be successful on achieving the project objectives. Let's talk about some of the benefits of the project management methodologies. Certainly, one of the benefits is about work authorization. You may be using certain tools currently while working on project, maybe MS projects, or for that matter, we use certain tools like there is Workbench is another one, or for that matter, there is tool by CA by the name Clarity. So some of these tools are really useful in creating the work authorization systems. So once we identify the project scope, then we break down that scope into activities and tasks, and then we assign those tasks to different employees or associates. And that's how we get into the work authorization process. So methodologies actually helps in having a very formal way of authorizing work to the employees, to the associate, to the team members who are working on the project. And by using tool, it certainly makes it that much easier to manage, to pull the reports, to understand the overall progress of the tasks that the employees are working on, etc. So work authorization system is certainly one of the important aspects in the project management. Another thing is, of course, project planning. When you do the project work, you will have to do the project planning. In fact, planning is one of the most important phases or aspect of the project. So again, for that, we use certain tools in order to capture the plan and also check how are we progressing against the plan. So hence plan is also important so that once we have a plan in place, then we can monitor and control that plan effectively. For that also, the tools that I just now mentioned could also be used to create the project planning. Designing work breakdown structure. As I just mentioned some times ago, once we identify scope for a project, we break that down into different activities and tasks, and we create work breakdown structure. That could be based on phases of the project. That could be based on even if it is a product, then you could actually divide it based on various components of the product. So work breakdown structure could be created through different ways. It could be represented in different ways as well. And that certainly helps us in identifying the work and only the work that needs to be performed on project. So whatever is not there as a part of work breakdown structure is not performed on the project. It's as simple as that. So that's the simple rule that we follow. Schedule planning is another important activity that we do. So methodologies actually helps us in approaching the schedule planning activities properly. If there is no methodology, it will be very difficult for us to sequence the activities properly, create the network diagram, calculate the total duration that is required, and determine the schedule of the project. So all these things would be possible only when we apply the project management methodologies. And next is financial planning. So we'll be able to come up with the financial plan effectively. So financial planning will also be involved your budgeting aspects of the project. Apart from that, how are we going to release funds on the project? So you also plan for releasing funds at different milestones of the project. So those aspects are also covered as a part of financial planning. Let's talk about some of these methodologies which will help you in performing the key activities which we just covered as a part of the project. There are so many of them. As you can see on the slide, we have few traditional ones. Of course, we have PMI. I wouldn't call it as a methodology, definitely, but we'll talk about PMI as well as Prince2. There are quite a few under Agile. Agile itself is an umbrella of methodologies. So as you can see here, we have Agile, Scrum, Kanban, Extreme Programming. We also have adaptive project frameworks. Then we have change management. So starting with how do we deal with different events, as well as how do we go about the extreme program managing. At the same time, there are certain processes, and I'm sure you must have heard about and you may have worked on some of these already. Like we have Lean Six Sigma and we have Lean Six Sigma as well together. And we also have methodologies like Prism, which is definitely a bit different than the other methodologies over here. And under traditional, we have waterfall. Those who have worked in IT projects, I'm sure for them it's very easy to relate to the waterfall methodology. We also have program evaluation and review techniques. And there is also a critical path method, critical chain method, etc. So there are quite a few of them. What we'll do in today's session, we'll not be able to, of course, reach to the depth of all these methodologies because these are very, very elaborative, extensive methods. And there are sessions which are like 4 days program just on, PMBOK, for example. Similarly, Prince 2 also, there is 2 days and 3 day sessions, etc. So what we'll do in today's session, we'll just touch upon them. We'll just go through at a very high level about these methods. And in our project management program, the PMP program, we definitely spend a lot of time in understanding some of these methods bit in more details. That's also because that's the expectation of the exam. So let's get started with this. So this is the kind of flow that we'll be covering these methodologies with. We'll start with traditional ones. We'll cover about the PMI one. Then we'll talk about agile methodologies. We'll move on to the change management methods and then process-based methods like Lean and Six Sigma. And then we'll close it with covering Prism and some of the other methods that we mentioned. So let's get started with the first one, which is the waterfall one. I hope by now, whatever we've covered, you must have got a fair idea about what are we trying to do in this webinar. So let's start talking about the waterfall methodology. Under traditional methods, once you know the traditional methods, you would be able to in a position then to understand how projects used to happen. And it's not like waterfall is never followed now. It is followed for some of the projects, but largely we have moved on to agile way of working. But if we know how waterfall way of working used to happen, or if you happen to be a part of some of these methodologies, I'm sure it'll be easy for you then to relate to why did we change, what were the pros and cons, and we'll cover those as well as a part of this training program. So starting with the waterfall one. So as you know, waterfall methodology was typically, it's a phased approach. So starting with requirements, that's where we used to gather all the requirements upfront for the project. Whichever the project that you are working on, we used to spend good amount of time in gathering requirements and we used to freeze the scope. So there used to be a sign off process. And once the scope is frozen, then obviously we can't really accept any more changes. And once we are sure about the scope of the project, then we used to start working on design related aspects. And that design would include your low level design, your high level design. Again, we used to take approvals from the customer on designs as well. Under implementation, typically we used to do a bit of a stress testing related thing and identify if there are any errors so that we can go back and see whether whatever we are working on, is it going to meet clients' requirements or not. So there was something called as traceability as well, which was very important. We used to kind of establish a traceability right from the point we identify requirements for the project till the point we implement those. So as a part of testing, we used to also do that under implementation. Verification typically involved, again, as the name itself says, this was another final round of testing, and this was certainly done very systematically. Whatever the defects, whatever the bugs that were identified were fixed, and that's how we used to enhance the product from the quality point of view. And once we do that, then obviously we put the product into production, we implement that product, and then we start supporting that product. So typically what used to happen as a part of the waterfall, we start with requirement analysis, we do design, we do verification. Implementation will start a bit later once the verification is done, and then the maintenance will start. So maintenance is all about supporting that application or supporting that product once it is delivered. So to summarize, waterfall projects used to happen in a very phased manner. As you can see here, these are phases, and each phase would have its entry and exit criteria. And there used to be milestones, and that's how we used to come to know about whether that phase has been completed or not. For example, by the end of requirement analysis phase, we used to get requirement specification document signed off by the customer. Similarly, by the end of design phase, we used to get low level and high level design documents signed by the customers, right? Test strategy, again, test approach. So many such artifact needs to be signed off by the customers. And that's how we used to move from one phase to other phase. And as you can see, there wasn't much of a feedback loops. You can't come back, once you move ahead in a phase. So that was one of the disadvantage. So let's quickly talk about some of the advantages and disadvantages, pros and cons of waterfall. Definitely, it was simple and easy. And from the executive and management point of view, I would say there was certainly an advantage with respect to the way we used to show progress, because it was phased, because we used to complete requirements upfront. We used to get design right based on the requirement, architecture right based on requirements. So from the management point of view, it was definitely a bit better. We used to spend a lot of time on gathering requirements, definitely over here. And that's how there used to be at least better control on mind, from the point of view of the overall thinking that, yes, we do have a better control on the project. In reality, things used to be different, because sometimes, even though we feel that we gathered all requirements, but that was not the case, because we used to get a lot of changes as well later. So hence, this was good for the short-term projects. Few cons could be requirements needs are upfront and frozen. So once the requirements are frozen, obviously there wasn't much of a flexibility in terms of adding any new requirement once the requirement phase is done and you move into design. And if you identify defects, or if you identify any change during the verification stage, it was really difficult to come back all the way to design, make changes, and then make changes into build, or sort of that. And it was certainly getting very, very difficult as a result of that. So until you reach out to the maintenance phase, it was very difficult to solve problems, because as there were very less number of feedback loops. So moving from here to the another one, which is PERT. So PERT is, again, as I mentioned, it's a program evaluation review technique. This was first used in 1957 by the US Navy, and they used this technique specifically for the US submarine missiles. So there was the US submarine missile program, and that's where they used this technique for the first time. Now, this particular technique definitely takes into consideration the probabilities, and therefore you will find when you use PERT technique, you take into consideration the worst case scenario, the best case scenarios, and the most likely scenarios. And that's how you estimate the project duration, the activity duration, the task duration. So all that put together, it certainly helps in sort of arriving at how long could that project take. And as you can see on the screen as well, we kind of arrange these activities in a particular flow. And through this, we actually visualize the end-to-end flow of the activities by using the PERT technique. And we would then be able to also work on some of the activities concurrently. And we would know that which activities have dependencies. So all that really was very, very useful in PERT to visualize it. So visualization always helps. We would also visualize the end of the project and come up with the total duration that is required to complete the project. So the formula that was used was what is the optimistic estimation for the project or the activity, 4 into most likely estimation plus the pessimistic estimation. And this whole thing was divided by 6. And that's how we used to get the number for the project or for that activity which you are estimating. So another advantage of the PERT was a lot of focus was there on achieving the milestones. So all the employees or the team members used to focus on their respective tasks so that they can complete those tasks within the given time and achieve the milestone. So this was definitely the technique where a lot of focus was there on achieving the end results within the given timelines. In terms of pros, as we just now discussed, that this was certainly better activity analysis, because all the activities we used to put together create a nice flow. So visualization is very, very high. Coordination amongst the team members from various departments was very effective. So I would say this method was really good to ensure the proper collaboration and coordination amongst the team members from various functions and the departments. And we used to also sort of identify risk by doing the what if analysis. So if a particular activity wouldn't take place, how would that affect the succeeding activity? So there was a lot of what if analysis, and that used to help in identifying risk on the project as well. Few cons, again, a lot of subjective analysis used to happen, because we had to come up with the estimations, most likely and pessimistic, and then the optimistic. So that number used to change the moment person changes. So that subjective analysis was there. It was definitely a lot of focus on time. As I mentioned to you, that a lot of focus was on achieving the milestone within the given timelines. So that could be sometimes con, because then you might compromise the quality if there is a lot of focus on the con, a lot of focus on time. So it was resource intensive because objective was to complete that task or activity within timeline. If required, put more resources and get things done. So that was another con of PERT methodology. Moving from here, let's move to the CPM, so which is the critical path methodology. So this essentially talks about, again, creating a flow of activities wherein we actually put together the start date and the end date, and that's how we come to know how long would that activity take to complete. And then we also calculate, or we used to identify the critical path and what are the activities that are on the critical path. So the example could be the one that you're seeing on the screen. So you could actually put your project into the critical path activities by creating such a network diagram. So you would know that which is your critical path and where there is float. So all these things are going to be discussed as a part of this training as we proceed, because there could be questions. For example, if you are giving PMP exam, there could be questions around how to calculate critical path. So we are going to discuss some of these examples of critical path as well as the critical chain method, which we're going to talk very soon. But critical path methodology used to really be very helpful in identifying the bottlenecks, identifying the critical activities that are to be performed, as well as this used to be very useful in taking decisions like project fast tracking and crashing. And then if I have to fast track the project, I would know which are those activities which I can start parallelly, wherever I would know that two activities can be performed at the same time concurrently. Or if I have to crash the project, then how can I put more resources on the project and ensure that the project duration is crashed or project is achieved in the given timelines. So pros could be, definitely it was very useful in doing the scheduling activities as well as prioritization, because I would know which are those critical activities, so I can easily prioritize those activities, put more resources, or do some of those activities in parallel. And this was also very useful from calculating the total duration that is required, so minimum time that is required to complete the project. And the way critical path calculations are done, this involves a lot of people, again, from various functions, so there was better coordination. While working on the critical path, definitely there are certain cons, like you need the experience. So if you don't have experience in scheduling, you will not be able to do things quickly. There is a bit of an inflexibility, because if you are creating the critical path flow, the network diagram, there are a few things that those can't be really moved, because once they are a part of the critical path, you have to perform it in the same sequence. Managing the critical path was certainly difficult. The reason was, especially if you're working on a complex project. Now imagine you're working on a project for NASA, and if you have to create a critical path for such a complex project, then it was really difficult to manage overall that whole project by putting it into the critical path. And obviously, what will happen as a result of that, designing that whole activity would also become very, very time consuming. The another method in line with that was also critical chain project management. So once the critical path is created, the another thing was then to take into consideration the resources. And in critical chain method, what used to happen was that there used to be a buffer placed, as you can see here on the screen. It's a project buffer of 7 days. And there used to be like feeder buffer that used to be put up, taken into consideration some of the resource constraints. So resource adjusted critical path is what we used to create, and that's what critical chain project management is all about. This is not very popularly used these days, but from PMP exam point of view, yes, we need to know about the critical chain project management. And this is done backward. So we used to first create the end goal on mind, and from there we used to start working backward from the end goal, as you can see on the screen. So we have got an end goal in mind, and then we put the project buffers. Those project buffers used to take into consideration if there are any resource constraints, or due to any reasons, if there are not enough resources available to perform a particular activity, then how can we ensure still the activity is happening properly and comfortably? So for that, those buffers used to be very, very useful. Pros of this methodology was, definitely it was resource efficient, because you used to factor resources as one of the constraints. The focus was on end goal, because you start by keeping or by having end on mind. We used to remove bottlenecks. So this benefit was there in case of both CPM and the critical chain, because once you put the network diagram, you would easily know what are the bottlenecks, dependencies, etc. And that used to certainly help in reducing variations, if any, because we could then easily address some of those dependencies. Cons, again, not suitable for multi-project environment. If you're working on multiple projects, then it's difficult to put it, or create the critical chain, and it could also delays the common things. So that was another con typically that you would come across. And hence, the critical chain is certainly not used popularly. Even in PMP exam, you wouldn't have questions on critical chain. There are very less chances of having the question. Even if it is, it's going to be at a very high level. So this covers about the traditional methodologies. We covered about the critical path methodology, critical chain methodology, and we also covered about PERT. Now let's move on to PMI. So PMI, again, I wouldn't say it as a methodology, but definitely it's a guide to project management, because we have a PMBOK guide and it actually breaks down the entire project management into different processes. There are 5 different phases that we call it as. I would say these are like process groups. I wouldn't call it as a phases as such, but these are the process groups. So starting with initiating. So we initiate the project. So from there we start initiating, planning, then we talk about executing, and then monitoring and controlling and closing. So these process group would be a part of, I would say, all the phases of the project. And there are 49 processes as a part of the PMBOK. There are total 10 knowledge areas, and there are total 5 process groups, which I just now mentioned. The advantage with PMBOK is easy breakdown of project management steps. So I would be able to apply the PMBOK guide and be able to easily break down the project management into various phases, then phases into activities, activities into tasks. I'll be able to create the work breakdown structure, etc. So those are the advantages because it's very nicely covered. It's a comprehensive approach. As I mentioned, it's pretty comprehensive. There are 49 processes, right, which will cover all the different knowledge areas, right, from integration management to communication management, how to do human resource, how to do time management, stakeholder management, etc. So it's very, very comprehensive. And don't worry, we are going to talk about all these things as a part of this training much in detail. We are also going to talk about all these 49 processes as a part of PMP training. This is definitely suitable for iterative development environment, because once we work in an iterative manner, we also be able to get periodic feedback from the customers. And that's what would certainly help in enhancing the overall, outcome that you're producing. Cons will be project governance is around stakeholders. So obviously stakeholder involvement is very, very critical while working through a PMI guide, and treats project as a single entity. So again, if it is a program, then obviously you would be working on a multiple projects. So applying there, we need to certainly scale up. Now we've just covered the PMI, what is PMI at a very high level with 49 processes, 10 knowledge areas, and the 5 different process groups. Moving to Agile. Now Agile has various methodologies. As I mentioned earlier, Agile is an umbrella of methodologies. So as far as Agile is concerned, what is it really? So in Agile, what we talk about the continuous integration, continuous deployment as a part of the software application development as a part of DevOps. So some of these capabilities will certainly help in deploying to the customer fast. So as a part of Agile, what do we do typically? As you can see on the screen, we develop in an iterative and incremental fashion. And the team of people who work, they are cross-functional in nature. So we don't work in phases, but we ensure that we build the features, or we sort of, cut down the product in a vertical slicing, which actually helps in covering the end-to-end development of the features, right? From the UI till the infrastructure element. So everything is covered as a part of that. All the layers are covered as a part of that. And the iteration could be just 2 to 4 weeks duration. As a result of that, what actually happens is there is a continuous inspection and adoption that happens within the iteration. So we build, we test it, we deploy it, and we take feedback from the customer. And then again, we go back and we build it. So this way, what actually happens is that iteratively, incrementally, we go on building that software, which ultimately customer is looking for. So there is huge customer engagement and involvement throughout the Agile way of working. So there are certain Agile values and principles that we follow. For example, we talk about better interactions within the team members, as well as between the teams, as well as with customers, etc. Customer is also involved into project, and customer is given a role called as product owner, and that's how customer is formally engaged as a part of Agile project. And once you decide to go Agile, then you could decide to implement, for example, Scrum as one of the methodologies, which we'll talk about very soon. There are certainly few benefits of Agile here. Agile is more transparent because customer is involved into the project, into day-to-day activities, and that is in a way good. So customer would know overall the progress of the project. Stakeholder involvement is very high because we have got demos happening with the stakeholder within each iteration. That means I'm engaging stakeholders on a periodic basis. Most important benefit of Agile is Agile delivers value early and on a continuous basis. So release of the product features could happen at a very early stage of the product lifecycle. So that's very, very important. And it's definitely predictable cost and schedule. So from the cost point of view and the schedule point of view, we sit with the customer and we kind of come up with the release plan. It focuses on business value and customers, right? So most important thing is focus on business value and the customers, because as I mentioned that one of the reason why we go agile is so that I can deliver better business value to customers, which will give competitive advantages to my customers. So you must have seen examples of Amazon and suppose Flipkart in India, that the most important thing is delivering change as early as possible. So if you do not deliver change early, what will happen? It's all about capitalizing on the early deployments. So if you capitalize on the early deployments, you'll be able to earn better return on investment. So how we can respond to market better and faster, and that is possible by using agile way of working. Quality is definitely the central focus in agile, so a lot of things are done with respect to that. There are a few cons as well. It's very difficult effort assessment and project progress. So sometimes what happens is that when we work in an agile way, it's very difficult to estimate when the project is going to end as such, because we just go on working until we have got a requirements in the backlog, product backlog as we call it as. And overall design or overall architecture we never define upfront, so it keeps evolving. So at times, people find it difficult in the beginning, but as they go on working, they would certainly get a lot of benefits out of this way of working. Now, Scrum is one of the methodologies within Agile. So Scrum is very, very lightweight framework wherein it actually helps us in defining the sprints. So sprint is nothing but iteration in Scrum. So iteration in Scrum could be anywhere between 1 to 4 weeks. And Scrum has defined certain lightweight ceremonies or events that we do, right from the sprint planning to meeting on a daily basis as a part of the daily stand-ups. Then we have sprint demos where we actually show the customer what we have built and we take continuous feedback during the demos, and then we end the sprint by doing the retrospection. So this is what typically happens in that small container of sprint, which is just 1 to 4 weeks maximum duration. So the biggest advantage with Scrum way of working is basically we get continuous feedback, and the entire Scrum framework is built on the 3 important pillars which we talk about. Transparency, so we keep everything transparent, the progress of the project transparent, there is very high involvement of the customer. Then we talk about adaptation, so we go on adapting to the changes that are coming in the backlog as well as the changes that are suggested by the customer based on the demonstration that we are doing, right? So that's very important. So transparency, adaptation, and inspection, so we go on inspecting on a regular basis. There are so many opportunities that are there as a part of the Scrum framework to inspect and adapt. So this is one of the example of a methodology. There are certain benefits certainly of using Scrum. So first is, of course, product quality would be better. The reason is that what we build is what customer is looking for. It's like you are engaging customer almost on a daily basis. So there is a daily interaction that happens with customer. Quick product releases are possible. Again, during the early stage, we get into the planning session. Now, apart from that, there is definitely higher customer satisfaction when we apply Scrum. It's quite naturally because involvement is much better and progress, visibility, and exposure is very, very high, again, in comparison with the traditional way of working. There are certain cons, like no definite scope. So we wouldn't know exactly when are we going to end the product development because the scope keeps evolving. We need experienced team because if everybody's a fresher, then they might struggle, because there's a proper governance. There are containers of small duration, so we need a lot of discipline. And for large and complex projects, sometimes unless you have a proper experienced people and proper governance in place, proper process in place, you might not be able to do it. So therefore, typically when we start our agile journey, we always have coaches in the beginning. Moving to the next method under agile is Kanban. So Kanban is again a Japanese word, and Kanban is nothing but a signboard. Kanban evolved from the Toyota manufacturing, so we call it as Toyota Production System, TPS, and they used to use Kanban board just to visualize the flow. And just by that visualization of the flow of the process, they used to identify bottlenecks, they used to identify dependencies, They used to do daily prioritization. So all these things used to happen. And that's what exactly happens in Kanban. Now, it was definitely very popular during early days in manufacturing, but later it was also picked up as a part of the service industry. And therefore, you'll find Kanban is very popular even in the service industry as well. So Kanban process, as you can see on the screen, there is a Kanban board. And this is where we capture what we're going to do today, what's going to be in progress items, and what's going to be ready to deploy in production, maybe what's going to be under approval, and what is completely done. So you'll find these kind of a swim lanes as a part of the Kanban board. And then we decide the WIP, which is called as work in progress limits. So each swim lane will have the WIP limits. For example, there will not be more than 2 items in progress at any given point in time, because you have only 3 people working or 2 people working in your team. So that's the WIP limit that you have decided to put likewise. And we also work on certain metric. A lot of focus is there in Kanban in terms of reducing the cycle time, lead time. We use metrics like the cumulative flow diagram. All right. We also use metrics like, as I mentioned, the cycle time, and we baseline that and we see how we can reduce that. So Kanban is definitely a very, very popular methodology these days within Agile. Sometimes Scrum and Kanban is combined together, and we call it as Scrumban, and even it's used along with the Scrum as well. There are certain benefits, like it actually helps in optimizing the inventory as well as output. So for example, as I mentioned, what we do is basically we increase the throughput by reducing cycle time, by reducing lead time, your throughput. That means how many products, for example, or how many features are you completing within a sprint? Okay, so that's my throughput. So how can I increase that throughput by reducing the cycle time, which is required to complete that feature? It certainly helps in minimizing waste and scrap. Again, it based on the lean principles. So a lot of focus is there on waste elimination. And that also gives better flexibility, because you would have then time to make things a bit more flexible. So it optimizes in a way the flexibility, creativity, productivity. So all these things are really useful. Overall cost will be reduced as a result of that. And responsiveness to the customer will go up because you're reducing lead time. That means you're going back to customers early. So that's another benefit. The cons is certainly it's less effective in shared resources situation, because if your resources are shared amongst different teams or projects, then it becomes difficult to apply. Variability is not eliminated. So definitely the focus is more on lead time reduction, cycle time reduction. However, variability in the process, certainly for that you would need to then apply a Six Sigma and stabilize the process, but that could be done in fact once you come across any such challenges, because we talk about continuous improvement, and breakdown in Kanban system can lead to shutdown of the entire line. So it's very important that we define the WIP, work in progress limits, properly. Moving to the next methodology, which is extreme programming. So extreme programming focuses, as the name suggests, a lot of focus is there on engineering practices. And this methodology actually evolved in software, and this could also be used in other places, but largely it is used only in software at this point in time. And again, as you can see here, extreme programming is also an intensive development. It is used mainly in gaming industry, or where you would find a lot of changes are coming in and very, very dynamic situation. That's where extreme programming could really help you, because there are 12 principles and techniques, in fact, that we follow in extreme programming, like continuous integration, like peer programming, continuous feedback loops, so how we can increase the feedback loops, etc. So there are 12 such different techniques that typically we follow. So it definitely has intense focus on engineering practices. And therefore, even if you are applying Scrum or you are applying Kanban, if you apply extreme programming practices, it certainly helps in bringing and enhancing better quality of product. So therefore, I have seen a lot of teams using the extreme programming practices as well, because focus is very, very high on quality software, as it's mentioned there as well. Typically, the sprint durations or iteration duration in extreme programming is small. It is like 1 week iteration, or at the most 2 weeks, not beyond 2 weeks typically in extreme programming. And same thing, typically that's what we covered as a part of Scrum. Within iteration also happens. So there's going to be daily meetings happening, daily communication happening. The team is empowered, certainly. At the same time, the focus is on building the working software and take continuous feedback from the customer. And all that put together actually helps in getting the requirements that the customer is looking for, because you're continuously getting feedback from the customer. There are benefits certainly of working this way. One is, of course, it saves time because it's an intensive development. So that means the focus of the whole team is on developing the software. So it certainly saves time and cost. Simplicity of the code is one of the benefit of this, because there is one principle that we follow in extreme programming, which is collective code ownership. So everybody owns the code. So even if it's written by somebody else, still the other person, if required, could change the code. Transparent and accountable process. So it's very, very simple process, very, very lightweight process, and it's transparent. Everybody know what happens within that iteration. Continuous feedbacks are there. As I said, the biggest and the fastest feedback technique that is used in extreme programming is the peer programming. So one person is coding, the other person is reviewing the code. That means immediate feedback you will be getting. And that is precisely why the project development is much faster, because in extreme programming, you would also use the continuous integration and the automated build, automated testing, so all those engineering techniques. Cons will be your lack of defect documentation. So typically what they do, if any defect is found within the iteration, it's not logged, because it's the team's opportunity to fix that defect if it is within the iteration. Something which goes beyond that, beyond release or beyond iteration, then that is logged. So therefore the documentation could be a bit low. Moving to the next methodology, which is adaptive project framework. So this is certainly based on the PDCA cycle of Deming, which is plan, do, check, and act. And this adaptive project framework, as you see here, is again such a framework wherein the focus is on getting continuous feedbacks. So you do planning, you execute your plan, you get the feedback. So that's where you evaluate and learn, and then you adjust your plan, and again you start executing. So it's again an intensive development wherein the focus is on getting early feedbacks. And those early feedbacks actually helps in adapting to the changing environments, adapting to the changing requirements or changing expectations of the customers. And that's how then we can go back to the market as early as possible. So if you are building the minimal marketable features, if you use the adaptive project framework, that will certainly help you in going back to the market early and launch those minimal marketable features so that we can capitalize on early return on investment. There are certain benefits. Certainly it's flexible and it increases customer satisfaction because there are very short feedback loops, and it's adaptive. And I'm sure customer would certainly love this methodology, because change is one thing that customer always keeps on suggesting us. And if we resist change, then certainly customer would not happy. But in this methodology, we accept change and we encourage change. So that certainly helps us in even improving the quality of product by ensuring what we are delivering is what my customer is looking for. There are some cons like job repetitions. So the cycle is very, very short. So therefore you may get that feeling. There's less control over project. From the governance point of view, it's not as good as Scrum, for example. Hence the control over project could be a bit low. Not suited for large and complex projects, but if there are smaller projects, that's where we could use the adaptive methodology. Like rapid application development was one of the examples during early 90s. It was introduced wherein a lot of focus was on doing the prototyping. So they used to do prototypes, get feedback, and enhance on that. So this covers all the methodologies within Agile. Now we are moving to the next category, which is change management. So very quickly, we'll go through these. Couple of examples are there under change management. One is event change management. As a part of event change management, as you can see here, this methodology actually helps in identifying the event chain that can affect the project outcome. So that means this methodology actually focuses on risk identification, right? So I don't know if you heard of, but there is one such a technique that is used very popularly in project management, and we are going to cover as a part of this training as well later, which is called as Monte Carlo analysis. So as a part of Monte Carlo analysis, which is a part of the event change methodology, we identify uncertainties at a very early stage in the project and we kind of simulate the whole thing. So when we are doing the planning, we are trying to simulate what kind of risks might come with respect to getting the material for the project, getting the resources on the project, or in terms of uncertainties, in terms of scope. So based on these kind of events, if tomorrow we start working on the project and suddenly we have lack of resources, so how would that affect the project? So Monte Carlo analysis actually does the quantitative analysis based on some of these events, uncertain events that we might face on the project, and that actually helps us in dealing with such events effectively. So we create these chain of events and we put it sequentially. We understand its impact. We simulate these events in order to understand its impact effectively. And all these things put together helps us in managing uncertainties and eradicate those uncertainties effectively. So for example, if lack of resources would have a huge impact on the delivery of this project, then I would ensure that I have some mitigation plan if tomorrow if my resources leaves the project, or I might not get enough resources available for working on a certain technology, etc., then I may like to engage certain contract resources very quickly. So I would have some arrangement for that. I need to do some representation in the form of event chain methodology. Benefits of this method is certainly its event-based resource allocation. So wherever there is high risk, that's where you put more resources. Risk mitigation is the main objective, as we've saw one of the technique of Monte Carlo, provides visualization to the chain of events. So if I know the chain of events, if lack of resources, how it would lead to the delay in the project deliverables. So if I create those chain of events, then I would be able to visualize the flow in a better manner, and I would be able to then come up with the mitigation plan effectively. It enables the use of quantitative analysis models. So Monte Carlo is one of the examples that I mentioned, and more realistic projects. So I think we'll be in a better control of the projects if we use some of these methodologies. Cons will be task repetitions and leads to loss of opportunities. Sometimes what happens is if you are just eradicating the risks completely, we're also eradicating the opportunities with that. So therefore, at times you may miss on the opportunities as well. Under change management, the another method was extreme project management. So as name itself says, here we are talking about the extreme project management. That means again a methodology where we can get a continuous feedback. We can develop something by using a very intense methodologies, intense techniques. And this is completely open and elastic in the form that wherever there is uncertainty. So for example, we talk about uncertainty in the form of requirements, uncertainty in the form of technology. So for example, we were working on this project wherein this project was about moving the entire application on cloud. Now, why it was uncertain? Because while moving the application on cloud, the application requirements were also going to change, because at the same time, the business introduced certain changes in that application. So while application is undergoing change, it's also getting migrated to a new platform altogether. So uncertainties were very, very high about this. So that's where the extreme project management kind of methods actually be very useful, because we can certainly take care of some of those uncertainties by using this methodology. So as you can see here, so there are various aspects right from the scope phase till the closure phase. So we have planning, we have got actual implementation and launch, and we have a continuous monitoring. And most importantly, all these things happen in a very, very short durations. And that actually helps in executing the activities quickly and getting the continuous feedbacks and improving upon them and take care of those uncertainties effectively. So extreme project management would certainly be able to speed up the work. And because it's a trial and error approach, because we do a lot of experimentation here, we do a lot of trials here, we learn a lot. It's truly an empirical method, you would say. Self-correcting process, so again, we can enhance based on what we learn in the previous iterations. And well-defined scope and objectives, we try to define it at least for the iterations in the beginning itself. Cons are there: highly complex project needs, people-driven projects, frequent changes. So that's where it is applicable. But again, this is because it's intensive. So sometimes what happens is that you need right set of people working on this kind of methodologies. Otherwise, it's very difficult to really execute or manage. Okay, so that covers the change management methods. So this is where we covered about the event chain management, and we also covered about the extreme project management. Let's talk about quickly the process-based ones. The lean, I'm sure you must have heard about. Lean is all about identifying and eliminating wastes. So typically, lean has categorized wastes into different categories. So for example, inventory is one of the wastes. So if it could be like the number of lines of code that you have written, if it is a software application. So if the work is going to happen with 50 lines of code, why have you written 80 lines of code? So that's 30 lines is completely a waste. So can we identify that? Can we do refactoring to find out what are those lines, and can we eliminate that without, of course, changing the behavior of the program for which it is written? So that is just one example. So waste could be inventory, waste could be waiting. So you're waiting for the work to be assigned. So that's a complete waste. So for example, you're working on a documentation and that's unnecessary documentation that you're creating. It's not going to be referred to by anybody. So why are we creating that document then? So that is definitely a waste. So it could be over processing. You're processing something more than it is required. So certainly that is also a waste. So lean also has certain principles to follow. So lean not only focuses on identifying and eliminating anything which is not adding value, but also it focuses on certain principles. So for example, decide as late as possible or amplify learning. I'm just giving you some example. We are going to see some of these methodologies in detail as we go ahead. In lean, there is a lot of focus on continuous learning, and we not only learn but also we share knowledge with others and we learn from others as well. So hence lean certainly helps in reducing cost, improving the productivity, and a lot of focus is there on the outcome that we're producing. So with lean approach, there is certainly a greater control over project because a lot of focus is there on only value added tasks, because we create something called as value stream map. So entire flow of value delivery is what is plotted and it's visualized so that we can focus on only value added tasks. It's continuous quality improvement as we go on challenging each and every activities that we perform, and we see to it that it's improved. So certainly from quality point of view, defect identification happens very early. So for example, one of the metric we could follow is shift left score. So are we identifying defects at a very early phase in the life cycle of the project? If we identify late, obviously there will be huge impact and cost will also be more. But if you identify during the design or during the requirement itself, it will be very easy to manage. Prevents overproduction. So anything which is beyond, like as I mentioned, some documents, if it is not required and still you're producing, it's a waste. Some of the cons could be it's time consuming because a lot of focus is required on that. A lot of stakeholder involvement is there as well. And teamwork affects the productivity directly. So the whole point is that if you don't know how to do it properly, there has to be a proper coaching that has to happen in the beginning. Otherwise, that might affect your productivity. Six Sigma is another methodology. So this is a statistical methodology. And in Six Sigma, what do? We basically identify a problems and we try to solve that problem by applying the various statistical tools, and we measure that problem. So as you can see here, there is a method under Six Sigma that we follow. It's called as DMAIC. So we have got define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So we define a problem. So for example, the problem is to reduce the average call handling time by 10%. So that's a problem that you define by the end of next 3 months or 4 months, whatever you define. Then you start measuring the average handling time. So what is the current average handling time? You try to baseline the data by using tools and some statistical tools you could use to do that. You gather all the data, you baseline it, then you also try to do, for example, Pareto charts or certain control charts. So all these data analysis tools that you apply, start analyzing it. And once you identify the root cause why the average call handling time is very high, so what are those 20% reasons due to which I'm getting 80% of the problem? So then you try to improve that by applying certain solutions. So the biggest advantage with this approach is that we'll be able to directly hit the root cause of the problem. And because I'm hitting the root cause, I'll get better results. And next step is control. So we have to control those results. So then I apply the solution. I again measure whether my average handling time has now been improved. If it's not, again, I have to follow the same steps. If it is yes, then I have to control those results. It could be by putting in the necessary processes in place, right? Or it could be by modifying the existing processes. There are certain benefits. First is, of course, it gives a lot of improvement benefits. And as a result of that, obviously, there is a better customer loyalty. It reduces the cycle time. Again, efficiency gains would be there as well. And strategic planning. It could also help in strategic planning. So all these are some of the benefits. There are certain cons, like it certainly needs people with experience. And for example, people who are master black belt or black belts or green belts, so to perform those improvement projects. And real-time barriers. So sometimes there could be real-time barriers. A lot of political aspects are also there while working on the improvement projects. This could turn out to be expensive because you are putting in a lot of efforts in the beginning and you need different approaches to the different problems. So we can't say one size fits all approach. We need right set of people with right thinking and knowledge. The another methodology is Lean Six Sigma. This is where we combine the statistical approach and the approach wherein we talk about identifying and eliminating anything which is waste. So both the things put together certainly gives you much better results. As a result of that, we'll be able to increase the profit when we are applying Lean and Six Sigma both. That means you will be able to work with better efficiency, better productivity. So cost will be decreased, profit will be increased, effectiveness will be much better. There are certain cons like no defined strategy and sustainability risks. It's very difficult to take care of that. But I have also seen companies having these re-engineering programs, and as a part of the re-engineering programs, they introduce Lean and Six Sigma and they improve the existing processes, which is good if that is something which is there in place already. So this covers the process-based methodologies, Lean Six Sigma and Lean Six Sigma. Moving to the last part, which is about the Prince2. So like we saw PMBOK, similarly we have got Prince2. So again, Prince2 is something which is effective way or the guidance to manage the project. And Prince2 again stands for the project in control environment. So you perform project in a controlled environment, as a result of which you will be able to break down the projects into most easily manageable components and phases, and that actually helps in effectively manage the projects in a controlled environment. And like as we have a PMBOK, similarly we have got Prince2 with 44 processes. So that means this is one such a framework which will give you structured processes while performing the project management activities like directing, managing, delivering, etc. And the phases like pre-project, initiating stage, right, delivery stage, final delivery stage, etc. So it's a very, very structured approach of managing projects, very popular in UK, and it's also used since many years by the UK government projects. And it has been also getting popular even in the private industries, in the private organizations. There are certain benefits. There's a lot of focus on business case driven. So as a result of which we'll be able to understand what's going to give benefit, what's not going to give benefit. So very clearly we'll be able to calculate the return on investment as a result of it. Quality focus is definitely very high. Also risk identification and addressing the risk happens in a very structured manner. And change control processes are in place, so it's easy and effective to manage the change as a part of the entire project management activities. Cons could be a lot of parallel analysis happens as a result of that. There are 44 processes, so you may get into the situation of paralysis by analysis sort of thing. It requires to produce numerous products. So as we see, there are lots of phases, there are lots of processes. So as a result of there are various outcomes that you go on getting by using those. So sometimes if you do not have proper knowledge of these, you will find it a bit difficult to apply. So you need to have proper knowledge. So there are certifications for Prince2 Foundation as well as the expert level certifications. And then moving on to the last one, which is PRISM. So PRISM is again, it's focused on principles and mainly it is used for sustainable project management methodologies. So there is also a book called as Sustainable Project Management Methodology. So it's one of the popular selling books, and PRISM is mainly used for the sustainable projects. So you'll find where there is an impact on social, environmental, that's where it is used. It's one such a methodology where the risk identification happens very structured manner, and those risks are really being taken care of properly as well. As you can see here, the PRISM is certainly used in the projects for the sustainable development, construction, infrastructure, and where we provide the consulting, implementation, upgrade and migration, operation and support. So these are some of the examples of the projects where the PRISM could be used. So definitely a whole set of different knowledge areas under PRISM. There are certain principles that we follow under PRISM, and all that is going to be there as a part of the PRISM as a methodology. And all that is also explained as a part of the knowledge areas under PRISM. So largely it is used for the environmental, social related impact projects from the sustainability point of view. There are some benefits like it's eco-friendly. So as I mentioned, so if there is any environmental impact project, social impact project, that's where it is used. Where the objective is to improve the sustainability. It improves efficiency and effectiveness because it's a set methodology. It can't work in isolation. So if you see the methodology, of course, we will touch upon it in the training, and then you would realize that how methodology works. And as I mentioned, there are certain principles. So one of the con could be you have to stick to the principle, to get it right. So that's definitely the requirement. So this covers everything in terms of the methodologies, including some of the other methods like PRISM, etc. Now it's time for us to get into the other point, which is about when to use PM methodologies. You must have this question because there are so many of them. Let's quickly touch upon when to use some of these methodologies. So first point is about organizational reputation is at stake, because many times it happens that if the organization is not taking structured approach to manage project, the effectiveness of the project is going to be hampered, as a result of which the reputation might get affected. So that's where it's important to use the methodology. So for example, if you're working on some sustainable projects, if you apply Prism, then certainly it will help you in getting better results. Relevance to company's future objectives. So if you find something which is going to deliver you better results in terms of the future objectives, then certainly you can think of using some of these methodologies. So for example, the objective of the company is to save costs. So I'm sure if you apply Lean and Six Sigma, it will actually help you in undertaking a lot of projects, the small improvement projects, which will lead to saving the cost as a result of resources, as a result of various materials that are being used in the organization. So depending upon the future objectives, it could be high risk and uncertainty factors. So wherever you come across a project where there are high risk and uncertainties, that's where methodology is very, very useful, because you need to decide the approach. Otherwise, you can't get it right. I gave you this example of moving on cloud at the same time changes in the same application. So that was like a high risk and uncertainty project, and wherein we have to apply some methodology. Interrelatedness among the project risks. So if the project risks are interrelated, so we need to again apply the approach in the form of methodology, which will be able to effectively address the risks. So for example, so we saw here the event chain methodologies. So very useful to identify the chain of events which will lead to the higher risks. And Monte Carlo analysis is another technique within which we use. Efforts magnitude is very high. So you're putting in lots of efforts. And if you do not put these efforts in a organized, in a structured manner using a methodology, you would not know where are you heading. So it's very important again from that point of view. And so wherever there is uncertainty, unfamiliarity, the methodology certainly helps, because methodologies will give you a lot of things in terms of techniques, procedures, rules. So all of that will come out of the methodology. Now, you must have a question how to choose a right methodology, because we have so many of them. So let's take a look at some of the ways through which we can choose a right methodology. So first is, of course, evaluate your project. So starting with the first one, which is evaluate your project. Then your team, your organization, the tools that you're using, and lastly, stakeholders. So while choosing the methodology, you need to take into consider a lot of other aspects like project, team, organization, tools, and stakeholders. So let's understand this perspective. So starting with projects. So when you're working on a project, how would you choose a right methodology? There are various things, right, under project that we work about. One is, of course, financial budget. So what's your budget? So that's also very, very useful. Your timelines provided, size and complexity of the project type and industry, stakeholders' expectations. So for example, if you are working in a research and development industry, then obviously you have to choose a methodology which is more relevant to it. If you are working in a IT industry, I'm sure Agile and the DevOps way of working will certainly give you better stakeholder expectations, as well as will be able to support you with wherever there is less time to market. And that's where the timelines come into picture. So if there is less time to market, that means I have to respond to the market as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I will lose the business. What's the budget allocated to the project? So do I have got enough money to put resources, enough money to put the governance mechanism in place? So all those things are going to really affect size and complexity of the project. So again, if it is a smaller project, if it is manageable project, so that's where I would then apply a few methodologies. If it is a complex project, then probably I need to think something else. If it is a sustainable project, then I need to apply a Prism, is one of the example as we saw. So the whole point is we have to take into consideration within the project some of these points during evaluation. From the team point of view, we also take into consideration experience of team members. So do we have people, like we saw one of the things, if everybody is new, it's very difficult for them to apply agile way of working, right? But if we have mixed set of people, we have got few experienced people, few new people, then also we can certainly apply agile projects there. training for projects. Do we have enough training for the project? So if you're working on banking projects and if you don't know enough domain knowledge, you would not be able to understand the banking terms and the various things that are required in terms of processes, etc. You would not be able to effectively manage it. Self-organization capabilities of resources. Again, the resources that you're using, whether they are having capabilities of self-organization or not. If not, then how can we make sure that's in place before we choose any methodology? Like on Agile project, we expect team to be self-organized. In order to reach to that level, we need to have people who understand what is self-organization. Team preparedness. So is team ready to take on challenges of DevOps, right? Does team have got enough technology knowledge? Is team empowered enough to take decisions quickly and move fast? So all those things are equally important to check as well. Geographic location of the team. So when you start working on Agile, for example, we need to have people who are co-located at one place so that they can talk to each other, they can collaborate faster, and they can start delivering better business value. But if people are highly distributed, then it's a different dynamic altogether. So in that case, I might need to then use certain tools which will help people to collaborate first. So you might like to use tools like Jira and Confluence, Wiki, and then of course video conferencing. That element will also come into picture. From the organization point of view, again, the culture and size of the organization. So if it is a complex organization, it's too much of a hierarchy, highly bureaucratic, then it's very difficult to follow methods like Agile. Organizational hierarchy is another thing that I just mentioned. Flexibility. How much flexibility is embedded into the organization structure? So if it is too rigid, then it's very difficult. As I mentioned, banking, if you see as an industry, the rigidity is a bit on a higher side because you're dealing with people's money, financials. So it's very unlikely that you would have high flexibility over there to try out different things because you have to get it tried. You can't play around with things. So there are certain processes that means we need to follow there. Available resources and industry. What resource do you have and in which industry you work with? So as I mentioned, if it is a highly distributed team, do you have enough resources to collaborate faster? If your industry is, again, the fast moving consumer goods or e-commerce, then obviously there the ball game is different. I would say if in e-commerce things are more dynamic and you need to respond, like there could be deliveries happening almost every minute, right? Like Amazon must be delivering into production the code almost every minute because those changes have to be very, very dynamic so as to respond to the customer's demands. Past records and experience. What's your past record as an organization? So we need to certainly look into that. So if you haven't had such experience, so you need to then probably take support from the consultants and the coaches so that we can select and choose the right methodology. Maturity level of the organization. So not necessarily it's a CMMI maturity level that I'm talking about, but in general, how mature is the organization? So if some organization has 100 years of history, then obviously the organization must have had gone through various stages, and maturity level could be different than the organization which is new, introduced just a few years ago. From the point of view of tools, limitations of tools being used, I have seen that there are certain organizations where you can't use free and open source softwares. So if FOSS can't be used, then obviously that's a limitation, right? So you can't really go big bang and then start experimenting using some of the free and open source softwares. Compare tools capability with specific methodology. So when we talk about comparison of the tools capability with methodology, so for example, if you're using DevOps and you can't establish the continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline, then it will be difficult for you to launch your code into production in a smooth fashion. So that means you don't have that capability inbuilt, or maybe you don't have in a budget to put in the right tools, etc. Or if you don't have people with right knowledge to do that. From stakeholder point of view, again, we need to understand stakeholder involvement. So from methodology point of view, again, there are certain preferences that people give sometimes to the methodologies. But what's important to also look into are some of these factors that we just had gone through. So for example, if you're working in an agile way and if your stakeholders are not eager or not willing to participate, or if business is not willing to participate to work as a product owner, then obviously those challenges would come on your way to agile adoption journey. requirements of the stakeholders. So what are the requirements of stakeholders? So sometimes stakeholders say that everything is going on smoothly, I don't want to move or change anything as such. So what's my requirement? So sometimes the stakeholder says that I want the application deployment to happen only once in 3 months or once in a month. So if that is my requirement, then which methodology would be suitable for me? So some of these factors could be very useful while deciding the methodologies, because there are lots of options to choose out of. Let's now take a quick look at the project management tools. There are quite a few of them, and I'm not going to specifically promote any tool as such, but I would say that tool is just the enabler. What's most important is that mindset change, that mindset shift, and choosing the methodology which will certainly help you. And once you choose that, aligning yourself principally to that methodology is very important. So if it is Prism, then understand the principles of Prism. If it is Agile, understand the values of Agile and the principles of Agile. If it is PMBOK, then understand those processes and knowledge areas, etc. And try to align your thought process to that. That is going to give you much more results. Of course, tools will enable you to implement and enable you to use those methodologies maybe in a better fashion or a bit smoothly, because especially if you have challenges like distributed teams, if you have challenges like synchronizing across geographies, then certainly tools would help you in better integration, better synchronization. So you could use any of these tools in order to ensure that your methodologies are giving you better results.
As it said, good project management leads to successful projects, and with proper project management, you are bound to deliver the best projects. A small-scale project is pretty simple to manage, but things become challenging when more people get involved in project management. Now, this is where project management tools come into the rescue. So, projects, as we all know, are the temporary endeavors which are undertaken in order to create a unique solution to a problem. Now, project management ensures the smooth flow of development of these projects, starting from its conception till its delivery. In other words, it is a practice of initiating, planning, executing, controlling, and closing the work of a team to achieve specific goals and meet specific success criteria at the specified time. For easy and systematic project management, nowadays, project management tools are being heavily used in the market. Irrespective of the size or the type of the project, these tools act as an aid to an individual as well as a team. So without wasting any more time, let's quickly start off with our list of top 10 project management tools. So, at number 10, we have Microsoft Project. As the name suggests, it's a project portfolio management tool provided by Microsoft. It provides cloud-based and on-premise options. It also provides the integrated planning tools which helps in organizing and keeping tab of projects, including daily tasks and overall directions too. This tool is comprised of 3 main modules. The first module is the project management module. The second one is portfolio management, and the third is resource management. It is considered to be one of the best project management tools, which is extremely intuitive and offers a great balance of usability and complexity. Few of its striking features include easy integration with various softwares, full visibility of project processes and tasks and built-in templates, etc. If you're wondering about the pricing of this product, don't worry, I have got everything sorted out for you. So Microsoft Projects offers 2 plans. The cloud-based solutions are available, which will cost you around $7 to $55 per user per month. Whereas if you go for the on-premise solution, it will cost you around $590 to $1,160 per month. Major IT giants like Intel and Accenture use Microsoft Project for their successful project deliveries. Moving ahead, at number 9 we have Scoro. Scoro is a comprehensive solution which integrates all the features that are needed in any project management software. Using Scoro, you can manage your entire company in one place. That is, it unifies your disparate systems and countless spreadsheets into one single tool. It is basically a software as a service solution for professionals and creative services. Few of its intriguing features include collaboration, productivity, project management, and Salesforce automation as well as CRM. Scoro works exceptionally well with the small or medium-sized teams. Coming to the pricing of Scoro, it provides 3 types of plans. Plus plan you can get at $22 per user per month. Then there's a premium plan which you can buy at $33 per user per month, and the ultimate plan which you can buy at $55 per user per month. Some of the major customers of Scoro are Beamly, Newton, Grant Thornton, etc. Position 8 is held by FreeCamp. Now, FreeCamp is a web-based project management tool and organization system that can be used by a single or multiple users who are collaborating using cloud computing. It is an ideal tool for these people and businesses who want to stay in control of their projects, resources, budget, and time. It provides various exceptional features like signing tasks to team members, scheduling events via calendar, discussion boards, time tracking, and a lot more. Moreover, FreeCamp helps you in improving your workflow, determining your targets, and achieving your goals within the specified time and budget. Coming to the pricing factor of FreeCamp, it is a free platform for unlimited number of users and projects. Apart from this, it provides few more plans like Lite Plan, which is available for $4 to $6. Then there is the Business Plan, which is available at $6.99 per user per month. And we also have an Enterprise Plan, which is available at $15 per user per month. Companies like American Red Cross and Make-A-Wish are the major customers of FreeCamp. Coming at number 7, we have Podio. Now, Podio is a cloud-based collaboration service which is powered by Citrix. It is the social collaboration tool where one can build applications and set up workspaces to support the preferred workflow and become more effective. It is a perfect tool for enhancing the collaboration as it lets you connect with colleagues via internal social network and chat. Few other features of Podio include granular access, personal dashboards, connected CRMs, data visualization, third-party app integration, and full customization of your whole toolbar. Talking about the pricing, Podio is available free of cost. The basic plan of Podio is available also at $9, the Plus plan is available at $14, and the Premium plan goes for around $24. You can choose your plan based on your project requirements. Well-known companies like Deloitte, Volvo, Sony, etc. are the major customers of Podio. So at number 6, we have Zoho. Zoho is a free online project management software that lets you make your business projects more productive and finish them within a given time frame. Using Zoho, you can get an in-depth insight with charts and reports while collaborating with your team, clients, vendors, or consultants seamlessly. Zoho basically divides your large and complex projects into small manageable units and then schedules the recurring tasks, dependencies, and subtasks according to the deadline. Features like Gantt charts, bug trackers, chat reports, docs, and timesheets, etc. make Zoho a very competitive project management tool in the market. Talking about the pricing of Zoho, Zoho provides various plans to satisfy the customer needs. The Essential HR plan of Zoho is available for $1 per employee. Professional plan is available for $2 per employee. Premium plan is available for $3 per employee. And the Enterprise plan is available for $5 per employee. Major companies using Zoho CRM are Google, Ultimate Medical Academy, etc. So at number 5, we have Basecamp. Basecamp is a real-time communication tool which helps teams to stay on the same page and is less for traditional project management tasks. It is a reliable service that offers simple setup and short learning time. Along with the to-do lists, calendaring, due dates, and file sharing functions, keeping track of priorities and actionable items become much easier. It is an innovative solution which you can use as a document and file manager as well. Basecamp comes with a single plan of $99 per month. Companies like Groupon, Johns Hopkins University, First Data are the few of the major clients of Basecamp. So at number 4, we have Jira. Jira is a project management tool that is most popularly used for bug tracking and issue tracking. It is developed by Atlassian, and the product name Jira is derived from the Japanese word Gojira, which means Godzilla. Using Jira, you can easily plan, track, and manage your agile software development projects by customizing your workflow and team collaboration. It provides special features for agile software development, which helps the team stay focused on delivering iteratives and incremental value as fast as possible with customizable Scrum boards. Talking about the pricing, on cloud it is available for $10 for up to 10 users, and for 11 to 100 users it costs around $7. When using the self-hosted server, it costs around $10, and for self-hosted data centers, it costs around $12,000 per year. Companies like IBM, BuzzFeed, Snapdeal, LinkedIn are the major users of Jira. Next on our list is Trello. Trello is a web-based project management application developed by Frog Creek Software and is currently owned by Atlassian. From startups to Fortune 500 companies, Trello provides the visual way for teams to collaborate on any project. It is incredibly flexible and easy to use and keeps the track of each and every detail, be it a big picture or a minute detail, using Kanban-style management. Also, it keeps your data secure and private as it uses SSL or HTTPS connections. Few astonishing features of Trello are quick overview on front and back of cards, easy organization with tags, labels, etc., drag and drop functionality, checklists with progress meters, easy uploading of files and attachment, data filtering, etc. Coming to the pricing of Trello, it provides 3 plans. The first one is free. Next one is the business class one, which is $9.9 per user per month. And the last one is the enterprise plan, which comes at around $20.83 per user per month. Major customers of Trello are Red Hat, Nat Geo, Adobe, etc. So at number 2, we have Asana. Asana is a web and mobile project management application designed to help teams track their work. It's simple to get started, but powerful enough to run your entire business. It provides plenty of features that can help your organization track work in a way that fits every team's workflow by providing transparency and clarity to teammates. Asana addresses a fundamental problem by allowing team members to know exactly what is going on. By easily providing information about who is doing what, by when, and how, users are able to focus on their missions and excel at their work. It is a great tool for effortless manipulation of project tasks. Features like activity feeds, adding assignees, attachments, adding hearts to tasks, automatic updates to email boxes, custom calendars and views, email bridges, etc. stand out from the rest of the tools that are available in the market. Regarding the pricing of Asana, it provides 3 plans. One is free of cost, next is premium, and that is $9.99 per user per month, and the last one is an enterprise plan, which is priced by quote. Major customers of Asana are Uber, NASA, and the New York Times, etc. Finally, the tool holding the number 1 spot on our list is Wrike. Wrike is a powerful online project management software which provides full visibility and control over project tasks. It is an award-winning software for online project management and helps in improving the speed and efficiency of work in both co-located and distributed groups. Wrike allows you to schedule, prioritize, discuss, and keep track of both work and progress in a real-time environment. Also, it provides interactive and user-friendly navigation, excellent security measures, and even mobile apps using which you can easily track and monitor your progress from your mobile phones anytime and anywhere. It is a trusted application that is used by over 15,000 organizations, including small, mid-sized, and enterprise Fortune 500 companies. Wrike comes with various pricing plans like free plans, then the professional plan, which is $9.80 per user per month. Next is the business plan, which costs around $24.8 per user per month. Next is the marketeers plan, which is $34.8 per user per month. And the last is the enterprise plan that is priced by quote. Major organizations like L'Oreal, Hootsuite, Hawaiian Airlines, Stanford University, HTC are the prominent users of Wrike. This brings us to the end of the list of top 10 project management tools.
Today's training is a special training because today we are going to talk about some of the questions that you might face in the PMP exam or the questions that you might face during your project management interview. So therefore, today's session is going to be completely focused on the different questions and the various answers to those questions. We are going to discuss those out, the various options for each of the questions, and we'll identify the best answer to the question. Of course, we'll discuss various options that are given, and we'll try and understand why the selected answer is the best answer for that respective question. So I welcome you all to this PMP exam question session. So let's start this session by having a bit of an understanding in terms of the PMP certification. I'm sure you will agree that the PMP certification is one of the globally acknowledged professional certification as far as the project management is concerned. And of course, we all know that PMP, which is offered by PMI, and PMI offers different certifications, including PMP and PGMP, which is for the program management. And PMP certification is definitely one of the globally acknowledged and recognized certification. It also legalizes a professional education experience in project management, because when you'll appear for the PMP certification, As a part of the prerequisite, as a part of the criteria, you will need to demonstrate your experience in project management. Not only that, you will also have to furnish enough credentials in order to prove your education that is required as per the prerequisite to complete the PMP prerequisite for appearing for the PMP examination. So in a way, this helps in legalizing a professional education and experience in project management, which definitely helps. Another important thing that you must have observed is that the PMP certified project managers can command almost 25% more salary than their peers. So this definitely gives you an edge over other colleagues and peers. When you will appear for the interview, I have seen that most of the job description these days, they specifically highlight about if you're appearing for the project management role, then they specifically highlight that we are looking out for somebody who is certified project manager or certified PMP. So PMP certificate is definitely very prestigious and is considered to be the golden standard of project management. So I will definitely welcome you all to this session in which we'll be talking about a lot on the PMP and specifically with respect to the questions. Let's talk about the PMP job opportunities. Why these days I have seen so many people appearing for the PMP examination, and the reason is very clear. If you see the statistics is basically comparing 2070's data versus what's going to come, what we will be seeing by 2027. And you can see on the screen very clearly that the PMP job opportunities are just going to rise many folds in comparison to 2017 by the end of 2027. And this trend is definitely growing. So certified project managers will definitely have a lot of opportunities from the job point of view. One of the advantage that you will get as a certified project managers is that you can actually do the project management irrespective of the domain that you're working in, because the project management PMP certification actually endorses your project management experience irrespective of the domain. So job opportunities, as you can see in China and India and US, across various countries in the world, they are actually going to grow up many folds by 2017. Not only that, the project manager role-wise salary band, if you take a look at on the screen, you will realize that when you will begin your career as a project manager and when you will go up in the ladder, you'll find that the salary band is just going to widen up as you grow in your project management career. And when you'll complete your PMP certification, that's going to give a lot of value add to your credentials. And when you will grow in your career ladder, one of the important pillars will be your PMP certification. So with this, we'll get on to the actual session of questions and answer. Let's get started with the first question. There are some basic questions. There are certain scenario based questions. On the top of that, we have also a few questions which are identified where we'll be solving some of the examples that will be asked in the PMP examination. So let's get started with the first question. The first question to you all is define project scope. So when you define project scope, there are various options that we can think of. The first option is it is design of experiments that is used to complete the project work. It is the combination of cost and the schedule which is required to complete the project work. It is a description of the required work that is necessary to complete the project. It is a description of the required work and resources that are needed to complete the project. So if you talk about the scope of the project, when we define while working on the project, it's definitely the description of the required work that is necessary to complete the project. Now, please understand that sometimes these options could be a bit confusing. When you'll appear for the PMP examination, you'll find out of the 4 options, 2 options are very, very close. Here also you'll find that the option number 3rd and the option number 4th, they appears to be very close. But here definitely there is a difference that if you see the 4th option, it says it is the description of the required work and resources that are needed to complete the project. But if you talk about project scope, doesn't talk about the resources needed. Project scope talk about only the work to be performed on the project. So resources needed will need to be determined based on the project scope, and that is definitely covered as a part of the scope management process. So the answer is the 3rd answer here. Moving to the next question, it talks about what is a program. Now, we did cover this as a part of the training as well, as you all know. we have options here. Program, a very large and complex project, a collection of projects which have common resources, a collection of sub-projects having a common goal, and a collection of sub-projects having a common customer. Now, if you remember what we discussed and learned about program, it basically talks about the collection of projects which have common resources. So if you take a look at the different levels that we talk about, so it all starts by having a clear-cut strategy at the organization level. And that might be within some portfolio. Then your portfolio gets divided into various programs. And within program, you'll find different projects. So ultimately, it is a set, or it is basically a collection of projects. And these projects are basically segregated under the common goal, under that portfolio that we talk about. So that's nothing but your program. So therefore, the correct answer is a program is a collection of projects which have common resources. Let's move ahead to the next question. Which of the following comprises the project lifecycle? So we discussed about project lifecycle, which comprises of various phases. I'm sure you will agree that here the answer is phases. The project lifecycle and product lifecycle is different. Within a product lifecycle, you may be doing various projects. There are multiple projects that are involved. And to launch that product, you may have undertaken a project. Because as we saw in the definition of the project, by the end of the project, what we get is a product or service or some outcome that we get. So definitely we undertake a project in order to produce a product, but the product life cycle is different altogether. It's pretty longer life cycle, and you may undertake various projects within a life cycle of a product. But project life cycle will have various phases. Phases like if you take example of software delivery life cycle, then you would agree that we start with initiation, then we start gathering requirements, then we analyze those requirements, we design them, we build them, we test them, and then we deploy. So there are various phases that are involved as a part of the project lifecycle. Milestones are going to be part of the various phases. By the end of the phase, we achieve some milestone. And estimation is one of the activities that we perform when we break down our scope item into various activities, and we estimate that activity in terms of duration, in terms of cost, and then that actually helps us in determining overall budget for the project, and for that matter, the duration as well. And activities, as we just discussed, the phase can get split into various activities as we go on performing them. All right. So a project life cycle will have various phases into it. Let's move to the next question. Being the project manager of the ABC project, you have allowed subsequent project phase to begin even before the predecessor phase completes. Which of the following relates to this scenario? Now, there are concepts like crashing and fast tracking. While working on the project, we have to take certain corrective decisions and certain preventive decisions. So one of the decisions that we take, considering the way progress has been going on the project, of course, by analyzing various metrics, we take decisions like let's fast track the project or crash the project. So when we say fast track, we actually start activities in parallel. And when we say crashing, we actually put more resources to the activity so that we can complete that activity fast. But of course, crashing has its own disadvantage, and it actually increases a lot of project risk. Plus, most importantly, since in crashing, you're actually putting more resources, that means there is more cost involved. So apart from risk, the cost involvement is also on a higher side, and therefore, usually on the project, people go for fast tracking. So that's what exactly is mentioned in this scenario. So this covers the fast tracking scenario. Of course, risk management is definitely nowhere near, and tandem scheduling is given just sometimes to confuse the participants. So the correct answer is fast tracking. Moving to the next question then, the person or group providing the resources and support for the project, program or portfolio, and is also responsible for enabling success is called as, who is that person who is really involved into so many such activity? Is it the project manager? But if you see, project manager may not be involved at a portfolio level or may not be involved at a program level. What about senior manager? Senior manager is just the designation, right? Is that really the role that we're talking about here? Or is that really a person that we're talking about here? What about the sponsor and the client? So there are two other options that are given. But if you see from the project point of view, the appropriate answer here is the sponsor, because sponsor is the one who is actually going to provide you all the resources and support that is required. Sponsor is the one who actually gives you the project charter and thereby empowers you to use the resources on the project. And therefore, it's the sponsor who is ultimately the one who is going to provide the resources and support for project, program, and portfolio. The next question is, which of the following cannot be the part of group activity techniques? Now, there are various group activity techniques that are conducted, and I'm sure some of you can recall the ones that we covered as a part of this training, like brainstorming, affinity diagram, nominal group technique. You may have already been a part of some brainstorming session. So brainstorming session could be done to solve a problem or think creatively, come up with various ideas, etc. And once we have list of ideas, then what we do essentially, we use affinity diagram, right? We just try to group the ideas, whichever the ideas which belong to a particular category, we try to group them by creating the affinity diagram. Nominal group technique builds on that. And nominal group technique actually helps us in involving participants a bit more and getting votes from the participant in order to shortlist the best possible idea. So these three things are definitely going hand in hand with the group creativity technique. But one thing looks to be completely odd here, which is vendor bid analysis. And therefore, it's very clear now that if you read, sometimes this question could be very confusing because I have seen people do not read it clearly and we might just miss that word not. So if you read it carefully, it says, which of the following cannot be the part of the group activity technique? So some of these questions are very tricky because I have seen sometimes if you miss that not, then you may answer it wrongly. And because we're talking about here, which is not a part of the group activity technique, and that's now very clear after our discussion that it's the vendor bid analysis. Moving from here, we'll go to another scenario based question. Being the project manager of the thermal power plant project, you need to manage the construction of an administrative unit building. Which of the following technique will you use to quickly estimate and decide the use of historic estimate and expert judgment? Now, if you recall the estimation techniques that we had gone through several estimation techniques like bottom-up estimation or the PERT formula, etc. Another examples which are mentioned here on the screen like analogous estimation, parametric, historical, expert judgment. Analogous estimation talks about basically building on the historical information that you already have in the organization, maybe as a part of the organizational process assets. Every organization will have their process assets. As a part of that, they build a lot of information within the organization, which is very useful when we do the estimation. Now, expert judgment is asking some of the SMEs, some experts about their opinion in terms of the estimation. Historical estimation, we again compare it with the historical information about the project that is available. Similar kind of a project, similar complexity, similar size, etc. Parametric estimation, here is what we talk about the various parameters, which are units, and then we try to understand the number of units that are required. Like in software, for example, I have seen people using various levels of skill. At the expert level, in the team member, for example, if I have got expert skill, so how long that expert skill member takes to code a particular complexity of the code. So we divide a code complexity to low, medium, and high, and we've got a different levels of skill levels, right? So these are the various parameters I'm taking into consideration. And based on that, I'm estimating how long would it take for that developer to complete the coding activity, all right? Similarly, analogous estimation, this is where we factor in a couple of things. One is, of course, historical information that is available in the organization. On the top of that, we ask experts. Why do we ask expert? Because that historical information may not be enough to come up with a very clear estimation. Of course, analogous estimation itself is a high level estimation, and it's very useful when we have to go back to the client with some number. And in order to be a bit better in terms of what we are estimating, in analogous estimation, what we do is historical estimation and the expert judgment is in a way combined. So we try to gather information of the similar kind of a project that is done in the past, and we also take opinion from the expert. So we combine that, and then we go back to the client with the estimation. So therefore, the answer is the analogous estimation. Let's move on to the next question then. This question is about what is the acceptable range used for determining the realistic activity cost estimation. Now we are talking about cost estimation here, and that is to at an activity level. So if you take a look at various techniques that we covered, One of the technique that we saw was the PERT technique that I mentioned to you. So which is done at an activity level. And for each of the activities, we try to understand the estimation based on the PERT formula, which covers about your most likely estimation, your optimistic estimation, your pessimistic estimation, and then you put it in a formula and then you kind of estimate it. So in terms of level of accuracy, because it's a bottom-up approach, we are doing the activity level cost estimation. Definitely, we are talking about getting a better level of accuracy here. All right. So the answer is definitely the level of accuracy is what we try to arrive at when we try to understand the acceptable range used for determining the realistic activity cost estimate, because we take into consideration optimistic, pessimistic, various such options. This is just one example if you're using a PERT, or even there are other options that I have seen. For example, ballpark estimation or rough order of magnitude. So the range of estimation is very high. So that means we are just trying to find here the level of accuracy. It's not about the precision. So precision will come when we try to round up the estimation. And that's where the precision will come in. So it's the level of accuracy is the right answer over here. Let's now take one example and try to solve that. So this question is about calculating the schedule performance index. So this question is, what is the schedule performance index of a software development project where earned value is $6,000, planned value is $5,000, and actual cost is $4,000. So to solve this, what we'll do is we'll take a quick look at the numbers and we'll of course use the formula. Just so that we can do it quickly, I have copied that entire question over here in the Excel sheet so that we can calculate it. And what I would suggest is when you will actually do it in the examination, I would suggest to one thing. When you enter into exam and when you will get the blank sheet of paper, the first thing that you will be doing is try to translate whatever you remember, all the formulas that you'll remember on that piece of paper, and keep it ready. So that during the sums, when you actually solve these various examples, then you should not struggle to recall the formula. All right, so let's presume that you have already jotted down all the formulas like this. Okay, so all the key formula you have already jotted down, something like this. All right, so like present value, or for that matter, various estimation formula like PERT or standard deviation, variance, etc. Or for that matter, the other formula which will be helpful to you in calculating the earned value analysis, cost variance, schedule variance, right? Or estimate at completion, estimate to complete. So all these, some of the key formulas that we are talking about: variance at completion, schedule performance index, cost performance index. Sometimes there could be a question on TCPI, which is to complete performance index. Again, we need to understand which approach should I be using. Is it based on the estimate at completion or is it based on the budget at completion? So accordingly, we'll have to use the formula. Similarly, for total float, what is the formula? Communication channels, you can expect one question on communication channels. Likewise, these are some of the key formulas which are expected to be written down when you reach there. The first thing that you'll be doing is that you'll be actually putting these formulas down on a piece of paper so that these formulas will be ready when you will try to solve the questions. So this is the question where we are trying to calculate the SPI, which is Schedule Performance Index of a software development project. Now, I just refer to this sheet where I have jotted down all the formulas and I pick up the formula which is required for Schedule Performance Index, which is earned value divided by planned value. That means to get the Schedule Performance Index, I need to have earned value, I need to have planned value. So I first check into the question, do I have these two values to calculate SPI? So when I take a look at the question, I see here, this is pretty straightforward question that way. So I have got earned value, which is $6,000, and I have planned value, which is $5,000. So that means calculating SPI will become just a straightforward affair. So what do? I just divide earned value by planned value. So I get 1.2. So SPI of 1.2, that means my planned value, my earned value is more than the planned value, which is definitely a good situation to have. SPI and CPI, which is cost performance index and schedule performance index, should be more than 1. If it is more than 1, then it is good. That means we are ahead of schedule. So the answer to this question is 1.2, and we are ahead of schedule, which is definitely a good situation to be in when we are working on the project. So with that quick example, let's move on to some other topic now. The question on costing. The question is, cost baseline is the output of which of the following. So there are various processes that we have to work through when we work on the PMP certification preparation. And just to let you know, just so that you would agree in terms of the number of processes that we have to understand and go through. So we have got various such processes, right? So we have process groups like initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, closing, and we have knowledge areas. There are 10 of them, starting with integration management to the stakeholder management. And there are total 49 processes within these process groups and the knowledge areas. So this particular question is referring to the cost baseline. So that means this should be a part of the cost management. So under cost management, if you take a look at, we have got certain processes that we have to work on, like plan cost management, estimate cost, determine budget, and control cost. These are the 4 processes which makes the project cost management. Now, what are the options given here? So cost baseline is output of what? So one is plan cost management. So plan cost management is the process in itself, right? So as we see here, plan cost management is one process option, which is fine. Second is estimate cost. Estimate cost is another option that is there. Determine budget. Okay, that's another process. And control cost. That means the option contains all the 4 processes. So then confusion rises. Now, if you apply here logic, it's pretty straightforward that I'm talking here about cost baselining. So I will be doing baselining only when I will determine budget, which is based on the activity and the duration. If you remember, hence we are talking about cost here. So obviously we're talking about the money part. So we're talking about a cost estimation here based on the activities. So if you think logically, then obviously we don't do that as a part of the planning. So in plan cost management, we are just creating the plan. In estimate cost process, we'll be focusing on estimating cost for each of the activities that we have divided our WBS into. Determine budget. So control, again, we don't do control part, will not involve coming up with a cost baseline. So that means the option that I see correct here is determine budget. So I'll be able to work on the determined budget only when I have the cost for each of the activities, and I just sum up them up, the cost for each of the activities in order to determine budget, and then I'll get cost baseline. So that means cost baseline output should come from determined budget. So that's how I look at it when I try to solve questions. So I hope that hint must have given you some idea about how we can go by. So we have got 2 options here. Either you know the exact answer, or we have to then go on eliminating the different options that are given. So if you just go on eliminating the options, then we arrive at the right option. So let's move on from there to the next question. The next question talks about, suppose you are the project manager on a thermal power plant project. How will you manage your team members if there is a difference in opinion over the design of turbine? So this is a thermal project and you're working on the design part. There are various options that are given. One is you will organize meeting to solve misunderstanding and agree on a common solution. Other is defer the decision to procure turbine components as much as possible because there is dispute. Copy the design of turbine from a similar past project. Procure the turbine parts from the nearest local vendor. Now, if you think logically again here, we are talking about the difference of opinion over design of turbine. So if I go by elimination, then obviously I can't just, because there is a difference of opinion, I can't just go to some nearby vendor and procure it, right? Or if you take a look at copy the design of turbine from similar past project, just because of difference of opinion, I don't think so I should be taking such an extreme decision. Or defer the decision. Again, if you defer the decision, it's going to affect your schedule, it's going to affect your cost, and that is something which you will never like as a project manager. That means only relevant option here that I see is organize meeting to solve misunderstanding and agree to a common solution. And therefore, the best thing to do in such a scenario is confrontation. So we need to confront as a team. And constructive disagreements are good. Constructive disagreements only help us in arriving at the good solution. So when we confront to the disagreements of each other, I'm sure that it could be a consensus and you will see a common solution, you will see a common goal, and collectively you might just choose the best possible option out of the discussion and move ahead. The next question talks about, if you find that an activity in your project is very risky, how will you estimate the duration of this activity when your team member has given the optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic duration for the activity? So if you remember, I told you about the PERT formula. So PERT formula is all about determining by taking into consideration the various estimations. So we talk about pessimistic, optimistic, and we talk about most likely. So let's take a look at these formulas. So there are a couple of formulas here from the PERT. So one is of course the triangular distribution, and the another is beta distribution. So generally we use beta if in case it's not specifically mentioned. So as per the beta distribution, what we talk about is, so we have pessimistic, optimistic, and most likely. So formula is like this. So we have pessimistic plus 4 into most likely plus optimistic divided by 6. So this is the PERT formula that I'll be using for each of the activities. And then I just go on adding them up in order to get the project duration, since we're talking about duration here. So that means I'm going to use the PERT formula here very clearly. So this is pretty straightforward. Don't get into complications or don't get into any kind of a confusion here. So if you remember the PERT formula, you should be able to very straightforward answer this question. So let's then move on to the next question here. This is based on some other topic which we haven't touched yet. So this talk about leadership theories, etc. Which among the following is not valid according to McGregor's theory X? So if you remember our discussion about the various leadership theories, one of the theory that we covered as a part of this training was McGregor's theory X. So which focuses on few things. It focuses on employee self-motivation. And if you recall that discussion, so we have got theory X and we have theory Y. So if you talk about these two things here, you'll agree that we are talking about the employee self-motivation as a part of theory X. So again, this is pretty straightforward. And if you just recall some of the key points under the McGregor's theory, you should be able to answer this question very, very clearly. So here, the last option is the correct option. The theory X will talk about employees are self-motivated. So if you take a look at McGregor's theory, in fact, let me just take a look at this. Some of the examples we have already taken as a part of this training, and some examples will be taking up as we go ahead. All right, so if you talk about the various theories that we covered as a part of the training, you would agree that one of the theory that we spoke on is McGregor's theory X. So just recall the discussion that we had and try to remember it by some techniques, that what theory X talks about, some of the key points, and then that should certainly be able to help you in answering it. I have seen that usually on the leadership theories, the questions are very, very straightforward. The next question talks about, you are the project manager on a software development project. Your CPI drops to 0.93 when one of your key developers suddenly fall ill. To make up for your affected work, you have decided to outsource it to a vendor. What will be the most appropriate contract type in this case? So if you talk about different contract types under the procurement knowledge area that we covered, you'll realize that first of all, you have to understand the fact the CPI is below 1. That means your cost performance index is not doing good. You are actually utilizing more money than budgeted, as simple as that. So in this scenario, which contract type will help you in order to make sure that you're controlling your cost? So retainage is not certainly a contract type as such. So retainage is retainage is all about just retaining money. So if you are the buyer and you're dealing with the seller, so what typically happens as a buyer, we retain some amount at times. We don't pay everything upfront, just so that as per the contract, whatever is agreed, the seller will perform that work. And before that, we don't release all the money. So we retain some part of the money. It's just a part of the contract. It's not the contract in itself, really. The another option here, which is given, is FPEPA. So what is FPEPA is another contract type. So this talks about one of the contract that we covered even as a part of the training. And this particular contract, we talk about the fixed price with economic price adjustment contract. So in this particular contract, we talk about paying the fixed price and then adjusting the price based on the economic changes that are happening. So here, I don't think so this could be applicable if you agree with me, because you're in a scenario wherein you need something very, very quickly. The last option is definitely not a contract, which is letter of intent, which is not a contract. So the only option which is applicable here is cost reimbursable contract. And I'm sure you'll agree that cost reimbursable contract is the one which will help you in working through this particular scenario, because you're already spending more than the budgeted cost considering the current CPI. Moving from there, let's take a look at another scenario here. The next question is, who among the following said people will be interested in their safety needs only after their physiological needs have been fulfilled? So I think this thing you must have also learned. If some of you have done MBAs, you must have learned about different theories. Even I've seen some of these theories are covered these days as a part of different leadership training programs. So you must have heard about this needs theory, the different levels of needs that we talk about, the physiological needs, and then we ultimately talk about the need which will fulfill the nirvana stage wherein everything is kind of fulfilled. So different levels of need. And if you recall, that's called as Maslow's theory of needs hierarchy. So there are various hierarchy of needs which are basically explained in this theory. If you talk about McGregor, so McGregor, we just spoke about theory X and Y. So it's not related. Hensberg theory again talks about completely something else. Oichi is not really covered as part of, I don't think so. It's going to be covered under any of the theories typically that will be covered under PMP. So the only thing that is left is Maslow's needs of hierarchy theory. So that's how we can go by the rejection of choices in order to arrive at the most appropriate option. So moving from there, let's take a look at another question here. So this question talks about WBS is an excellent and most effective tool that is used for tracking. Now, what do we track really through WBS? So do we track the resources? I don't think so. Do we track the schedule? WBS will not help in tracking schedule as such. WBS can help you in determining schedule once we do the estimation, etc. What about project risk? I don't think so. In tracking risk, it will help you. So the only option that is left is the scope. So WBS will help you in coming up with the project scope. So one of the things that we make sure is that WBS contains only the scope item to be worked upon in that project. And that is very, very important. So in a way, it's kind of a traceability. We make sure that whatever is in WBS is delivered by the end of the project. So that means your requirement specification document should be translated into WBS very, very clearly, because that's ultimately going to be the final scope which is factored in or considered in the project. The another question talks about the organizational structure. The question is the best project organization structure for a small but highly technical project will be which one? So here we're talking about a small technical project, a small organization. Which one would be better? So if you remember the various structures that we had gone through, like for example, just to give you a very quick idea about the kind of structures that we had gone through, as you can see here, so we talk about the functional organization, then we talk about other organizations like weak matrix, we talk about balance matrix, we covered about even the strong matrix organizations, and for that matter, the projectized organization. The structure is based on the projects and then staff is aligned to the project. Likewise, the other structure that we covered was the composite organization. So this is like mixture here, as you can see, the composite of both. So we have project manager as well as we have staff here, but it's also project managers. Function itself is different. So even this kind of structure we have covered as a part of this training. So if you take a look at which one would be more suitable for this kind of environment. The situation is the organization is small and it's highly technical project. So because it's a technical project, so if you take a look at the functional structure would be more suitable to this kind of organization, because we're talking about arranging people with the different functions. So we can have developer, we can have people who are working in designing, people who are working in requirement. So with a specific function in which the people are working in, we can organize the organization. So the correct option here is the functional structure, because we're talking about the technical project, we're talking about the expertise here. And then of course, once you have a functional structure, then you can still execute the project, right? And we discussed about that, how to go about doing it. So from there, now we'll move to the another question. This is a scenario based question. Now in the examination, you'll be asked scenario based question, straightforward question, and of course there will be examples to solve as well. So what we are taking here as a part of this session is combination of all this. Being a project manager is you need to manage a project where there will be a number of persons working together. If you want to enhance the ability of the team to work together and perform as a team, which of the following things you would need to do maximum the ability of the team? So you're talking about here team working together. So in order to enhance the ability of the team to work together, or maybe the high performance team, or maybe the team which is able to deliver the better outcome, So for that, I'm sure you will agree that the co-location is the best option, because work breakdown structure has nothing to do with the ability of the team here. Staffing plan is just about plan, but we are expecting action over here. Cohabitation is too extreme. I don't think so. We need to get into that. So here the straightforward answer is co-location. When the team member are co-located, sitting together, talking to each other, they'll be able to establish good rapport, good bonding, and they'll be able to start performing as a team. They'll be able to go through the team formation phases of forming, storming, norming, performing, and finally adjourning. So those techman's team formation phases, they could able to go through, and the ability of the team could be then developed faster. Let's move to the next question. What is the role of the change control board? So one of the process that we talk about is the change control process. And as a part of that, there is a change control board which needs to be established. So let's go through the options. The first option talks about assessing the impact of the change on project objectives. Second is defining requirements for the customer, doing performance appraisal for team members involved in implementing change, encouraging team members to raise more change requests. I think this is pretty straightforward. I'm sure you'll agree that change control board will be involved into assessing impact of change on the project objectives. That's the primary responsibility of the change control board. They will understand the impact on cost, impact on schedule, impact on architecture, impact on design, impact on the other aspect of the project. And based on that, the decision will be made whether to accept that change or reject. Now let's take a look at the another question here. This talks about being the project manager on a STP project. You decide to respond to identified risk by contracting out work. Which of the following will lead to the minimum risk of buyer? Now here we are talking about different contracts. If you talk about various contracts, you will agree that we have various contracts. Like, let's take a look at some of the contracts that we covered as a part of this training. And even for that matter, from the risk point of view, which contract will pose more risk? So we have a buyer and we have a seller. So from the buyer point of view, which now here the question is from the buyer point of view. So if you are a buyer, then which contract will pose more risk? So as a buyer, you'll find that risk is low here and risk is very, very high when you go ahead. So here, if you read the question again, you will realize being the project manager on a STP project, you decide to respond to an identified risk by contracting out. Which of the following will lead to the minimum risk of buyer? So if you see, the minimum risk on buyer is going to be the firm fixed price contract. There are other contracts also which we covered, right? Cost plus percentage of cost, or cost plus fixed fee, or cost plus incentive fees. But if there is a fixed fee or fixed price, then obviously on the buyer, the risk is very, very low, because risk is actually borne by the seller by developing whatever is the scope item within that fixed price. So that's how you can look at this question. So firm fixed price is the right answer here. Next question is, for which process the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix is prepared as a part? So which process will involve the stakeholder assessment matrix here? There are various options. The first is identify stakeholder. Second is manage stakeholder engagement. Third is control stakeholder engagement. And the last is plan stakeholder management. Now we are talking about here the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. So as a part of this, if you see, this can't be done during the first, which is identify stakeholder. This can't be done when we are managing the stakeholder. It has to be ready before that. This can't be done as a part of control. Again, it has to be ready before that. So the best way to develop that is during planning. So when we are planning the stakeholder management, that time we should come up with the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, right? So this assessment matrix will help me in identifying the as is state of a stakeholder, and then I can come up with the to be stage. So as is stage of the stakeholder could be he is resistant, he is not really pro change, and then I have to move from the resistant state to the state where he can start cooperating, he can start responding, he can start engaged, he can start involving in the project. So this particular assessment matrix needs to be prepared as a part of the planning, the stakeholder management itself. So the correct answer is plan stakeholder management. Next question talks about being a project manager, you need to spend a significant amount of time in communications. Which of the following option contains the three basic elements of a communication model? Now think from the communication point of view. Another easy question to score. We have options like verbal, non-verbal, written. The another option is sender, receiver, message. Next is text, drawing, picture. The last is manager, worker, instruction. So obviously, as a project manager, if you talk about, I'm sure the last two options you can still easily eliminate. Out of the next two options, if we talk about here, the communication mode. So when we talk about communication mode, we are talking about the sender, receiver, and the message. So coding, encoding, and the actual message which is transmitted. So we've already covered this as a part of the communication management itself. So sender, receiver, and the message is the right answer over here. Next question is, suppose you are assigned as the project manager of a 30-month project which is in the executing phase. What will be the best way to resolve a conflict among the technical experts in your team? So this question basically focuses on the conflict resolution techniques, etc. So various options are there. You are resolving the conflict. The options are find the root cause of the disagreement, resolve the conflict in favor of the senior most technical expert, hire an external consultant to enforce this decision, remove this technical work from the scope of the project work. So I think some of the options we can easily eliminate, right? We can't remove the scope of the work. So that option has gone. Can we hire an external consultant for this really? I mean, people will not trust the external consultant to solve the conflict. So obviously that option is kind of ruled out. What about resolving conflict in favor of technical expert? That's against the values of the organization, and for that matter, the team, and in general as well. So the only option that is left then to find the root cause of the disagreement and confront it. As we mentioned earlier, confrontation is the best technique to solve conflict and disagreements. Moving to the next question, what should be your primary concern while adding resources to your project? Now, when we add resources to the project, obviously I need to understand its impact. So let's take a look at the options. The first option is effect of adding resources on project end date. So this takes care of only schedule. Second option is effect of adding resources on S-curve. S-curve is the cost curve, which we covered as a part of the cost management. The next option is effect of adding resources on RAM, which is the resource assignment metrics that we talk about, and effect of adding resources on cost and schedule. So if you take a look at when we add any resources, now please understand from the PMBOK 6th edition point of view, resources are not just about people. It's about any resources that are used on the project. So it's going to be even the material resources, machineries, all of that, and not just people. So when we add resources, the first thing that we need to take into consideration is how that resource is going to impact my cost, how that resource is going to impact my schedule. So that means the option which is correct is the last option here. Let's move to the next question. If John is working with his team to decide the degree to which cost estimate should be rounded up or down, then he is working to establish which of the following: units of measure, level of precision, level of accuracy, and controls threshold. So if you remember, I did mention this earlier when we were talking about the estimation range. So that time I mentioned if we're doing the rounding off, we're talking about the precision, because we're trying to be precise by doing the rounding off of the estimation. So this is again pretty straightforward. If you know the definition of precision and the accuracy, then you should be able to get this correct. So maybe try and read and understand the difference between precision and accuracy. Let's move to the next question then. Being a project manager, how will you deal with a stakeholder who has high power and high interest? So if you remember the stakeholder matrix, we prepare various stakeholder metric. From the stakeholder's point of view, you will agree that we take into consideration few things. Like we take into consideration power to interest. We take into consideration interest to power. So here we are talking about a stakeholder which has got high power and high interest. So if you talk about power and interest and both are high, that means we need to manage these stakeholders effectively. So if you see the options here, do I need to keep them satisfied or do I need to just keep them informed or monitor? No, because we are talking about a stakeholder with high power and high interest. That means I need to manage the stakeholder closely. So that's the right answer here. Next question is, while estimating the cost of work in a very new technology, being a project manager, which of the following will concern you the most? If you take a look at some of these options, you're new to the technology and you're trying to estimate how long would it take. So what will concern you the most? First is, of course, lack of quality policy. I don't think so that's relevant really. Lack of communication management plan, again, doesn't seem to be relevant from estimation point of view. Internet connection not reliable. All right, so that's completely outlier here. lack of historical information. I agree. The lack of historical information, because if I'm working on something which is completely new to me, I rely on the organizational process assets. And if there is similar kind of a project done in the past, I might just use analogous estimation and based on that quickly estimate about the project. Let's take an example now, a different question where we'll try to solve some example. The example is like this. A road project was planned to be completed in 8th month. Calculate the schedule variance when the earned value information at the end of 6th month is given as the budgeted completion, which is $8,000. Actual cost was $12,000. Percentage completion was 100%. Now, this is interesting. Let's try to solve this particular example. So I have already copied that into this Excel sheet so that we'll be able to do the calculation. Now, if you take a look at this, we're trying to solve here. What are we trying to solve here? We're trying to identify the schedule variance. So the first thing that I will do is I will refer to my list of formulas that I've written and try to come up with what is the formula for schedule variance. So schedule variance is earned value minus planned value, right? So what is earned value? Earned value is nothing but what is my actual completion percentage to the budgeted completion. So my planned budget is here $8,000, and what is my actual completion? 100%. That means my earned value, can I say that my earned value and actual completion is 100%? That means that my earned value is equal to BAC. So BAC is equal to my earned value. The another option is planned value. So how can I calculate my planned value? The planned value was planned completion percentage. So my planned completion percentage, how would I calculate that? So I supposed to complete this project in 8 months. However, I did it in just 6 months. That means as per my original plan, I'm supposed to be completing 75% of the project by now. So 75% of the BAC comes to 6,000. So can I say that is my planned value? 6,000. So now I have got my planned value, which is 6,000, and I've got my earned value, which is my budget at completion, because I have completed the project 100%. So I earned the value there. So 8,000 minus 6,000 is 2,000. So 2,000 is my schedule variance. So this is how I can calculate the schedule variance of in this scenario. Let's take another example. What will be incentive amount for a contractor who is working on a cost plus incentive fee contract? The project's target cost is $5,000 with a target fee of $800. Minimum fee is $500 and the maximum fee is $1,000. Also, the buyer-seller share ratio is 80-20 with an actual cost of $6,000. So this is the number. Now, if you recall the formula, so again, you will make sure that you will write down the formula in the beginning itself so that you would have the formula at least ready. So what we are talking about here is calculating the incentive. So this particular contract, take a look at this contract. This is cost plus incentive fee contract. Now, in this particular contract, what do we do? So we have a buyer and a seller. So buyer will get into this contract with the seller, and the buyer will reimburse the cost to the seller, whatever the actual cost that is involved. On the top of that, some incentives are paid. Now, there are chances that seller might just take the advantage of this. So in order to ensure that this contract is balanced up and to make sure that the project cost is controlled, at the same time project is also completed within time or ahead of time, there are certain elements that are attached to this. And those elements are nothing but either we pay the incentives or we penalize the seller, or at the same time, if we complete the work ahead of schedule, then we of course also pay the incentives. So how the incentive calculation is done? Let's take a look at this. So before that, you must have realized here there are certain numbers already given. So target cost is given, target fee is given. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. What are they basically? So if you talk about sharing ratio, 80-20 sharing ratio. The sharing ratio is buyer to seller. So 80% is for buyer, 20% is for the seller. It's always buyer to seller ratio. Remember that. So this is how the ratio is shared between buyer and a seller. Target cost is the expected cost. So how much the project would cost. So that's the expected cost of the project. Target fees, again, the expected fees that the seller will get. So seller is primarily working to get the fee in doing the project. Plus there is expectation of an incentive fee. Now what is the maximum fee? This is basically the maximum incentive the seller can expect to get. Of course, it's going to be associated with the performance and the sharing ratio, which is 80-20 in this case. Minimum fee is, of course, the minimum incentive fees the seller will get for meeting the requirements set in the contract. And there is, of course, a formula which we just now covered. So formula talks about, so we have all these numbers. So we have target cost, we have target fee, we have minimum fee, maximum fee, and we have got a buyer-seller ratio as well as the actual cost. So to calculate incentive, what we have basically the formula is target cost minus actual cost into seller's sharing ratio. To calculate the incentives, what do we do? So I've got a target cost which is 5,000 and my actual cost is 6,000, which is not a good scenario. If you see what is my target cost, the project is going to cost me 5,000. That was expected in the beginning. But what is actual cost? Actually, it costed 6,000. And if I minus this, I'm getting, of course, minus $1,000. And on the top of that, the seller ratio is 20%. What I get as a part of incentive is minus 200 in this case. So the answer to this question is minus 200 because my actual cost is more than the cost of the expected cost that I've put in the beginning of the contract. Now you could go ahead and try to arrive at the final fee also. For doing that, you can just add the target fee. So target fee, which is 800. So if you add that, then you can give final fee of 600. Or you can also come up with a final reimbursed cost. How much would it be? So from the contract point of view, I will have to give seller the actual cost plus the incentive fee, the final incentive fee. Actually, incentives are minus $200, but the final incentives are coming to 600 by adding the target fee. So that's 600 plus I have to pay the actual cost. That means the final reimbursement cost will be $6,600, but the incentives are actually minus 200. So that's how I look at things in this case. So what is important here is understanding these terms. And of course, you need to have the formula handy so that you can solve this question. Moving from there to the next question. This question is about which of the following a resource histogram shows, but a responsibility assignment matrix does not. So if you talk about resource histogram and the responsibility assignment matrix, so there are a few options that are given here, but the correct answer is time, because you'll find that the responsibility assignment matrix will not cover up the time. It will talk about activities, its interrelationships, and whom that activity is assigned to. The histogram will talk about the time. So that's the difference you'll find here. Moving to the next question, which of the following is used to display sensitivity analysis? Now, when you do the sensitivity analysis, we need to do this when we work on the project risks, etc. So when we do the sensitivity analysis, one of the things that we use is a tornado diagram. And tornado diagram actually helps us in doing the sensitivity analysis. So when we do the tornado diagram, that is more relevant. I'm just going to give you a brief idea about this one. So when you work on the risk, one of the diagrams or one of the things that we work on is the tornado diagram. So if you compare the other options, the more relevant is the tornado. But you could get confused with the sensitivity diagram. There is nothing like a sensitivity diagrams as such that we draw here. Data flow are definitely not relevant because data flow diagram objective is different altogether. That's not for sensitivity. Decision tree is again, the objective is different. So those two options are ruled out very clearly. There could be a confusion between sensitivity diagram and a tornado diagram. But sensitivity diagram, as I mentioned, there is nothing like a sensitivity diagram as such. So the only correct option is tornado diagram here when we do the sensitivity analysis. So you can read more on this, and we did cover this as a part of training as well. Let's take another example here to solve. This example helps in calculating SPI. Now, if you take this example a bit closely, you'll find that what all things are given here. So if SPI is 0.75, CPI is 0.8, that means you are actually spending more money than budgeted, and you're also behind the schedule on this project. Then which of the following report is correct? So schedule variance, cost variance, TCPI. Now, if you take a look at schedule variance example, cost variance example, the one option is to calculate schedule variance, cost variance, right? So we need to also take a look at whether we have enough information or not. So SPI is nothing but earned value divided by the planned value. The CPI is nothing but earned value divided by the actual cost. So you can put them into these formulas and try and calculate that. And the TCPI is another option over here. But if you take a look at the example of the TCPI, we might not have everything to calculate the TCPI. I have already told you about TCPI. So there are two options to calculate that. So based on the BAC and based on the estimated completion. But here we are talking about not having enough data. And therefore, the option is the last one, which is the project is likely need more money than planned to complete. So as I mentioned, considering this particular progress, definitely project needs more money because none of these outputs will be correct when you will calculate it actually. All right. So sometimes you'll find this kind of a confusing options that are given. And if you don't get your calculations right, sometimes those calculations are not relevant, not required. Sometimes enough information is not given in the example itself in order to calculate some of these variances. So in that scenario, we need to apply our mind and see what else is it there. Let's move to the next question then. According to PMBOK, project management process are organized into which of the following order of process groups? So I had taken you through the process groups already, so I'm sure you must have been very clear now. The answer is the third one. We talk about initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. So I did cover the process group, processes, and the knowledge areas, so you can relate to that. The other things are very clear cut, the ones that we need to eliminate. So such a questions, you should get it right in order to score in the exam. We can't afford to miss on these questions actually. Let's move on then. Which of the following statements is true regarding negative float? So we have positive float, we have negative float. So we talk about negative float, that means of course we are, as you can see, float is that much of time we get to complete the activity, extra time that we get. But we're talking about negative float, that means we're actually behind the time here. So if we are behind the time, so let's see what options would then be best suitable here. The first is the project manager should try to recover negative float by crashing or fast tracking. Next is there cannot be any negative float in the project. The project manager should try to remove negative float by reducing scope. It is desirable to have negative float in the project. So some of these couple of options cannot have a float or desirable. That can be ruled out very clearly here. And project managers should try to remove negative float by reducing scope. Again, we can't reduce scope. The project manager doesn't have authority to remove scope. So the only option that is available here is the crashing and fast tracking. So if you remember, we discussed about crashing and fast tracking. So fast tracking is where we actually start working parallelly, and crashing is where we put more resources. So since we are talking about negative float, we're actually behind the schedule. That means we should crash the project or fast track in order to move faster on the project. Let's move to the next question. Which of the following represent a set of conditions that should be satisfied before deliverables are accepted? I'm sure this question you should again get it very right. We're talking about fulfilling the set of conditions before we deploy or before we deliver to the customer. So first, of course, deliverable list, which doesn't talk about the set of condition as such. Test plan has nothing to do with it. Punch list again is completely different outlier here in terms of the options that are given. So in terms of setup conditions to be fulfilled before we deliver is the acceptance criteria, and hence that's the correct answer. So that's how we can go by eliminating the incorrect options in order to arrive at the right answer. If you know straightforward, then you can save time, and straightforward you can select and move ahead. Let's move on to the next question then. How will a Pareto chart will help in project with a lot of identified action items? Now, if you remember Pareto chart, it covers about 80-20 rule. So as we say that 20% reasons are responsible for 80% problems. So if you know those 20% reasons, then that will definitely help you. For what? Understand the trend of deviations. Again, I see that completely different reason. Prioritization, complete all activities on time, identify root cause. So identify root cause is definitely one thing. Another thing is the prioritization. But here we're talking about identified actions. Pareto charts are also used for identifying root cause, but we're not talking about here problems. We're talking about here we have list of actions that are identified. So that means the correct answer is prioritization. So if we have list of actions that are identified, that means what is more relevant now is to prioritize these actions so that we can perform and we can get started with it. Let's move to the next question then. The activity relationship between the start of cleaning and start of digging is represented by which of the following? So we have various activity relationships. Let's take a quick look at some of these activity relationships. How do they look like? We did cover this as a part of training. I'm sure you will recall it. But just so that we can, just for this particular question, if you take a look at the activity relationships, we have finish to start. Okay, so here we can talk about finish to start. So unless we finish the first activity, we can't start the second one. So here we have finish to finish activity. So we can finish first and you can also finish the second activity. Here we have got the start to finish. All right, so you can start working on the first activity. You can start the second activity before we finish the second one. And the other one is start to start. So we can actually start both activities together. So if you take a look at this cleaning and digging, it's pretty straightforward now. All right, so we can certainly think of start to start relationships over here. Let's talk about schedule variance. Schedule variance is what? I think we did cover this multiple times. So schedule variance is this always affect the cost variance, never affects cost variance. A negative value means that project will likely to be delayed. Now we'll talk about variance. a positive value means that the project will be likely to be delayed. So if you talk about schedule variance, it covers about the earned value minus the planned value. So if the planned value is more than the earned value is less, that means you're negative. So that means you're behind the schedule. So negative value means that the project will likely to be delayed is the right answer here if you take a look at some of these options. So if you know the formula, you can certainly arrive at the right option. That means. Okay, let's move on to the next question. You are currently working as project manager in Reality Logistics. You have been given responsibility for moving infrastructure of ABC Software Limited to a new location. For that, you need to identify the stakeholders of your project based on the power interest grid that you have created. Which of the following types of stakeholders expectation should be managed closely? Now, we did cover this earlier as well. If you remember the stakeholder matrix, we spoke about we need to manage closely those stakeholders who have got high power and high interest. So you can recall that and you should be able to then answer this question very clearly. Moving to the next question then, what is the company-wide policy which mandates all project quality known as? If you talk about company-wide policy, ISO 9000 is not a company-wide policy, or quality planning is we talk about planning the quality in the project. Quality control is again something which we do at a project level. But when we talk about quality policy, that is at the organization level. So you'll find here clear-cut difference between the company-wide policy and something that is done at a project level or something that is just the generic standard like ISO. So quality policy is definitely at a company-wide level. Next question is, which one of the following describes the difference between a standard and a deviation accurately? We're talking about here standards and a deviation accurately. So standards are optional, but regulations are not. So we're talking about here difference between regulation and the standards. Standards are mandatory, but regulations are not. Regulations are mandatory, but standards may be seen as guidelines. Regulations and standards are essentially the same. So in this question, we are essentially talking about standards and the regulations. Now standards, if you talk about standards, I don't think so standards are mandatory. It's always good to follow standards. Therefore, you must have seen examples like CMMI standards. Your company is MMI level 5 or level 3 or level 4. That is something which is done voluntarily. It's good to follow. Or we follow coding standards, good to do. Or we follow the different standards like ISO standards, which are good to do. But what about regulations? I don't think so. It's something which is mandatory. If you're working in banking, there are certain regulations like SOX compliance or BCBS regulations. If you are in healthcare, there are certain regulations that are to be followed as part of the healthcare. If you're in insurance, there are certain regulations that needs to be followed from IRDA point of view, etc. So that means regulations are mandatory, but standards are not mandatory. That's pretty clear here. Let's move on to another setup example here. What will be the BAC, which is budget at completion of your project, if it has a CPI, cost performance index of 0.80 and estimated completion of the number that is given. Okay, so that's in dollar. So let's talk about this particular example. So what I've done basically is that I have copied this example here so that we can calculate it. So we are talking about here the budget at completion. So for budget at completion, what can we do? So BAC. So we have few numbers here very clearly. So we have got the CPI of 0.8 and we have got the EAC as well. So when we calculate the budget at completion, what you have to do is I just have to multiply 0.8 by the EAC, which is estimated completion, and what I get is the budget at completion. So in this case, the budget at completion will come to the second option, right? So if you multiply 0.8 by the EAC, what you will get is the budget at completion. So if you remember that formula, then it's pretty straightforward for you to calculate the budget at completion. Let's move to the next question then. The best way of making an accurate forecasting of ETC, which is estimate to complete, is now this question we need to discuss a bit more in terms of the options that are given. So we have got various options. One is how can we arrive at estimate to complete? So we have budget at completion, which is planned at the beginning. We can just minus whatever the cost that is incurred at that given point in time, and whatever is remaining is your estimate to complete. Or we can have estimate at completion minus the actual cost. Or we can use the straightforward formula, which is given in the last option. So all these are based on the trends, based on the actual cost and the trends. But in terms of getting accurate estimation, we can't just rely on the trend. So we have to also factor in various aspects. and we can play around with those options. And therefore, the manual way of doing it will give you much accurate number here from ETC point of view. And therefore, that's the option here. Moving to the next question, how will you assess a situation where 6 observations are within the upper control limit and control line where the 7th observation is observed within upper control limit and control line? So here, I think it's pretty straightforward. If you remember the control chart is something that we covered as a part of this training. And control charts talks about if anything is outlier, anything is outside of the control limits, then the process is out of control. So we talk about the various causes here, assignable causes or normal causes or rule of 7. So some of those concepts are basically covered as a part of the control chart. So this is something which is used even for the root cause analysis or when we work on the problems, etc. Even in Six Sigma process improvement also we use the control charts. The other question is about some different topic. Which of the following can be used for trend analysis? So we have control charts, we have cause and effect diagram, we have run charts, and we have Pareto. So Pareto we spoke about, that's 80-20 used for identifying the root cause or prioritization, etc. Cause and effect is used mainly for the root cause analysis. Control charts I just spoke about is used for the root cause analysis as well as for the process improvement, etc. Now here we're talking about trend analysis. So trend analysis, then the only option is run charts. Run charts are the ones that are used for trend analysis. For example, what is the server capacity utilization trend over the past 6 months? Okay, so we can easily do the trend analysis based on the data that is gathered. Next question talks about in which of theory Douglas McGregor has defined 2 models of worker behavior. And I'm sure you'll agree here that theory X and theory Y is what we talk about. So theory X and theory Y, which is defined by the McGregor's theory. And I would like you to read about theory X and theory Y in order to understand what is the belief of the theory X managers and what is the belief of the theory Y managers. Moving from there, something which we did cover a bit, what are the 3 I's of stakeholder? So I did cover that when we were speaking about the stakeholder metrics. So we talk about interest, we talk about influence, we talk about impact. So very clearly, the option number 2 is correct here. Interest, influence, and impact. And based on that, we decide the response strategy in order to manage the stakeholders effectively. The next question talks about which of the following is the objective of conducting bidder conference. So when we conduct bidder conference, why do we do that? If you take a look at some of these options, it's like to make sure that all questions from potential sellers are answered privately. I don't think so we do that for answering questions privately. It's a conference, so everybody is there. So that is ruled out. To make sure that potential sellers are treated as per the type of questions asked. So again, I don't see this is completely relevant at all. Okay, so this talks about something else completely. The last is to ensure that all parties get answers to their questions. So that is definitely good. But the other option is to make sure that all potential sellers are treated equally and have access to the same information. So sometimes the last option and the third option may look a bit close, but the third option talks about few other objectives, and therefore that is the correct option here. Let's move to the next question then. What is the Japanese method of modern quality management called, which relies on continuing small improvements involving everyone from the top management to the lowest level of worker in the organization? Now, if you talk about Kanban, Kanban really talks about making things visible, big visible charts, making process explicit, all of that. So it's about signboards. It doesn't talk about the small improvements. If you talk about Deming cycle, which is PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act. So that's another way altogether. And PDCA is nothing but Deming cycle only. So the only option that is left is the Kaizens. And Kaizen is nothing but the small improvements. Okay, so moving on then. Hensberg divided motivation factors into 2 classes, satisfiers and dissatisfiers. Which of the following are example of satisfiers? So if you take a look at some of these options, you'll find that from Hensberg theory point of view, sense of personal achievement and work satisfaction is what will satisfy the workers more. It's not about plush office space or performance-based salary. It's not about work satisfaction or fringe benefits. It's not about vacation time, assignment of personal staff assistants, etc. It's about the personal achievement and the work satisfaction as per Hensberg. So this covers all the questions as a part of today's session. And I'm sure these questions that we covered as part of today's session must have given you a fair idea about mixed kind of questions that are asked in the PMP examination. Some of them are scenario based, some of them are pretty straightforward questions, and some of them are the examples which you have to actually solve by remembering some of the formulas that we have covered. So this session must have given you a fair idea about the questions from the PMP exam point of view. Some of these questions could also be asked during the project management interview. The different scenarios that we covered actually are also covered as a part of the project management interview, project manager's interview, when you will go and appear for that. So objective of session was definitely to give you a fair idea about the kind of questions that you will have to face in the exam and in the interview.
Welcome to PMP session of knowing tips and tricks, and I'm sure you guys would be willing to know how best you can prepare and what are the do's and don'ts when you would like to appear for your exam. In this session, I'm going to be bringing you with a few things, starting from how to prepare for PMP exam, tips to select the correct answer, tips to prepare for your final day. So these are going to be our key items, and I'm expecting that you guys would have already gone through PMP exam training program, and now we are going to be finding out what are the key tricks and tips for us to prepare very well for the exam. Let us start with the first point what we have, which is tips to prepare better for the exam. When I'm going into this, I'm expecting you guys have already taken a PMP certification course and you want ready reckoner in terms of going ahead with the PMP workshop. So I'm expecting that you guys have a good community. You have friends whom you're talking to and forming a group and discussing many things with them. And that is what I call that as the ideal study ambience around yourself. To share with you, in fact, I have seen many people who keep ready one sheet in front of them and which is pasted at many places in their preparation room. And that sheet is called as process chart of the PMP. Now, when we talk about a process chart, this has 5 process groups, which is initiating, planning, executing, monitoring control, and closing. And this has 10 knowledge area starting from integration management, scope management, schedule management, quality management, communication management, risk management, HR management, procurement management, stakeholder management. So we have 10 knowledge areas, and there are 49 processes we have which are going to be covering up all the standard practices and good practices what we should follow while executing a project. So this 5, 10 and 49 chart would be a very good ready reckoner if this is placed at the room where you are generally preparing. And sometimes I have seen people practicing this chart daily basis for at least about once in a day. And the ideal time you should be able to write down this chart would be about 3 to 4 minutes. And there are dual purpose. Why am I talking about of writing the process chart? When you write each of those process charts, you would be able to correlate what is that each of that process is going to be delivering for us. So if you are able to remember a line about each of those 49 process, that's something which is the purpose of it. And sometimes when we are doing that, we also get to know of maybe various inputs and outputs linkage between various processes. When you do that, I expect you have a study schedule already prepared. Generally, it is recommended that after you complete PMP certification course, you should have about 60 to 100 hours of preparation plan. And why am I talking about of this variation is depending on whether you have been exposed to many projects in your past or very few projects in the past. So if you have a very good exposure, maybe you can make yourself ready for the exam in a lesser study hours, which may be about 60 to 70 hours. And maybe if that's a long time that you had been in the projects, then it's going to be about 100 hours. How's that you can keep that schedule of 60 to 100 hours? I'll give you a small trick here. On an average, I expect that you should be able to spend about 2 hours of your time on an everyday basis. And if I consider 2 hours, in a month you reach to about 60 hours time. And what I'm also expecting is that in between when you have holidays coming up or a weekends coming up, maybe I expect you can actually spend a little longer time instead of just 2 hours. And let me assume that maybe on few weekends you have been able to put 4 hours instead of 2 hours. So this will compensate on maybe in case there is any miss on any of the working day. And at the same time, on an average, this makes us to reach to about 70 to 80 hours in a month's time. So on an average, I expect you should be taking almost about 30 days to 45 days to get ready for the final exam. During this time, we can actually go through various contents. If you have gone through the training program from Edureka, you can go through the recordings, you can go through the study material. And then what we can also do is, in case you have a study material and you have the PMBOK Guide, which is the project management body of knowledge. And this is the book which is published by PMI, and that becomes a ready reference for the PMP exam. So I expect you can read out a chapter from PMBOK Guide, then refer back to the recordings of the chapter. And once you are through with that, you can actually start giving certain practice questions. When you do that, you get to know which questions you are getting stuck, which questions you are getting through. A good schedule would also have one kind of a folder or maybe about few papers in your hand, wherein you will keep writing on the areas wherein you are taking a longer time to decide, and that becomes our key thing for starting up with areas of improvement. And to be precise, in PMP exam preparation, when we go through the contents, we call that as a lesson learned. And the purpose here is, when you go through those contents and the places where your answer is not correct, or maybe you have a little ambiguity, these points will become my points of study once I have completed the first round of each of those chapters. And the moment you have gone through those contents, you may have a chance to maybe give few more questions in your second round of study, and then we'll be making ourselves pretty much clear. In total, we have 13 chapters when we talk about a preparation. So I expect you should be able to complete those 13 chapters maybe in about 18 to 20 days time. And then the second round, when you go ahead with studying the same contents, your speed would have improved, because by the time you have done some questions also, and in the second iteration when you are doing, your focus is more onto the questions which were incorrect. That means more on those concepts wherein you had not been able to choose the right answer quickly. What we have also seen is having a community of the friends who are also preparing for project management professional exam. That really helps, wherein we can ask questions to each other on specific topics and clarify the doubts. Or you have an option to go back to your trainer or a training organization to ensure that you have a good concept understandings, and there is a support provided. Even after the program, you have a link to go back and ask for all those questions and look for the correct answers. The main point here is that whenever you start attempting questions, take a note of the answers which are wrong or maybe where you are getting stuck. And this is something which will help us in doing a nice preparation for our PMP exam project. Rather, we consider that you should be taking this as a project itself. And if you take clearing the exam also a project over and above the training, that would be really good. So when we talk about on the overall PMP preparation, like a proper project, we are going to be planning the training, we are going to be planning our study. And of course, as one of the stages in PMP exam preparation says, monitoring and control. So when we make our schedule, we would also like to find out how's the schedule going ahead. So it will be good to fine tune the schedule so that whatever we are predicting, we should try delivering the same by every day end. Even if you are predicting to go with maybe about 60% of the chapter on a one day and maybe remaining 40% on the second day, that's absolutely a perfect plan. But forcing you to go through the completion of one particular chapter and you realize you are running out of time, that may not be a good choice. So it's better to take lesser contents but finish those contents as though there are no more area of improvements in those chapters which you are going through. Sometimes maybe when you are going through this material, you should be very particular of few terms which are being given here. Let us go back and look forward for more tips for us to prepare for exam. Whatever questions you have, you must attempt all the questions. And the reason why we are saying that is, there is no negative marking in the PMP exam, which means that even if you are 80% sure of an answer, do attempt and move forward. So that could be a very good strategy for your preparation. Moving forward, sometimes you have a situation wherein there are more than one answer what you see that as looking okay. However, we know that it's a multiple choice question. There are total of 200 questions. Questions are more on the scenario and situational basis. So be very particular of the options. Be very particular of the equivalent words which you may find. We should try finding out the words which are mentioned in the PMBOK Guide. They are part of our 49 processes. So looking for those words could be a better option for us to look for the right answer. So any words which is like a generic word, we should avoid falling in trap of those generic words. There are times you feel like the choices what are given to you are looking alike, and maybe it's becoming difficult for you to find out what could be the right answer. So in those kind of scenarios, there are words like sometimes, often, may. So be very particular of those words. And these words could be an indication to you to look for better answers. We also sometimes prefer to eliminate two wrong answers what you see out of the four choices, and then redo this job and figure out which out of those two is actually best suited as an answer to that query. This decision you can refer back by depending on the 49 processes, by depending on the 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas. And sometimes what we have also seen is that when you are answering few of those questions from your real life experience of projects, sometimes we have seen that's not the best answer which is coming in from the exam perspective. The reason is, in our day-to-day environment, when we are practicing project in our organizations, we are not sure whether all the practices are followed as they are described in the PMBOK. So when you are writing the exam, in our mind, syncing up with knowledge area, process group, 49 processes, and then deciding the answer would be a very good choice to ensure that your answers are correct. Sometimes we have to relate to all the kind of queries which are there in the questions. At times I have heard from people that the questions are very big, questions are very lengthy. If that's the situation you have, wherein you have very big questions, very lengthy questions, in those situations, it would be good to read last 1 or 2 lines at least 2 times, because sometimes there is a story which is baked in from the beginning of this question, and by the time you come to an end, the question is on something different. And sometimes the question is made to check your knowledge, and maybe they are looking at whether you are getting detracted from the question or you are able to pick up the right signals. So when we are in this situation, the last 1 line or 2 line, that conveys a very, very important message, and that can be a clue to the right answers for us. And as said, the thinking process has to be more from the PMBOK Guide and from the PMI's PMP exam perspective. Our general thoughts will have to keep it in the back of the mind, not the front of the mind. Sometimes I use a term called unlearn and then learn. That means whatever you are knowing about the projects before you enroll for the PMP program and start preparing, unlearn those things and try to learn it again as it is mentioned in PMBOK Guide. That would be a very good practice to ensure that we are going to be confirming each and every question rightly on the track. Few more tips. On the final day of exam, it would be good to have minimum 8 hours of sleep the previous night. The idea is we would like you to be stable, comfortable, and we also encourage that you should see your examination center maybe a day before or a 2 day before, so that you know the best way possible and you are not late for the program. Generally, the online exams, if we talk about, that happens in the Prometric centers. And they recommend that you should reach 30 minutes before your scheduled time of the exam in the place where you'll be going to the Prometric. So reaching there in advance will make you more comfortable. And when you are actually nicely prepared, you have done a lot of sample tests and you are able to score maybe about 80% or more in the sample test, I believe you should feel confident. One previous night before the exam, there would not be any need to mug up various contents and try to remember ITTO, which is input, tools, techniques, and outputs, and many other things. Rather, I would recommend that one previous night when you write your exam, by the time you have gone through all the materials, you should be in comfortable mood, not to have any panic or any pressure on your mind. You know that you have prepared well, and you can relate to the situations and questions pretty much easily, and you can crack the exam. So one should be confident of the preparation. Another important thing what we need to look at is, since this exam is of 4 hours duration, we need to also kind of manage our dieting preferences. As far as possible, I would recommend that you should take lighter food before the exam. And when you are in the exam, and if you feel like needing some kind of food or drinks and things like that, if you cannot avoid during 4 hours, you will be advised to keep all these items in a locker which is outside of your exam room. But remember, once the exam starts, and if you wanted to go out for bio breaks or food during that time, the clock is still going to be continuing and time is going to be costing you. As far as possible, keep the time to the lowest, and it is good to have maybe about 4 to 5 minutes break when you maybe go to the washroom after 2 hours or so and come back, just to refresh yourselves, to ensure you are having all the energies with you and the preparation is going pretty well. So these are a few things what I expect you should be able to look at from the dietary preference. And sometimes I know that few people who are diabetic and they need to eat something after frequent hours. So you can carry your eatables with you, but you will be only allowed to bring those eatables outside of the exam center, eat, and then return back. Within the exam center, you may not be allowed to have the eatables there, but you can keep that in a locker. Do not carry many things with you while you are on the final day. The items what you are allowed to carry inside of the exam center would be your 2 government ID cards, plus they would be giving you a locker, so you'll be carrying your locker keys. So do not carry anything else which will become a burden for you on the final day. And do not carry your reference books or anything when you go there. Go comfortably with a paper in hand, which is the schedule of your prometric, which you have got it in a writing. Carry that paper with you, carry your ID proofs, and go ahead and maybe write the exam there. And sometimes we also recommend that in case you are able to create the brain dumps, that's a choice what you may have. However, of late, I have seen that the prometric centers are very clearly advising not to keep anything in writing before your exam starts. In the past, people used to write down the process chart and various key things on the blank sheets which are provided in the class. But of late, prometric centers are advised not to encourage that. When you start your exam, you may like to use maybe about 2 or 3 minutes to write down certain key things. But till such time the exam is not started, I think you are prohibited not to write these things by the PMI and the prometric centers. So these were the many of the few things what we thought could be of good interest.
Whether you're already into management and want to scale up your career, or if you're trying to switch your career path, then project management certifications seems to be the perfect choice in either case. These certifications will help you using your project management education to leverage your skills. They also act as a proof of your knowledge and expertise over the subject. Hence, it is very necessary to choose your certification wisely. So, today I bring you this video where I will be discussing the top 5 project management certifications which will help you in achieving a boost to your career. Now, these certifications discussed in this particular docket are sorted based on 3 major factors, which are the demand in the current IT industry, the level of difficulty, and the salary hike. So, without any further delay, let's get started. At number 5, we have CAPM certification. CAPM stands for Certified Associate in Project Management. It is one of the most popular entry-level certifications that is administered by the PMI. It demonstrates your understanding of fundamental knowledge, terminology, and process of effective project management. Once you bag the certification, CAPM remains valid for 5 years and doesn't require any professional development units or PDUs to be renewed. Talking about the prerequisites, you need either a secondary degree, which can be a high school diploma, associate degree, or any global equivalent with 1500 hours of project experience or 23 hours of project management education by the time you appear for this examination. If you're currently a PMI member, it will cost you around $225 American, while for a non-PMI member, it will cost around $300 American. Once you successfully back the certification, you can expect an average salary of $101,000 American from major IT industries such as Microsoft, Dell, Honeywell, EY, and many more. Moving on to number 4, we have CSM certification. CSM stands for Certified Scrum Master. With the rapid increase in the use of agile methodologies in today's market, most of the professionals are now looking towards the certifications that will help them become a certified Scrum Master. This certification is administered by the Scrum Alliance. With CSM certification, you will learn all about Scrum framework and gain an in-depth insight into team roles, events, artifacts, and rules, which in turn will help you to enable the Scrum team in delivering their best performance. Now, who can go for this certification? Well, there is no qualification specification required for this certification, but you need to have a general familiarity with Scrum. Apart from that, you need to attend an in-person 16-hour CSM course. Once you get your hands on this certification and accept the license agreement, you need to complete your Scrum Alliance membership profile. CSM certification remains valid for only 2 years, and afterward, you need to renew the certification by paying $100 American every 2 years. This certification will cost you approximately $995 to $1,395 American, which comes along with the training cost. With this certification backing you up, you can find yourself getting recruited by top companies like Standard Chartered Bank Limited, Boeing, Berkshire, Oracle, and many more, with an average salary of $91,000 American, which is equivalent to 15 lakh rupees in India. In case this certification has caught your attention, then go ahead and check out Edureka's CSM certification training to get trained by the best in the industry. Coming to number 3, the next certification on our list is Prince2 certification. Prince2 stands for Projects in Controlled Environment. This certification is known as the standard de facto in the field of project management and majorly dominates the UK market and its common entities. The Prince2 certifications are delivered by the ILX group and majorly focuses on directing, managing, and delivering projects across all phases: pre-project, initiation, delivery, and final delivery. This certification is primarily divided into 2 qualifications, which are Prince2 Foundation and Prince2 Practitioner. This foundation certificate is an entry-level credential that ensures that a professional is proficient in the basic project management terminologies and methodologies. On the other hand, the Prince2 Practitioner certification is for the advanced project managers who have already achieved the Prince2 Foundation and are now looking to become experts in this domain. Major organizations across the globe such as Capgemini, Fujitsu, Standard Chartered, JP Morgan, Citibank, Nissan, and many more are continuously looking for professionals certified in Prince2. The reason being Prince2 certification is it helps in quickly improving the skills and capabilities across a number of key business disciplines for a professional, which in turn drives strong business performance. Talking about the prerequisites, if you're going for Prince2 Foundation certification, then all you need is formal training for Prince2 Certification Exam, which will get you familiar with the project management concepts and lay a solid foundation underneath. In case you're going for Prince2 Practitioner certification, then you will need either Prince2 Foundation certification or Prince2 Foundation Project Management Professional, CAPM, or an IPMA certification, which can prove that you have already mastered the basic concepts of project management. Talking about the fees, the Prince2 Foundation certification will cost you around $200 American, whereas the Prince2 Practitioner certification will cost you around $340 American. Once you successfully back the certification, you can expect an average salary of $98,000 American, which is equivalent to 19 to 21 lakhs in India. This certification remains valid for 3 years and at the end of which you will need to either reappear for the practitioner exam or maintain your certificate through a subscription to My Prince2. Edureka has trained thousands of Prince2 aspirants who have cleared their exams with flying colors. Check out our Prince2 training program where you will be trained by industry experts. Scooting to number 2, we have PMI ACP certification. ACP stands for Agile Certified Practitioner. This certification is the fastest growing certification offered by the Project Management Institute. With the major industrial shift and wide adoption of agile methodologies, PMI ACP has successfully magnetized the project management professionals towards it and raising it to the popularity rather quickly. This certification is a diversified certification that covers many aspects of agile such as Kanban, Lean, Scrum, extreme programming, and test-driven development for cultivating the maximum responsiveness to the market volatility. PMI ACP certification is specific to the practitioners who work on agile teams or those companies which are moving to agile principles. Talking about the prerequisites, you need to have at least 2,000 hours of general project experience, 21 contact hours of agile practice training, and 1,500 hours working on agile project teams or methodologies. This certification will cost you around $435 American for a PMI member and around $495 American for a non-PMI member. This certification stays valid for 3 years and you need 30 PDUs to renew it. Major IT industries such as Infosys, Capgemini, Bosch, EY, Deloitte, Gartner, CGI, and many more are in continuous hunt for PMI ACP certified professionals offering hefty salaries like $125 American, which is around 16 to 22 lakhs per annum in India. Enroll now with Edureka and get certified PMI ACP certification training program to bag it early as possible and reap all its benefits. Finally, coming to the number 1, as most of you might have already guessed it, PMP certification. Project Management Certification Professional, or most popularly known as PMP certification, is known as the golden standard in the field of project management across the globe. It is administered by PMI and is one of the most sought after certifications by the mid-level professionals who are looking for a major career boost. PMP certification tops our list of project management certification in 2020 because this credential makes you eligible to work virtually in any industry with any methodology and in any location in the world. With this certification under your belt, you fall in the bracket of the most demanded project management practitioners. And why not? The Project Management Professional Certification Exam is a rigorous test that covers absolutely everything that you need to prove your knowledge and skill in managing the triple constraints, which are time, cost, and scope. In order to appear for PMP certification exam, you need to have either a 4-year undergraduate degree with 3 years work experience of leading and directing projects and 35 hours of project management training, or a high school diploma along with an associate's degree with 5 years work experience of leading and directing projects and 35 hours of project management training. Coming to the cost, for a PMI member, the examination fee is around $405 American, and for a non-PMI member, it will cost you around $555 American. Once you clear this certification exam, the PMP credential will remain valid for 3 years. In order to renew your credential, you need 60 PDUs and pay the renewal fee, which will be $60 American for a PMI member, and for a non-PMI member, it is around $150 American. This certification will help you getting recruited by the biggest IT industries such as Apple, Google, IBM, Boeing, McKinsey & Company, Cargill, and a lot more. Not just that, with PMP certification, you can earn 25% more than non-certified project management professionals with salaries reaching up to $115,000 American, which is an equivalent of 17 to 21 lakhs per annum in India.
Welcome to today's session, wherein we are going to be discussing about the project manager salary trends, We will also be having a discussion on the different skills required for a project manager, the job description document, the kind of a resume project manager should have, and personality traits of project manager. We'll start with our understanding of who's a project manager. Project manager is a person who's aware how to handle a project, and at the same time, he is also aware on what are the different constraints in a project, what he has to handle. He also has a good experience in dealing with people, dealing with team, managing the team. So we can say that the project managers are the main catalyst of a project, and they are responsible for driving in projects through various phases. Now, when you go through various phases, you will encounter many constraints. You will encounter many challenges. So he is the one who has a good idea on all the phases, such as initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing phases. So project manager is exposed to the project environment. He works with the team, works with the sponsors, works with customers and various stakeholders, understanding what are their need, requirement, and expectations, captures them and prepares a project management plan. And throughout, we follow that project management plan and ensure what is planned and approved gets delivered. So basically, when I talk about on key items what project manager deals with, these are scope, time, and cost, followed by three other constraints, which is quality, risk, and resources. These are the main areas wherein project manager focuses. So we can say that the project manager also shoulders the responsibility of entire project scope, team management, risk estimations, handling risk responses throughout the project. It's an authoritative role which has an authority to ensure the project purpose and objectives that we are setting up in the beginning of the project. Moving forward, there has been a lot of questions coming in on different salary trends what the project managers can get. And there's a very interesting statistics what we have, which gives us an idea in terms of number of jobs in different locations. Starting up with New York, number of jobs is to the tune of 1166, San Francisco 471, Chicago 613, Washington 566, Boston 450, and the list goes on. Let us talk about of a salary which is starting up from $65,000. So if you look at this kind of a salary, there are about 32.71% of jobs in the market. Similarly, when I look at a second salary bracket, which is around $80,000, you have almost about 26.25% of the salary percentage in this. Then comes up $90,000. So the opening isn't of the percentage. It's going to be about 19.94. Then comes up $100,000. You have 13.43% of job openings. Similarly, when I talk about on the $110,000, the openings are in the tune of 7.65%. Of course, when you see a higher salary bracket, that would also mean good experience. If I want to compare the salary from India perspective and salary from US perspective, so we thought of coming out with an average salary to give us an idea. An average salary in a US of a person who is a project manager, and needless to say, I am expecting the person to be PMP certified. Average salary in US is about $72,000. If I compare the same salary in Indian context, this could be somewhere about 11,90,505, which is about 11.9 lakhs. So if we are actually talking about entry-level project manager, because the salary trend, what I'm sharing with you, this is the generic and average salary trend. Let us now prefer having a look at the salary trends based on different experience. And we'll start with an entry-level project manager. The person who has a little experience, let us say that maybe about 3 or 4 years of experience, and he starts with project management. So here is the salary reference for you. Maybe if I look at on our total package, we are talking about of this package ranging between $39,767 till $90,784. Of course, this package has few breakup, starting with basic salary. So we are considering basic salary in the range of $41,401, which can go till about $87,694. We are considering few bonus depending on the different industries, different organizations. Bonus ranging from $498 to about $10,117. And we are also talking about of a profit sharing, which ranges from $305 to about $9,648. So if you look at the compensation, it could be maybe ranging from $1,260 to $25,081. All put together, I would say broadly between 40,000 to 90,000. So that's an idea about the entry level project manager. Let me assume that you have some more experience and I'm considering you as maybe about mid-career level. Mid-career would mean that you have already been exposed to the project, maybe about 7 to 8 years kind of an experience. Let us look at the salary trend and I'll call that as a mid-career project manager. So if you look at compensation here, the basic is now going to be at 50,778. And if you remember, the entry level people, we were considering that in the range of 41,000. So there is tentatively an increase of almost about 20% here. So salary in this case, which we call that as a mid-career project manager, ranging from $50,778 till about $106,103. Bonus almost, I would say, the 2 times of what we have seen it before, so which is about $985 and till about $14,489. Similarly, on a profit sharing, we are talking about for $295 and $10,437. So profit sharing value remains more or less the same. And then comes up to the compensation, which is $1,005 to about $24,747. So profit sharing and compensation, more or less these two columns are pretty much similar, but the base salary and the bonus has a big difference. So this comes out to be somewhere in the range of $49,657. So let us say that 50,000 for our ease and going until about $112,540. So that's a good jump in comparison to what we have seen it for the entry level. So if I look at a total package, I consider that as a jump ranging from 15 to 20%. And I'm sure you also have a curiosity to know about maybe a person who's very good experienced project manager. And let us say that his experience is ranging between about 12 years to about 15 or 18 years. And if I consider that as maybe one of the third category of looking at salary trends, that sounds even more exciting. So I'm considering now an experienced project manager with the experience ranging from 12 years to 15 years. A person with that kind of an exposure can expect a basic salary of about $55,850 till about $122,768. And if I look at a bonus, maybe it could range from $986 till about $17,899. Profit sharing would not be as high as it used to be in the previous 2 stages. So it's going to be maybe ranging from 0 till about $14,737. And when we look at a compensation, this would be in the range of $1,008 till about $25,584. So on the whole, if I try to add up all the components, I realize a person with about 12 to 15 years of a project experience. And of course, I will also add up a word called as a certification, maybe from PMI. So this person can actually expect a salary ranging from $54 to $31 till about $130,831. So that's the kind of a salary which you can expect from maybe an experienced project manager. Now, what happens in a lot of cases is that there are people who get into the project maybe at a later date, but at the same time, they also have a huge exposure. So what I'm referring here is, I'm referring about one more category. So far, what I have discussed with you on a category, number 1 as entry-level project manager, number 2 as mid-career project manager, third category as experienced project manager, and now I'm talking about of a fourth category, which talks about maybe a late career project manager. The person who would have got into the project management a little late, but he also carries a great experience. So broadly, if I look at the package here and the package in an experienced project manager, more or less it is going to be pretty much similar, but there could be an increase of about 3 to 5%, wherein the person who has been exposed to this would have a little more package in comparison. So if we try to understand on same breakup of their salary, maybe considering the salary in the entry level first, which is about maybe $57,615, if we consider that as the base package, ranging from $57,615 to about $132,032, and then maybe looking at a bonus of about $962, varying till about $20,348. And then looking into the compensation part, which is about $1,009 till about $28,938. So if I try to kind of sum up on all this, this value is going to be getting in somewhere close to $59,000, and it will go somewhere about $150,000. So that's going to be the tentative value what we can look at for people who are in the late career project manager. Now, we have got a good idea on different salaries of people at different brackets. let us try to understand on various skills what are expected to be in a project manager. Let us start with the first skill, which is called as communication. Project involves many stakeholders, which could be at the same level as project manager, which could be people below the level of project manager, which could be above the level of project manager. So dealing with the people at different authority levels, at different hierarchy levels would need a communication. And communication would differ from person to person depending on their seniority, depending on kind of engagement we have with them. So in nutshell, if I have to look at 90% of a project manager time goes in the communication and integration. So when I refer to this 90%, there is one more interesting statistics which says when two people communicate with each other, 55% of the message gets communicated through body language, 38% gets communicated through voice, pitch, tone, and about 7% which gets communicated through text. I hope you understand the statistics. Indirectly, I meant when you are communicating, the face-to-face communication carries the most effectiveness, followed by the other various means of doing the communication. The person who is communicating must understand that the message what he is trying to communicate is encoded in the language which can be best understood by everybody. And he has to also ensure that there is an acknowledgement coming in of the message, which will ensure there is a interactive communication going on between the two. Then comes up leadership. Leadership skills are pretty much important, which talks about of motivating team, elevating them, boosting their energy, boosting their efforts, making sure the team grows up from current level to the next level. And leadership also talks about of handling various situations and using different forms of leadership. Sometimes it is good to involve people to take the decisions. Sometimes there are situations wherein project manager will have to show a leadership role and he may also like to decide on his side. But I would prefer more you engage with people, better it is going to be. When people feel like involved in decision making, the commitment from people is pretty high. So when I talk about of a team management, this also refers on the similar lines, saying when the team comes in from different backgrounds, when you start working in your project, you may need to direct that team. Once they start working onto the job, there is a possibility of some conflict in between. If that's the situation, you should be working as a mentor or a coach to make sure they get the right guidance. When the team understands that ego clash won't take them to a longer way, attitude clash will not work out, and when they start understanding that complementing is the best thing and competing may not work, if they come to that situation, the leader must support that kind of team. And going forward, you can actually start delegating more items to them. So my role, which started from a directing, would move in from a mentor as a coach to supporting to delegating, and maybe once project comes to an end, my role will go towards more of thanking, acknowledging, appreciating the efforts made by the team. Coming to the negotiation power, negotiation is like pretty important, which could be with various stakeholders. Negotiation could be from functional managers, which project manager has to have. It could be with team, it could be with vendors, it could be with various stakeholders. This does not always mean the money as the negotiation. There could be many other things, which could be talking about of our contract terms, early joining of resources, payment terms. So there are many aspects. Money happens to be one of them among all. Then comes a personal organization. So when a project manager demonstrates that he is organized, he generates a lot of signals, and we agreed that 55% is the body language, 38% is voice, pitch, tone. So if you practice what you preach, that makes the kind of an impression pretty good on the team members. They would understand that you have structured everything, you are following it, you are using time as means, you are very punctual, you are delivering the things, and at the same time, they get a very clear-cut message that you follow the timings. So that's something to make sure we are organized in our personal space as well, office space as well. Then comes up the last line item here, which is on the risk management. Risk management talks about of identifying what the risks are. The risk can be a positive or risk can be a negative. A positive risk is called as an opportunity and a negative risk is called as a threat. So when we talk about of handling the risk, we should pay good importance to both threats as well as opportunities. And the key guideline for managing the risk is very simple. It is hovering around two words called as probability and impact. If it is a negative risk, I must try reducing either probability or impact or both. I'll give an example. When you buy an insurance, let us say that you have bought an insurance for maybe your car. So what is the purpose you are buying an insurance? The purpose is you want to have the impact reduced onto you in case the vehicle meets an accident. So the cost of repairs will be transferred to an insurance company. So what are you handling, probability or impact? Yes, you are handling impact. Similarly, let us talk about of the positive risk, that means an opportunity. If your organization wants to open up in a different country and you realize that especially opening up in a different country would be a challenging task, and you thought of working into a franchisee model or a partnership model with another company who has a base in the country where you wanted to start with. So in such scenario, you are actually trying to leverage on the other company's presence in that country, and you don't mind sharing portion of your margins with them. So when we are talking about of a positive risk, I will again relate my answer in two words, which is probability and impact. And I'll say, if it is a positive risk, if it is an opportunity, always try to look at increasing the probability or the impact or both. That will make sure that we are handling the risks very well. So that's a key understanding on handling the risks. And I expect these are very important skills a project manager should have. We are getting more questions, and the questions which is pretty common is a question saying, what are the job description or the roles of a project manager? Now, this will vary depending on what kind of an organization I am in, how much of the experience I have. So let us look at the various roles, what is expected from the project manager. To start with, project manager is the person who coordinates the internal resources and who is also coordinating the stakeholders. Then, as we said, he has to ensure that the project follows the scope, time, and cost. So we can say that he is ensuring that there is a timely completion of the project and within the scope and within the budget. That means we have very clearly mentioned that handling the three constraints, which is scope, time, and cost, is actually going to be the key role any organization would expect from the project manager. Of course, there are some add-on responsibilities as well. But if I have to choose just 3 out of the big list, scope, time, cost, handling would be the one. Then comes up the defining up the project scope and objectives. That means very clearly noting down what are the different requirements. Then talking about on how do you prepare a project management plan? How do you ensure compliance to the project management plan? Ensure that you do regular project performance tracking using various tools, systems. And if at all there are any challenges, you are open to escalate and report to the management as required. And of course, you can always go ahead and take their approval for taking up the change request. And the purpose of change request could be threefold. Number one, it could be a preventive action. Number two, it could be a corrective action. Number three, it could be a repair action, what you may like to trigger with the help of change request. So when I look at the job description or roles, so these are few of those job descriptions and roles, and we have few more to share with you. Let me share with you the other roles what we have, which is in continuation to our previous slide, which talks about of managing the relationship between the customers and the stakeholder, ensuring that we are managing the risks, ensuring that we are also having a good stakeholder management, especially the vendors and principals and the other organizations which are working on this project with us. So that means people outside of my organization as well who are part of this project. Then comes up tracking the resource availability and talking about of resource allocation. Okay. And end to end, needless to say, I expect project manager to also be responsible for creating and maintaining the comprehensive project documentation. There are many documents in the projects which are very important for project management plan, for charter, for performance tracking, for confirmation that the performance stands delivered. And most of these documents are basically the formally signed documents, and they are supposed to be part of my organizational process asset. They're supposed to be archived when project comes to an end, and they're supposed to be used when the project is progressing. Got it? So this was an idea on the project manager job description or roles. Okay. So hope your queries pertaining to the salary, pertaining to the various skills, pertaining to job description stands addressed. What are the items we should include in the project manager resume? So when it comes to the project manager resumes, there are many things what we can look at in. Let us look at one sample resumes, which talks about of a person who has the certifications as well. So if you look at the tagline, the bullet line, the headings, very clearly talking about of the person's name and especially the certification what he carries. I'm sure you know a very good saying which says first impression is the last impression. So in the first go, I'm able to understand, hey, this guy is an IT project manager and he is certified in project management as well, carrying a lot of certifications such as PMP certifications, Prince 2, CAPM. So these things are eye-catchy for me. And when I'm trying to look into any of the CV, this is which matters a lot for me. Okay. Now let us look at few more items. So if I look at CV, it covers up experience very clearly. So you know that on the left-hand side, there is an experience written. When I talk about on education, it is also written very clearly what is the skills somebody is carrying, the certifications, the languages, the softwares, the skills. So what we'll do is we'll try to get into each line item one by one so that we get a very good picture on the different items of the resume. To start with, let me look at the first thing first, which is on the personal information. Okay. So if you look at on the right hand side portion of a CV, it very clearly captures the personal information. So what are the personal information? First thing first, the full name. Yes, that's written. Then we talk about on the latest phone number, which is working. Then we talk about on email address, because if somebody has to communicate, at least this CV is giving straight away two options to me. One is the phone number and the other is the email ID. And if I wanted to understand more on this profile, of course, I have a LinkedIn profile also here. So you are giving an opportunity to somebody that if somebody is interested in your profile, they can always go and click on your LinkedIn profile and get to know more details about your professional certifications, your engagements. Okay, so this is the first thing what I would prefer in a CV, which is very much important to mention that on the first page. Second thing, which talks about on experience. What experience? If I look at an experience here, it very clearly gives me a message. Experience starting from year 2006, December month till present. And if I compare as on today's date, it gives me a very fair idea that this guy has a pretty good experience as on date what we are referring to. He's also clearly mentioning his position. What position he's mentioning? He's very clearly saying that what designation he has and where is that he's working now. So this is also coming up very clearly with this profile. Okay. And when I look at on the other information which is mentioned here, which is on experience, it is also giving me a message that he has been working in many projects so far. The organization name remains the same. However, his designation is changing. Hopefully, when I read the inside line items, it also gives me a very fair idea on the various jobs he has been doing within the same organization. And more interesting, if I look at the words which are mentioned below, they are talking about a lot of statistics. So for example, if I may pull your attention on one line item here, which very clearly says, he has been working to cut costs by 32% in less than 6 months. So I would say this is a highlight what he is trying to share it with us. If I look at the second highlight, what he says is, reduce the cost of IT maintenance by successfully rebuilding the server infrastructure, resulting in over $50,000 of annual savings. So basically, this guy is very intelligent to put forward the two major things he has done it here. And both the major things, he is very clearly specifying with the help of statistics and the data points. So basically, he wants to sell his CV, very clearly telling that if you hire him, he has a mindset of looking into the efficiency, reduction in the costing, and at the same time without compromising on the quality of the project. So these are pretty interesting way of putting your profile forward to others. And I'm sure with just a small explanation here, you would have got to know. Now, if I need to look at the similar thing, this guy is again talking about again bringing down the cost by 25%. And you need to tell me which organization would not like to have savings in the expenses, right? Now he is mentioning another figure saying maintained the user database of over 30,000 patients. So this is also statistics depending on what scale of maybe job you guys have for him. And similarly, if I actually go back and look into his first experience, what is mentioned here, it also says that this guy has resolved over 200 issues related to IT. He has prepared over 100 infrastructure performance analysis and report. That means he's good in monitoring and control. He's good in delivery. So these are various selling points, I would say. He has mentioned that in this profile. Got it? So that's something the way you can put forward on a lot of things like this. Let us now look at beyond the experience, what we have mentioned, and beyond the performance, the personal information. Next thing I have is the skill. So various skills, what we expect from project manager, that could range from technical or non-technical. We may not expect the project manager to be technical expert at all point in time, but we expect him to have a broader idea on the stream or the technicalities of the line what he is handling, which may include maybe things such as project management software, project management methodologies, frameworks, reporting, stakeholder handling, team building, resource planning, time management, time scheduling, cost assessment, budget management, review, monitoring, conflict handling, policy knowledge. So these are few of the many things what could be important for us to look forward maybe in the technical skills of project manager. So I again repeat, it may not be required for project manager to be the expert in terms of the technicalities, but he should have a broader idea on the technicalities of the project. Having seen the technical skills, I'm sure you have a curiosity to also look into the non-technical skills. Let us figure out on what are the non-technical skills expected from a project manager. Few of these skills we would have already discussed in one of the slides when we mentioned on the skills of a project manager. Let us understand what are the skills expected from your profile. So if I look at the skills here and look at some of those skills mentioned in the CV on my left hand side, you may like to mention some key skills from here, such as leadership, such as relationship building, such as collaboration with various team members, problem solving, critical thinking, active listening, negotiation, information gathering. So these are some of the non-technical skills we expect from the project manager. And let us also have a look on the CV now, which talks about on the various educations and the certifications somebody has. So if I look at on an education, it talks about of maybe first to start with, it's the software, which mentions skills such as Microsoft Project, Microsoft Excel, Skype, Trello, Evernote, Jira. So these are various softwares which will help in enhancing the communication with various stakeholders. And nowadays, not knowing any of these, people would not be comfortable in recruiting you. So these are certain things which you should know. Of course, you may not be an expert in each one of those areas, but at least in some of those skills, you will be an expert. In some of those areas, you will have a moderate knowledge, but good to have some knowledge on each of those areas. Okay. Now look at the education, which is also very much clearly visible in the CV itself. So if we refer this sample resume, it very clearly says Master of Computer Science, Bachelor of Computer Science. So qualification is very clearly seen. So we get to know that what kind of educational background this person has. If at all you have certain certifications which is highlighting those education, do mention those certifications as well. So what are those certifications I'm referring? I'm referring to certifications such as PMP certifications, such as Certified Scrum Master CAM, such as PMI ACP, which is Agile Certified Practitioner, such as Six Sigma, PPM, PMIT. So there are a lot of certifications and they should be prominent very clearly. So when you are able to put forward those certifications, people can understand on what you want to communicate, and maybe pictures can say many things about the person on a profile. And when we look at on similar things from different people, it will be good for us to do a comparison, understand what kind of knowledge somebody would carry. And certifications generally comes in with respect to the knowledge you carry. And when you are having a certification, that means you are proving this to the world that you have written those exams to achieve those level of certifications. And I'm sure you know that most of these certifications are globally renowned. And once you get that certificate and you are continuing your journey to learn more, it creates a pretty good comfort from a project manager perspective to handle different arenas. And of course, when I'm referring the CV, it creates a very good impression in terms of somebody who would like to look at my profile or a CV. So this was all about on the certifications. And if at all, I'm going to be summing that up and asking another question to you saying, finally, what are the personality traits of a project manager? Starts from sociability, goal-oriented. You should be proactive. You should be open to inspect and adapt, and you should be able to train yourself. You should be confident. You should be committed to take up the tasks. You should be predictable as well at the same time. So these are some of those few traits which we expect that the project manager has in the personalities what he's carrying. And there is an immense need of people who are having those skills and certifications. And there are many organizations which are consistently hiring people having those kind of a skill set. Example of this is maybe Intel, Amazon, Philips, CGI, Facebook, Microsoft, IBM, and list is going to be pretty big. So this gives us an idea of maybe kind of the certification we should have, the qualification we can have, and how we can present it to others, and how should my CV reflect each of those line items when we talk about of the skill set required for a project manager. So with this, we are coming to the end of our session. Okay. To give you a fair idea, we as an Edureka, we are a global REP delivering project management certifications of PMI, which is PMP certifications. And we have many programs which are running for the project management professional certifications. Do visit our website, or maybe feel free to call us up for the trainings suiting to your requirement. We would be happy to assist you. Thank you so very much.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!